the worst score that we've had the entire play and run. Like, guys were playing hard in these games. Even the Golden State Warriors, who were on a minutes restriction for guys like Steph and Porzingis and Draymond and everybody else. So Golden State goes out last night on the road at the Clippers, and they win. Now, your matchups that you have for this final sort of set is Charlotte, Orlando on Friday, Golden State, Phoenix on Friday night. Winner of those games move on to the playoffs. The loser of those go home. But I kept thinking to myself, Warriors, Clippers, there's a lot on the line for a couple of different teams, but the fact that the Clippers allowed 43 points in the fourth quarter to lose that at home. And remember, the Clippers at certain points throughout this year, they had that stretch of games where they started the season terrible, really bad. They were, 6-20 or something like that? But then they rattled off a whole bunch of wins and went from 6-21 all the way to 22-24. Keep battling. They get to 500. They're a couple games over 500 by the end of the year. And to get waxed the way that they did by a Golden State team that I don't think had any business, like they didn't even want to win. They tried hard, but I think that team would rather be sitting on the couch right now because they know there is no way that they're going to do any damage in the playoffs. But here's what I want to get to. By the Clippers losing that game, they have once again forfeited another pick over to the Oklahoma City Thunder, and the Oklahoma City Thunder now have a draft pick. Again. And here's what I'm getting at. Sam Presti is seen as a genius. And I think he is. He's a very, very smart and calculated GM. Oklahoma City, this juggernaut, has been built off the stupidity of the LA Clippers. As much credit as you want to give Sam Presti and Oklahoma City for building what they have, the only way you get to this point is by the Clippers being this stupid. Here's what I mean. Go back and look at the trade that they made for when the Oklahoma City Thunder had Paul George. The Clippers thought they were a Paul George away from being a team that's going to win titles. And the trade looked like this. Clippers get Paul George. The Thunder get Shea, Danilo Gallinari, a first-round pick in 21, 22, 24, 25, a swap this year, which is why they're going to be in the lottery, and then another first-round pick. So that is 6 first-round picks, a 2-time MVP, and Danilo Gallinari for Paul George. The reason why the Nuggets have maybe a historically difficult run to the NBA Finals, the reason why the Nuggets didn't get by the second round last year is because the Clippers are stupid. That's why. Who have the Oklahoma City Thunder drafted over the past few years? Well, let me tell you. They've drafted in the same draft Chet Holmgren and both Jalen Williamses, which are two of their top 3 players. They have drafted Josh Giddey. They have drafted everybody that they've even used to flip into more draft picks to get more players. The reason why OKC's a juggernaut is because the Clippers are dumb. And that is frustrating. And then last night, they once again hand the Thunder another lottery pick. Remember what we're talking about with the Nuggets, where they have made so many different trades? Like they are not allowed to trade first-round picks because you can't trade them in back-to-back years, and they have traded it as far out as the max will allow you to trade out. They have like nothing. And look, I'm with you. Bleep them picks. Win a title. Cool. But to make trades, to get players, you need some sort of draft capital, and the Nuggets don't have them. So, yeah, I'm watching that game last night. I didn't even think this was on the line until the middle of it when the broadcast mentioned it, that the Clippers losing deals the Thunder another lottery pick, and I'm just so entirely confused off of how a trade could be this bad. And again, give Sam Presti and the Thunder their flowers. But they had the number 2 and number 12 overall picks in 2022. They turned that into Chet Holmgren and Jalen Williams, the better Jalen Williams. And those have become sort of their core for a championship run, on top of being given in the trade a 2-time MVP. There is not a worse trade that you will find in NFL history. I don't care about Herschel Walker. I don't care about Russell Wilson. I don't care about Deshaun Watson. There is not anything worse than this trade. Nothing. So 303-504-0925. Clippers. I mean, Nelly, you got your wish. You said you wanted it to or wait, was that the Suns? The Suns is what you wanted to not win, right?
I need the Suns to lose again to the Warriors. Yes.
Because if the Suns continue to lose, then they will not have won a playoff game since Matt Ishbia took the ball away from Nikola Jokic.
Right, and you can debate whether or not a play-in tournament win counts as a playoff win. We can have that argument, but if they lose, then it's not an argument. Don't even add a gray area.
Right.
Just lose and continue the curse of your stupid owner stealing the ball.
I'm trying to figure out, by the way, the Clippers, so they had the bubble series against the Nuggets. They were up 3-1, and they blew it. The following year, they actually went to the conference finals against Phoenix, and Phoenix beat them in 6. The year after that, they lost both games in the play-in. The year after that, they lost in 5 to the Suns. The year after that, they lost in 6 to Dallas in the first round. Then they lost to Denver in the first round last year, and now they lose in the play-in again. Their best opportunity, their best teams that they had, man, this is crazy. They have lost in the first round almost every year outside the year after the Nuggets beat them in the bubble. Like, that's a straight-up disaster. And honestly, what do they do from here? You going to run it back with Kawhi? They certainly can't keep Ty Lue. There's no way that he sticks around. But the Clippers are the reason the Nuggets have a behemoth to deal with at the top of the Western Conference, because they're stupid. Now, to other things. We're still awaiting, and what we're going to get tonight is final clarity on who is going to be where in the standings. I'm telling you, I think I'm going to the game tonight. I don't believe there's really going to be anybody on the Avs of substance that's going to be in this game, at least as much as they can help it. Like, you aren't going to see Nathan McKinnon. I don't know if maybe they keep McCarr in to get one more game of like rhythm under his belt. Maybe. But I think between him and Natchez and guys like that, I think all of them are probably going to be guys who are sitting out tonight and taking it easy for at least until you get to the postseason, which I believe would start on Sunday against whoever. Now, McKinnon was in this studio for like 25 minutes yesterday with Kreckman and Lindahl. We'll get some of that audio in just a bit. But again, I don't think that McKinnon's sitting inside a studio talking about beers with people if he's playing tonight. I think he gave every indication. I think he said it after the game a couple nights ago that everybody hit those milestones that they kind of wanted and needed. You got Natchez 100 points. He's going to win the Rocket Richard. Like, it's time for us to chill until the postseason starts and we find out who the hell we're playing. Which all of these games tonight, I think they're all going to be happening. This is one of those things where you want everything to kind of happen all together. So tonight it's the Avs and the Kraken are the late game, but it has no real bearing on the playoffs. Kings and Flames is at 7 o'clock. Canucks and Oilers is at 7 o'clock. And the other game you got to keep an eye on is the Ducks and the Predators. That's at 6. So here's how this works. If the Ducks and the Oilers both win, then you get the LA Kings. If the LA Kings win their game and the Ducks lose, you get the Ducks. Actually, it's a combination of, 2 points to whatever. They're tied at 90 right now. If both the Ducks and the Kings win and the Oilers lose, then you get the Oilers. That's what's set up for tonight. And so we'll have finally clarity on this. It's funny. The Nuggets have known who they're going to play for like a week now. And their series starts on Saturday. The Avs don't know who the hell they're going to play until the end of tonight. And then their first game is probably going to be 3 days after that. But it does look like whoever the opponent's going to be, you're going to have a Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, 4 straight days of home games at Ball Arena. So a lot more to break down with that in just a second. Broadcasting with the Backus and Shanker Studios. Serious lawyers for the seriously injured. Back after this. Texture says play-in doesn't count on the broadcast last night. They said the playoffs haven't started yet, even though it's the play-in. I would agree with that too. I was like, a play-in does not count towards a playoff win. It's the same way I feel about the first four in the NCAA tournament. I don't think that counts as an NCAA tournament win either. So here's the good news for you guys. It's a playoff ticket Thursday. Your chance to win tickets to see Game 1 against Minnesota on Saturday. And all you need to do is text the keyword OFFICE right now to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name, and you're entered to win. The Wilhite Law Firm gives you chances to win big on and off the court. Visit them at wilhitewins.com. But again, this hour's keyword is OFFICE. We will have each show today, all day, keywords on the 20s every hour for your chance to win playoff tickets. Every show. So text that keyword OFFICE right now. Nathan McKinnon on with Kreckman and Lindahl yesterday. They had Tyson Barry with him. He was talking about chili ones. We'll have Tyson Barry on with us this morning at 7:20. But he was asked about stuffed animals. And he said this.
I don't know where it is. No.
I tried
to make it out of the arena.
I didn't
I
get it.
texted him. I tried to track it down because I was going to do something stupid for chili ones with it, but he's like, I don't know where it is. Yeah.
I actually didn't even mean to. I wanted to keep it, but I just forgot to pack it.
Dude,
I
it was the
guess.
most awesome reaction ever. You know that.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about me is that I'm just me and take it or leave it, I guess. So, yeah, it's my reaction. I'm not going to try to fake anything.
Wasn't what the bleep is this?
It was just like the guy was giving out like bro shakes and like, I don't know.
Time and place.
I don't know who you are.
Yeah. Time and place just had a devastating loss. Dap me up and give me a stuffed animal. I'm good.
I just didn't know I didn't understand. Like, I guess it was like a Olympic thing. Or,
every medalist got one.
I had no idea.
Yeah.
I didn't know what was happening. I didn't know why we were receiving a stuffed animal.
He's right about one thing. You can do that with the medal at the same time. Like, put the medal on, and then here you go, buddy. Here's the stuff. You don't need another guy to come through in a line behind them and be like, hey, here you go. Sorry for your loss. Here, take that home with you. I still to this day do not get it. But McKinnon talked about a lot more. And look, he's he is certainly somebody, and he said it on the broadcast yesterday. It was something along the lines of, we're the favorites and we deserve to be. There are feelings within teams. And either you know you got it or you don't. And he said as much that there have been years where he didn't think the team was good enough to win a Stanley Cup and years where he thought they were. He thought, according to Moser, that the year that they won the Cup, they kind of all knew in the locker room that they had that kind of roster. They thought they had it last year, and unfortunately it ended in Game 7. This year, there's no question. They absolutely think that they have a team that can do it, and they should. They have been the best team in hockey the entire year. The one thing that I think separates them this year from years past, I do believe that getting chemistry with line mates, having time to play with each other matters, and I think that was one big downside of last year. You acquired a bunch of talent. You tried to put it all together on the fly. Remember, God, this feels like years ago. It wasn't. It was last year when the Mikko trade went down. You acquire Marty Necas. You then flip that into getting, you get Jack Drury in that trade too. But then you flip that into getting Brock Nelson and a whole bunch of other pieces. And you try and make that work in the span of weeks. And I just think sometimes when you have a sport that is very team reliant, like it is an ultimate team type of game, You got to know where guys are going to be. You got to know where they like to puck. You got to know if they like to shoot here, where's their area. Like, all these different things takes time to figure out. And I think, that's why you had moments last year where when the playoffs started, it was like, well, Marty Necas was not as effective in the postseason as he was the regular season, and Brock Nelson wasn't really noticeable in the postseason. I just think it's too much to try to throw together at once, and it's not to say you don't try, but that's where I think the separation is going to be this year. I think that they've had now a year and change to figure these things out. You bring in a guy like, yes, Naz Kadri, it's a big acquisition, but he has played with a lot of these different guys before, especially when it comes to power play, things like that. Those are dudes that he's played with. That ramp-up process, I asked this to Bednar, when you get new guys coming in, you do kind of have to get them up to speed with what other players like to do when they're on the ice with them. Naz, certainly there's a learning curve, but it's not nearly as steep as somebody who's coming in not knowing really anyone. You have now a chemistry that's been built over time that I think is going to pay off in dividends when the playoffs start.
And Brett, to that point, you know what I hadn't even thought about until EJ brought it up on our show yesterday? He said that McKinnon, for basically his entire Avalanche career, has always played with a lefty.
Yeah.
That between Landeskog and Mikko Rantanen, his right-hand man.
Right.
If you pardon the pun, his right-hand man was always a lefty.
Right.
So then when they brought in Marty Nachos, he was a righty, and that completely flips your whole workflow and how you handle the puck and which parts of the ice you go to. Everything's the opposite. And little things like that take a while to gel.
For sure. And it's something that you don't really think about. You're like, you're two good players. What do you just go figure it out? But when you've built the years worth of, years and years of chemistry with somebody like Mikko Rantanen, and then all of a sudden you get Necas thrown in here, it takes a second, even if you're really talented. You can make things work still, but it might not be operating at its highest level that it could.
And I know this is completely insanely lower stakes than what we're talking about with the Avalanche, but my girlfriend is a lefty, and so sometimes when she goes to hand me things, she's holding it the opposite way.
Oh, yeah.
And so when we were babysitting for her sister and their identical twin babies, she would go to hand me a baby, and the baby is backwards of how I want to receive
Correct.
it. So now she's got to spin the baby 180 midair and give it to me. And I'm like, dude, this is a baby. I can't drop this. And I keep telling her, like, can you just be a righty?
Right.
So now
just figure it out.
Right. So now you amplify that times 10, and now you're going a million miles an hour on a sheet of ice. It's going to throw some wrenches in there.
And you know that all of this of what they did this year was in there. The two guys getting 100-point game or 100-point seasons. Like, you knew that was within both of them from a skill and ability standpoint. But I just think it took time for it fully to gel. And I don't think they're going to have that problem this year. And now not only do they have that, they have depth in a way that they haven't had, I think, since they won the Cup. And I've been on record, I think the number one reason, well, maybe not number one. There's obvious things that you need. You need a really good player. You need decent goaltending. You need all that different kind of stuff. But when you have the depth that the Avs have had over the course of this year and in 2022 when they won it, those are distinct advantages that are just really hard for anybody else to replicate. Like, is the reason why the Oklahoma City Thunder are so good, is it because they have Shea? Or is it because they can roll out 12 different guys and there's nothing you can do to stop them? Because I don't think there's any question. The reason why Oklahoma City is as good as they are, you have to have a good player. That's a given. That's Shea. It's just like the Nuggets. If the Nuggets want to win a championship, you have to have a good player. Well, guess what? Jokic is pretty damn good. But the others, the things on the periphery, the things that we don't really notice over the course of the regular season, That is what I think makes the difference when these games really start to ramp up in intensity. You win in the margins. You win by having a deeper team than the other team. You win by doing special teams better. You win in all those different scenarios. In the case of basketball, you might win playoff games because you shoot better free throws than the other team. I mean, the Nuggets have lost plenty of games this year because they have been bad from the free throw line. I think that's going to matter when the playoffs start. Speaking of intensity, they asked this to Nathan McKinnon yesterday.
Seriously, let's be fair. This is your turn. What is overblown about you? What has been made too big a deal of? Is everything fair?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know what's always said about me.
You're intense.
Yeah, that's
EJ
true.
made the crack. Don't eat a pizza around you if you're a teammate. Like, is that fair?
When Zadorov's like 20 overweight and he's sitting there eating Alfredo, like, what are you supposed to do? You're trying to win a cup, and Big Z's sitting there mucking Alfredo like he's in the offseason. Like, yeah, I think you got to say something.
I think people definitely play it up. You know, I don't really like using other people's names to get attention in that sense, like making jokes about people. But you know, it is what it is. I'm intense, and I want to win.
So
I don't think I'm the best in the world, but I'm just.
We do.
Yeah, I don't think so at all. But yeah, I'm just trying to be my best, and I think as I've gotten older, relax a little bit for sure.
So he's on that same level as that Tom Brady thing, right? Where it's like everybody talked about Tom Brady for years and how strict the diet was, and how serious every aspect of his life was, and everything has to do with hockey or football or whatever. I think he's actually like that. Like, he didn't push back all that much when being asked about that stuff. Now, do I think it's like if somebody has an ice cream, does he smack it out of their hands? Like, I don't think that. But when Tyson Barry's talking about Zadorov being 20 pounds overweight and he's housing Alfredo, like, I bet you McKinnon's going to say something about it.
You got to say it like him, though.
Alfredo.
Alfredo.
And what did he say? Did he say mucking? When
Zadorov's like 20 overweight and he's sitting there eating Alfredo, like, what are you supposed to do? You're trying to win a cup, and Big Z's sitting there mucking Alfredo like he's in the offseason. Like,
so I heard this entire thing. I got to tell you, I played baseball in college. We had a couple of Canadian guys that were on the team, and it really is like they speak a different language. You really got to pick up on a whole bunch of different. You have to use context clues. It's a different way of speaking, and you pick up on it quick, and it's hilarious. But
did you ever watch the show Letterkenny, by the way?
I did not.
So it takes place in this small fictional rural town in Ontario, and they have a couple hockey bros in that show, and it is a hilarious show. And I was talking to one of my friends who knows absolutely nothing about sports at all. Like, he wouldn't know what a football was if it hit him in the face.
Yeah.
And he said, I watch that show. I love it. I can pick up on the Canadian slang, but when the hockey players in the show start talking to each other, I got nothing. He said, I had to Google wheel snipe celly, because what the hell is that?
Right. It's just a different language that they speak. Now, we can hear more of that. Tyson's going to join us at 7:20 this morning. So, I'm sure he'll have a lot more to say about this, and he can get us a little bit more ready for the playoffs. I'm curious what he feels this team is like. We know what they have. What could potentially be the slip up for them? And do you consider that still the power play? So we'll get to that in a little bit. Reminder to you guys, it is a playoff Ticket Thursday, your chance to win tickets to see Game 1 against Minnesota on Saturday. Text the keyword office right now to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name, and you're entered. The Wilhite Law Firm gives you chances to win big on and off the court. Visit them at wilhitewins.com. But again, this hour's keyword is office. So text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. So a lot more to break down with this, and we will throughout the course of the day. I still am very curious on how the Minnesota Timberwolves are viewing this matchup with the Nuggets. I don't think that team is built to like fear anybody. But I will say this. You ask Julius Randle, you ask Rudy Gobert about facing off against the Nuggets and specifically Joker. I'll tell you, they don't like it. They certainly. There's a clip that we'll play a little bit later from Julius Randle, but he said, how do you guard Nikola Jokic? He says, I've probably got to call God and talk to him for a little bit and ask him for a few favors. Because they know it doesn't matter what you do to Jokic, Jokic is going to find a way to make things happen. And I want to talk a little bit more about this series in just a bit. One last reminder, keyword for this hour, a chance to get you in the building Saturday for the game against Minnesota. Text the keyword office in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Texter says, Brett, are Vic and Mo slacking today, or are they actually going to work? We'll find out at 7. You might get an extended appetizer. You might not. I'm just kidding.
I don't really care.
They're both back. I'll be fine. You can listen to us anywhere in the world on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It is powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injury lawyers go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com. Back after this.
Like, what are you supposed to do? You're trying to win a cup, and Big Z's sitting there mucking Alfredo like he's in the offseason. Like,
All right. So, Nuggets playoff ticket Thursday. Your next opportunity to get that keyword will be at 7:20 this morning to try and get you in the building for Game 1 Saturday. We have more McKinnon audio that we get to in a bit. Tyson Barry is going to be in studio at 7:20. The Rocks lose again yesterday. And I'm really hoping, I think after they won their 6th game of the year, they were 6-6 at the time. Warren Schaefer said, yeah, people should be excited. This is an exciting baseball team. And they've lost 6 straight since then. They're 2-10 away from Coors Field. Now, again, these games feel a little bit different. All of these are competitive games. It's finding a way to close, and they're having a really hard time doing that. Really, the only games they've been blown out, it's really just been the home opener that they've gotten absolutely demolished. Everything else are kind of in it, just can't find a way to win. It's expected with a team that's young. But Quintana goes out there, he throws 3 2/3, 3 runs. They pull him out, and they bring in the guy that they just called up from AAA, and Tanner Gordon. And Tanner Gordon goes 4 scoreless, just couldn't scratch across any runs. Also had the problem of guys leaving last night. Willie Castro takes an inside fastball off the hand. He leaves the game. Tyler Freeman comes in for him. Troy Johnston takes one off the hand. Like, they had multiple people leave the game. Schaefer was pretty pissed early. I mean, when you get 2 guys hit by a pitch and both guys have to leave the game afterwards, not great. But they're on the struggle bus right now. They need to fix that in a hurry. Play the Astros again tonight at 6 o'clock. And that'll be the getaway game before they come back home tomorrow and have a 4-game homestand against the Dodgers and then a 3-game set against the Padres. So 7 straight home games afterwards. Hopefully they turn it around after that. Now, something I want to talk about here. Matchup with the Minnesota Timberwolves. I've told you, I've been pretty shocked in the way that people have talked about this series as if the Nuggets are far and away the better team. As I've said before, on paper, it does feel like they are. But a lot of that is we need to see this more consistently over 4 quarters, and I want to see a more consistent effort and commitment to playing defense and doing all these different types of things that we know are necessary to win big games in the playoffs and have a shot at a championship. Now, ESPN has this article where they're ranking the top 50 most impactful players of these NBA playoffs. And I actually think that ESPN got something right. So keep in mind, this isn't the best players in the playoffs. It is most impactful. So, for example, it's the top 50. They have Aaron Gordon ranked above LeBron James. They have Aaron Gordon ranked above Anthony Edwards. They have Aaron Gordon ranked above Kevin Durant. Anthony Edwards is 21. Durant's 20. They have Gordon at 18. And they said this: Gordon played a career-low 36 games this season because of recurring leg injuries, but the Nuggets have a chance to win another title as long as he stays on the court. Denver had a plus 19.8 net rating when Gordon shared the court with Jokic this season. When Jokic played without Gordon, the Nuggets were only a plus 7.7. And this is what I'm talking about. My, hopes and dreams lie almost solely on the health of Aaron Gordon. I think, again, when we talk about the most important things, I'm hoping you understand that there are givens out there that Jokic and Murray play well, stay healthy, all that stuff. Those are givens. But beyond those, Aaron Gordon is, I think, going to be the reason, and his health, not his play, his health, is going to be the deciding factor of whether you are winning or losing. I think it's that simple. He is that type of impact on this team in virtually every way. If you've listened to this show for any decent amount of time, you've heard me make this comparison before, but I think it's worth it. The Avalanche record with and without Val Nichushkin is a gigantic leap. They're a 500 team without Val. They win 75% of their games with him. Val is never going to be the best player on the team. He's never going to be the most impactful player on the team. He's never going to be a guy who's an all-star. He's never going to be mentioned for awards. He's never going to get that type of attention, but you know the impact he brings to the table when he's on the ice for the Avs. Aaron Gordon is never going to be an all-star. He is never going to be somebody that is mentioned within the top 20 players in the league. But his impact within this team and how necessary he is, it's kind of like you need it. And if you don't get it, then you're done. For reference, Jokic was number 3 on this list. Jamal Murray was number 9 on this list of most impactful players of the playoffs. But Aaron Gordon being at 18, I think makes total sense. Now, as far as the main entree, Nikola Jokic, this is Julius Randle unguarding him.
Probably got to call God and talk to him for a little bit and, ask him for a few favors. But it's going to be a tough matchup. He's an incredible player. He does so much on the floor for that team. So it's going to be a battle, but, we're prepared. We're ready for it.
This might be a dumb thing to say, but if you're playing against the Nuggets, are you really worried about Jokic? And here's what I mean. It doesn't matter what strategy you have for him. He's going to get buckets. He's going to get assists. He's going to get triple doubles. He's going to impact the game in a way that only he can. And it's without exception. I would be one of those teams that turns my attention solely over to Jamal. I think if you're the opposing team, taking Jamal out of the game from an impact standpoint is your only hope of finding a way to slow down this offense. That's it. Jokic will find a way. He will dissect you, especially over the course of 7 games. There is not a single strategy that you can employ on Jokic that over 7 games he will not immediately identify and find a way around. But in the same way, I'm thinking the Nuggets, if they go out and they double Ant every time he touches the ball, do not allow him to get into a rhythm, don't give him a clean look, and test his mental fortitude to see if he will continue to make the right basketball play every time down the floor. I think over the course of a 7-game series, he's going to lose his mind, and he is going to start firing up shots just because he's going to be so frustrated that he hasn't had the impact in the game. This is what he said about the Denver-Minnesota rivalry. Again, Denver Nuggets, Minnesota Timberwolves. How about the rivalry between you guys?
A number of times you've seen Denver over the last few years. Would you call it a rivalry at this point between you and Denver?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. I don't think there's anything else to call it but a rivalry. Yeah.
Is that good for the league? You don't see a lot of rivals in the league anymore. Do you think that's good for the league?
I think it's a lot of rivalries in the league
think
now.
So?
Yeah, for sure. I think me and Denver is one of them.
Did you catch that? What'd he say? He said, yeah, there's a bunch of rivalries in the league. I think me and Denver is one of them. Not us, me. I'm testing that over the course of the first round. I'm testing that the me part is going to be the thing that upsets him the most. That if I can continue to throw double teams and not let you get into a rhythm, not let you hoist up a shot cleanly, the me is going to come out. And I've waffled back and forth whether I like Anthony Edwards, hate Anthony Edwards. It usually comes around playoff time. I start to hate him again just because you see him so much. There's no question that guy's good. But Anthony Edwards loves him some Anthony Edwards. And I would do everything in my power to test that exact mindset. So 303-504-0925 can watch the show live on Twitch. Twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar. Can also watch on YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and don't miss anything from Denver's #1 sports station, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. All day, we're celebrating a Nuggets playoff ticket Thursday. Every show has tickets to Game 1 against Minnesota, and there's a new keyword every hour. So that next one is coming up at 7:20. Stay tuned for that as we break down final game of the regular season for the Avs tonight, plus the playoff scenarios of who they could face off against. All of that gets decided at the end of the night. And inching closer to the T-Wolves Game 1 on Saturday. Tyson Barry will be in studio at 7:20. All that coming your way with Moser, Lombardi, and Kane next. All right, a lot going on today. We got Tyson Barry is going to be in studio with us in about 20 minutes. We have a lot to break down heading into the weekend of what feels like it's going to be 4 straight days of home playoff games between the Nuggets and the Avs. But because tonight's game has no impact, and Nathan McKinnon is doing 25-minute interviews on this station promoting beer, I think that's telling you that he's probably not in the lineup tonight. So I think this game is going to be inconsequential for multiple reasons. Can I start somewhere else real quick? Indulge me. I watched the play-in games again last night, and I'll tell you, I am shocked at how competitive and intense these games have been. They have been a lot more competitive than I assumed.
They've been awesome.
Yes.
Awesome. Every single one of them.
But
all 4 of them so far. All
here's
3 of them. 3 of them or 4 of them? How
No,
many have
4.
been played? 4 of them.
Here's what happened last night. Golden State, who I assumed wasn't going to play all that hard because Steve Kerr basically admitted, yeah, we're going to try and win this game, but we still are going to have minutes restrictions for our players. Golden State goes to L.A. and knocks the Clippers out of the playoffs, which, one, what the hell did the Clippers do from now? They got to fire Ty Lue. I don't know what you do with Kawhi. I don't know where that team goes from here. Remember, the Clippers went from a team that was 6-22 this year to rattling off like 20 of 22 games and getting back in the mix, only to lose the first game of the play-in.
I cannot believe the Clippers lost that game.
Well,
I cannot believe the Clippers lost that game. They had all their players.
Here's the other detail, though. That loss pushes their last pick of the Paul George trade into the lottery for OKC, who once again the Thunder have a lottery pick.
Unreal.
So I want to go through something with you real quick.
Unfreaking real.
In that trade, the Clippers received Paul George. The Thunder received Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, who will be a 2-time MVP, Danilo Gallinari, first-round picks in 21, 22, 24, 25, 25, and now 2026. And everybody that you ask surrounding the Oklahoma City Thunder will tell you Sam Presti is one of the best GMs in all of sports. And I think it's hard to argue with that. But can I also say this? As smart as Sam Presti is, the reason the Oklahoma City Thunder are where they are is the stupidity of the LA Clippers. I don't care. You mention any trade, Herschel Walker, doesn't matter. Mike Ditka sending every draft pick over for Ricky Williams. I don't care what trade you talk about. That is the worst trade that's ever happened in the history of sports. The worst one.
It's the recklessness of the LA Clippers. The impatience of the LA Clippers. That's what that is.
You acquired a player who is not as good as the player that you traded away by far, 2-time MVP, along with all these picks. I know Sam Presti's a smart guy. Can I ask this, though? If an idiot at GM was there when that trade was made, would he look kind of smart? Like, they've turned those draft picks into guys like Jalen Williams and Chet, and their entire roster has been made of the Clippers trade. That's it.
It's unreal. And now they're going to get a lottery pick in a lottery that's full of talent.
Yeah.
Just chock full of talent. Like, they need more, right? Like, they need another roster addition that can play right away.
Moshe, the reason why the Nuggets are going to have a historically difficult run to the NBA Finals through the Western Conference is because of the Clippers. The reason why you lost in the second round last year to the Thunder is because of the Clippers. It's their fault. They've done all of this.
I've been chilling over here because I think what you're talking about this morning, the loss last night, the rise of the Thunder, and so on and so forth, I'm going to be succinct. The Clippers are an idiotic suckhole franchise.
Yeah.
Always have been, always will be. They cheat. They're stupid. You talk, how did the Warriors did not want to win last night? They suck. They stink. And the Clippers are that much more suckhole stink.
Yeah.
It's a joke. These franchises are a joke. It was a great game last night. They both suck. They're going to get ripped in the first round. Both teams are probably going to get the Warriors are going to get swept if they beat the Suns. Suns are going to get swept. Bunch of losers. Bunch of junk. Let's not pretend anything else. Clippers are dumb. They are a dumb franchise.
No, but I am holding the Clippers responsible. Hear me.
And by the way, I send this to all Clippers fans. You're a dumb suckhole franchise, and you always will be.
I want you guys just to hear my point here. Here's the point.
How did they lose?
Here's the point that
because
I'm making.
They're dumb suckholes.
They were up by 8 with like a couple minutes left.
Here's the point that I'm making. The reason why Jokic doesn't have multiple championships is because the Clippers are dumb.
Yes.
That's why.
Yes.
That's why you don't have multiple titles here, is because the Clippers are stupid.
Good job. It's not Oklahoma City. It's the Clippers.
Yeah. So that's where I wanted to start this morning. Sorry, because I kept thinking about that last night when they said in the postgame, well, with that loss, the Thunder get their last pick in the Paul George trade in the lottery. And
Unreal.
I'm just like, are you kidding me?
It's unreal. You're right. These play-in games. So I guess the play-in is still fun.
I've had a blast watching the games, yeah.
Do you guys notice, by the way, now that the playoffs are here, and those are playoff games, do you notice the difference in play? You see it, right?
Sure.
You see it. Mose, you see it, right? You see the difference in
100%.
hustle, intensity, energy,
100%.
defense.
Well, with the exception of 126 to 121, look at the scores of the games. They haven't been 140 to 136. I mean,
by the way, Draymond Green was fantastic last night defensively.
Yeah.
Fantastic. He made some steals. He made some defensive adjustments in that game. Changed everything. What a win.
Now,
what a win.
The teams that are left here, the ones that still have to play to get into the actual playoff, tomorrow you'll have Charlotte and Orlando playing against each other for the East, and then it's going to be Golden State in Phoenix for that last spot in the West.
Golden State in Phoenix. You talk about must-see TV. Cannot wait.
They've been good games, Moj. I know these
every
teams
game's been a great game, Moj. I don't know what your problem is.
These teams aren't going to win anything. Is that what you're saying? Like, I get that.
37 and 45 against 45 and 37 is going to be great. It's a waste of time. All it is, it's a revenue grab for the league.
But I love winner-go-home games. Those are fun.
The games have been great.
For nothing.
Okay. All right. I'm already mad. What are you talking about? The games have been great. These have been outstanding, entertaining games. That's all you can ask for. So your attitude about, you better put that down your throat right now.
I mean, again, Moj, if your point is none of these teams are going to win a championship, yeah, I agree with you. But it's the nature of what these playoffs are. The first-round series, when you got number 1 seeds going against 8 seeds, yeah, they aren't going to win either.
Vic, no offense. I agree. The games have been great. I agree. But you would have just as much, I don't know, how do I say it? It would be the same thing if you said to me in the month of December, hey, that game last night between the Pacers and the Mavericks was great. I don't give a rat's ass. I don't care. It doesn't mean anything to me. These games mean nothing. The Suns are going nowhere. The Clippers were going nowhere. The Warriors are going nowhere. Charlotte's going nowhere. They're going nowhere.
So by your logic, we're only supposed to appreciate and watch games with teams that are going somewhere.
No. Hey, Vic, you enjoy whatever it is you want to enjoy. You want to enjoy your Harry Met Potter. You want to enjoy your Pacers versus Mavericks on December 5th. You do it. It's not my jam. That's all.
God, tonight's Avs game's going to suck.
It
Who
is.
would watch that? It doesn't matter, right?
I totally agree.
I'm going to the game. I'm going.
Brett will be there, so it'll be good.
I'm going to watch a whole bunch of Eagles players. Again, there's no bigger indication of the Avs not playing anybody tonight than Nathan McKinnon, number 1, doing any radio hit. Number 2, being in here for 25 minutes with Kreckman and Lindahl. And number 3, doing it to promote beer. I mean, that is McKinnon just saying, guys, I am done until Sunday. Sunday is when I'm going to ramp back up the intensity. Did you guys hear, by the way, they asked him about the stuffy that he got during the Olympics? Listen to this.
I don't know where it is. No.
I didn't make it out of the arena.
I didn't
I
get it.
texted him. I tried to track it down because I was going to do something stupid for chili ones with it, but he's like, I don't know where it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I actually didn't even mean to. I wanted to keep it, but I just forgot to pack it.
Dude,
I
it was the
guess.
most awesome reaction ever. You know that.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about me is that I'm just me and take it or leave it, I guess. So, yeah, it's my reaction. I'm not going to try to fake anything.
Wasn't what the bleep is this?
It was just like the guy was giving out like bro shakes and like, I don't know.
Time and place.
I don't know who you are.
Yeah. Time and place just had a devastating loss.
Yeah, like.
Dap me up and give me a stuffed animal. I'm good.
I just didn't know I didn't understand. Like, I guess it was like a Olympic thing. Or,
Every medalist got one.
I had no idea.
Yeah.
I didn't know what was happening. I didn't know why we were receiving a stuffed animal.
This guy was like blacked out mad, and these people are giving him toys.
It still is so funny just to be there and be like, why are you doing this?
I'm telling you, though, this should happen. Like last night, the LA Clippers should have stood in line, and each of them should have been given a stuffed animal.
I am fully on board that when your season ends,
yes,
you have to receive some parting gift.
Yes, and it's the choice of the opposing team. What do you get?
It's
something
still
ridiculous.
One of the best photos ever. It really is. He's just, and the fact that he has no idea where it's at right now is the least surprising part of all of that. Now, who else was on there was Tyson Barry. He is actually outside the studio right now. He will
I just saw him.
In a few minutes.
Hey, he's not wrong. I don't know where we have come as a human race. And this is not old man thinking. This is not when you lose a gold medal hockey game in overtime and you bro shake and hand a guy a dog toy. It's one of the dumbest things in the history of sports. I don't blame Nate. Like I said that very next day on this show, I would have done the exact same thing. It's just stupid. The Olympic Committee is stupid.
Let's be honest.
They're as dumb as the Clippers.
What should take place is this. They come by, they put the medal around your neck, the silver medal, and at the same time they give you the animal. You don't need a second line of guys coming through here doing the other gift. That's where you messed up. Vic's looking for a gift he wants to give somebody.
I'm trying to find
I can tell. I knew it. Eyes are scanning around the room.
Yes. So tell me what gift you would prefer if you lost a game. All right, I have 3 gifts that I would offer you.
All right.
Okay. If I gave you a package of Rolaids Advanced Soft Chews.
Love it. In. Totally in.
I mean, you could use these, right?
Yeah, totally in.
Okay. A bar of Irish Spring.
I knew that was coming.
Love
Yeah.
Irish Spring. I'm in.
All right, one more thing. God, I can't find my magic wand.
I know. I knew it. I told you yesterday. Did I tell you yesterday? I go, when he gets back, he's going to get that wand, baby.
I don't know what my magic wand is. Or if I gave the losing team in the Olympic gold medal match a top hat.
Wait. How about this, Vic? What about that dagger that you have?
Oh, yeah, it's right here. Yeah, but that's a little too. They'd use this.
Right, exactly.
If you gave this to Nate, no, you don't want to give him a weapon.
Half the guys would use it on themselves. Half the guys would use it on somebody else.
Anybody who said hi to them on the walk back to the locker room. Anyway, 303-504-0925. It is a Nuggets playoff ticket Thursday. Every show has tickets to Game 1 against Minnesota, and there's a new keyword every hour. Your next keyword is coming your way in 5 minutes, along with Tyson Barry, who will join us in studio, give his thoughts on what the Avs need to do to grab another Stanley Cup. Tyson Barry in studio in another keyword next.
Right on.
All right, Tyson Barry with us in studio. Just quickly, though, it is a playoff ticket Thursday. Your chance to win tickets to see Game 1 against Minnesota on Saturday. Text the keyword camera right now to 303-504-0925, and you're entered. The Will Hite Law Firm gives you chances to win big on and off the court. Visit them at willhitewins.com. But again, this hour's keyword is camera. Tyson, thanks for coming in studio, man. Appreciate
Thanks
it.
for having me, guys.
What's up, dude?
What's shaking?
Long time no see.
No kidding.
So how's the business going? You guys, we were just talking before this, saying you guys have been going now for like a week, right? With the chili ones?
Yeah, well, we probably a little longer than that.
Yeah.
About 7 weeks on. We've been available. Non-alcoholic just became available. So we're just pounding the pavement, getting some great accounts signed up, and obviously partnering with the Avalanche and Ball Arena has been really cool. And Nate as a big ambassador for ours, so it feels like a good fit. So it's fun to be back in the city and working with the team again.
Tyson, how did you get? I'm sorry,
No,
Vic
good.
here. How did you get Nathan McKinnon to be a beer salesman?
Yeah, you know what? Honestly, it was just the way that the whole kind of brand came together was just very organic. We always just called beers instead of cold ones. We called them chili ones. I know you guys know Cody McLeod back in the day. He'd just be screaming chili ones, and it kind of took on a life of its own. So I probably had a dozen one night and thought it was a good idea to start a brand called Chili Ones with my hockey. Yeah.
Nelly, if you would put that photo up, and I'll explain in a second. Good.
And then we kind of like started getting it going, and Nate actually, we were having dinner in Calgary when he was coming through town, and he's like, "Hey, do you want me to do anything with Chili Ones?" I'm like, "Yeah, what would you do?" He's like, "Whatever you want." I'm like, "Oh yeah, then absolutely, buddy. Like, yeah, you're in." So yeah, it's been great. He's been awesome to work with. He's one of my best friends, and you guys know Nate. It's fun to get him to be able to get out of his comfort zone and get him goofing around a bit.
It's funny because he was on when you guys were on with Kreckman and Lindahl yesterday. You don't get the glimpse into the Nate McKinnon personality all that much. I'm sure like you're boys with him, so you know. But like when he's talking about getting the stuffy at the Olympic Games and stuff like that, it's odd to see that much personality coming out of that guy because you know what's in there. It's just he doesn't let it go. He's all hockey all the time.
Yeah, I've known Nate since he was 17. We roomed together a few years, and he's got a big heart. I always say he's like an onion. You just got to peel the layers back. And I've always got the best version of Nate, and we've had a lot of fun over the years. And he's a great guy. So yeah, for him to he's probably the best player in the world right now, and he's just a pretty private guy. He runs a pretty simple program throughout the year, and obviously he's focused. And so yeah, it is. It's Chili Ones is a fun kind of avenue where we get to poke him a little bit.
Now you guys are going to be in Bonnie Brae today.
Yeah,
where's that place?
3 to 5.
At the place, what is it?
Bonnie Brae Liquors.
Bonnie Brae Liquors,
Yeah,
right there in
yeah,
Bonnie Brae.
right on University.
Perfect. Right by Campus Lounge.
Yeah, correct.
Awesome.
So we'll be there 3 to 5.
Now you're not gonna sell these beers unless they're tasty, right? Or maybe people will drink them. But here's Nelly. Couldn't put that up. I went into to Parker Garage a couple weeks ago. My buddy Brent Walker goes, "Hey, try this." I'm like, "Oh, I've been wanting to try one of these. We just got them."
Is this
smashed?
Hang on.
Smashed Chili Ones.
Tyson,
that's why we built them.
Smashed.
You know Mark Moser really well.
Is this an attempt to be an ambassador or something?
No.
Yeah,
Are
you looking for a brand deal?
I match it. Look at the tie match, the can. It was like kismet, man.
No, Vic. I'll tell you what it is because you were gone during this. Moser.
This was after the day game against whomever. I forget who it was.
We pulled this. Moser had them put this picture up in a show a few days ago, and you know what he told me? He goes, "How bleeping handsome am I?" is what he said.
Oh, yeah, that too.
That's why he wants to put it up. It's like, it's a good picture.
You do look good there. It's good lighting or something's going on.
Yeah, you don't
but look at the can, the tie, the shirt, the whole nut. Look at the hair.
No, you've nailed that.
Fresh off TV.
You nailed that.
No, but I'll say this. You guys have a good time today.
Yeah.
You could crush these.
Oh, this is
This is right in your wheelhouse. Have a good time, but it's a tasty product. I would encourage everybody to go and at least try it. You're going to buy a bunch.
Yeah, that's
really good.
That's why we built them, and they're a little bit, they sit at 3% alcohol ABV, so just something you can kind of go and be social, and you don't have to really commit to being hungover the next day, and you can kind of I always say have 100 of them. It's they're easy. We just drank them to be super sociable. So we'll be at Bonnie Brae today, 3 to 5. myself, and then a good pal of mine, Wesley Schultz, lead singer of the Lumineers, is going to be there.
That's
and
awesome.
Slinging chili ones with me, and we're giving away 2 sets of tickets to the game tonight, and then a set of tickets for the game Sunday.
Yeah,
so
game 1.
Oh,
Yep.
baby.
That's a tough market to break into, the beer market, because there are beers already being sold across the world. I don't know if you're aware
There
of
is?
this. Yeah. I mean, who is do you have a business background? Who's giving you all your business advice and something like this? You're doing great marketing.
Yeah, we're it's been a learning curve for sure. I mean, I was still playing when we started this, so I was more hands off at the beginning, and then since retiring, I've got to kind of dive right into it, which has been nice. It's given me I haven't had a ton of time to sit around and wonder what the heck I'm going to do with my life. So I got to we just surrounded ourselves with a great group of people, a great team here, and people who have experience in the space. And like you said, it's a tough space to crack into, a lot of saturation, but we like our brand. We have some really cool people involved, and then nobody's really owned that 3% space. It's one of the bigger markets in Australia and parts of Europe, and it's never really caught on here in North America. And I think it's awesome. It's like a parenting beer, if you got to be a little bit responsible the next day or during the day, you can still have a few and not stress.
This is perfect because Vic, he could be your absolute Australian brand guy. Vic does a great bar. Vic does a great Australian accent. Vic, give him some.
Oh, we'll get to accents tomorrow. When we have who's joining us tomorrow?
Caliendo, Frank Caliendo.
Yeah, Frank Caliendo. We'll do all our stuff tomorrow. But I want to ask you about that 3% beer. There used to be a bar right across the street from Ball Arena. You know the Brooklyn's right there.
Of course, yeah.
It used to be called Thirsties. It was well known across Colorado. It was a 3-2 beer bar, and you would get these big old things of beer. And the only way to get around that 3-2% is just to drink a lot. And 100%. Drink as much as you can. But there is a huge difference. You could feel the difference in the 3% versus the normal beer.
Yeah, it's just a little bit lighter. When I was playing, I certainly drank a lot of beers. You go for dinner the night before, and you got to wake up and perform. I wish I had some 3% kicking around back then.
Tyson Barry with us in studio. So, I got a question for, you said you're retired now, and I know this serves as like, hey, this is something that I don't got to figure things out. I have something I have to do.
Yeah.
But in viewing hockey now, like I'm sure you'll watch the Avs during the playoffs, you watch McKinnon and all that different stuff. Is there a different way that you think a player views this than maybe I would? When I yell and scream when the Avs score, do you do the same now, or are you viewing this as like...
Maybe, maybe more so. This would be the first playoffs I've watched where I'm not like involved with the team or something. And then also like, partnering with the Avs. Like we'd love to see the boys drinking chili ones out of the cup. So I'll probably be just as involved. And then, I've got, Nate and Landy and, I've got friends on the team I'm rooting for. So yeah, I'll be right in the mix with you guys. We're actually doing a big activation at Brooklyn's on game day.
Oh, sweet.
Before the game. Yeah. We'll be full chili ones takeover there. So we'll have a DJ and it'll be fun. Me and Johnny Mitchell are going to be bartending.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Let me, I've already talked about the product, okay, which I've consumed, and it's very good. But who came up with the design, like the graphics and all that? Like, it's aesthetically pleasing to the eyeball, brother. I mean, it looks, the packaging looks good, Brett.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm all about the packaging.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that was like, we just, right out of the gates, I kind of had an idea of what I wanted it to look like. Like I'm a kind of not take life too seriously. Don't take yourself too seriously. Just kind of laid back. I'm from the island, and I just kind of wanted it to, it's obviously born from hockey and, kind of the locker room vibe, but I didn't want it to be just a hockey beer. I wanted it like, you finish a ski, you finish a hike, whatever, you go crack a chili one. So I just wanted to kind of like be super inviting for everyone, girls, guys. Wanted to make it, kind of neutral, but, vibey. So I think it got there. People seem to like the can, and we're happy with it.
You're from Hawaii?
From the island, Vancouver Island. Yeah. Do I look Hawaiian?
The deep Hawaii accent that he's got
when you say, just so you know, when you say I'm from the island, I think two things: Long Island or Hawaii.
Yeah. I guess we're operating on different parts of the globe at this point, but. On
top of that, Tyson Barry with us, and again, we'll be at Bonnie Bray Liquors from 3 to 5 today off University in Ohio, I believe, are the cross streets. But it's going to be a lot of fun. Stop by and say hi to us. When it comes to the playoffs, like, have you watched a lot of hockey leading into this? Do you kind of know, like, situationally, the Avs could be playing the Kings, the Ducks, I guess outside chance at the Oilers, all of that? Do you see with the Avs some similarities maybe to the Cup run that they had a few years back to this team now?
I mean, yeah, you bring Nas back, and I mean, we got swept by them the year they won that. I was with Edmonton, and that was like, I thought we probably shouldn't have got swept. We played all right, but they were going to win. Like that was their year. They were going to win the Cup. Yeah, I mean, I think the teams are actively trying to avoid playing them.
Sure.
So, I think LA is probably looking to either win or forfeit, depending. I know that it's hard to tell, what's going to happen here. But yeah, I mean, this is a team that's, they've played great all year. They've been there. They've done that. So they've got everything it takes to go on a big run here. And it's hockey. Anything can happen. But like Nate said yesterday on the show, they're playing really good defensively, and Kale's back.
Well, I heard yesterday, Kreckman and Lindahl, they said the best player in the world, and Nate goes, I don't think I'm the best player in the world. I'm assuming he's talking about McDavid.
I think he might be talking about Kale.
Oh, maybe that's it. No, you're right.
Kale very well. I mean, depending on
what I got to play with all these guys, and on any Connor's Connor. He's
unbelievable.
On any given night, he's the best player in the world. Nate can certainly dethrone him, and so can Kale, and Leon Draisaitl, and there's guys who kind of pop in and out of the one hole. But I would say you're probably looking at Connor and Nate and Kale they're almost rotating on nightly basis who's having, depending on who's on.
Well, that's what I wanted to ask you. You have a very unique perspective of watching Nathan McKinnon up close and watching Connor McDavid up close. And for the two guys, I think, without a doubt, as far as forwards, two best players in the world are those two guys from that perspective. But what makes them different? Because they do look similar in their style, but what's different about them?
Yeah, well, I mean, they're both fast, but they do it differently. Connor's kind of on his toes, and he just floats and kind of, he cuts through. And Nate, I don't need to tell you guys, you watch him all the time. He's like a bull. He's just powerful.
Yeah.
I hated, when I got traded and I had to play against him, I was like, oh, this is a nightmare. He's just backs you off, and then he jams on it, pulls up, finds a guy. I mean, I think Nate, I just read it yesterday, he had 97 even strength points or something this year.
Yeah, franchise record. Yeah.
Most in 30-something years.
Yeah. Since Yager.
Guys, yeah. So you start talking Yager in his prime, you're watching a pretty good run. So, yeah, they're different. They get it done, in different ways. But yeah, I on any given night when they're feeling it, it's you're usually
I mean, they're both super fast, right? But they're different fast. I always say
who said Moj? Was it you that said it looks like McKinnon is trying to break through the ice?
No, I say when McDavid skates, it's like the ice is his girlfriend. But when Nate skates, it's like the ice took his lunch money.
Yeah, that's a good way to describe it.
I mean, he just attacks, and then he's at top speed. And McDavid
makes love to the ice.
Oh,
yeah, he does.
He kind of does, Vic. I mean, watch him make pickles. Mm-hmm. Watch him work the zone all over the zone.
There's a careless whisper behind it.
Well, the thing about Connor too, it's crazy. Is you watch him, his lateral movement, his skates will be going one way and his body's completely the other. So you're as a defenseman, you don't. I'm I don't even know which. You have no idea which way he's going.
Yeah.
And it's so fast. And Connor's. I mean, his skill and his sense of the game is. I don't. Might be the best of all time. He might be the best actual hockey player that's ever played hockey.
Yeah, absolutely. It's interesting. You're talking about it earlier too about what you guys went through in 22 with the Oil.
Mm-hmm.
Players know. I mean, there are teams that think they can win. I mean, obviously Tampa's going to be in there, Dallas is going to be in there, probably Minis in there. We got an opportunity, but players know when. Golly, it was the Darryl Sutter line in 22 when he said it's going to be a waste of 8 days. Whoever wild card gets the Avalanche. Kind of the situation, right? I mean, you look at how stacked they are. Anything can happen. The puck's going to bounce weird. You can get goalie, whatever the case may be. But it's a really good team, Tyson. I mean, super duper good, and they're going to get gnarly too. Game one.
Yeah, no, it's a great team that they don't just give you the President's Trophy, right? You got to earn it, and but again, it's hockey. You don't want to jinx it, but
right.
And the league's so good now. All these teams are good. I mean, but yeah, they still got to play the games, but. They've put themselves in a good spot and they've played well up to this point and they're feeling good going into it. So it's a great place to be.
Tyson, now that you're away from the game a little bit, you have freedom of words. So I'd like to get your word on the current NHL playoff format. How stupid is it?
Yeah.
It's loaded.
I mean, you could definitely tweak some things there. It just, I mean, I'm sure the Kings are looking at it. Yeah, it is. It's not ideal. I mean, I get that you want to have the rivalries and stuff, but like, do we need to watch the Oilers pummel the Kings again in the first round? Like,
but if everybody thinks this and we all do, why? What's going on?
Yeah, you know what? I'll talk to Gary and I'll get back to you.
Well, give Gary a chilly 1 or 3 and let's go.
Yeah. If I was telling you, Vic, there's only one opinion in this planet that matters, and he ain't changing his opinion. That's it, right?
Yeah. He's the head colonel. So you know what? I think something might change. You know, it's become like the Rumbles have now become like a constant stream of like, what are we doing here? So.
Dutchie spoke out the other day too. He's like, "What are we doing?"
Yeah, teams and guys are talking about it too.
Yeah.
It's
But I mean, if you're forcing out, I would argue the Avs and the Stars. I mean, you can say Carolina, you can say Tampa. These are really, really good hockey clubs. But I would argue the Avs and the Stars are 1-2 best in the league. You're going to force one of them out in round 2.
Round, yeah.
And I know things are cyclical, but you shouldn't have to approach this situation. I think. I mean, you shouldn't. Even if things are cyclical, you shouldn't have to force one of the best teams out in round 2.
No, I mean, and like from a player standpoint, and then an owner standpoint too. Like you have a team that, you know, there's money for these guys. You go into the 2nd, 3rd, 4th round. Like that's where you make your dough. So like I don't imagine like you have an unbelievable season, you get rewarded with the Minnesota Wild.
Yeah,
you know, like it just. I'm sure that there's some pushback from the powers that be as well, not just the players. But it'll be interesting to see where it goes.
Tyson Barry with us. Again, we're going to be out at Bonnie Brae Liquor off University in Ohio today from 3 to 5. So Tyson's obviously going to be there. John Mitchell's going to be there. I'll be hanging around. And Wesley Schultz, the lead singer of the Lumineers. What's your relationship with him? How did he get on board?
Yeah, Wes is just, you know, one of my best buddies. I met him probably 10 years ago now when I was playing here. He lived 5 minutes down the road from me, and I met him through a mutual friend. And you know, we just kind of hit it off. He was my drinking buddy. He was just, you know, his wife and my wife got along really well, and he likes a nice glass of red. So and he likes beer. So he's awesome. He's a great dude. Obviously, incredibly talented, and you know, the run they've been on with that band is exceptional. They're
super popular band.
Yeah, I just saw they have a couple YouTube videos, like their music videos, like 500 million plays on those. Like it's crazy.
I mean, they're crazy, man. They get billions of streams, and they're selling out, you know, stadiums.
Yeah.
They're doing stadium tours now, which is kind of like, you know, kind of hard to wrap your head around. They're, you know,
right.
You're like the big dogs. So it's really cool to see, you know, to where they've come. And he's one of the best guys, and he's just been so great. And he's an ambassador for Chili Ones, and it's just really cool to have, you know, local support with Nate and him, and then Nathaniel Rateliff as well. He's expecting a baby this week, so he's kind of tied up. He's got other things going on, but we got a good local crew of kind of Denver legends involved in the brand, and it's a lot of fun.
Oh, Brett, if all these guys are going to be there today,
yeah,
I can understand Tyson and Johnny and
we all know the real appeal is
what
me.
The hell? What the hell are you doing there?
I was asked to go. I don't know.
We
what
had to
I'm
bring
doing
in
there.
the big dogs, buddy.
Oh my God.
Let's go.
See, here's a bummer, because these guys know I spend every free moment I get at a brewery somewhere, and I always wanted to like have my own beer.
Mm-hmm.
But if I did that, my brand ambassadors would be Moj. That does nothing for me.
That moves the needle.
He's borrowing money from you.
Yeah, exactly.
No.
You want money? You want an injection of money? Can I borrow some money? That's what
I'll be drinking the product, so I'll be putting the brand under.
So again, Bonnie Brae Liquors today, University in Ohio, Chili Ones, 3 to 5. Tyson Barry, John Mitchell, Wesley Schultz, whole bunch of people going to be out there. And again, tickets for the 2 sets of tickets.
Two tickets for the game tonight. So come by. You know, we have non-alc. We have 3%. Grab a 6-pack. Enter the draw, and if you can make it work.
So 2 sets for tonight and 1 for Sunday.
1 for Sunday, game
which
1.
Which is going to be game 1,
yep.
yes, against whoever they're going to play.
Is that it?
What?
Talk some hockey? Hang out?
Yeah, you can stick. If you want to stick around another segment,
yeah I'm chilling.
Sweet. All right, we'll get back with Tyson Barry in just a moment. Stick around. That is the sound of Tulatero. If you want a whole bunch of money to buy a whole bunch of Chili Ones, well, guess what? The Mega Millions is tomorrow night, $130 million. And Tulatero is the app with all of your favorite lottery games. Mega Millions, Powerball, Lucky for Life. Again, $130 million up for grabs in that Mega Millions tomorrow. It is Millionaire for Life tonight. $1 million every year for life. And all you have to do is download Tulotero, Tulotero. Use my code MAGIC, and you get a free credit to play in your first lottery game. So download that Tulotero app now. It's Tulotero, your lottery app. Oh, who's this, Nelly? Nelly is just the music king over here. He knows everything to come back with.
Nelly, show up today, bring your flute. You'll be in good shape.
Yeah, hey. They have a string section in the Lumineers. Maybe they can add a horn section, too.
There you go.
Well, this man that you're hearing right now will be there at Bonnie Bray Liquors from 3 to 5 today with Tyson Barry, Wesley Schultz. Tyson Barry with us for another segment. Appreciate your time. Stick with hockey. We're just talking to Moj. So Moj had a rough one. Vic, I don't even know if you know this yesterday. So I did an extension of the appetizer until almost 9 o'clock because I didn't want to wake up Moj because he got in the house at 3 a.m.
No, man, I was ready to go at 8:30.
It's a good partner.
But Nelly,
you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, Nelly said...
Wait, so you didn't have any help on the show yesterday?
I'm a pro, Vic.
Yeah, EJ was here for a half hour.
He was here for 15 minutes.
Whatever.
Here's what EJ said, by the way, to Moj.
When I was tired, I still woke up and went to work.
Yeah.
All right, we'll play that for him later.
So Moj,
maybe I wasn't that good, but at least I showed up.
And then we were just talking to Tyson about this. Like, you said the one thing that you really don't miss about playing is that.
Yeah.
Get in late, 3 a.m., jump in bed, try and get some shut-eye.
Yeah, and then especially like near the end of my career, I had a son, so you get in at 3, sometimes 4 in the morning, and then your wife's great. And then my dog would bark and wake everyone up, and then but then you get to bed and your kid's waking up at 6. And even though my wife's like, no, you're sleeping, but you're just like kind of guilty. Like, I should get up. You hear him like mucking around, and I'm like, all right. So then you're just working off 2.5 hours of sleep, get a Java in you, and depending on your coach, like you're on the ice again at 11. I'm like, this is like not making much sense to me. Yeah, like let's go review video at 10 a.m. off of 2 hours of sleep.
Yeah.
And then, I don't miss that part. I do miss lots of parts of the game, but yeah, that one, all good.
All right, Tyson. A lot of young, impressionable hockey players listening to this show, so I want to give them some advice from you.
Yep.
How old are you, first of all? Like 55? What are you?
Yeah, 34.
34, okay.
Yep.
So if 34-year-old Tyson Barry had to speak to 14-year-old Tyson Barry just about how to do it the right way, what would you say?
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's so like cliche, but I'm 14 years old, have fun. The game gets serious pretty quickly. And that's, when you're 14, you're 12, 13, 14, 15, enjoy it. Try the things, go do the toe drag, last man back, test your skills and enjoy it. Cause you'll run into some coaches along the way who are going to tell you how to play the game and tell you how you're going to make a career out of it. And that might be certainly not a toe drag. It might be, hey, block a shot with your face. So it gets serious quickly. So I would say just enjoy it, and make the most of it. It's an amazing way to. I mean, I'm so grateful I got to make a career out of it. It's a great game, but yeah, like it goes quick too. So enjoy the moments and have fun.
I wanted to follow that up because you mentioned blocking shots, and we got a coach right now whose face is pretty messed up because a shot hit him in the face. Before we get into that, the whole concept of blocking shots, that is so foreign to me that you guys would stand in the way of these frozen rubber missiles on purpose, and at times lead with your face.
Yeah.
Can you please tell me how you do that?
Yeah, I probably, you might want to get McLeod on the show. I was never I will never get accused of leading the league in block shots. But yeah, man, it's crazy. Some of these guys that I've played with over the years, like you just hats off. It's not, what's coming. The guy's winding up and you've got to, there's a split second decision you make in your head, whether you're going to soak that one or you're going to maybe take a step out of the way. And I've played with guys who it's not even a decision. They're just right in front of it every time. You guys got a good one here with Landeskog. I don't think he's ever sidestepped a block shot. But it can cost you too. That's where, that's where I'm like, that's where I was always like, dude, I blocked I think I said it yesterday. I was like, I kind of I saw it coming. I was like, not a super dangerous shot. Like Tendy's got this. I think it was picks in that. So maybe I should have rethought that. But I kind of got out of the way. They scored, and I was like, oh, that's not good. So the next game, I think it was second in league scoring. We were in Arizona, and I blocked an Ekman Larson shot. I was like, oh no, I got to get in front of this one. Broke my hand, and I'm like,
see?
Yeah, I'm like, I don't know where's the trade off here. I'm out now for 4 weeks, or 6 weeks, So, yeah, man, it's crazy what some of these these forwards do. They'll see back in the day it was a Shea Weber slap shot. And they just, okay, yeah, put it on. But it's part of the beautiful thing of the game. You watch these playoffs, like guys are selling out, like just putting it all on the line.
Insanity.
So it is.
How does your body feel now?
Good. Yeah, I got, that was like, part of the reason, I think I was like quoted, like, it was a mutual decision between myself and the 32 teams. I probably could have gone and, gone on another PTO and maybe made the team. But honestly, I was 34 and I was healthy, and I had played 14 years and was able to make a good living. And I just, I got 2 young kids, and it's a dangerous game. It's fast. And I was just kind of like, you know what, I'm checking out with my health. So sure. I feel good. Yeah. I'm grateful for that.
And that's Tyson, that's such a cool thing. Some guys, they'll say, I'd make them drag you off the ice and that sort of thing. But if you can go out on your terms and be good with it, I mean, I know a lot of guys.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it was my term. My terms maybe would have been like a Ray Bork situation, like hoist it one last time, have the Avs bring me back, could have been. But no, it was nice to be put in a position where I didn't have to, I didn't have to grind out. I didn't have to it was like, hey, you know what? It's run its course, and I knew that one day would happen. All these young kids coming up are so good now. They're they're trying to take your jobs, and it was a super. I got opportunity when I was young, and some guys don't even get that opportunity. So I got to make a good career out of it, and it was to your point. Yeah, it was. I was able to step away on my own, and but yeah, if the Avs would have, hey, we want you for one final season. I'm sure, not a problem.
Awesome.
But yeah.
What if they called you right now? It's like, we need you for the playoffs.
They don't need to call me right now. Yeah. It's been an interesting eight months here.
You've done some TV. I mean, how do you like it?
Yeah, I did.
Well, you've done TV shows. You've done television programs. You've done analysis stuff. How do you like that stuff?
I do. I did some stuff with the Canucks this year. It was like broadcast. A little more like almost theatrical. You're a live hit on the TV. That was it was more stressful than I thought. You got to be pretty dialed in. But I think I like the long format stuff. Kind of like podcasty or like radio stuff's good. No, I've never shied away from the media. So I don't know where that'll take me or what that will turn into. But I'm pretty focused on the pinting right now and the beers.
Sure.
Yeah.
Somebody asked, by the way, where do I get one of those chili ones had? It looks like on your website here, right?
Yeah,
Chiliones.com?
you can get them on the website. We got some new merch coming out too, and we're kind of off to the races here. So these Chili Ones hats are great. I think they're 10%. We do a big something that's really important to me is a charitable aspect. I got lucky to play a sport for a living, so we give proceeds back to kids sport in Victoria, back in Canada, and we'll do something similar here in Colorado and just support the community for kids who are maybe less fortunate and give them an opportunity to get involved in sports. So portion of every hat sold goes to that, so it's pretty cool.
Very cool.
Same with the beer.
Tyson, if you saw Matt Cook on the street today, would you give him a beer, a chili one?
Yeah, I'm not a big grudge guy. Forget and forgive. That was just a ruthless.
I am.
That was a ruthless knee.
He's the worst.
That was a ruthless
God, I'm
knee.
still pissed off.
Yeah, you know what? He could have a chili one. Hey, maybe that's what he needs.
Wait, I thought there was a but coming. You're like, I'm kind of a forget and forgive guy,
dude. To this day, oh my God, I'm. You're a better person than me. I've always known that. I'm still pissed off about that. You got a 2-0 lead.
Yeah, I was playing some good hockey then.
You're
I felt
playing
like I could have
really good hockey. You push it up the ice, and here he comes. And I remember you go to the bench, and you're like, I'm done. I mean, you knew right away he blew up your knee.
Oh yeah, it was like
it's just that changed the whole friggin' series. Mike Yeo said nothing about it. God, that bald-headed son of a! I'm still so mad about that, dude. And this is, God, what is that? It's got to be.
Yeah, you're 14 years later here. Yeah, we're gonna. Maybe me and you'll go for a chili one after.
All right. I could use one right about now, I'm sure.
If I can move on, surely.
Last thing for you, and again, make sure Brett will give you all the details for everybody to go today. When you watch young guys coming up now, do you look at young guys and go like, hey, man, I know that kid. I mean, that was me, coming up and learning the game, but I got some ability and I can jump in and play the game. You see some of these young guys coming up and going, that's kind of cool.
Yeah, it's awesome. I mean, they got some good young kids in Vancouver I got to watch this year on the back end, which is fun. And then I like, for me, it was really fun. Like me and Nate came up together, like we were roommates, and it's fun to have, he's breaking into the league he was a little younger than me, but same idea. I was 20, he was 18, and it's really fun to have someone to do it with because these are like the things you've dreamed about your whole life, and then to have someone to go through that process with, score your first goal, sign your first, big contract, and you're going for rookie parties, and you're playing with legends and playing against legends, like just to have someone to, you share that for the rest of your life. So it's that was a really cool part, and you can see it around the league, like that Celebrini and Smith, and there's these these kids they find their their kind of tribe, and that's it's really cool to see.
One last thing for you, and I know that you're boys with Landy.
Yes.
Can you believe the comeback that he made, being out for 3 years in that return?
Yeah, I mean, I can believe it. It's Gabriel Landeskog. The guy's like the perfect human. So, he's I mean, I'm sure you guys have beat it to death and talked about it, but just what a specimen. Just a great leader. Couldn't ask for much more. And then I know that was really tough on him. So for him to come back, and I think Nate touched on it yesterday. He came back in that playoffs. That was just like everyone had tears in their eyes. It was pretty emotional. And then this year's been awesome. Like I think Nate alluded to it. He said it's like it's normal now. Like that playoff run was like, okay, this is. I'm not sure he was super comfortable. Now he's like he's back.
One of the things
awesome
that blows me away is like it's one thing to come back from the injury and still play well, but he's also 3 years older. Like that takes a toll on your game too.
Oh yeah,
just getting older.
100%.
Yeah.
Once you start creeping into like your mid-30s, things they don't bounce back like they used to. Those 3 a.m.s hit hard. So yeah, but I mean he's. Like I said, he's a specimen. He's a Viking. He's like my 34 is going to look different than his 34. That's for sure. So
coming back with a dead guy in your leg and have your leg put back together, it's nothing compared to having surgery in the nether regions to relieve the thing and take care of.
Then that happens.
Oh my
of
God!
Course.
Hey, Mo, do you have a Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic ad coming up here? Maybe you can learn something.
Nelly. Not this break, right?
No, not this one.
Not this break. Okay.
Again, today from 3 to 5, Bonnie Bray Lakers off University and Ohio. Tyson Barry's going to be there. John Mitchell. I'll be there if that matters.
But what are you going to do?
I think I'm here to just say things on the radio while we're there. I think that's my role. And then I stand behind Tyson and Johnny Mitchell and Wesley Schultz, and I say, you guys do the
Doesn't
the
Johnny
sells.
Mitchell want a piece of you? You said something smart.
Are you and Mitch
this ought to be good, yeah.
I said something about Canadians.
Yeah, you said something. What was it?
Here's what I said, because Johnny was rooting for Canada in the gold medal game. I said I was going to hog tie him and roll him over.
Oh, that's right.
And I haven't seen him since, so this could be bad for me.
Old Mitchie might string you out.
Yeah.
That was,
yeah, watch out.
Yeah, that was fun. I went to that. I did like a last minute trip to that gold medal game.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, and it was just guerrilla marketing. I was in the suite with Gretz, and I had the Chili Ones hats on everyone. And Travis Scott was there. I was like, turning.
Nice.
It was fun.
Awesome.
Yeah,
awesome.
It was a good little rep.
So again, see us 3 to 5 today at Bonnie Bray Liquor. Always appreciate the time, Tyson.
Yeah,
Thank
thanks
you
for
so
having me,
much.
guys. It was great.
All right,
Anytime.
back after this.
Hey, you want to gussy up your patio? You want some furniture out there for the summer months here in Denver? You know there's nothing better than summer in Colorado. Flatirons, Fire, and Design. They have a little bit of everything to do exactly that. Whether you want an outdoor pizza kitchen, some outdoor furniture, maybe a sauna, throw that in the corner. They not only have it, they build it. They bring your people out there, and they put it together right in front of you. You don't have to touch a finger. 10 to 15% off all fireplaces right now if you're interested. Altitude Sports listeners get that deal. Just mention my name. Say Vic sent you. Stay warm as long as this weekend proceeds because it's supposed to get cold. Visit the showroom at 53rd and Bannock or do it online at flatironsfire.com.
Hey, this is Brett Kane. Ever wonder why Fanatic Sportsbook is America's fastest online growing sportsbook? Well, the other sportsbooks, their rewards are the same old, but Fan Cash is the ultimate sports currency, and betting with Fanatics lets you stack that Fan Cash. With the Fanatic Sportsbook, up to 10% on that Fan Cash back on your wagers, win or lose. And unlike points that expire, you can spend your Fan Cash on official team gear across every team and league, collectibles, exclusive experiences, and it's all on Fanatics.com. Fan Cash unlocks value you can't get with other sportsbooks, so convert your Fan Cash to profit boosts, and you can even bet with it too. And with all these playoffs coming up with the Nuggets and Avs, it's the perfect time with that Fan Cash. You are getting access to the world of sports every time you bet with the Fanatic Sportsbook. Switch to a sportsbook that will always give you more to play with. Download the Fanatic Sportsbook app today. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 and older. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Offer not available in all states. Terms apply. See the Fanatic Sportsbook app. All right, big thanks to Tyson Barry. Tonight, all things will be decided for who the Avs are going to play in that first round.
For whom the bell tolls.
We'll get to that in a second because I have something else I would like to discuss.
What's that?
The Nuggets. And I just saw an article on ESPN this morning. Here's the headline. Top 50 most impactful players in the NBA playoffs. Remember, this does not say the best players, but impactful. Would it surprise you that they have Aaron Gordon ranked above LeBron James? They have him ranked above Anthony Edwards and above Kevin Durant.
Well, did you see last year's playoffs? How impactful was Aaron Gordon? He had the last-second dunk in L.A. He had the 3 to beat the Clippers. He came back on one leg for Game 7 against OKC. I should say OKC is where he had the 3. He was very impactful. I mean, he was the difference maker in a lot of those games.
Bingo. And here's their little blurb, Moj, on Aaron Gordon. Gordon played a career-low 36 games this season because of recurring leg injuries, but the Nuggets have a chance to win another title as long as he can stay on the court. Denver had a plus 19.8 net rating when Gordon shared the court with Nikola Jokic. When Jokic played without Gordon, it was a plus 7.7. I think that I've made this comparison before, Moj, but I think it's the truth. When Val Nichushkin plays for the Avs are a much better hockey team. He will never get an all-star nod. He will never be somebody that's mentioned among the top 25 players in the NHL, but he is incredibly important to your makeup as a team. Aaron Gordon is the perfect example of that. He's not going to get these accolades. He's not going to be mentioned in the same breath as top 25, top 30 players in the league, but his impact on your winning for this roster is immeasurable. He's that good.
Mm-hmm. I was going to save this for tomorrow, but I'm going to do it now. I spent the week in Minnesota, as you guys well know. I was at the Mayo Clinic doing some stuff for my health, and I was around a lot of people that are Minnesota fans. I'm walking around with my Nuggets hat and my Nuggets shirt, so obviously out to start debates.
Dude,
stir debates.
Yeah, but you're doing that amongst people who are supposed to help you.
I know, but it's just a topic.
Okay.
Let's talk basketball. Ironically, my doctor is an Oklahoma City fan, so that caused a little bit of a problem.
You know what I like to say before my surgeon starts operating?
Mm-hmm.
How's your wife and my kids?
Yeah, that's always.
That one time,
very effective.
Oh, I got it. Why do I have a story?
No, hang on.
for
Let me continue.
I know.
Let me continue. Go ahead.
So I'm watching and I'm reading, and I was reading the Minneapolis Star Tribune. Is that what they call that? And there's a lot of talk about how Minnesota can sneak up and beat the Nuggets. They consider the Nuggets a better team, obviously this time around. But as I've said before, Minnesota doesn't fear Denver, and I've dropped it to this. This is what I think is going to happen, and what I believe is going to happen. The winner of Game 1. And normally this is not the case, but I really believe the winner of Game 1 will win this series. The end. The end. You win Game 1, you will win the series. Very, very few times is a series limited to the first game, but I believe it's going to come down to the first game. The first game.
Well, you know what's funny, Vic? You said something a few days ago that literally the more I think about it, I think it's inarguable what you said.
About doubling Anthony Edwards?
Yeah, and I think it's all about, does Anthony Edwards have the mental fortitude over a 7-game series to continue to make the correct basketball play instead of being the guy? And I have a perfect clip that I think exemplifies that. This is him being asked, is Denver and Minnesota a rivalry?
A number of times you've seen Denver over the last few years. Would you call it a rivalry at this point between you and Denver?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. I don't think there's anything else to call it but a rivalry. Yeah.
Is that good for the league? You don't see a lot of rivals in the league anymore. Do you think that's good for the league?
I think there's a lot of rivalries in the league
Think
now.
so?
Yeah, for sure. I think me and Denver is one of them.
Did he say me and Denver?
He said, I think me and Denver is one. Not us in Denver, me. Take that mindset and really hit it with a cattle prod as much as you can in this series. Force him to be a distributor instead of a scorer and see if that thing that's in his head, how long is that going to last before he starts chucking up awful shots?
Vic, we talked about this a couple days ago, and you were out, obviously.
Me in Denver.
I know. It's unbelievable. But, Vic, you were so right about double-teaming Ant from the get-go. And then what you're going to do as the game wears on and the series wears on, he's going to have to get his at some point, right? It's going to be frustrating to him. And I think the fact that he's going to try and, I don't want to say ball hog, but get his, or I'm sure he feels I have to score for my team to win, you're going to throw him off his game. And you're going to force him and force them into a style that they don't want to win with.
Hold on. Did he just say me and Denver?
He did, yes.
Go ahead, Nelly. Go and just take the last part of that.
What are we doing there? Boy, Anthony Edwards loves himself some Anthony Edwards.
Yes, he does.
I mean, I honest to goodness, I always thought, this is cute. This is a good young kid that's going to really, the game is going to shine because he's so energetic. The more I listen to him, dude, he really is in love with himself.
I think it's a lot of rivalries in the league now.
so?
Yeah, for sure. I think me and Denver is one of them.
Me. I'm telling you, that to me is a weakness begging to be exploited. There is no way, Vic, over the course of a 7-game series, that if you throw, what you're talking about, you double him every time he touches the ball, that he will have the mental fortitude to continue to make the right play. He just won't.
I want you to package this however you want. So I went back and I looked at the games here in Denver and why he considers Denver a true rival. And he is not a very good loser, Anthony Edwards. The one loss he had in Denver this year, because one game he didn't play, the one loss he had in Denver, do you remember what happened at the end of that game? Do you guys remember the overtime game, Christmas night? Do you remember how he left that game? Do you remember what happened?
No.
He got ejected because he fouled out, he did something, got ejected, got 2 quick texts, and as he's leaving the court, he's calling each referee a word. And so he got clapped off the court from the crowd. The year before, he didn't lose to Denver. He didn't lose in the regular season. The year before that, do you remember the final game on the way to the Nuggets winning an NBA championship? Do you remember what he did on the way up the court?
Chair. Through the chair, yeah.
He is not a good loser. He's an awful loser. He's a loser.
Yep.
That's what he is.
Ought to play for the Clippers.
No, I'm serious. And it's a problem. If you beat him and he doesn't get his way, watch what he does. Watch how he responds.
Sure. He's very much somebody that, look, to a certain extent, you like a guy who hates losing like that. You do like it. But I think that, again, you can get inside the head of somebody who reacts that way.
Hardman writes, being a bad loser is okay. I don't mind bad losers. I'm a bad loser. Throwing a chair at a security guard, not a good loser.
I don't know. I don't know.
She got in the way.
Yeah, I don't know if he threw it at her. He threw a chair and then it hit her.
You want to see the video?
No, Vic, I'm saying I don't think he threw a chair with the intent to hit somebody with
obviously
a chair.
no intent.
That's all I'm saying.
No intent at all. But
I know,
boy,
I know it did hit her.
He paid a pretty good settlement for that.
Oh, yeah, he did.
Sure he did. He's also the same guy. Was it after Game 6 in the series that you lost in 7? Did he say "bring your ass" or something like that? Didn't he?
He's not a good winner either. Do you remember what he said after they did beat the Nuggets in 7? Do you remember what he said about Jamal? I shut down Jamal Murray.
Yeah.
This is going to be awesome, dudes. This is going to be.
Do you remember
awesome.
how he was rubbing it in on the Nuggets after they won that Game 7?
He was doing the suck it sign to the entire crowd in that fourth quarter. Remember that?
Oh, yeah, I do remember that.
And, Brett, the thing you were referring to is he was doing a hit on Inside the NBA, and Chuck was like, we ain't never been taking this show to Minnesota in like 30 years. And then Ant said, well, then bring your ass.
Yeah.
He said that to Chuck.
I really think that this is a guy, and here's the video, by the way, of the chair incident. So he chucks
security
it,
guard,
and it smokes.
Hits her right in the back of the right. I mean, right in her back.
Yep.
It's terrible.
Yeah.
That is somebody you can get in between the ears of, and they
totally
have
agree.
to.
Totally agree. He's too emotional.
Yep.
And I think you double him from the get-go. You make life so hard on him from the get-go, and you just tell him from game 1, you're not going to beat us.
Right.
If we're going to lose this game, we're going to lose it to DiVincenzo. We're going to lose it to Naz Reid. We're going to lose it to Julius Randle.
Him nuts. He's going to lose it if you do that.
And on the flip side, you dare Jokic, hey, you are not going to be allowed to score. We're going to do everything in our power to stop you from scoring in this series. You know what Jokic says?
Good.
Okay.
Fine.
Okay.
Yeah. Jamal.
Then he'll score.
Yep.
And he'll score. And he'll score. I think if teams are smart, you are not going to stop Jokic from dominating you. It's just not going to happen.
I'm worried. I'm worried about two things. I'm worried
okay,
about.
Save it. Save it.
Okay.
We'll get back to it in just a second.
Hey, save it, will you?
Got another keyword, a chance to get you in the building Saturday. Another keyword coming your way next. Hey, this is Brett Kane, and Fanatics Sportsbook is America's fastest online sportsbook. Why? Because the other ones, they reward the same old. But Fan Cash, it's the ultimate sports currency. And betting with Fanatics lets you stack that Fan Cash. The Fanatics Sportsbook gives you up to 10% Fan Cash on every wager, win or lose. If you're like me, it's probably a lot of losses, and it doesn't matter. You get 10% back anyway. Unlike points that expire, you can spend your Fan Cash on team gear across every team and league, collectibles, exclusive experiences, all of that on Fanatics.com. But Fan Cash unlocks the value you can't get with other sportsbooks. Convert your Fan Cash to profit boost. You can even bet with it. With Fan Cash, you're getting access to the world of sports every time you bet with the Fanatics Sportsbook. Switch to a sportsbook that always gives you more to play with. Download the Fanatics Sportsbook app today. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 and older. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Offer not available in all states. Terms apply. See the Fanatics Sportsbook app. It's a playoff ticket Thursday. Your chance to win tickets to see Game 1 against Minnesota on Saturday. Text the keyword kitchen. Right in your kitchen. With your first and last name to 303-504-0925, and you're entered. The Wilhite Law Firm gives you chances to win big on and off the court. Visit them at wilhitewins.com. But again, this hour's keyword is kitchen, and I have no idea what any of these keywords are relating to.
Wait. It was office and what else?
Office, camera, and kitchen so far. Playing Minnesota. Timberwolves.
Timberwolves.
Don't know.
The other thing I want to remind Nuggets fans, when they did win here in the most devastating game in Nuggets history, and I will not, nobody will tell me different. I am the authority on this, whether you like it or not. The worst loss in Nuggets history was that Game 7 loss to Minnesota. Ever. In the history of this organization.
A 20-point lead at home, I mean,
and nothing comes close. Given the circumstances, given what it cost them, given the pain, given everything, that was the worst loss in the history of the NBA Denver Nuggets. This will not be a debate. The end. Remember it. Remember Jaden McDaniels trying to dunk late. Remember that?
Jaden who?
Jaden McDaniels did dunk late.
No. He was stopped by KCP.
Oh, that's right. KCP stopped him. Yeah.
Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Just remember that stuff. Is all I'm saying. Remember it.
Well, I think they
let it fuel you.
I think they will. This to me feels like a Jamal Murray, almost like a Jamal Murray revenge tour. Like he's ready to have a revenge tour. That's what it feels like.
Julius Randle, by the way, talked about guarding Jokic, and who does he ask for help from?
Probably got to call God and talk to him for a little bit and, ask him for a few favors, but it's going to be a tough matchup. He's an incredible player. He does so much on the floor for that team, so it's going to be a battle, but, we prepare, we're ready for it.
I got to call God and ask him for a few favors.
I've always kind of liked Julius Randle.
I don't think he's very good.
I've liked it.
I mean, he's good. He's good. Don't get me wrong.
I've always kind of liked him as a dude. I didn't like him, obviously, as a Laker. And then he with the New York side. I didn't mind him in the East at all.
He's I don't think this Minnesota team is as good as the ones that they've had maybe the last couple of years. Doesn't mean that they're not a good team. Still, they are good.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think they have that same level. Like, I don't think that they were on cruise control, and that's why they're the 6th seed. I think they're just the 6th seed because they look like a 6th seed.
Vic, what percentage are you right now?
Huh?
Let me finish. What percentage are you right now of the unknown about the Denver Nuggets?
I think there's unknowns for both teams.
I mean, but about your team specifically, like going into 23, like there was very little that I didn't think I knew about the Denver Nuggets. I think I knew exactly who the hell they were, and they went and waxed. But this Nuggets team, I'm like, I believe they're deep. I believe they're on a revenge tour. I believe all this stuff. But, man, I worry about AG and PY. I just don't know what I don't know about this club. A lot's going to be found out Saturday and beyond.
Before I answer that question, let me answer one of the texts that came in from 6268, who wishes to debate what I said and contends that the Oklahoma City loss Game 7 was worse than the Minnesota loss. What the hell are you talking about? One was at home and you're up by 20. The other one, you're minus 2 players, essentially.
Dude,
it's not even close.
The OKC Game 7, the only thing that sucked about that is it was immediately over. Like, you didn't have a second of fun watching the game. But that was like, you trotted out a roster. It's like that scene from Monty Python, The Holy Grail, where they chopped the dude's arms and legs off.
Close.
It's like that was the roster you had going into that game.
Now, as for my questions with the Nuggets going into the series, I always have concerns because I'm a fraidy cat. That's how I deal with this stuff. I am concerned that we're 2 days away from this game and they still haven't cleared Peyton Watson and Spencer Jones. That's concerning to me. I don't know if this is just strategery. I don't know if they're just playing the game, just waiting. But that is concerning because I think you have to have all hands on deck here. I do. And to say, well, they'll be fine without him. No, they won't. No. You need as many defensive wings as you can get in this series. You do. So that concerns me.
Yeah.
And the other thing that concerns me is, all right, somebody's, what is Vic talking about? It's completely subjective.
Finish your point.
It's not subjective. It's not subjective. That is not a subjective. That's not subjective. The worst loss was that Game 7 loss. There's nothing subjective about it. It's completely objective. I just changed subjective to objective. Anyway. And the status of Aaron Gordon, like, can you play him 37, 38 minutes now?
Look, man, I don't know.
By the time we get to Game 1, most of these guys have had 10 days off of basketball games. 10 days, okay? Because they didn't play the final 2 games of the regular season. You've had a week and a half to get ready. At some point, your body's going to break down or it's not, and you just got to go. And I would agree with you that if there was some magic formula to if Aaron Gordon plays less than 34 minutes a game, then Aaron Gordon will be healthy. If you told me that with a guarantee, I'd be, all right, then we'll find a way to limit how many minutes he gets. I can't do that because there is no guarantee. And he's too important to winning. He's just too important. And at this point, you just roll the dice, man.
Brett, Moj, can I ask you? You know, it just hit me, too. You can't lose the series. You can't lose this series. Moj, you can't lose this series.
I completely agree.
If you were to lose this series, it would be devastating.
In more ways than one.
Yeah, you can't lose this series.
Hey, you want to expand on that?
I think you blow things up.
I'm not saying you blow things up, but if you lose this series, there are so many questions. So many questions. That remain unanswered. You can't. And I don't want to think that way because I think the Nuggets are going to win this series. I really believe whoever wins Game 1, just take control there and don't mess around. Now, it's going to be close. You're going to have some anxious moments as usual, but there's no way they can drop this series moving forward. It would reset things to the point where you're wondering what is going on here.
If they do, I think that you need to have a serious discussion about what you do with Aaron Gordon. And it's nothing like he's Mr. Nugget. He has done everything that you could possibly ask a player to do. He's been the best locker room guy you could ask for. He's been the best version of player of himself you could ask for. But if you can't trust a guy to stay on the floor, then what do you do with that? I mean, that becomes the next thing.
Yeah. And the more I think about it, there was a lot of, we talked about this 3 weeks ago. We said, who would you not want to play? And I think we all agreed Minnesota. The more I think about it, screw that. Play Minnesota. Play Minnesota. And you know what? If you can't beat Minnesota, what are we doing here?
I totally agree.
Hey, you know what's weird? Like,
right?
When we kept
Is
asking
that fair?
when we kept asking that, like, who do you want to play? Who do you not want to play? I honestly didn't really have a preference. I don't really see any of these teams being way above another, way tougher of a matchup than another. I think they're all pretty similar.
Well, it's this is not an up and coming team. This isn't a team on the growth, on the rise, on the whatever.
It's not a typical 6 seed.
Correct.
You're talking about Minnesota, right?
Yeah, correct. That is correct.
It's not a typical 6 seed at all.
But at the same time, Vic, if you're the Denver Nuggets, having won a championship before, you're totally right, guys. If they can't beat Minnesota, then they've got way more problems that need to be addressed in this window, and quickly. I mean, if they can't beat Minnesota, hell, if you can't get to the West Final against OKC, then you've got issues.
You said Minnesota like Jesse the Body Ventura. Minnesota.
I just think whatever ghosts you may have from the past, and some might say they've been taken care of during the course of the regular season where you've taken 3 out of 4. That's fine. You have to eliminate Anthony Edwards from the equation. And he is coming in with a bit of an injury issue, right, with his knee. Don't know if he's 100%. So before doubling him right away, Brett, let me resurface my suggestion. I might try and see just where he stands, where he is physically, health-wise. and just maybe go solo for a while until he starts to hurt you, and then bring the double.
Could I ask you a question? When something you said this isn't a typical 6 seed. What does that mean?
Well, look at the Eastern Conference. The 6th seed in the Eastern Conference is Atlanta.
Well, the West and the East have had a giant chasm between those two for like a decade. But hang on. Last year here, do you know who the 6th seed was last year?
Who?
Minnesota.
Yeah. And they got to the Western Conference Finals.
The 6th seed the year before that was Phoenix. That was that Durant Phoenix team. The 6th seed the year before that was Golden State.
Yeah.
The 6th seed the year before that was the Nuggets. Like, I think they are kind of like a 6 seed. Now, a Western Conference 6 seed, I should say, not the East, the West. Like, there is no planet that exists that this version of the Minnesota Timberwolves wins a title. Like,
all I'm
nothing.
saying,
I
all
don't
I'm
know,
saying,
man.
if you put Minnesota in the Eastern playoffs, I wouldn't be surprised if they won the entire East.
Oh, but I think that applies to a lot of. I think that you could say that about the Rockets. You could say that about the healthy Lakers.
That's why I say
the
they're not a
Nuggets.
typical. That's why they're not a typical 6 seed. They're not.
But I think in the Western
They're loaded.
Conference, I think in the Western Conference they kind of are.
You don't even know anything, do you?
They are
What are you talking
loaded.
about? I just gave you the list of teams that have been the 6th seed over the last few years. It feels a lot like them.
No, do you believe in the possibility of a multiverse?
I don't know what the hell you're talking about. I do wonder, though, how are they going to guard Joker? What are they going to do guarding Joker? Because as much as it is difficult to assign somebody to guard Anthony Edwards, are they going to put – if Rudy's one-on-one with Joker, it's toast.
What
are they going to do?
If Minnesota's smart, here's what I would do.
Mm-hmm.
If I were is it Flip Saunders, right? Wait,
Yeah.
Yes.
No, it's Flips.
Flips.
Jesus
Flip
God.
Saunders.
Finch.
Finch. Yes, sorry. If I were in charge, if I were Finch, then I am looking at Rudy and I'm saying, you got Joker. And even if Rudy looks at you and go, I can't. Yeah, that's not the point.
Mm-hmm.
Jamal's going to be the one that's not scoring.
I think I know what they're
would
gonna
put
do.
all of my resources on Jamal.
That's fine. I mean, but Jamal's better, much more refined than he was 2 years ago during that series.
True.
Remember, 2 years ago, he just did not have a good series. He's a much more patient guard. You know what I think they're going to do? This is just me thinking out loud. Do you see who they picked up at the deadline in one of those buyout contracts? Did you notice who they got? He had a chance to come to Denver, and he chose Minnesota. Do you remember?
Was it Middleton?
Kyle Anderson.
Or Kyle Anderson, slow-mo, yeah.
Slow-mo. I would not be shocked if they threw Kyle Anderson on Joker.
You know what? If you're playing a
I know.
buyout guy in the playoffs, then your team stinks, bro. If Tyus Jones sees a minute of postseason play for the Nuggets, we're in some trouble. Okay? If you're playing buyout dudes in the playoffs, you have no business being competitive at all.
But they have nobody to guard Joker because Rudy can't do it. Gobert is going to get toasted. Julius Randle can't do it. Nas Reed's tried. He can't do it. So are they just going to let Joker get in?
Wembanyama can't do it. It doesn't matter who you
what are you
are.
talking
That's
about?
the point.
I know, but most teams have a plan. You know, you see in Oklahoma City how they deal with Joker. They put a small on him and they do all
foul.
that business.
Kyle Anderson's got a weird hairline. His hair's weird. He's got 27 feet of forehead.
He's a weird player too.
He is.
I know you said he's better, but I still think your best strategy has nothing. Yeah, that's a
Look
weird
at
looking
that guy's weird looking head. You could show a movie on that forehead.
There is no benefit, I think, to try and game plan around getting Joker to not be Joker. It's not possible. He will figure you out, especially in a 7-game series. If we're talking about a one-off, then maybe you could do some things. 7 games, no matter what you throw at him, it'll take a game for him to dissect it and figure it out.
Vic, tomorrow I'm gonna need you. I'm gonna need a different Vic tomorrow. You're back and you're way too serious and analytical about this, and you're overthinking stuff. I'm going to need you to be a badass tomorrow morning. Excited.
He asked for my opinion on the series. And the other thing I think about this series, the difference is why I'm very, because I go from I'm worried about this to, I'm so secure about this. The Nuggets are just a much deeper team. They have players that they can go to, that they can rely on. When they lost 2 years ago in 7, Dude, remember what they tried to do in that Game 7? They emptied the tank. They emptied the chamber. They left everybody out there to finish that game. They didn't sub anybody. You remember that?
Yes.
Well, this year, they've got subs. They've got depth. They've got Tim Hardaway Jr., who usually owns Minnesota.
We were talking about this yesterday. I think they would be fools to not go 10, 11 deep. I really do. The whole point about trading Michael Porter Jr. was flexibility to deepen your roster. If they go into this postseason and they pare it down to 7 or 8 guys, I think that's ridiculous. I think you use Peyton Watson's going to play if he's healthy. No doubt, right? He's playing. Tim Hardaway Jr. is going to play. Bruce Brown is going to play. Everybody else is an unknown, but
And
I
Moser.
would absolutely use Valanciunas. I would absolutely use Julian Strawther. I would absolutely use Spencer Jones if you want a defensive boost.
Moser, time and place to clown around. These are the playoffs. All right, this is serious stuff. We're going to clown around tomorrow, and Frank Caliendo comes in studio. We have drunk takes and all that. Clown? You want to be a clown? Right now, we're breaking down the playoffs.
It's the NBA.
You got that?
But I think he's really in his own head right now. Look at his face. He's had nothing but time for the last 72 hours to think about this matchup.
We're not playing your little reindeer games.
Well,
we're not doing that. This is playoff talk.
Would you listen to the way he's
Let
talking?
the adults go.
Your clown to seriousness ratio it's too tilted on the serious side. We need to balance the scales.
You have been in your own head.
I need more clown.
You have zero. You couldn't find a red nose if your life depended on it right now.
We don't have any clowns.
Clown.
The hell does that mean?
What you'll clown,
no
right?
idea.
The clown nose.
Yeah, clown nose.
Yeah. Am I not making any sense here?
I'm just saying, you better match my serious nature on this. This is playoff week.
That's why I'm not talking,
Playoffs
because
start
I think you are being weird right now.
Go take a whiff of that Irish Spring.
Yeah, go sniff some
Get
soap.
yourself together.
God dang.
Ridiculous.
But I like it too.
Didn't know I signed up for class today.
I know, Jesus.
Sit down. I'm going to give you a dissertation
Whatever
on what needs to happen.
Whatever you say, Professor.
Everybody on the text line agrees. It's time to be serious.
Great insurance seminar. Can I have more, please? Christ.
Just showed up knocking at your door as Jehovah's Witness. He's like, do you have time to...
I know. Let's discuss auto policies. God. They're guarding on the perimeter. They need to switch quickly.
What was that topic you tried to
I'm
entertain
ready
us
to
with?
kick ass. See, I'm all about kicking ass. You're about analytics. I'm about kicking ass. Time to lay waste to that Minnesota ass. Time to Sunday, whoever the damn Avs are playing, time to lay waste to those fools.
I'll tell you what, I'm skewed on this because, when you do 3 hours of radio by yourself with none of your friends here, you kind of get out all your takes.
Oh, wait, what, you want a freaking cookie? You want a medal? What
Dude,
do you
I
want?
No.
I had a valid excuse. What was Moser's excuse?
Here's what happened. Nelly kept asking, do you want me to text Moj, call Moj, wake him up? And I go, no, let him sleep. And Moj goes, you did all that all by yourself? You didn't have anybody join you? I'm like, Moj, that is why
I am me and you're you. That's my line.
That's why. No, it's me.
Oh,
Hey.
my God.
Hey, so I was trying to listen to you, but I was in one of those tubes. Real quick, tell you the story. So you get in these tubes, and you're in there for like 45 minutes, right? You got to stay still. And you guys, when you fall asleep, do you ever dream and you move an arm, kick, or do something?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
So you got to stay perfectly still, and I had my arms behind me. You got to stay still. For some reason, I was dreaming about playing tennis, and I woke up hitting the tube like I was surfing.
Oh, my God.
So the guy comes out and goes, are you okay, mister? Oh, yeah, I don't know what happened. I go back to sleep again. Do it again. Wind up, hit a serve.
Dude, why does that happen? I fell asleep on the couch one weekend. I kicked my table. And because I was dreaming about something, I had to kick somebody or something. And I kicked my table, and I was like, mother. I go back to sleep, and I wake up, and I kick it again. Why am I kicking in my dreams?
Daydreams. I'm telling you, when you dream in the day, there's more movement.
Again, your keyword for this hour, a chance to get you in the building for game 1 against Minnesota, is kitchen. So text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Back after this. Oh, by the way, stories around sports in the world we feel like you should be aware of. Did you guys happen to see in the play-in game with the Magic in the Sixers last night, the woman sitting in the front row that took an errant pass right off the dome?
I didn't see that.
So it's not that bad. It's not like it really hurt the lady, but I think we need to make a new rule. As somebody who's never sat courtside at an NBA game but would very much love to.
Oh, it's awesome.
No phones. If I see another person enjoying that type of game day experience that is buried in their phone, I'm going to lose it.
The only one I can think of is the old lady who got buried right in the face and her glasses went flying. Nelly, can you bring up that video? Just Google old lady blasted in the face by a basketball. And you'll find the video.
You get courtside seats and you're looking at your phone?
I guarantee. Okay, let's see. Old lady blasted in the face by a basketball.
Be careful.
Yeah, no kidding. I'm so scared right now.
Okay, go down. It's an NBA game. No, Granny. What's this say? Granny has court fail? No, that's not it.
Wow, Moj.
Live Googling. Tremendous work.
Anyway, no phones courtside.
New rule. That's easier said than done. How are you going to post your social media that way?
You get it pregame. I take it once the game starts.
You haven't sat courtside. It's unreal. You will never want to go to another game again outside of courtside. It's like a different world.
And just to think, Vic, that one game, I could have put on my meta goggles and petted you while I was sitting courtside. That's all it took.
God.
Oh, when
the
I did
Lakers
that thing
game
for Apple? Yeah.
For Tim Apple. Still one of my favorite things ever. Everybody should be introduced as the company they own. This is Tyson Chili Ones.
What, this is Dave Launchpad?
Yes, exactly right. I think all of that should apply. Tim Apple. Anyway, how about this? I know this isn't sports related. We haven't brought this up, and I feel like we have to. Do you guys see that there's a civil war that's broken out amongst chimps? You seen this story?
I thought we talked about that already.
Have we?
I've talked to people about the chimp war, yeah.
What are you talking about?
There's two rival chimp factions that are at civil war somewhere in Africa.
Yes.
I leave for 2 days and I miss all the good news.
Science has just confirmed a rare and terrifying event in Uganda, the first documented civil war among wild chimpanzees. They have peacefully coexisted for decades, suffered a sudden rupture in its social bonds that divided community into two enemy factions. The division ignited a fight to the death where the primates planned coordinated attacks and selective murders against those who, until recently, were their own companions.
What's the source of this angst? Is it Netflix username and password?
I don't know. But this is like straight up Planet of the Apes stuff.
It comes from a site called Bro Bible by a guy named Slice Bread.
Imagine watching that right in front of you. Chimp gangs fighting each other?
It comes from a site called Bro Bible by a guy named Slice Bread.
Hey, listen, they're already smoking cigarettes.
Yeah, our girl Azalea over there.
I guess Civil War is probably the latest thing.
So a few other things here. Did you guys... Oh, here you go, Moj. This is what you're looking for.
Yeah.
Boom!
Oh! Look at her face. Look at her.
I don't look. It's not funny. An old woman gets smoked in the face.
What?
But try not to laugh.
That's pretty fun.
No, keep going. Look.
All right.
It's that one thing, like the slow motion stuff where somebody gets hit and the face rocks back, but the hair stays still for a second and then comes back with it.
You know what that reminds me of? That super slow-mo from like all World Cup soccer games?
Yeah.
Look at her. Right there.
Okay, yeah, got it.
I love it.
I got to know, by the way.
Go ahead.
Oh, by the way, one quick glance at the baseball standings, and the Dodgers have already won. I think they've secured a playoff spot already. My goodness, it's already over, isn't it?
Well, yeah.
Well, that was fun.
Well, the Dodgers are like, if we're going to lock out, we're going to give you a real reason to do a lockout. Yeah, they're 14-4. The Rockies, by the way, after going 500 at 6-6, have now lost 6 straight, so that's great.
That was a good run.
Yep. And they have
a run.
Getaway game against Houston today before they come back home. 7-game homestand against the Dodgers for 4 and the Padres for 3. Did you guys happen to hear Kawhi Leonard postgame last night after the Clippers were eliminated?
I'm glad you brought this up. I want to hear this, and then I got some commentary on Kawhi.
They are asking him, like, hey, what's your future in L.A. look like?
Mm-hmm.
You're going into the last year of the contract that you signed a couple years ago with the team. You are extension eligible. I was just wondering, is this a place that you would like to stay going forward into the future?
Let me cry about this loss a little bit more. We're going to have our discussions when that time comes.
Let me cry about this loss a little bit more?
I guess.
If you're Kawhi Leonard, and given what L.A. has done for you, what that owner and that organization has done, they've bent over backwards, literally. They're acrobatic to please you. They brought in your best friend because you demanded it. They gave you your own locker room, your own training staff. They gave you tree farming. They gave you everything you've ever wanted. Everything. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
And what have you given back? A play-in loss to a team that came on the road and didn't even want to win that game. What exactly is Kawhi Leonard? He's a great player, right? You watch him. He's a great player. But what? I think he's so overrated as a team player.
Well, that's true. I mean, he did take a Toronto Raptors team that was a perennial second-round exit, it felt like, with Kyle Lowry and DeMar DeRozan to a championship in 1 year. I mean, he is that level good. But I don't think he cares anymore. I think that's part of the problem. He just doesn't strike me as somebody who cares.
He played hard last night. I watched the game.
Yeah.
I'm still confused. Guys, how did L.A. lose that game? How?
I don't know.
I don't know, Vic. I don't know.
How?
Hey, would you guys be interested in this player? He's still a college guy, but the Broncos were looking for a tight end. How about a guy named Semi, like the truck, Semi Talonga? He plays for Utah. He is a 5'11", 311-pound tight end for Utah.
What?
Whose name is
There's
Semi.
no way.
Yes.
There's no way a guy is 5'11" and 3 bills and a tight end. No way.
Yes, he is. I want him on the Broncos. Give me that. If our tight ends are going to suck, then let's make them big and fat. Give me some entertainment along with it.
There's no way. No.
I'm telling you that's the truth. This isn't debatable. They have a 5'11", 311-pound tight end on their roster. Yes. Anyway, by the way, every day at 8:45, who's it brought to you by, Moj?
It's brought to you by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning.
Oh, by the way, Frank Caliendo is going to join us tomorrow.
At 9 o'clock.
And here's what I think we should do. We should all have him listen to our best voices, the voices we do best, and just sort of have him judge.
I need him to coach you.
Yeah, well,
to try and coach you
it'll
into
turn
doing
into that. It'll turn into coaching. But tomorrow at 9 o'clock, we'll have Moser do his Clinton. We'll have you do your, I like your Spanish.
Okay, well, it's not somebody in specifically, but I get it, yeah.
Yeah. Nelly, you can do Nelly. He did a great, what did Nelly do recently that was really
I don't know.
good?
Who's the biggest?
Wait, no, Frank Caliendo would know Todd Bowles. He knows who Todd Bowles is.
Okay, good. We'll have him do Todd Bowles. And then you just pick your assortment of characters you want me to voice.
How about you give me a little Malkovich? How about you do that for me? I'm better, stronger. All right, go ahead, Mike.
Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning, your local home comfort specialists. Vic, visit rockheating.com. That's ROCK heating.com. Rock.
Excuse me. I didn't know you had to read. Usually those happen during commercial breaks.
This is so beautiful. Finish your read, Moj. Oh, is it tough when somebody speaks in the middle of you trying to get a read out? Is that difficult? Did that create a difficult read for you, Moj, when somebody was talking in the middle of you trying to do a read? Is that what happened?
Wow, you've never done that before, Moj.
It sounds like somebody just got Mosered.
Rock, bring Coming Home and Simplifying Your Life.
Back after this. I was on my roof yesterday, and I had to put up a shutter. It was nice out. I kind of just wanted to stay on the roof. I do this every once in a while with a drink in my hand, and there's no better drink to do that with, especially with the weather turning, than a Surfside. I love these, whether it's the tea, the vodka lemonades. I'm on the raspberry lemonade kick right now. I think it's delicious, and you should pick it up because it's only 100 calories. It's 2 grams of sugar and no bubbles. You can crush these all summer long, whether it's on the golf course or at the arena for the playoffs, because they are the official partner of the Denver Nuggets and Colorado Avalanche. They're sold in arena and at bars, restaurants, and stores near you. Go grab yourself a Surfside. Must be 21 and older. Please drink responsibly. One last regular season game tonight for the Avalanche, and then we will officially know who they're going to play. And here's what's going to happen. The Avs are the latest game of the night. They play at 8. At 7 o'clock is Kings and Flames. At 6 o'clock is Ducks and Predators. And then, I guess, outside shot, very outside shot, at 7 o'clock as well is the Canucks and Oilers. So here's your scenarios.
Yeah, you want some goods? Give me the goods.
Here's some scenarios that you got. If the Anaheim Ducks win and the Edmonton Oilers win, you play the Kings. If the Kings win and the Ducks lose, you play the Ducks. It doesn't even matter if they scratch across the point. If both the Kings and Ducks win and the Oilers lose, you play Edmonton.
Huh? Wait, what? If both... Give me that. I don't want to play Edmonton. Give me that one again.
If the Kings and Ducks both win and Edmonton loses to Vancouver, the worst team in the league, you would play Edmonton.
If the Edmonton Oilers lose to Vancouver, they should be kicked out of the league. And I know what Vancouver...
The Avs lost to Vancouver.
Okay.
The Avs have 119 points. A little different.
Moser?
What just happened?
You get Moser mad. If you say anything...
The Avs lost to Vancouver.
It's
I
sports.
saw it. They put it on their ass.
Anything can happen in sports.
Okay, what I'm telling... You're right, Vic. You're right. What I'm telling you is the Edmonton Oilers have...
Vancouver just beat both Anaheim and LA, by the way. The two other teams in this game.
Yeah. They're all junk.
Hammer Shark.
Hammer.
Yeah, give us some more of that sharp analysis there, Moser.
The Avs had nothing to play for. They didn't give a rat's rip. Nobody cares. Like tonight, Edmonton has everything to play for.
Yeah.
So, by the way, do you want a little... let me give you the keys. Can I?
Do whatever it takes to win.
It's the Johnson Auto Plaza keys to the game. Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the plaza, where they have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used all in one place.
Johnson Auto Plaza.
Here's Moser, Lombardi, and Kane.
Vic, I'm going to give you 3 guesses.
Keys to the game. Kraken Avalanche, 8 o'clock, 92.5.
Okay. What league game is this? What number league game is this? This is the last game of the regular season in the NHL. The Avs and the Kraken. 8 o'clock puck drop. What game is it? How many NHL games have there been?
82? Huh? Is that what you're looking for?
What?
For all the teams combined.
Well, 82 times 32?
This is game 1,312.
So what? I mean, sir, that is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. So what?
Hang on. I want to see where this goes. Go ahead.
That's all I got.
What's your key?
Don't get hurt.
Have you ever heard somebody concoct the dumbest thing you've ever heard?
You know what the key is? Forfeit.
I mean, watch this. Hey, Moj.
Here's the key. Put Vic Lombardi on skis and throw his ass out there.
You mean to tell me one of your keys was just simply taking all the teams in the league and multiplying by the games during the season? And that's your key?
Let me take that back. Boy, I hope everybody tunes into Altitude Television tonight to watch this game. It's a lot on the line. Avs have tied a franchise record with 119 points. They can set a new franchise record in points for a season if they get even 1 point tonight. How about that?
Keys to the game powered by Johnson Auto Plaza. Get selection, service, and incredible savings on Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC all at one location. Experience the power of the plaza at Johnson Auto Plaza. I just thought about something. Because you guys on TV, as I've said before, and I don't know if you'll admit it, Moj, Vic, you have. You guys are frauds on television. You guys are fake.
I'm doing the game tonight in a Speedo. I'm doing
100%.
I'm doing the game in a Speedo.
You show none of your real personality on TV. You're trying to be a professional.
Who's closer to their real personality?
No doubt
when
it's
they do
you.
TV?
No doubt.
At least I'm somewhat myself.
So
Moser's a different human being.
So listen, hang on.
Welcome back, everybody.
No, Moj. I at least have fun. You're like ultra serious Moj.
Hold on a second, because this is what I thought about. It is going to be the most classic version of fake and phony Moser you're ever going to get. Because here's what's going to happen. 8 o'clock's going to roll around, and they're going to play that song. Dun, 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 and Moser's going to do this. welcome to Ball Arena for a massive Avalanche game tonight against the Kraken.
Dude,
he's going to try and hype that game up so much for a game he doesn't care about and nobody cares about.
The syrup coming out of his mouth tonight will be painful.
You will be such a
just
fake.
a devastating matchup of two behemoths in the league to close a season of the ages. Oh, yeah, you're going to get all that crap.
A huge opportunity for the Avs tonight. Set a franchise record in points against the very difficult Seattle Kraken.
Oh, God, yeah.
You can hear it all right here.
Hey,
the
wait
battle.
for his first goal call on a game that doesn't matter tonight.
You are going to be such a fraud, homie.
Seattle's lost 5 in a row on the road. They got drilled last. Seattle's playing in a back-to-back. You think they want to play this game? They had to fly from Vegas to Denver. They're all in their heads. They're already in Cancun. You think they want to be here?
Hey, Brett, when he turns to his partner.
Hey, Brett, check this out.
Riker, this game will have grand implications on the playoffs.
Oh, Moj, I cannot wait. I mean, that's what you're going to get.
And you got to go to your bedroom 2 minutes for being bad.
I'll tell you what. Since nobody cares, let me call the game tonight.
Please.
I know.
Yeah, do it.
Let me call the game in Italian. Let's make it fun.
Give me some Italian. Give me a preview. Italian goal call there. Go ahead.
Goal!
Okay, so no Italian. Just a bad accent. That's all it's going to be.
Seriously, if there's ever a time to have fun on a broadcast, tonight would be it. But instead, we're going to get Moser ultra dramatic and syrupy.
Wait.
This lays the groundwork for a playoff run like no other.
Moj, I'm going to do your job for you. I have an idea for tonight that you have to do. This is a great idea. Please. This is a whose line is it anyway game. The points are made up, or what is it?
Where everything's made up and the points don't matter.
That's what this is. It doesn't matter. You need to wear Riker type of suit. Riker needs to wear your type of suit.
Score.
You need to show up in flamboyant, checkered colors, everything mismatching. That's what I need out of you. I want this to be opposite day.
Dude, you've broken him. Look at him. You've broken him.
Spins.
Because he has no comeback, because he knows it's all true.
Exactly. Look at
He
you.
knows that he goes into this game show host mode, and you can't take him out of it. You can't. There's nothing you can do.
And it's not just you. McGahe's going to do the same thing. Welcome to Altitude Sports Radio, where it's the force of nature versus the monstrous sea creature, or whatever he does. Yeah.
A game you do not want to miss.
Don't miss any of the action. Huge game tonight.
The ramifications tonight will go so deep.
I talked to Nathan McKinnon this morning. He was drinking beers with Tyson Barry. Look at the silence from this guy.
I'm just letting you guys have your fun.
I've gotten to your core.
And he told me I was too serious for a playoff game. I mean, a serious playoff game. Tonight you got an exhibition game, bro.
Can you at least,
what are you going to do?
Can you at least do the Riker thing that I was talking about? Can you do that? Wear one of his suits. Wear one of his suits. You guys dress opposite. You be the crazy guy. He's the guy who's all buttoned up.
No, it's not a clown show, Joe.
It is a clown
show.
show.
It's a clown show.
Then fine. I'm doing the game in a Speedo. I'll wear Riker's crap.
Nathan McKinnon said on that microphone yesterday, that one that you're sharing right now, that one, he said, I am so happy that Nate just got 100 points so we don't have to play tomorrow.
Yep.
That's what he said.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this. What do they do?
I completely agree with him.
How do you play the game of hockey when your only goal is to, A, not get hurt, B, just have the clock run out? I mean, how do you do that?
Vic, I got to go back and look at the box score in Calgary. I want to see how many hits were recorded in that game. Because I don't think any. I don't remember one guy hitting another guy at all.
Are both teams like, do they make an agreement? Hey, let's just chill. Let's chill.
I mean, I don't know why this game even has to be. Well, I know why it has to be played.
Wait. What are the ramifications for Seattle?
For some fans going tonight, Vic, this may be the only game they go to all year long. You know what I mean?
Well, you picked the wrong game. Sorry. What are the ramifications for Seattle?
Nothing. I mean,
okay.
Lottery balls.
I tell people this all the time. Like people that go to late NBA games and they're like mad because the Stars don't play. I'm like, well, you shouldn't choose a game in the final week of the season.
because usually that's when guys are resting.
Let's
That's
see.
sort of on you.
The Avs had 9 hits the other night. The Calgary Flames were credited with 13. The Avs will have 9 hits in the first 5 minutes on Sunday.
I know, dude.
I was going to say over under 3.5 blocked shots tonight. Nobody wants to stay in front of a puck. No one. By the way, McGahee called us a dirty word, Vic. He texted us.
Let me see what he says, because he's probably not going to use it tonight.
Jesus. Connor, I got your back.
Yeah, Connor's going to start the game. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, tonight's game will live forever in the hearts and minds of hockey fans
In fact,
worldwide.
Moj, could you actually do that? Could you actually, in like that initial, what do they call it? The intro to the game or whatever? I mean, really dial it up. Like this game has everything on the line. Like that would actually be funny. If you took it so serious and you're like,
just go off the
if
page.
they don't set the franchise record in points, an absolute disaster of epic proportions.
But what you guys are basically saying,
do your job different than you do it.
By the way, Erin Slack is going to get all over your bacon. She's all over you, Vic. You're
Why?
going to be in trouble.
Why?
Because you're. By the way, everybody tune out tonight. Don't watch the mother trucking game. Nobody gives a rat's rip. Vic Lombardi's going to be your top line center tonight. Skate around without a prostate. Stick handling in the corner by himself. Handling his own stick in the corner.
If you want me to watch, give me a reason to watch. And Brett's given you several reasons.
How about Moser in a Speedo? That's a good reason.
No, not you. But the way you bring us the game, I want you to go over the top serious.
You're telling me that we aren't funny on a game-by-game basis?
I want you to be over the top tonight.
Hang on. I want, if Seattle takes a 1-0 lead, this is what I want your goal call to be. Okay, who's going to score for Seattle? Give me a name.
Matty Beniers.
Beniers shoots. No! I want you to lose.
Seriously, if the opposing team scores, I want you to go into a freaking fetal position. I want you to tell Johnny, take over. I don't know if I can finish.
Hey, listen, Seattle's in town tonight. It's going to be a really tough game. What do you want me to do? Tell people not to watch tonight?
This is what you get.
Do you want me to curse tonight? No. The first time ever?
Hey, I want you to know what it's like
If they score, just shout the F word? I mean, what do you want from me?
I want you to know what it's like. Because in the first segment of the show, we open up the show by talking about how great the play-in games have been in the NBA. And your reaction was what, Brett? What did he say when we mentioned the play-in games?
He thought it was stupid.
You said they're dumb, they don't matter. Those are playoff games. If those don't matter, what the hell's tonight?
Hang on.
I couldn't agree more.
To answer your
question. But I can't say that.
To answer your question, Moj. Yes. I absolutely want you to throw a giant F-bomb out there if Seattle scores. That's exactly what I want.
Connor just gave me this copy. Can you imagine if Moser or Connor, you're a great writer. You always have been. Greatness is difficult to quantify. It's a sense, a feeling. It is defined by great moments and none missed. And tonight at Ball Arena, that's the kind of drama I want from your mouth tonight. Right there.
Well, hey, Vic, speaking of drama, we were all so busy roasting Moser that we completely forgot to have on Jeff Legwald, and he was kind enough to push to next segment.
No.
So Leggy is going to join us at 9:20.
I'm sorry, Jeff.
Oh, we were supposed to have Jeff on?
Yeah, Thursday.
Well, you know what? I think everybody would agree roasting Moser for 15 minutes was much, much more entertaining. Sorry, Jeff, but anytime we get a chance to roast,
well, he'll join us next,
Moser.
so maybe we could give Jeff Legwald a super duper intro.
Texter says puck dumped softly in the corner, and you can feel the tension building. Anyway, 303-504-0925. Sorry, Jeff.
Hey, is Bedsy going to be there tonight? Serious question.
I have absolutely no idea.
God, man, I wonder have you talked to him? How's he feeling?
I've just texted with him. I haven't talked to him. Man, the guy's got a broken face in his cornea.
I know, dude.
I'm not. Let him have his rest.
Did you bring up the Phantom of the Opera idea?
No, I did not. But that's a great. I mean, I want that so
good
bad.
Idea.
I
a
really
good idea.
want that.
All right, Jeff Legwold, and your final keyword to get you in the building Saturday for Game 1 against Minnesota next.
Vic Lombardi for Mile High Aeration. They've been in business in the Denver metro area since 1987. Family owned, family operated. The phone number is 303-778-1000. The website, milehighservices.com. What they do is fix your grass. Not all lawn aeration is the same. It's not. They use heavy machinery. They pull deep plugs. They make sure that fertilizer gets down in there. So if you want your lawn green, Mile High Aeration. Once again, 303-778-1000 or milehighservices.com.
It's a playoff ticket Thursday. Your chance to win tickets to see Game 1 against Minnesota on Saturday. Text the keyword library right now to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name, and you're entered. The Will Hite Law Firm gives you chances to win big on and off the court. Visit them at willheitewins.com. But again, this hour's keyword is library. We are now joined by Jeff Legwald of ESPN.com. My apologies, Jeff. We got too caught up in yelling at Moser. I'm sorry.
Well, that happens. That happens.
We were just talking about how Moser's got to put on this professional voice and call this game tonight for a game that even the Avalanche don't care about. How does he sell it?
That's a tall order. You don't sell it. You lean into it.
That's what I was saying. You either do that or you go so over the top intense with the game that it becomes like a knock on itself. Now, Jeff, do you know anything about what Aqib Talib is hinting at with another move on the horizon? Because the last time he did this, the Jalen Waddle trade went down. Do you know anything of what he's talking about?
Well, I mean, there's all kinds of things swirling out there among even league people, and this is that time. So we'll see if my friend Aqib has, the legit sources, or if he's caught up in the swirl, or the bus, as Sean Payton calls it, the train, as he calls it. But, yeah, I mean, you could, I'm not, we're a week out. You could name almost anything that could happen, and you can find one or two people that will tell you, oh, yeah, I've heard a little about that, and it's just that time. So, I will say, if the Broncos are going to make a substantial move, they don't have a lot of draft capital to do it. So you're talking about players on the roster, all of those things. The one thing I've confirmed that is intriguing is they had Omar Cooper in here for a top 30 visit. He's a wide receiver from Indiana.
It's good.
A wide receiver who has a first-round grade from almost every team I've spoken to. So you don't bring a top 30 player in for just no reason. And he has had a top 30 visit with the Denver Broncos. So you trade for Jalen Waddle, you would see, and you say publicly, we like our wide receiver room, we're not going to do anything. And then you bring Omar Cooper in for a visit. I am intrigued by that. That's what I have my eye on. If you're asking me about tea leaves and all of that, but that player has a first-round grade. I have him at 20, so that's way ahead of 62 by my math. So I'm no good at math, but I'm pretty sure 20 is way in front of 62.
You'd have to give away a lot to move up there, though. I mean, wouldn't you have to attach a current player?
A player, that's what I'm saying. They don't have the draft. They got no third-round pick this year. They got no first-round pick. They got no draft capital. And if you give up 2027 picks, you're doing something almost nobody in the league thinks is a good idea right now, because that draft is projecting to be stacked for day one and day two at minimum. So that only sort of leaves an existing player on the roster. So, again, nothing may happen because calls get made and prices are too high and all of that. But it is intriguing to me. That's the one player they've brought in. I have confirmed roughly 27. That's the only player on the list with any sort of first-round grade from anybody.
Did you just inadvertently give away a spot in your rankings? Omar Cooper at 20.
I said last week you guys could get a couple, but
yes,
that is one I gave you above 40 or whatever. But
that's rare. That's a rare.
It's a rare nugget.
But. Yeah, I don't like how you mentioned that out loud. I was going to let that slide and try and get another one at the end. I am going to get another one at the end.
Way to ruin it, Moj. We were looking for a second.
Yeah, we'll see. Proprietary information,
Are we going too hard in the paint on Moj right now?
No,
I'm sorry.
I'm fine.
Okay.
You're killing him.
I have a hole.
Guys
I have a hole, and my hole's going to shut.
Wow. Just one?
No,
For right
now,
now.
Legwold's even coming in.
For right now.
Jeff, on top of that, I don't know if this has been the case. It feels like this, maybe I'm wrong, that in recent years, it feels like player acquiring trades happen during the draft more than usual. Am I wrong? Like when guys are trading picks for guys. You know what I mean?
Well, it's, the old saying, deadline spurs action. And,
Yeah.
And you've got to, like free agency, you've got to be under the cap to do the draft, so that sometimes a player involved in a trade helps you get all of that handled in a way you like. Like if you pick up picks that are going to influence your draft pool against the cap, then you got to do some things sometimes because teams are so close to the edge. But usually it's just the threat of the deadline. The draft is happening. People are on the clock, and it actually forces things. For the last week or so, every team in the league, including the Broncos, have made an array of calls to see what might be available, who might be interested in moving. All of those things happen, and every team does it. So when you see all those stories, listening for offers, yeah, all 32 teams are doing that right now. It's sort of like asking a guy at the combine if he spoke to the Broncos. They talk to everybody. That's just how it works.
Jeffrey, I read your most recent post here on ESPN.com, and you're talking about linebacker for the Broncos. Jonah Ellis now making the move to that inside backer position. Does that mean that all bets are off with them going after a linebacker in round number 2? Is Jacob Rodriguez still a candidate?
I'm not sure he'd be there, Vic, at 62. He's an awfully good player.
Okay.
But yeah, I think the board may may point them to a linebacker, but if they stay at 62, I think linebacker, defensive lineman will probably be the highest value players when it comes around to 62. If one of those tight ends happens to fall into the 50s, I could see them trying to sneak up if they liked either one of them. They had them both in for visits, Claire and Stowers. They had both those guys in. So I think if either of those guys fell into the 50s, they'd have to take a hard look at it.
Hey, Jeff, what are we doing with these replacement referees, the replacement officials?
Not a good idea.
I don't think so either, but I guess the league is, quote, onboarding. It means they're bringing them in and they're putting them in the system and background checks and all that kind of thing. Are we really going to get to September and have replacement officials? Really? Really?
Yeah, Moshe, I think it's all about who's dug in with the most fervor. I mean, this is the league basically showing the officials union, hey, we're serious when we sit at the negotiating, or when we're negotiating, that we would do this. It's basically to be prepared if they don't get a deal, because you can't get all the way to September and not have a plan. So there is an element of that, being prepared, but the other element is the league basically saying, we're not giving you everything you want in this negotiation. And, for the union to have its ultimate negotiating power, unfortunately, it may take getting to games and having it not go well. Until then, the possibility of replacements is always going to be out there. I think if the players union gets more vocal as the season gets closer, I think the possibility of a deal goes up, in just my opinion. I'm no expert on labor negotiations, but I think if the players union made some noise, the closer the season got, the league would feel some pressure.
Jeff Legwald with us. All conversations with Leg Gear brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career. Seen some whispers about this, I suppose. I think the idea of it is intriguing, but when Aqib Talib threw that out there. I was trying to figure out, well, who would even be available if they were to make another, quote, bigger trade? Is Kyle Pitts staying in Atlanta this year, or would Atlanta consider dealing him, you think?
They've got an awful lot invested in him, and they keep saying he's a big part of things moving ahead. But, we've all watched Atlanta do business in the past. I'm not sure anything's off the table with them. I mean, they signed a quarterback for $100 million and then drafted a guy in the first round.
Yeah.
In the same years. So any team that will do that, I will say anything. And I'm not sure that's a solution player for the Broncos long term. His injury history is spotty. The production is spotty. I mean, it's I had him rated as highly as anybody when he came out into the draft, and that has not come to fruition. So
could that be an Atlanta problem?
Yeah, that's what, if you're the Broncos, that's what you'd have to decide. And I'm not sure, is that really a blockbuster move? I don't put him on that tier of players, but
yeah, but he's only 25 and he was so highly regarded, Jeff.
No, I mean, that's the thing. And a lot of times when teams make trades, you're seeing what their draft grade was 3 years before, 4 years before. That's a lot of the information they use when they do make deals. So yeah, I mean, that all matters. I'm just saying, in my, little pinhead brain, I'm not sure that qualifies as, that's a blockbuster. Yeah, he would help if healthy and everything, but I think it would take, I think the price would be pretty high. So I'd be intrigued to see what they, for any player of that, caliber level, I'd be intrigued to see what kind of package they put together, because they've spent an awful lot of time saying they like this depth chart just the way it is. And, another big swing in a trade that would include players sort of goes counter against all that.
You wrote a wonderful piece on the passing of a longtime NFL coach, Dave McGinnis. He was a head coach, assistant coach. He did a little bit of everything. He finished as a broadcaster. I got to know Dave in Arizona, and man, one of the more approachable figures I've ever come across. What's your best Dave McGinnis story?
I'm not sure I could tell him on the radio, but no, I knew Mac for 35 years probably. Just, I don't know, covered a lot of ground with him. And I tell people all the time, if I had to list the 20 funniest stories people have told me in my career, he had 10 of them probably, just because absolutely one of the funniest things. But there were several rides. He always had a car. He knew everybody. I'm not sure I've known anyone who absolutely knew as many people as Dave McGinnis did. And he always had this truck deal. He always knew somebody that wanted to lease him a truck or something so they could say Coach Mac, official truck thing of Coach Mac. And it was always a massive, it was just him.
One of those diesel trucks.
He didn't have kids with him or anything. It's just this giant truck. And he would make me drive that thing. And I don't have my glasses, and he just, and it was just comical. And he just hoot me the whole way. But absolutely, you talk about somebody who never had an off moment when he met people out in public. He just treated everybody how we should all treat everybody. And I guess that's what I'll remember the most is when I called him the mayor of everywhere. I used to say I was going to make T-shirts up for him, but going anywhere with him, like at the combine, would take 3 hours because he absolutely knew every single person in Indianapolis. Guys who park cars, waiters, cops on the corner. It didn't matter. It took you 3 hours to walk a block with him because he remembered every single person's name. That a skill beyond skills, I think.
Jeff Legwald, ESPN.com. Real quick, last two things. When does the top 100 drop?
Sunday.
All right. I'm not going to go high on this, okay? I'm going to keep it I'm going to call this professionals where I'm going to keep it. The Broncos pick number 62. let's say every
Yes.
team picks in the direct order of your top 100, that would leave the Broncos with?
I don't know if I'll give you 62. I mean, that's
No!
a pretty good nugget. That's a pretty good nugget.
Well, I mean, I chucked a good dart then. I got to be rewarded for it.
Who's
been nice
you
to
don't
you.
have-
How about
I'll
Gretzky?
give
Give us Gretzky. Give us 99.
99. All right. I like.
Come on,
He was
Moj.
about to break.
Moj,
He's not
knock
going to
it
do
off,
it. He's
Moj.
not going to give you 62. He's not going to tell you the Broncos.
I'll give you 63. How about
Okay,
that?
all right, fine.
All right.
Yeah, Derek Moore from Michigan, 63.
Is it who?
Outside edge rusher.
Okay.
Derek Moore, edge rusher, Michigan is 63 in my book, and 61 is Gabe Jacques from Illinois, also an edge rusher. So that tells you the strength of the board in that area.
Hang on a second. Why would you not want to give 62? Oh, I think I know what it is. Look, you don't have to confirm or deny. Can I guess and you don't need to respond?
No, I'll respond. If you hit it, that'd be pretty good.
Is it because it's
a
Ty
tight
Simpson?
end.
Is it because it's Ty Simpson
No,
and you don't have him ranked very high?
No, it's a tight end.
I don't have them ranked very high, but not quite that deep.
Okay.
I am going to take some heat for that. I am fully prepared for who the hell is this guy and just another moron.
Gotcha.
So I'm all ready.
And remember, this is our annual reminder to everybody when this top 100 drops. This is not Jeff Legwald guessing where these guys are getting drafted. This is how he has them ranked as football players. Annual
Yes.
reminder.
And the quarterbacks are where they belong, as I say.
Yes. Oh, and last thing. I know you're a big Nuggets guy. What do you think happens in the
Yes.
T-Wolf series?
I think they play like they have been. The T-Wolves seem to bring a weird vibe out of the Nuggets sometimes. I mean, Vic could speak to that better, but they seem to bring a weird vibe out of they're not quite the Nuggets when they play them. So if they can sort of remain themselves, I think they move right on by.
Jeff, if Moser's quiet, he's a little nervous. Big game at Bowl Arena tonight that he's prepping for. Big game. Huge ramifications.
I personally would treat it like Game 7 of the Cup Finals and leave it at that.
Yes. Jeff
I
Legwald.
would make no apologies. I would just do it that way.
Great to have you on, Jeff, as always.
I love you.
Never a dull moment. It's just great.
Leggy, you're the best. Thank you, buddy.
Yeah, I look forward to the drunk take on the game call tonight.
That's right. Jeff, see ya.
And they go into the dunk take in the game tonight.
Moser, weren't you the guy on this show about an hour and a half ago who accused me of being too serious?
Yeah, now he started to clown it up.
Interesting.
Well, talk hoops with him. He's going to freak.
Right,
the perimeter switching on the defense is
hang on. A reminder, the final key word is library. So text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. A chance to get in the building, Ball Arena, Game 1, Saturday.
Colonel Mustard in the library with a candlestick.
What about the office, the camera, or the kitchen? Maybe. I don't know. But all conversations with Jeff Legwald happen on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. And remember, his top 100 comes out on Sunday. Set your calendar. Back after this. This is Brett Kane. Ever wonder why Fanatic Sportsbook is America's fastest online growing sportsbook? Well, here's why. Other sportsbooks, their rewards are just the same old, but Fanatics has Fan Cash. It's the ultimate sports currency. And betting with Fanatics lets you stack that Fan Cash, and here's what it does. Fanatic Sportsbook, you can get up to 10% Fan Cash back on your wagers, whether you win or lose, no matter what, 10% comes back to you. And unlike points that expire, you can spend your Fan Cash on official team gear across every team and every league. collectibles, exclusive experiences, and it's all on Fanatics.com. Fan Cash unlocks value you can't get at other sports books, so convert your cash into profit boost. You can bet with it too. Fan Cash, you're getting access to the world of sports every time you bet with the Fanatics Sportsbook. So switch to the sportsbook that always gives you more to play with. Download the Fanatics Sportsbook app today. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 and older. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Offer not available in all states. Terms apply. See the Fanatics Sportsbook app.
Hey, guys, just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel like it. If your energy is low, sleep off, weight won't budge, your mind feels foggy, do yourself a favor. Get a hold of the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic because guys nowadays are dealing with low testosterone at a younger and younger age, and that's kind of crazy, but it's the truth. So if that's you, I dealt with it. I had low T, and I called the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and it's really, really helped me. And now they've got advanced medical strategies featuring TRT, GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1s, PDA, and more. So you're treating the low T, the other hormonal issues, that's great. And you also got these body composition plans. More energy, improved sleep, increased sex drive. All of that will come your way. So do yourself a favor. Give them a call today. It's 720-440-7900. Or go online, book an appointment, find out what they can do for you. It's only $99. You get the medical consult, the T, the PSA test, everything is there. Find out what they can do for you. Go to their website, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Final segment, Moser, Lombardi, and Kane here on this Thursday morning. Big one coming up tonight between the Avs and the Seattle Kraken over at Ball Arena. Make sure you tune in. A lot of things on the line this evening. Jason Poland and Alex Barrie-Boulet have been recalled from the Colorado Eagles, so you'll get to see them play some hockey. Should be really awesome.
Yeah.
Trying.
Yeah.
I'm trying.
Yeah. Would you
You know what? I dare you. I dare you to come to the booth tonight and try to call this game. I dare you.
Well, most people would consider that a privilege to work at the highest level of hockey and
and I do
broadcast a game.
But you guys have been such jerks about. I could do that.
No, nobody claims.
Never said I could do it.
No, nobody claims.
What did you say? Smart ass.
I'm just saying you change your tone and personality like nobody else. I mean, you're not yourself when you call a hockey game.
The heck
an opportunity to be yourself.
Hold on, Moj. This is true. You cannot argue this. The way that you speak to me during a break, that is you. The way you speak to me through a television screen is not what I hear during a break. So what am I supposed to do here?
He's at odds.
If I spoke right now or in front of a television microphone the way I speak to you during breaks, I would be gone.
I know. So your real personality would not be hireable.
Well, it's just that this is work, Moj.
No.
You draw out the worst in me. That's
Moj, you're
your
right.
problem.
Right. Moj, let me, on your behalf,
you steal all my best lines and use them against me.
Moj, this is a plea to our Altitude executives, everybody at Altitude who's in charge of our jobs. Please allow Moser to be his true self tonight. Just allow him to let his hair down.
I am my true self
to the audience like he talks to us during commercial
When
breaks.
I'm talking to Johnny and Riker during the game, and it's kind of maybe it's a boring game, and we're a little funny stuff back. You don't find that appealing at all? None of you?
All fake.
No, hell it is.
Yeah, you're just one big fake.
Don't get me wrong. You're Moser when you call the game. You're just Moser dialed down to like a 6, maybe a 5.
I want to see Moser on the third hole when we're playing golf and your partner misses a 2-foot.
Remember when
I want to see that.
Remember when we were competing against each other and I scored that ball off the tee box that hit a tree 50 yards behind the green and it knocked back perfectly on the green and I parred to win the hole? Would you ever react like that, Moser, with a headset
That
on?
Moser.
It's the dumbest effing shot in the history of
I want to
golf.
see that if
It's
Seattle scores a goal.
So stupid.
Wait, who are they playing tonight?
The Kraken.
If Seattle scores a goal tonight where the puck bounces off the boards in a ridiculous manner and ends up in the back of the net, I want the same reaction you gave Powder.
Let me ask you a true question for tonight. Who cares less? The Avs or the Kraken?
I would think Seattle probably cares less. They're in the back-to-back. They're on the road for their last game of the season. They're going nowhere. I think they would want to be anywhere else on the planet but here playing hockey tonight.
There are no
Meanwhile, this is a fan appreciation night. The jerseys off our back ceremony, all that kind of stuff. That's pretty cool, man.
Yeah, that is cool. There are no revenge tours still out there. Some receipts to be had between these teams.
Every time the Avs were in Seattle, people still boo Kale.
Okay.
They're still booing him 3 years later.
Yeah. What did Kale do again?
He ran, was it Eberle? Who did he smoke? He smoked somebody, got suspended, remember, in that first round?
Hey, I got a surprise for you guys.
Welcome into the postgame, everybody. Hey, guys, Chris Marlowe just called a game, and I'm here with an imp, and we're doing a thing. Welcome, everybody.
Sometimes you do have that sing-songy sort of tone.
That carnival
to it.
voice?
Yeah.
It's a carnival.
But
big carnival.
here's the difference, though. I say to Vic, you're a fraud on television, and you say...
I am.
Yeah.
100%. It's not the same medium. Not the same personality. It's just not.
It's like when if you're with your girlfriend, but then you meet your girlfriend's parents for the first time. You want yourself.
Yeah.
Not yourself that time.
Yeah, I'm also trying to speak over a crowd because usually we're live in that damn club section. It's loud as hell.
In Moser's defense, speaking louder and going, welcome back to the show!
Welcome back to the 3. In ring number 2, we have...
I don't think that tone, that sing-songy tone needs to happen just because
so
it's loud.
So would you prefer, do you want this tone? Welcome back to the program.
No, I'm going to tell you something. The few times that I've jumped on either the pre or post game show, because I don't have the earpiece, I can't hear you guys at all. I'm guessing at
That's
what you're
why I have
me.
to speak loudly because you can't hear anything.
I can't hear
loud
a thing.
as hell in there.
Hey,
That's exactly why.
I'll say this though, the idea to build a set there,
it's cool. It is cool.
It is awesome.
It's brilliant.
Yeah.
Because the Nuggets and the Avalanche fans, man, they pack that joint. Hopefully they have a good time. And they're always so engaging. It's great, man.
I hope Nuggets fans pack it on Saturday because we're going to need all the help we can get. I need some of that pregame.
Oh, yeah.
Hype.
Yeah.
You know my favorite part of the playoffs? Both Avs and Nuggets. My favorite part. This is it. If you're going to the games, if you're lucky enough to have tickets to either of these games.
Oh, by the way, the 5280 mile there, it's going to be awesome.
Oh, it's going to be great. They're closing down Chopper Circle.
They're closing down Chopper Circle. Now, you have to have a ticket to get in, but the tickets are free.
It's a fan section where they can watch the games on these big screens.
Yeah, 20-foot TVs outside. And the Avs are going to have Avs Avalanche Alley, too.
Yeah. So what they did with the Tivoli area a few years back, that same thing? Gotcha.
Yeah, they're going to do this outside of the arena. My favorite part about playoff sports, and specifically these teams at Ball Arena, those hype videos that are put together by the broadcast services teams that they run on the big boards, I'm telling you right now, bro, I really have to watch myself because I get so hyped up watching these hype videos.
Awesome. 6 to midnight?
Yes. Yeah. I mean, anybody would agree with me. If you go to these games this weekend, get there for the hype videos. I do want to tell you this. So, ESPN, they're ensemble of guys and gals who predict the outcomes of the playoffs. Every single one of them has the Nuggets winning the Minnesota series. So,
that surprises me.
Yeah, it's completely on the board. Every one of them has the Nuggets over T-Wolves. Nobody has T-Wolves. I'll take this a step further. I just saw this. The Ringer came up with its predictions for the playoffs. 6 guys. I don't know all these guys' names. I know Michael Pena, and I know a couple of these other.
Michael who?
He's a writer for The Ringer.
Okay.
6 guys. Did you know that of the 6 who predicted the NBA Finals, 4 of the 6 have the Denver Nuggets winning the NBA championship?
Wow.
Really? Yes. 4 of the 6.
I can see it.
Did you just headbutt your
I
microphone?
just did.
Yeah.
I'm already
his
hyped.
own face. I can see that. I mean, I can see it happening. I really can. I feel like Jamal Murray is going to get off in this postseason. Like, he's going to go nuts. I'm excited, man.
Well, we're only a couple days away, and we'll announce, how about right now, the person who's going to be there for Game 1. Winner of our Playoff Ticket Thursday is Rochelle Sherbet.
What?
Rochelle Sherbet. Jesus. I still hate that it's not Sherbert. Why have I called it Sherbert my entire life?
Susan Rocky Road came in second.
I don't like the way Sherbert's spelled. I agree with you on that.
We pissed off Moj so much.
He's
Everything's
just broken.
making him mad.
Moj,
Rochelle
isn't
Sherbet.
it good?
Man,
Moj,
if my
seriously.
name was Mark Sherbet,
Seriously.
I
Isn't
can
it
promise
good?
you, my
Moj.
ass would be at the government office the next day, changing it to anything but Sherbet. No offense, Rochelle.
Moj, you were broken today, bro. You started off with.
I reckon I am.
You were like a bunny.
Dude, my sleep patterns are so off you can't even believe it.
I got another idea. Introduce yourself for the game tonight as Mark Sherbet.
I'll give you 1,000. 1,000 cash. Hello, Avalanche fans. Mark Sherbet.
Mark Sherbet. Joined by my partner, Mark Froyo, something like that.
Yeah. John Michael Froyo.
It's Mark Gelato and Mark Froyo.
Yeah.
Hey, congrats, Rochelle. That's awesome. Enjoy the game. Tickets for every show today, so stay tuned for those keywords on the 20s. I laughed a lot. We were too serious, and then we got very clowny. And gosh, do I like being a clown.
If you don't think tonight's broadcast is going to be entertaining, then you're out of your mind. We're going to have a great time.
Yeah, whatever. Tomorrow on the show, Frank Caliendo is going to join us. So we're going to have fun.
Yeah, what time?
9:20.
9:20.
He'll be in studio.
And we're going to do our voices, and he's going to be very impressed with our voices. He's going to teach us how to do voices and all that stuff. But let me tell you something. It is the day before playoff games.
I'm going to be serious for the first portion of tomorrow's show. Just
I am
understand
not.
that.
I'm going to be hyped. I'm going to be Vic. I will handle the hype for the both of us. I'm pumped.
Dude, we might have to do some hype music tomorrow. I'm right now. Do we have some hype music?
I'm sure we do.
You know what, Brett? I'm even going to gyrate.
All right. If you want to see Mark Sherbet gyrate tomorrow, tune in 7 a.m. iTunes, Spotify, Moser, Lombardi,
All right,
and Kane.
Michelle Sherbet, how are you?
Have a great day. Love you. See ya.
Moser, goal call tonight? If there's a goal, just go.
Sherbet.
Meow. Just do that.
Maybe.
Oh, we're back with a Nugget Ticket Tuesday. Ticket Thursday, rather. What day of the week is it? I'm missing all this with all these play-in games and a meaningless Avalanche game tonight against the Seattle Kraken where, like, nobody's going to play hockey tonight, Coach. They called up 2 more dudes from the AHL.
I think Tyson Barry should come out and play.
I was going to say, I should have said that to Tice yesterday. Like, go knock on C-Mac's door. I'm sure some of the guys, or I'm sure there's some, like, old Tyson Barry equipment hanging around Ball Arena somewhere. Why don't you go sign a 1-day? Hop in, play 12 minutes. I'm sure he can do it.
Hit somebody.
He tells this great story as we welcome you guys into the morning sprint. Raj, Coach Sanford, KJ Granderson. Again, we're giving away Nuggets playoff tickets starting at 10:20. We'll have Chris Dempsey for a playoff preview at 10:20.
2 days away, too, now.
Oh, you can taste it.
2 days away in 2 hours and 26 minutes.
You can taste it.
Playoff basketball and playoff hockey in the Mile High Cities. Nothing like it.
Tyson tells this great story in his final year in the NHL where he was playing for Nashville and he was being healthy scratched a lot, like a whole bunch. Or not his final year in the NHL, his final year where he made the playoffs in the NHL. He was getting health scratched a lot, and he's just at the end of his career. And Tyson had an awesome career. He's second in defensive points, assists, and goals on the Avalanche. The only guy who's done better than him is Cale Makar. And there's been some unbelievable Avs defensemen.
Tyson only 34?
Tyson's 34.
That's crazy.
And so he's gotten out with like a lot of health.
Yeah.
Good for him moving forward. But he tells this story about he was like, yeah, I knew I wasn't playing, or I expected that I wasn't playing in a playoff game for Nashville. And I went out with my buddies and we had a really nice lunch, had a couple of cocktails because I wasn't even, this is how far away from playing he was that night. He wasn't even in the morning skate with the assumed to be healthy scratches. So he was like, I'm so far away from lacing it up. I'm fine. I can go out to lunch, have a couple of cocktails, get on the late bus to the rink for a 7:00 game, which is exactly what he did. So he showed up 30 minutes before puck drop. And I believe Luke Shen is just vomiting his guts up into a trash can. And he turns around and he goes, yeah, I can't play tonight. And Tyson has this like white as a ghost feeling come across his face. He gets tapped by the assistant GM. He goes, come with me. And Tyson has to lace him up with like 25 minutes of notice for an NHL playoff game. And he goes out there, he plays 17 minutes, and he has a primary assist in the game.
That's sick.
Unreal.
And he had day drank?
He said he goes, I had a couple of cocktails.
That's day drinking.
Right. He's not launching them
That's
back.
a legendary
It's
Chili One
fantastic.
story right
Fantastic.
there, man.
Gosh. Yeah, so obviously you guys have heard Tyson this morning with Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. He and Nathan McKinnon came in yesterday with Nate and Andy in the afternoon. I was able to sit down with the guys for about 8-9 minutes in our podcast studio. We're going to play some of that for you guys coming up at 10:45 today. But some more chaos in the NBA. 35 points from Steph Curry, man.
Hey, I thought he was going to be on a minutes restriction. He played 38 minutes.
Apparently not.
Yeah. Tell you what, man. The dark arts of Steve Kerr. I'll believe anything that ever comes out of that mouth when I see it come to fruition.
Yeah, 35 from Draymond, 36 from Steph. They played Al Horford, who's 90
How many minutes
years old.
did Al get?
22 minutes.
Yeah, he was basically saying that those 3 players were going to be on a minutes restriction. He wanted to win that dang thing. He was sandbagging, man. So now we get a pretty good game tomorrow night.
2 excellent games.
Do the Eastern Conference. I like nothing excites me about watching those teams.
What, the Hornets and the Magic?
Does that get you any sort of chub going or no?
There's a little bit of like juice.
Devin
to
Booker,
ball.
Steph Curry, though, it just shows you the Western Conference is so much better.
It's way better.
Like across the board. Your craptastic play-in games are way better on the Western side. Like I'm excited to watch. Like that game has got all of my attention.
That 8 p.m. game on Friday night.
It does, because the winner of that game is going to play OKC.
What, you want to take the Daryl Sutter route? Waste of 8 days?
No, I don't.
It's a waste of 8 days.
Okay, we'll see.
Coach, it's a waste of 8 days.
Okay.
If either one of those teams pushes it to 5 games, it is a unabashed success.
You didn't know if you were going to go unabashed
or
unabashed.
Yeah, I got caught in the middle.
It's good.
Unabashed feels a little douchey.
I liked unabashed.
Yeah, but it feels a little like pinky out. And I'm not really a pinky out guy.
No. Nah,
if the Sons of the Warriors push that to a 5th game, man, they have done their job and more. It likely isn't happening. Because the Thunder can score with either one of those two teams. Right? Like if Devin Booker goes off for 45, or if Steph has a game like he did last night and drops 35 to 40, I don't think the Thunder are going to have a hard time matching that at all.
Mm-hmm.
They go 10 deep, dude. That's going to be a sweep. Spurs and Trailblazers, I think, is also going to be a sweep. If either one of those series go 5 games, like they've done you a service.
Yeah, I don't think that I think that you're going to get a 5-game series in both of them. I do. I don't think that both the Spurs and OKC are going to sweep this thing out. And I actually think that, strangely, San Antonio actually got maybe the easier matchup. Like I was hearing Scotty yesterday talk about the Portland's a good young basketball team. There's something to be said for having superstars that can fill up the basket like we saw Steph Curry do last night, or Devin Booker. Guys that have been there, they've lived that moment. I think it's going to be that's going to be an interesting thing. Oh, did you see the Rockies lost their 6th straight last night?
Yeah, you shocked? Buddy, your 30-win race is looking tough.
Yeah,
you're in trouble.
We're nearing May.
They've lost 6 straight, and the Dodgers come to town next week? You're in big trouble.
You just need to get a couple wins, man. You get up to,
Coach, I think you're dead in the water.
6-12 now?
6-12. They've lost 6 straight. You're dead in the water.
So you've won 1/3 of your games. So if you're looking at, you're definitely over 100 losses.
June 20th is not happening for you. To bring you guys back into our bet at the beginning of the season, it was when will the Rockies reach their 20th win of the season, which did not happen until August last year, early August. And I thought I was being pretty darn nice to the Rockies, saying that Sunday, July 5th was going to be their 30th win of the year. They've fallen off the face of the planet.
It's not a good place to be as the Colorado Rockies. You can't score runs, the bats went completely deaf last night at Houston.
They had chances last night. We were watching that game at Bojo's.
Yeah,
they had chances.
More opportunities for runners in scoring position and more opportunities to stare at strike 3. It's a lot of fun. It's kind of been the theme of this 6-game stretch. Like, just watching baseball, is there anything that pisses you off more than consistently looking at strike 3 with RISP?
No.
Runners in scoring position.
Well, especially they had the bases juiced, in the 6th or the 7th inning with 2 outs? Runners in scoring position with 1 out, and they didn't put 1 home.
Is this a Rocky hitter confidence issue, or is this we are now entering into high level of analytics side of?
Oh, they strike out all the time. I don't think it's a confidence.
But what about looking at strike 3?
I don't know. Maybe that's that's them trying to work walks. I'm trying to be glass half full here. You're a glass half full guy with the Rockies. I'm trying to be on your side.
Well, because I was feeling myself about 10 days ago.
Yeah, you were.
I'm not anymore. I'm not feeling anything.
It's a 4-game set with the Dodgers, who are red hot.
Well, yeah, they're just red good.
Red good. They're smoking the Mets this weekend.
Dodgers come here tomorrow.
Dodgers are here tomorrow.
I'm going to go
for a 4-game set.
I think I'm going to take the kids for a hate watch here sometime in the next couple days.
I wouldn't go on Friday. Friday's going to be frozen. Friday's going to suck to watch a game. We're supposed to get snow on Friday.
What?
Yeah.
I did not know this.
Open up your Steve Jobs app, brother.
You trust the Steve Jobs
weather
app?
Of course I do.
Okay.
As much as I can out here.
Lied to me quite a bit. I trust Bianchi.
Nuggets will be back at it Saturday at 1:30. We've got some hockey to watch this evening. We will know who the Avalanche play on Sunday by the end of tonight. So your slate is a 6-game NHL slate, including the Avs. They're the late game. You can watch it on Altitude or on ESPN. You'll obviously be able to listen to it right here on 92.5. I'll have your pregame show starting at 7:30 as the Avs look to set a new franchise high in points. They have tied it at 119. Just 1 point against Seattle tonight sets a new franchise record. The Oilers host the Canucks. Terrible team. The Kings are on the road against the Flames. Terrible team. And the Ducks are on the road against the Predators. Better team, but also eliminated. The way that this all shakes out, LA must win in any fashion to be alive to get into the 3 seed in the Pacific. They need Anaheim to get no more than 1 point tonight against the Predators.
Well, you're talking about 1 point as in they need to be an overtime loss or lose?
Correct.
Not as in, it has nothing to do with goal differential.
No, nothing.
Yeah,
Goal differential doesn't matter in the NHL. It's regulation wins and then regulation and overtime wins. That's how you go through the tiebreaker. So Anaheim.
I was getting ready for the World Cup. Where you get into some goal differential.
Yeah, don't get me started. Anaheim needs to garner 1 or fewer points for LA to move into the 3 seed or the 2 seed even. Edmonton has to lose in regulation tonight to the Vancouver Canucks at home. Edmonton can be the 2 seed in the Pacific with a win in any fashion. Any fashion. Doesn't matter if it's overtime or regulation.
Go Oils.
If they get 1 point, they are guaranteed. Actually, I think if they get 1 point, they're guaranteed to be the 2 seed. I apologize. Edmonton, if they get 1 point in any fashion, they are the 2 seed. Anaheim can be the 2 seed with a win, an Edmonton loss, and an LA loss. You're likely going to see, I think all 3 of these teams win. I think you're going to see LA just sit in that wild card 2 spot.
It feels that way. And that's what it's felt like for the last week. And pretty much for the most part, chalk has played out, right? There's been any super wild happenings.
No, nothing wild. Like Vegas is locked in as the Pacific Division champions. They look a little dangerous now.
How long ago did the Avs play the Oil? Was it like a week ago? It's about a week ago, or was it this past weekend? Where could you imagine if that win over the Oil,
like put Edmonton into the wild card too? Yeah, that would suck.
That would not be awesome.
2-1 shootout win on Monday was the last time that they played.
Monday
Edmonton.
of this past week.
It was 3 days ago.
Holy cow.
Doesn't that feel like it was 3 weeks ago?
It 100%.
Because we're just like slogging towards the postseason.
Come on, get me there. I'm ready for it.
We're going to try and get you there. In fact, on the other side of the break, your first keyword to get you inside Ball Arena for a special edition Nuggets Ticket Thursday. Nuggets Playoff Ticket Thursday. Every single show, we've got tickets to Game 1 against Minnesota. There's new keyword every single hour. First keyword on the other side, and a special Nuggets Playoff Preview edition of Dempsey's NBA Baseline. What is this? Taking something off of my baby's lullaby playlist here?
No, we're getting rest and recovery ahead of an Avalanche and Nuggets playoff series kicking off.
Yeah, and this is related to something you're about to announce. Here.
It's a Nuggets Ticket Thursday, is it not?
Sure is.
Does it get me into the building on Saturday? Because
playoff ticket.
Mommy, I want to go.
It's a playoff ticket Thursday. You've got your chance to win tickets to see Game 1 against Minnesota on Saturday afternoon. Text the keyword blanket right now to 303-504-0925. That is blanket. The Will Height Law Firm gives you the chance to win big on and off the court. Visit them at willheightwins.com. Again, this hour's keyword is blanket. We'll announce our winner coming up at 11:55. Good luck.
As what? Bruce Brown, Christian Brown, Peyton Watson, AG, they're going to be blanketing Ann Edwards.
BLANKET, blanket. Text those in. We'll get you guys inside Ball Arena 1:30 tip. On Saturday, we'll have a 1 p.m. pregame show. I believe we'll have an extended pregame show as well before that. The 3-6 matchup out in the Western Conference. Can't wait to see what Denver can do fully healthy if they can run through this gauntlet that is the Western Conference. But it is that time. We bring him every single week. Altitude TV's own Christopher Dempsey for his weekly NBA baseline report. Demps, what's up, brother? Demps, you got us?
Yeah,
Hey.
I got you, Kate. Yeah, what's going on, guys?
Hey, man. Before we get into the Nuggets, I want to talk about what's happened in what's been a very entertaining set of NBA play-in games. Has anything surprised you, or do you think that any one of these teams that can get out, and there's 2 more games, the Hornets and the Magic and the Warriors and the Suns on Friday, can any of these teams make some waves against the top 2 seeds in either conference?
I think probably not, but I sure hope Charlotte gets in. I just think that they are a very fun basketball team to watch. I think they're getting better. Obviously, they got better over the course of the season. Like they started off really poorly this season, and then just magically became a team that is a very formidable offensive team, and defensively they improved a little bit over the course of the season as well. They have a very bright future. So we'll just see what happens with them. But Raj, I'm with you, man. Like these games are great. I mean, for lack of a better word, like every single one of them. And I was listening to, I don't know who I was listening to. Somebody, it might have been Kane. For anybody who thinks that these teams in the play-in don't care about getting into the playoffs, let's just let the record show and how these games were played over the course of these last 2 days. These teams absolutely care about getting into the playoffs. They all want to be in there. Obviously, they all can't get in there, but nothing really surprised me. I think maybe Portland going into Phoenix and getting that win, maybe that one was very, very interesting to me. Portland also has a bright future. I just think there's a lot of young teams here that's even if they lost, they serve notice that their future is bright, and I think that's been a lot of fun to watch.
Demps, what did you make of Steve Kerr's comments ahead of his first play-in game that he was going to have a minutes restriction on Steph Curry, Al Horford, and Draymond Green, and then Steph Curry goes and plays almost 40 minutes? What's going on there? What is Steve Kerr's deal, man?
Yeah, a little gamesmanship right there.
Hey,
well, maybe we're not going to play Steph Curry all that much, and then you get into a game. You understand. Like Steph Curry had missed so much time this season, and then he came back a few games to the end of the regular season to try to ramp himself up a little bit. And what you don't want is him to suffer an injury that then spills into next season. So from that standpoint, I mean, I guess I kind of get it, but then you have to deal with the player himself. And when the player starts rolling the way Steph was rolling yesterday, I'm sure even if, and I don't even think this is the case, but even if he was going to say to Steph, yo, we've reached your minutes restriction, you're going to have to sit down. He would just look at Steve Kerr and go, no, I'm not. I'm staying in the game, and I'm going to make all the shots that need to be made to help us advance in this tournament. So, I just think there's gamesmanship there. And having said that, I don't think the Clippers believed a single word of it at all.
We've got a playoff ticket Thursday going on. Your first keyword is blanket, BLANKET. That is blanket. Text it in with your first and last name to 303-504-0925 to get inside the building. 1:30 on Saturday against Minnesota. Before we get into a little bit of a series preview there, Luka and Cade Cunningham have both won their appeals. They are now eligible for NBA postseason awards. How, if at all, will this affect Jamal Murray's bid to be on one of those 3 All-NBA teams?
So I think this is super interesting because I don't know that I thought that they were going to win that appeal, and so then they did. But also, Anthony Edwards didn't. So to answer your question more fully, I just think that Doncic and Cade are on your first team. So Doncic, Jokic, Wemby, Shea, Cade, first team All-NBA. And then what that does for Jamal Murray is it keeps him as a solid second team All-NBA. So Jaylen Brown, Jamal Murray, Jalen Brunson, Tyrese Maxey, and Kevin Durant is who I would have on my second team All-NBA. And so I think for Jamal, the Anthony Edwards news is fantastic because I think that takes him from a state where it kind of gets murky between second and third team and really just makes him a second team all NBA performer. So that's what I expect to see. Guys, I would be actually surprised if he wasn't second team at this point All NBA, which he may have been in the first place. I mean, I think as I have kind of surveyed different people's, All NBA predictions, by and large, you see people having Jamal Murray in the second team no matter what. But even if there was a little bit of a question here, the removal of Anthony Edwards from this equation, I think, really bodes well for Jamal Murray in terms of that.
Two-parter here, Deps. First and foremost, what do you see as a possible series outcome for San Antonio in round 1? They now have their opponent set. And second part, who should, if the Nuggets want to play against an OKC team that has been pushed a little bit, who should the Nuggets be rooting for? The Suns or the Warriors?
Wow, to push them even a little bit. I think, the issue with the Warriors is I just don't know. You just don't know which one of those guys is just going to all of a sudden be injured, and now the series is definitely over. Because what they showed you last night, especially with the different types of players making shots at different parts of the game, Kristaps Porzingis poured in a bunch of threes, and then Al Horford poured in a bunch of threes, and then Steph Curry brought them home. And you look at that team, and you're like, man, okay. It starts to make sense. Like when all these guys are playing that like that, then they are a handful. And so, I mean, I guess that would be the short answer, but I'm gonna just not say that. I'm gonna go with Phoenix because I think that team A will stay healthier, but B, I think defensively Phoenix brings a little bit more intensity to the table. This is a team that I believe led the NBA in turnovers forced per game, steals per game. They, points off of turnovers is a big deal for them. They bring a lot of disruptive stuff to the court. And then on the backside of that, this is one of the better three-point shooting teams, especially if Grayson Allen's going to be playing in the actual playoffs. So when you're talking about Grayson Allen and Colin Gillespie and Devin Booker and these guys can really rein in threes. And so their ability to hit you up, turn you over, live ball turnover, score in transition, and then if they're in the half court, the ability to be able to generate things off the dribble with like a Jalen Green or a Devin Booker, or just shoot from long range from three, really stretches out a defense, really puts a lot of pressure on the defense. So I would say that team, and look, this is all under the umbrella of it will be a short series no matter which one of those two teams is there in against OKC. But if you're looking to actually test them a little bit, make it seem like it's not such a scrimmage, that'd be my answer there. San Antonio, I just expect them to. I think what the Nuggets exposed is they're still young. It's a still young team that sometimes is going to get it not right late in games, or it's going to have these weird chunks in a game where now they're so far behind they've got to dig themselves out of a big hole. But I still expect them to not have a lot of trouble getting to the second round. So, I think this is chalk, and I think that chalk is going to really have a I don't want to say easy time of it, because none of these games are super easy, but certainly not super difficult for them to advance out of round one.
Chris Dempsey of Altitude Television is our guest. His weekly NBA baseline report just a couple of days ahead of the Nuggets and the Timberwolves, yet another playoff series between these two division rivals. If chalk continues in the 3-6 matchup, what are the individual matchups on the court that Denver must win?
Oh, wow. A lot. Look, I think that for the Nuggets, let's start defensively. So them on defense, obviously, the question is kind of how do you handle Ant Edwards? Are you going to try to blitz the ball out of his hands and make somebody else beat you? And I do believe that the Nuggets are going to do a healthy amount of that. And they're going to continue to do a lot of that until somebody proves it over multiple games that the best strategy should be scrapped altogether. So early in the series, can you get a handle of players like Jaden McDaniels? And Jaden McDaniels, I think he is to the Minnesota Timberwolves what Aaron Gordon is to the Denver Nuggets. And when that guy starts scoring a lot, and this has been his best all-around offensive season of his career, but when he scores a lot, they tend to almost always win. And a lot of that is because teams are getting the ball out of Ant Edwards' hands. It's moving around, even if it's short roll to Rudy Gobert, now he sprays it out to the corner. And now you have Jaden McDaniels there who, look, still from a three-point shooting standpoint, his percentages have improved, but you would rather see him shoot that shot than get himself into the lane. But if you're closing out and now he gets into the lane, he's going to cause a lot of problems. He scored a lot of points in the Timberwolves win, over the one win the Timberwolves had over the Nuggets. I think he was 0 for 3 from 3, but then he was something like 6 for 6 from 2. And you just can't have him continue to be a real contributing factor defensively. Also, Dante DiVincenzo, from a three-point standpoint, you just got to close out to him. And he took all 10 of his shots in that Minnesota Timberwolves win were three-point shots. He made 5 of them, so you understand the three-point situation there. And then it gets kind of interesting. Julius Randle obviously is a player that you got to deal with. I would expect that Aaron Gordon just gets slapped right on him, and they just try to keep that matchup that way throughout the entirety of the series, and really try not to switch as much off of them if they can help it. But I just do think that Jaden McDaniels is a guy that really is the key that can unlock a lot of points on that offense. And so if you just cannot let him have a big series in this series. Now, if we're going to flip this around for the Nuggets offensively, I think they're going to see a few things. And I think they got to get to a few things. One, I think they got to quickly get to Jamal Murray not handling the ball a ton in terms of initiating the offense, but using him off-ball screens with, say, maybe Aaron Gordon, so they just can't just easily switch and do whatever they want on that off-ball screen. Then bring it around to the dribble handoff action with Nikola Jokic. So, in effect, what you're doing is screening the player twice. McDaniels, I expect to be on Jamal Murray. Ayo Dosunmu is a player that they got at the trade deadline. He played really well against Jamal Murray. So I think those are going to be the 2-point players, but you got to get him off of them. So to do that, probably a stagger screening action, a couple of screens to get those guys through so that Jamal can play in a little bit of space. Aaron Gordon being back is a big deal. He only played in 2 games against the Timberwolves this season, so his ability to handle the ball, initiate some offense, also be a presence in the paint, also be a floor spacer if you need it for Nikola and Jamal. His ability to knock down shots. They can't just leave him and crowd out those two the way they did a couple of seasons ago. So there's just so many very interesting things, I think, from a technical standpoint about how these two teams can and will attack each other. When I look at the film, guys, it's a scary matchup. It is. However, I will say this. I do believe the Nuggets will win this in 5 or 6 games. I just do. I think they're a better team. I think they have more answers for what Minnesota will provide than Minnesota has answers for what the Nuggets will provide. And I think that will bear itself out over the course of the series. But these will be tough games, and the Nuggets will have to win these individual matchups and these individual actions to be able to see themselves through.
Demps, May 19th, 2024, one of the darkest days in Nuggets history. Obviously, the fourth quarter getting outscored 32-23. Obviously, you broke down the Timberwolves in their current form. The Nuggets are a very different team right now than they were in 2024 in that postseason. And quite frankly, the Timberwolves are as well without Karl Anthony Towns and older Mike Conley. And Naz Reid, not quite as impactful, it doesn't appear that he was. What do you think, like simply breaking it down, what is so dramatically different about each one of these teams in 2026 to what they were in 24?
Well, I think from a Nugget standpoint, this is just a deeper basketball team. The shooting is just much better, just a lot easier 2 years ago to just be able to say, okay, we can get the ball out of these guys' hands, and I'm talking Jamal and Joker, and then let's just see, what happens after that, who's going to be able to shoot us out of this type of defensive style. And it was very difficult for the Nuggets to do that. And obviously, they could not score. I think Jamal was about the only person scoring in the fourth quarter of that game in that particular series a couple of seasons ago that they ended up losing. So I think the Nuggets' ability to really punish you for overloading your defense to the 2 stars, I think is dramatically different. From Tim Hardaway, we know the names, right? Tim Hardaway and Cam Johnson and all these guys, they should be able to knock in shots and really keep it so that Minnesota has to play a lot more honest defensively than they had to a couple of seasons ago. So I just think that's the biggest difference in the Nuggets then to now. For the Minnesota Timberwolves, I think, defensively they're super similar. I think my initial answer to this question would have been, they don't have a Nickeil Alexander-Walker anymore. They just unleashed
forget about him.
They just unleashed that dude against Jamal, remember? But having said that, I think they're going to try to have Ayo Dosunmu really reprise the Nickeil Alexander-Walker role. So defensively, so if Jamal starts really going bonkers, then I think they're just going to keep putting waves of fast defenders against him. And so Ayo, can he reprise that role? We shall see. But in some of that film, he is a very, very quick player. And so Jamal will I think the toughest shots that I saw Jamal take in that game that he played were against Ayo, because Ayo was always there. So, but I would say outside of that, man, maybe the shooting around is a little bit better. Jaden McDaniels, I think his ascension as an offensive player and a playmaker, the kind of guy you can put the ball in his hands now and he can make the right pass, make it on time, on target in a way that he just really couldn't at all, a couple of seasons ago. So I think his ascension gives Minnesota a little bit more oomph to what they're trying to do on offense. And Coach, I would definitely say this though about Naz Reid. They are using him. It's almost like a 2-guard out there. Like when you watch how the actions they put him in and how he operates on the court, he's coming off pin down screens. He's playing in transition. He's coming off flare screens. They're just stop and pop. And so, inevitably there's going to be one of these games where it's like, oh, Naz Reid has made his 5th 3-pointer in the game. Like one of those games is coming. We should all just be ready for that. However, you can take advantage of him a little bit more on the defensive end, I think, than maybe in years past. But I think as an offensive player, they're going to have to deal with him when he comes off the bench, and they just can't let him walk right into games and step into 3-pointers. And now all of a sudden he's getting a rhythm and really keeping Minnesota's offense on schedule.
That is Altitude TV's Christopher Dempsey. Demps, we appreciate the preview. We'll check in with you on Tuesday or Wednesday of next week after the first 2 games between Minnesota and Denver. You heard it here. He said 5 or 6 games at the very most against the Timberwolves. Demps, appreciate your time as always.
All right, guys, I'm very excited. We'll talk to you next week.
That is Christopher Dempsey. As a reminder, head on out to Bonnie Brae Liquor at University and Ohio for chili ones today from 3 to 5 p.m. You can meet Tyson Barry and John Mitchell, as well as hang with Brett Kane and sign up for your chance to win Avalanche playoff tickets. Tasting and giveaways will be on site. We can see you guys, and we'll see you guys, at Bonnie Brae later today at 3 p.m. You can meet Tyson Barry. I talked to Tyson Barry and Nathan McKinnon yesterday. That's coming up on the other side. One more game in the President's Trophy winning regular season for the Avs, and you can hear it tonight on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. You can tune in for a special Between the Pipes at 6 p.m. with me and Mark Springer. We'll do it for 90 minutes, a little playoff preview there and a wrap-up of the regular season, which has been phenomenal for the Avs. Nathan McKinnon is going to win a Rocket Richard. He might win the Hart Trophy for the MVP, maybe even the Pearson, which is the most, or I think is it the Pearson or the Lindsay now? It may have switched it. Most outstanding player as voted upon by his peers, the NHL's Players Association. Makar likely on the outside looking in for the Norris Trophy this year. Might not even be a finalist this year, honestly. There's a lot of guys that are up for that award that I think could win it.
It's funny you were mentioning that earlier on in the season. Just it took a while to get Cale going. Just with his shot was just flawed there for about a month and a half.
And you know what? Like if there's one thing that you could look at the Avs this year and go, hey, we're going to nitpick, and it wasn't perfect. It's the power play. And Cale's the quarterback of that power play. So if he's going to have an off year, which he put up like 75 points, very good season for a defenseman, it's just not up to the level of Cale Makar that we are all used to. And I think if he was hitting the net more at the beginning of the season than he was at the end of the year, obviously gets injured and misses a couple of weeks of time, I think he would have had a better opportunity to win that award again. I think it probably goes to like Werenski in Columbus, Dahlin in Buffalo, maybe Bouchard or Hudson.
Tell you what, Werenski, I mean, Rick Bowness thinks he's soft and hates hockey.
Rick Bowness got a 2-year deal right after saying that,
worked.
going off on a tirade. He got a 2-year deal in Columbus.
So good.
Throwing his team under the bus.
Hey, on that with Cale Makar, like we've all talked about the sandbagger that is Jamal Murray typically, which is like he's not bad in the regular season, but the uptick is real.
Right.
Are we going to have the first year of playoff Cale?
Well, I mean, he won a Conn Smythe.
But
he won the award that says you were the best player in the playoffs.
No, but he was elite in the regular season.
True.
I'm saying like sandbagger 2025, 26 regular.
From
like
regular season
uptick.
to, okay, yes.
That's the Jamal Murray
for
patent
sure
move, right?
Yeah, I'll give you that.
This year we're like, is Jamal Murray like, we don't even need the uptick. If he just continues to do what he's been doing and makes clutch shots, then the Nuggets are going to be just fine. Same thing with Cale Makar. If he has an uptick in production, in points, and maybe even a couple power play goals in the postseason, then this team's going to be unbeatable.
Brother, if he wasn't on a milk carton last postseason against Dallas, they get through.
Yep.
Like, there's a very good chance that Colorado's in a Western Final against Edmonton again last year. If Cale was even 50% of what we know Cale Makar to be. Sat down with Nathan McKinnon and Tyson Barry yesterday in our podcast studio. We're going to have a video and a couple of them coming out on like Instagram and on TikTok as well later on the day. But here's McKinnon on Marty Necas, his 100 points, and not wanting to play a hockey game tonight.
Yeah, I think as a competitor, you always want to, you always want to win awards, and you're a competitive person. But I've won the Hart, and you celebrate. There's no one to celebrate with. You're by yourself. It's obviously a great achievement, but having your teammates around and winning the Stanley Cup, or even last night for Marty, all of us really excited for him. That's what really feels good for me. And obviously I want to produce and do well. And I put a lot of time into, to perform at a high level, but the better I perform, the better the team does. And the happier the fans are, just trickle down effect. So, but yeah, last night was about Marty. Just, not gonna lie, we didn't want to play tomorrow night. Had a little rest for game one. So, happy he got that 100th point, and he deserves it. Unbelievable season. Unbelievable players. So lucky to have him here.
What I can learn from that yesterday was not only is Nathan McKinnon not playing tonight, Marty Necas likely is not playing hockey tonight either.
Well, with that being said, were they all going to be in if Marty hadn't scored gotten his 100th point?
I think
solely
so.
Because of that benchmark?
Also, I believe that if Cole Caulfield had scored a couple of goals in Montreal's final game and Nate was tied with Caulfield or maybe even trailing Caulfield by a goal, I think Nate plays. We know that 40-year-old Brent Burns is playing. He's not sitting down.
He certainly isn't.
You can't scratch him on game 82 when he's trying to hunt down
How
Phil
many
Kessel.
minutes do you need?
You just have to step on the ice.
Do you think that happened? No, I don't think that's not how Burnsy's
You could
wired.
literally step on the ice, get 1 second, and get off the ice.
I wonder how many of it, what's Burnsy at right now? Is he at 1,012 or something along those lines?
Something close to that.
I wonder how many of those 1,000 and whatever the exact number is that he's played fewer than 5 minutes.
Hardly any.
I would say like damn near none. That's just
Hardly
not. That's
any.
not in his DNA.
That's not who he is.
No.
Burnsy is at 1,006.
1,006.
So he would pass Phil Kessel next year sometime in like March.
And he's doing it.
February. Whether he does it here or elsewhere.
Is there a team friendly contract on that back end or no for next year?
He's only on a 1-year deal.
So probably be running back similar deal.
Yeah, the way that the Burns contract works is that he basically hit all of his incentives. I think there was one incentive that was almost impossible for him to hit, but he got an extra $3 million on top of his $1 million that the Avs have room and they were going to eat it this year rather than rolling it into next year's cap. So I think they did a really good job. They could bring him back next season. I just wonder, like, dude, if they win a cup, does Burnsy look at Phil Kessel in the Ironman streak and go, man, I've done it all. I'm the second guy in history to play 1,000 straight games, and I just got my cup. Maybe it's time to go.
Yeah, but like if you look at Burnsy, I mean, he has more points this year than he did a year ago. I mean, he's already at 34 points. A year ago in Carolina, he was a 29-pointer. Still like a productive player. And obviously, like, you know, the Avs are insane across the board in plus minus. He's a plus 32 on the year, which is a career high for him.
I bring him back next year as a 6th defenseman again. Sure. Be my guest.
I mean, it's not going to be crazy expensive. He's gonna break one of the most impressive records in hockey, and you can do it in an Avs uniform.
Now, it's not bringing back Eric Johnson in his past couple of years, his last few years in the NHL, where you brought back EJ for the room, and Burnsy's a great guy in that locker room to have. He's a really good like counterbalance to the intensity of Nate, and he's kind of a goofy dude, but also shows you the way that like you can take care of your body in a different way than Nathan McKinnon does. Now, certain things work for Nate very clearly, and certain things don't work for Brent Burns.
Isn't it so funny though when you and I have obsessed over, actually all of us here in the Avs sphere have obsessed over at times Nathan McKinnon's like over the top discipline with everything, and now he is the face of a beer company.
Well, I was talking with
Dude,
Tyson and Nate yesterday. He goes, it makes a lot of sense to bring me on because not only is there beer version, 3% and very low ABV, there's a non-alcoholic version. He's like, I'm here promoting the non-alcoholic version of chili ones, and it makes a lot of sense.
There's still like got to be at least 75 calories in that NA, right?
I'm sure there is something close to that. It's a very healthy drink for him.
But I think this is good. I think him being on a Chili Ones tour, I think Nate McKinnon's like, he's coming around. He's joining us, man. He's a one beers guy.
You think about that?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, goodness. All right. Nuggets playoff ticket Thursday. Your next keyword is coming up at 11:20. We'll hear a little bit more from Tyson and Nathan McKinnon as the show goes on. KJ Granderson's NFL notes will come at 11:20 PhD. 12-3, Nate and Andy, 3-6 before the final game of the regular season for your Avalanche. 8 p.m. puck drop, 7:30 p.m. pregame show, and an extended version of Between the Pipes prior to the game starting at 6 p.m. All of that right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. The Nuggets are in the playoffs, and it is a rivalry that is no joke. You can see Anthony Edwards against the Nuggets Game 1 and Game 2 Saturday and Monday. Tickets and all of the information that you need about the team in the playoffs are available at nuggets.com/playoffs. Don't miss a second of this series between Minnesota and Denver. Speaking of rivalries and Anthony Edwards,
A number of times you've seen Denver over the last few years. Would you call it a rivalry at this point between you and Denver?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. I don't think there's anything else to call it but a rivalry.
Is that good for the league? You don't see a lot of rivals in the league anymore. Do you think that's good for the league?
I think there's a lot of rivalries in the league now.
So?
Yeah, for sure. I think me and Denver is one of them.
me and Denver.
Okay. I didn't know that Anthony Edwards, the team known as Anthony Edwards, actually, they're the Fighting Edwards from the city of Anthony, are coming to play the Denver Nuggets.
I think there's a lot of rivalries in the league now.
So?
Yeah, for sure. I think me and Denver is one of them.
Okay.
I agree with Ant. The rivalry between Minnesota and Denver it's legit.
Yeah.
There's hatred there. There's success for both teams. I thought it was weird that he pulled out me.
I wonder,
I don't want to be this guy because I know I'm a hockey guy. Is that an NBA thing?
it's a little bit of an NBA thing, but it's more of an Ant Edwards thing. And it's more of a thing that starts with an N and ends with a narcissist. He is the ultimate narcissist. He sees the world through the lens of it's me. Oh, I might bring a couple of my team, like a couple of guys that follow me on Team Anthony Edwards. They'll come and play with us. And his play style is the polar opposite of Nikola Jokic, who is the read the basketball floor. And if somebody else is wide open, they're going to touch the basketball on every possession. If I get doubled down, then I'm probably going to have about 18 assists, and I'm going to be okay with 20 points.
Because his team can actually hit threes now?
Yeah, it's kind of fun.
You were asking Dems, like, what's the main difference between this version of the Nuggets and this version of the Timberwolves?
Tray ball.
Yeah, it's Tim Hardaway Jr. and Jamal Murray having an unreal season in terms
Cam
of
Johnson,
three-point efficiency.
as the year went on, think about Cam Johnson. It's think about Aaron Gordon. Post 2024.
His transformation into a spot-up shooter.
He wasn't that in 2024.
I never saw that coming.
No, and he 25. You know, the 25 playoff season, player series, I should say. You started seeing in that season, regular season leading up, proof of concept that like, yeah, Aaron Gordon actually like lives in a basketball gym. Like his hangar, known as his home, that is really a basketball gym. Like that dude has worked on where the game has gone, and that is less verticality in the paint and more launching it up from every single spot on the floor.
When's the last time that we saw a transformation that drastic from a player who was like, I'm a high flyer, I'm dunking everything, I'm pretty solid on defense, which again, he's excellent on defense now, but then transitioning to a completely different part of the game, which is perimeter shooting.
Do you think LeBron tried that? And there was a time period where LeBron was power. And it was
early Cleveland LeBron.
Yeah, just think about it. It's like if that guy got if he got an inch of advantage towards the hoop, he was going to take off from essentially the free throw line and just get gacked in everybody's face. And he realized the game's starting to change. And I think LeBron James watched what happened in Golden State and watched the transformation in the game of basketball happening before his eyes. And I think he became more of a volume 3-point shooter.
In his late 20s in Miami, certainly when he moved from Cleveland to Miami, he started becoming more of a 3-point shooter.
And I think they kind of in Miami, they kind of looked at themselves as kind of it was them and Golden State, you know, kind of in terms of the build of how this thing was coming together.
You think Miami looks at Golden State and goes, oh, you weren't the ones that started this, it was actually us?
I think it's more that it was happening around the same time. Like, what was it?
He went to Miami in 2010. That is before.
But what was the first year of Steph Curry's? Because, I mean, Steph Curry's a 38-year-old now. I mean, he's been in the NBA. What was his first year? 2007 or 2008?
2009, 2010.
Okay.
But Golden State
he wasn't relevant until 12, 13.
They weren't the Golden State Warriors until 2014, 2015.
Yeah. So, I mean, it was a little bit. I mean, I guess it was LeBron's game was becoming a little bit more of a 3-point game. And
it's a really good one from the 7-1-7. Al Horford turned himself into a perimeter shooter. Really solid. And Kyle, you are right on the text line. Like, AG's still a high flyer. Like, he still has that, like, wild Andre Iguodala style of just launching into dunks, but he's a lethal threat from outside. Lethal threat.
You know, I find it interesting. I mean, think about where Peyton Watson's January and his offensive improvements. There was one thing that you saw with Peyton Watson in his career early on that you're like, okay, I like this guy defensively. I like his length. I like his ability to be a guard / power forward that can be a rim protector. I love him in transition. I love him at the rim on offense. I love his ability to drive the basketball to the cup.
And now he's a 41% shooter from
100%. I mean, that's kind of where the NBA is going. And if you want to play the long game, nowadays you got to be able to shoot the 3-point basket.
It's akin to in golf, like speed right now, and not necessarily like distance, but swing speed is a prerequisite to being able to play the modern version of professional golf. Being able to shoot north of 35% from three, is it not a prerequisite to being able to stay in the league for a decade now in the NBA?
It is. It feels like it is, unless you're that good as a rebounder. But like even Rudy Gobert, who's such a good defender,
he's almost a dinosaur now,
and he also feels a little bit awkward. Like we're going into this series against the Minnesota Timberwolves, and they have a bump on a log on the offensive side of the floor in Rudy Gobert, and that's not the modern NBA. It's not how it's built. And not to say like Charles Barkley was a completely worthless offensive basketball player, but where did he find his value year in, year out? It was rebounding. It was defending. He obviously had some chops as a scorer, but you know, the longer that he played his career, he became that. The new NBA doesn't allow for that.
Right, drastically different version of the NBA, 25 years ago. At the end of Barkley's career.
So I wonder a little bit, like the other drastic transformation, not so much from player, a player going from being one thing to the other. If you look at the change in play style of the NBA as a whole, away from Pete Maravich's, triple threat position, pass the basketball, post moves, the up and under, kick it back out. Let's run, the triangle of Phil Jackson, to now a very free-flowing, nebulous art form that, hey, let's just keep passing the ball around and moving until somebody has an open three-point look. It's kind of what it is, right, stylistically. Obviously, the dribble handoff piece opens up three-point opportunities. Is it a little bit like baseball? How baseball's turned into with the analytics of baseball, the uppercut swing, major, like that was like everybody taught level swing, drive.
Oh, I'm upset that I played baseball when I did.
I mean, did you learn the uppercut swing?
You were admonished for having an uppercut swing.
Oh yeah,
it was the worst thing you could do.
It was all about you want to drive it into the gaps. It's it, drive it into the line drives into the gaps.
I hate that I played baseball when I did.
And now it's like,
if you don't have an uppercut swing, you're not making it.
No, it's what the sport is. But that's kind of how I feel like, and the timings are similar too. And you know what is consistent with the timing of the uppercut swing impacting baseball as the three-point shot has impacted the NBA is analytics, bud. It's the game of analytics. It's the game of analytics are telling you that the very simple nature of volume three-point shooting leads to more scoring, leads to more wins, leads to a better opportunity to weather the storm of a really good defensive effort in the paint. Same thing with the uppercut swing. Everybody's hitting into inning-ending double plays, right? You get somebody on first base, one out, we're good. With that level swing, it was ground ball. Double play, we're getting out of the jam.
I do love the idea, though, that baseball is going back to falling in love with stealing bases.
Oh,
like,
I love baseball.
Base
swiping.
Baseball has fallen in love. The analytics of baseball have fallen in love with the long ball, but they've gone back 60 years.
God, how fun was Ricky Henderson, though, man?
And now walks and stolen bases are so much more important in today's version of baseball, where you are like, hit the ball as hard as you can, as high as you can, and if you go 1 for 4 in a game with 3 strikeouts, but you hit 1 home run, we love you.
The era of healthy Bo Jackson, healthy Deion Sanders, healthy, or just in general, Ricky Henderson swiping bags. was like electrifying to be in the like when you were in those ballparks, which I was. I had a chance to see all of those players play in their prime in the 80s and early 90s. It was such a joy to just feel the tension of, oh, is he going? Oh, what's the pitcher's terrified? How many times is he going to throw it at first? Oh, here you go. Oh, he's in. Nobody's going to get this guy out. He's so fast. It was a lot of fun, man.
We're not going to see years of 130 stolen bases, 100, but we might get 100 stolen bases.
Who is the leader in stolen bases?
Ellie De La Cruz last year was 67.
And he's fun.
Ronald Acuna stole 73 the year before.
How many is Chisholm a good base, Jazz Chisholm? Because that dude is explosive. Just watching him play.
I don't think he's at the same level as like
those guys.
Bobby Witt, Ellie, Acuna when he's healthy. Trey Turner's probably on the last of his legs right now, but Trey Turner was exciting to watch run the paths. Altuve when he was.
Oh my gosh, Chisholm had 7 stolen bases.
Yeah, I don't think he's the guy.
Oh, this year he has 7, which is pretty good pace. He swiped 31 a year ago.
We might get someone in the next 3 years stealing 100 bags. That would be so sick. I would love to see someone throw 100 stolen bases on the ledger. I obviously know Ricky Henderson didn't play 60 years ago, but again, walks and stolen bases 60 years ago were far more in vogue than the years between like 2015 and 2020, where like stolen bases didn't matter.
Quick one before we hit the break, and we got a massive playoff ticket giveaway here on a Nuggets ticket Thursday playoff edition. But before that, any quick answer to how has football to the naked eye been dramatically changed with analytics?
We'll get into it in NFL Notes. Your next keyword to get inside the building for Saturday's 1:30 Game 1 against the Minnesota Timberwolves. Your next keyword comes up on the other side of the break. Don't go anywhere. Hoboken's finest. A little Sinatra in the morning.
The Boke.
It's a playoff ticket Thursday. We've got your chance to win tickets to see Game 1 on Saturday, Minnesota and Denver. Text the keyword airport. That is airport. Right now to 303-504-0925 with your first and your last name, and you'll be entered to win. The Wilhite Law Firm gives you the chance to win big both on and off the court. You can visit them at wilhitewins.com. Again, this hour's keyword is airport. AIRPORT, airport. We will announce our winner coming up at 11:55 today. Airport.
You want to get in. That building is going to be electric.
There's nothing like Ball Arena at playoff time, man.
And especially because you're opening this dang playoff run with Ant Edwards versus the Nuggets. I mean, there's one human being that's going to be on the floor that everybody in Denver hates, and there's nobody else that plays for that team.
Oh yeah,
like Anthony Edwards.
I don't anticipate. Let's say the Avs chalk plays out tonight, and the Avs play Los Angeles in the first round. We will have the fanfare of playoff pom poms. For me, that is
it's here.
It's so in my blood.
It's
playoff pom pom.
Yep.
You're not going to hear boos that are anywhere near as loud for anybody on the LA Kings as compared to when Anthony Edwards gets announced. It's going to be deafening.
I think that the entire fan base needs to boo him every time he touches the ball. Is that too much?
No.
Like merciless boos for Ant Edwards, who has already made it very clear that he's the only player on his basketball team, according to himself, that's playing against the Denver Nuggets.
He launched a chair. You get to be booed when you pull those antics.
Yeah, I think it's didn't that chair graze a young lady's head in the crowd a couple years ago? What year was that? Was that 2020? That was the championship year, wasn't it? Or was it a regular season game?
I don't recall.
I can't remember.
It was in the playoffs for sure.
I don't recall what year it was. I also don't recall if it actually hit someone. I know he threw a chair, and it was a big hullabaloo.
Well, it's gonna
ask your friend ChatGPT.
Yeah, I don't.
You and Vic in love with the robots.
What I've learned about ChatGPT is that not a huge knower of ball. Certainly not a good knower of puck and stick.
So why be in love with it? Break up with it, coach.
Yeah,
you don't need that screen time.
Can I just can I throw something out there? Like commencement speeches, introductory at I do a lot. I go to a lot of these things now. Like yesterday was signing day. It was like the third national letter of intent day for collegiate schools to sign high school athletes, and I went to them. Everybody's writing their speeches in AI, and you can hear them. Yep, that was an AI speech. AI speech. AI speech. Can somebody just get up there and just talk? Could you imagine if you and I did AI radio? You know what? I'm gonna ask ChatGPT, write me an entire segment that I can talk about for Sports Talk Radio, and it's gonna sound something like this: fueled by purpose, united in strength. Come on, ChatGPT, quit being so dang predictable.
I'm gonna get you to stop saying it that way. I understand it's a joke, but I'm going to get you to stop.
Because
saying
you're gonna be using that. It's part of the bit, man. I'm trying to screw you into thinking that that's what the actual thing is. And we're going to talk NFL football here in a second. But do not forget, if you want to get in the building and you want to get your playoff towel, your playoff pom pom, it is a Nuggets ticket Thursday, a playoffs special edition. Text in airport because there's going to be a lot of miles flown by those Denver Nuggets in the next 2.5 months. Airport.
It was a Ball Arena employee that the chair grazed down the tunnel, by the way, from Anthony Edwards. And it was Game 7, round 1 of the championship year.
22?
Yeah, there you go. Just trust your instincts.
23.
23 season.
Yep.
Just trust your instincts. You got it. You
I
don't need Grok to tell you whether or not
Airport.
You're right or wrong.
Yeah, you know what? Grok and ChatGPT can't tell me what the keyword is right now. I guarantee you that. United by purpose.
All
fueled
right.
by mission.
KJ, time for NFL notes. Every day here on the morning sprint in the 11:20 hour, we go through the biggest stories in the gridiron with KJ's NFL notes before we get to his first NFL note. Coach, in your humble opinion, we were talking about analytics and how they've changed basketball, how they've changed baseball. What is the biggest analytic change in the game of football today?
I think it's pretty clear that if you think about the riskiness of launching three-pointers now compared to what 25 years ago, I think the equivalent in football with just pure analytics are people that follow the magic number, which means what do I need to get on second down and 10, or excuse me, on third down and 10 in order to go for it on 4th and 5. And we're now seeing it on like the minus 35-yard line. It's like, why is he going for it? It's 4th and 2 on the minus 35. If you don't get it, you're going to give up the ball and give away 3 points. Well, the analytics and the numbers are telling you probabilities. A lot of those probabilities, where are they based off of? Live betting. Believe it or not, that's how they generate a lot of these numbers, is the odds of live betting of people saying, are they going to get it or are they not? Is it a throw? Is it a pass? That data is what is populating. And then the second thing I'd say, Raj, in terms of analytics, is just how much player value is now, it's creating, based off analytics, there is more value placed on certain position groups that didn't quite have that tangible value 30 years ago in the National Football League. The running back was a much more valuable position 30 years ago when Barry Sanders was playing than it is today across the league. The edge position is dramatically higher than it was 15 years ago.
KJ, what you got?
Well, let me just fact check that stat for just a quick second. It was the championship year that he hit someone with a chair, but it was game 5, not game 7, because none of their series championship year went to game 7. So just wanted to make sure we got that out there. The NFL draft is a week away, and Sean Payton will speak to the local media today to address what the Broncos are thinking regarding the NFL draft next week. So a couple of things to kind of keep in mind. So we have rumors that the Broncos may trade up. We have rumors that the Broncos may trade down. We have rumors that the Broncos will get back in the 3rd round. I've heard some people even whisper, why count the Broncos out in the 1st round? There's just so many speculative things going on in regards to what the Broncos may or may not do in the NFL draft coming up. I wanted to ask you guys, what are a few things you like to know or hear from Sean Payton today about their plans in the NFL draft?
We need a tight end, and we want some depth at running back, and we also need to find a way to get younger on offensive line and inside linebacker. That's what I would like to hear.
I'd also like to hear that we are going to be just okay taking a defensive tackle if he's the best player available, because you did lose one of your really good interior defensive linemen in John Franklin Myers. I would not be upset with that either. Are you mad, Rush?
Yeah,
Do you
I
not
am.
like defensive tackles?
I would be upset that if they utilized their 2nd round pick, if it was on a defensive tackle, I'd be upset.
He'll probably play right away.
So would the tight end.
Hopefully.
And likely would the running back.
Running back with his 2nd. I mean, dude, you just did that a year ago. And then you signed J.K. Dobbins.
Yeah, but what have I been hearing? The 2nd round pick last year wasn't worth it.
Sean Payton didn't feel that way. He loved his touchdowns. Just like you loved his touchdowns.
I know. I am an RJ Harvey supporter.
And we all, honestly, everybody should be. He's got to show that he can be a better consistent runner of the football. He's got to be better with 1st and 10 on the minus 25, minus 30. Like, he's got to be better.
Would you hate it if he came out and said, we're not really looking to move up? Like, it would have to, if he came out and said, it would have to be a big time move for us to package a future first or a current player to get up higher into the 2nd round or even to the back half of that first round.
You're not giving up a future first to get into the back end or the top of the 2nd round. I don't think. I would be shocked by that, unless you're getting some type of pick swap with that as well.
I wouldn't hate if they came out, and they're not going to do this, but if they came out and said, like, yeah, we're happy with our picks, we're going to select them where they are.
They're going to move. There's going to be movement, but I don't know that it's going to be the first pick, but there's going to be a ton of movement this year with the Broncos because they frankly have stockpiled odd round picks. Is it the 4th and 7th? They have some overage, if you will. I know there's
they have 2 in the 4th.
2 in the 4th, and how many in the 7th? thought they had 3 in the 7th.
3 in the 7th, but I think they have like the 2 final picks in the 7th round. I know they have Mr. Irrelevant. So do they really have 7th round picks?
And of course, like Sean's going to just, because he's not going to allow us to have a Mr. Irrelevant. There's going to trade away the last pick of the draft. Watch.
KJ, what you got?
Me and Denver is one of them.
Matt Okada of NFL.com has proposed several trades for teams in need in the first round of the NFL draft. One team he has moving is the very hated Kansas City Chiefs. And here's his proposal. Goodness gracious. So the Chiefs would receive the 2026 first round pick, that being the number 3 overall pick. And then they receive the 104th overall pick, which is in the 4th round. The team they'd be trading with is the Arizona Cardinals, who would receive the Chiefs' 9th overall pick in this year's draft, and also the 29th overall pick that they received from the LA Rams just earlier this offseason. First off, would you do this trade if you're the Cardinals? And second off, outside of Mendoza, who's worth trading up for in this draft?
Could be David Bailey.
I think it's more like Jeremiah Love.
Jeremiah Love's getting a lot of heat here.
I think it's Jeremiah Love.
Yeah, because he's right now, if you look at NFL mock draft database, DMac's favorite site, had a chance to catch up with DMac last night. Doing well, is very unfortunate passing of his father, but caught up with him. And we were talking about mock drafts. And I'm like, I needed to talk. We haven't gotten into mock drafts, and
because they don't pick until the end of the second round.
I understand that.
So
but
therefore, I don't care.
I think David Bailey, Jeremiah Love probably are the only 2 players that would move the needle enough for the Kansas City Chiefs.
I would do that as Arizona. I'd make that trade because you can still guarantee that you're going to get an impact day 1 starting offensive tackle at number 9. Like you might lose out. I don't know who's going to go first between the Miami kid and who's the Spencer Fano out of Utah.
Spencer Fano is mocked right now to go 11th, and Francis Mangoa,
the guy from Miami,
massive human, is 9th.
So you're still able to get an offensive tackle, which is what a lot of reports are coming out of Arizona saying, like they want to get like a stalwart tackle. You can still get one inside the top 10, but trading back from 3 to number 9.
Mike Band right now, his NFL.com official mock draft from just yesterday actually has the Chiefs staying at 9 and drafting Francis Mangoa, offensive tackle from Miami. Cool. They do need some help, man, in their offensive line. It's frankly, it's led to Patrick Mahomes playing a lot of injured football in the last calendar year.
KJ, move it.
Me and Denver is one of them.
Well, the Miami Dolphins have continued to go on the record that they are not making running back Devon Achane available per GM John Eric Sullivan, as he talked to the media yesterday. Quote, he's not available for trade. Things are going good. We've had some positive conversations over the past couple of days, trending in the right direction. He's obviously very important to what we're doing. We'll get to where we need to be one way or another, end quote. And he was talking about them working towards a contract extension. So here's a couple of things to consider if you're Miami. So Travis Etienne and Kenneth Walker both signed deals this offseason. Kenneth Walker being 4 years for $48 million.
Oh, that might put a big hole into my Jeremiah Love theory, by the way. Remember that signing, Raj? Big dumb idiot.
And then the guy who went from Jacksonville to New Orleans, Travis Etienne, or as he called it, Travis Achane. Travis Achane.
We can't have Achane and Devon Achane in the same conversation. I'm not doing it.
Panathinaikos.
3 years, $43.05 million for Travis. And a couple of other running backs who are also in the same boat as Devon. Jamar Gibbs and Bijan Robinson are also eligible for extensions this offseason as well. So if you're the Miami Dolphins and you're talking about locking him in as one of the cornerstones of the franchise, do you think Devon lands between that 12 to 14 million per year mark, or is it a little bit higher than that?
I mean, if he repeats the season he had last year with 1,300 yards and 8 touchdowns and was completely healthy, then the answer is yes. But if he regresses or gets injured, then there's big questions. I think if he has the same exact season, yeah, he's in that ballpark. He's due to get that type of money. I'd pay it to him.
Who do you think's a better back? Achan or Achan?
I told you I'm not doing this. Oh, no! I'm not doing this. Say the names right.
Achan or Achan?
Not doing it.
Okay.
I'm not biting.
I really like the short area quickness of Achan, but like the ability to move the pile from Achan is something that I think he has over Achan.
I think Travis Etienne is a more multiple back. How's that?
Oh, so you're talking about I remember there's a running back that played at Clemson. His name was Travis Etienne.
I'm not buying into this. I'm not doing it. You're not going to get me.
There's not a guy in the NFL named Travis Etienne. I just know an Achan.
I think Travis Etienne is a more multiple back at this point in his career than Devon Achan is in Miami. I think Achan is a better runner of the football. I would love to have either one of them on the Broncos.
So would I.
Achan or Achan, son of a...
Maybe there's a world that exists that they could be on the same team someday.
Oh, make sure you guys text the keyword airports. That is airports into 303-504-0925. NFL notes are brought to you by Colorado's most complete local appliance store. That is Mountain High Appliance. They've got stores in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line and brand, and you can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. We played a little bit of my interview with Nathan McKinnon earlier on in the show. More from Tyson Barry and Nate on the importance of Gabriel Landeskog going into this year's Stanley Cup playoff run for the Avalanche. That's next. Giving away tickets in 10 minutes to the Nuggets and the Timberwolves. But if you want to get the latest Avs playoff ticket information sent straight to you, sign up for Drops and Deals and be the first to receive special deals and last-minute ticket opportunities at coloradoavalanche.com/drops. That's coloradoavalanche.com/drops. What we don't want the Broncos to do this year is have lots of drops.
A lot less.
A lot fewer drops.
We need fewer drops of the football, and we need to consistently catch the footballs to make sure that Riley Nix is happy. Because Bo wants a happy Riley Nix in her first year of life. First Broncos season.
Sat down with Nathan McKinnon to talk about he and Tyson Barry's new beer brand chili ones yesterday, and got into a little bit about like this year and his teammates' accolades, and from one teammate, Marty Natchez, to another one that has transformed who the Avalanche have become once again.
Yeah, it's huge. I mean, I think he needs to get more credit too for how good of a hockey player he is, even if he was a terrible guy. He's unreal.
It's a number 3 overall pick or number 2 overall pick.
Yeah, like he's so good. Does the little things so well. And obviously in our room, he's our captain. He's the guy, and we all lean on him. And we missed him. We missed him the last couple playoffs, and he came back last year, but that was more of like I don't know. I don't think he was super comfortable with that either. Like it was awesome, but now it's just a little more normal this year, and hopefully we're getting ready for a long run.
Not super comfortable going into last year's postseason run of like Gabe maybe was rushed back, and I suppose that's the reason why he wasn't playing in game 1 or 2.
He hadn't played hockey forever.
I've said so many times, I think it's the reason why they lost the series that Gabe didn't play in game 1 or game 2. That does give some credence to the idea of like he needed literally every hour and every minute to be ready to play in game 3.
Yeah, I think number one, it was about clearance, about at what point did the medical experts say that he was truly cleared to go play at an incredibly high speed of hockey that it amplifies significantly from regular season to postseason in hockey. And then let alone just the ice rink rust that any player would have. For how many days was it? How many days was it since the last competitive game that Gabe had played? It was a lot. So, yeah, he wasn't comfortable last year. You know what he is, though? He's comfortable this year. And I like that Nate, not only did he say that, like, everybody talks about Gabe Landeskog, the captain, the person, the teammate. It's like a really good hockey player,
You forget he was the number 2 pick.
Really talented player.
Like, was he going to put up 100 points a season? No. But Nate is so right. He does the little things right. And he forces the guys around him to get on board with doing the little things. And that is going to corners, picking up pucks that miss the net. If Natchez or McKinnon rip a one-timer that's about to zip out of the zone on the power play, he and another guy who they brought back this year via trade and Nazem Kadri are guys who are like, they're going to go hunt those pucks down rather than, the puck misses, it goes around. Now we'll just go back and we'll try the double slingshot again.
Do you think Gabe has pain? Do you think like right now I
can't say for him. Probably.
Yeah.
But I can't speak for him.
Like right now I have, meniscus, 44-year-old overweight problems right now.
There's no way that there isn't some sort of uncomfortability.
And once even for me, if I'm sitting around for an hour and then I stand up and walk around, I'm like, ooh. But then once you get greased up, you're like, okay, I'm good. I bet it's a little bit of that, right? Where you had so much trauma, so many surgeries, so much inflammation, so much scar tissue in one area that you can't. There's probably not a world that exists. You go through that. I mean, it's a little bit Lindsey Vonn-esque, although she's on a completely different planet, right? And where she's already talking about skiing again. You're like, dude, please don't. Please stop. Like, Lindsey, we love you. I don't want you to have to get your leg amputated. You don't feel that with Gabe, but I guarantee you that guy is playing through some stuff.
Here's Tyson Barry on Landeskog and the Avs playoff chances.
How much have you been able to watch these guys this year?
Yeah, I've been tuning in. I've been doing a bunch of broadcasts with the Canucks. So
all right.
That takes up a lot of my time, but I certainly got to catch these guys coming through town, and the dog lit them up. lit them up pretty good in Vancouver.
Does it feel like they're a little bit different year over year, having Gabe back in the locker room? I know it's from an outsider's perspective.
Yeah,
but...
I mean, I was in that room with Gabe and just know how important he is to the team. And so nice to see him come back and play at the level he is. And it's a heck of a human being and a heck of a hockey player. So
you guys came into the league kind of at the same time, you and Gabe, at like 19 years old. Was it like that clear that at 19 he was the dude in the room that was going to lead you guys?
See at 19.
Right? Yeah, it was unbelievable.
It was abundantly clear. He was way ahead of his time just with the way he played and conducted himself, and that it's a good of a leader as you'll find in this league. So Avs are lucky to have him.
Tyson is hoping that there's some guerrilla marketing with the Avs sometime in June. They hoist the cup, and instead of drinking silver bullets out of the top of that thing, he's just filling it with chili ones.
Just one chili beers?
Just one chili beers. By
one
the way,
chili ones?
You can go and try those today out at Bonnie Bray Liquor from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. Tyson's going to be there. I think like the lead singer from the Lumineers is going to be there too.
Awesome.
Pretty cool. Also, John Mitchell and Brett Kane.
Mitchie?
Want to throw those guys in. Fun dudes to hang out with.
Of that star-studded cast, Brett Kane gets to be with those guys?
Kaner's a fun dude to have one beers with.
I tell you what, he wasn't that fun last night. He sure as heck ditched us in our little company outing. I was looking for Kaner, man.
And nobody on the morning show.
Tell you what, I wanted to have an IPA. Oh, we did have Steve Nelson. He wanted to make sure that
Buenos dias.
You guys can sign up for your chance to win Avalanche playoff tickets today. Tastings and giveaways will be on site. Again, that is Bonnie Bray Liquors off of University and Ohio, starting at 3 p.m. and ending at 5 p.m. I've got some NHL seeding and matchups that can happen tonight, or that will happen tonight. It's the final day of the regular season. Edmonton versus Anaheim, Colorado versus LA. That is what I expect to happen this evening. Here's how it can happen. If the Oilers get at least 1 point against the Canucks and the Ducks defeat the Predators in any way tonight, or the Predators beat the Ducks in an overtime or a shootout win, and the Flames beat the Kings in any fashion, or if the Predators defeat the Ducks in regulation and the Flames defeat the Kings in regulation. Those are the three ways that it'll lock Edmonton into the 2 seed in the Pacific, Anaheim into the 3 seed, and then Colorado will take on the 8-seeded wildcard 2 LA Kings.
Clear as mud.
I think that's pretty darn
really clear. We're good. You're playing the Kings, man. Let's go. Let's just play the Kings. Get out of the way.
You get to see Darcy Kemper.
And while we're there, let's just break the franchise record for points in a season. You go with that? You happy?
You get 1 point and you'll break the franchise record. You're sitting at 119 tonight. Manson will not play tonight. Nazem Kadri will not play tonight, but he expects them back. Jared Bednar expects them back for the postseason, so don't worry. We know that Nathan McKinnon's not playing tonight because we played that little clip earlier on from the podcast going, yeah, we wanted to get Marty his 100th point, and I wanted to score my 53rd because we didn't want to play on Thursday evening against Seattle. I don't believe you're getting Marty Necas tonight either.
Raj, did you see ESPN.com's Rachel Kreis? I think it's Rachel Kreishak or Kreishak. She's a contributor in NHL for ESPN. They went through all of the top seeds in the Eastern and Western Conference and talked about their biggest flaw. Here's what it said about the Colorado Avalanche. I want you to respond to this, react to this. Like several other teams this season, the goaltending is a question mark.
What?
However, with a Mackenzie Blackwood-Scott Wedgwood tandem that has proved to be good enough all season, that feels like a less than fatal flaw. What? Did you even look at Scott Wedgwood's save percentage this year? And then it says this, however, Colorado's defensive depth is concerning, which is why Cale Makar's status looms like a dark cloud. The Avalanche cannot get through the gauntlet of the... Oh, so this was... Okay. Top issues. This is written right now. I thought this was written before the season. April 16th, 2026. There's still top... ESPN.
I don't know if she watches hockey, man.
Oh my gosh.
I certainly don't think she watches Avalanche hockey. The goaltending's not a question. Scott Wedgwood's a stud right now. He's your starter, and Mackenzie Blackwood has looked pretty good in his last 2 games, so if you want to ham and egg them against the LA Kings or whoever you play in round 1, be my guest. But Wedgwood has been solid. He leads the league in save percentage. He leads the league in goals against average. He's been freaking awesome. The team plays great in front of him. They have added to the defensive depth. They traded for Brett Kulak during the season. If you're going to give the Avalanche a fatal flaw, give them their true fatal flaw. The power play sucked almost all year. But since February 25th, they have a power play percentage of 22.5, which is good for 8th in the league from February 25 until the end of the season.
And when you're as good as you are in 5-on-5 hockey, that's plenty good enough. She continues. Let's assume Cale Makar's healthy or healthy enough to go, which, do you have any questions about Cale Makar's health?
No, Cale played 2 nights ago. He had 3 assists.
Yeah. Nick Blankenberg has struggled in the role of 7th defenseman. Nick Blankenberg, is he going to be is he even going to be on the playoff roster?
No, he likely won't play any games in the postseason.
I don't know, man. I apologize. I will only go to the expert of all things hockey and all things Avs from now on, and that's Alex Ryan.
Thanks, boys. Yeah, I appreciate that.
I'm going to go to RyanEmmy.com instead of ESPN.com.
I don't know what's on RyanEmmy.com. It could be bad
Could
things.
get weird. Sorry if you go there and you get it. Sorry if you get a bug on your phone.
Right to jail, right away.
Sorry if you get a UBI and an LBI in your phone.
That's Coach Mike Sanford, KJ Granderson behind the glass. PhD is coming up next. Congratulations to Jake Serra. You're going to see the Nuggets take on the Timberwolves on Saturday afternoon. If you didn't win Nuggets playoff tickets with us, don't worry. You can enter every single hour from now all the way through 6 p.m. tonight with PhD and Kreckman and Lindahl. Win with those guys. We'll talk to you tomorrow morning at 10.
What's up, Mala City? How you doing on this Thursday? We're just 2 days away from some playoff action. We're here, man. We're 48 hours away. Actually, Dan, do that math. I want you to do that math right now. Google it. If puck drop, or no. If tip-off on Saturday, let's call it, it's going to be 1:40, probably a little bit later. But let's say 1:40 on Saturday, how far? Give me hours, minutes, how far away we are from tip-off of that game.
49 something.
49 hours and something minutes?
49 hours and change.
Okay, man. Because I'm ready for it. We do have a hockey game tonight. It's going to be weird. Hey, Scotty, did you see Jared Bednar? He's coaching tonight. He's back, and he was there at morning skate. He had taught, man, he looks like a hockey player.
50 hours and 20 minutes.
Oh, is that, you did the math? 50 hours and 20 minutes?
Trying to play in my head.
Way to go, Scotty.
Trying to do it in my head.
That's nothing.
So Bednar was where?
He's going to coach tonight. He's going to be on the bench tonight, and so he was at skate this morning and addressed the media. And, you can see where the puck caught him right below his eye, right there, right below his eye. And I mean, there's just, it looks, he looks like a hockey player. So, he's back though. So there he is.
Oh,
there he is.
Bad though.
Yeah, I mean, that's a pretty dark picture. Like that whole right eye is pretty black and blue. Although it's gone. I bet you, yesterday or the day before must have,
If you're an Avalanche fan, are you not running out to get that hat? Because that's a sweet-ass Avalanche hat.
Oh, you know what? I didn't even think about that. That is a dope hat. The 5281?
Yeah, that's a nice hat right there.
Somebody was rocking a hat. Oh, it was Connor McGahey was at our little thing last night, and he was rocking a dope Avs hat that I'd never seen before, and I think he got it special somehow. I don't know. He got the hookup somewhere.
Team issued.
Was it? Oh, it was a team issued hat.
I asked him about it.
Yeah. We were like, that's a dope hat, bro. And he's like, it's because I know people. It's like because I know people. But yeah, that's a pretty dope hat.
That's a good hat, though, right there.
But that looks like a hockey player right there.
Yeah.
That's a hockey player right there.
That looks like a guy that broke something up late night at some pub.
Right. One of his friends acting a fool, or
his wife.
Yeah, somebody's hitting on his wife or whatever, and he's like, I ain't have it at.
Yep.
That's exactly what
Coach
took
one, but that's all. So he took one in the eye. But he probably won it.
Yeah, you should see the other guy, right? You should see the other guy.
Yeah, that's a you should see the other guy look.
Oh, yeah, so he looks like he's ready for the
But I will say
this,
he looks angry.
Yeah, doesn't he? But see, he was smiling and laughing during the presser, but this picture right here makes him look like he wants to rip your heart out.
Dude, that looks like he's ready for the postseason.
Yeah,
that's what that is right there. Bring Sunday on.
Yeah,
Bring Sunday on.
Yeah, we do know that the Avs will play on Sunday. We just don't know who they'll play or when they'll play.
Are they playing the same thing, 1:30 type thing, 1:40?
Well, here, my guess is either they'll be the early game or the late game. They'll either be the afternoon game or the 9 o'clock game, because if they end up with the LA Kings, which is once again the most likely scenario,
they'll play the late game.
Yeah, they have the last game. They play the last game tonight against Seattle, and then they still have they have 3 teams that could be their first round opponent. They won't 3 different teams. That's crazy to me. But most likely it'll be the LA Kings. Some weird stuff would have to happen for it not to be the LA Kings, and the Edmonton Oilers could fall all the way down there. But Edmonton has the tiebreaker on everybody, and LA has the tiebreaker on nobody. You know what I mean? So both the other Edmonton and Anaheim would have to lose in regulation.
So it's probably going to be the Kings.
Yes, it's almost definitely going to be the Kings.
Yeah.
So, and then all 3 of them are playing tonight. All 3 of them are playing different opponents. All 3 of them are playing chocolate opponents.
That makes sense if they're all playing tonight.
So all 3 of them could win. Like what we're seeing here from Drew, it says if all 3 win, it'll be the Avs versus the Kings. So then, what it does mean is that next week we're going to have those 9 o'clock starts, because you'll be in LA after you win the first 2 here in Denver, right? So
then you know for sure the road games will be 8 o'clock LA time, 9 here.
Yeah.
11.
So
East.
Sunday to kick it off, they'll either be the first game on Sunday or the late game on Sunday, right? If they end up with
wherever they think they get better ratings in LA.
Yeah, because Vegas is going to host a game too, and obviously Vegas is a West Coast team. They might put Vegas as a late game too,
and they don't have to worry about setting the arena up. Given the conversion.
Yeah.
Group a whole. Giving them more than 24 hours.
Yeah. So it's So right now, yeah, it's most likely going to be the LA Kings, and then after you get by the Kings, it'll be the winner of the Stars and the Wild. Like Vegas is hosting Utah, Edmonton, and Anaheim is probably the most likely matchup there too, right? But yeah, it's so weird that we're down to the last day. The Avs are far and away the best team in the league, have far and away the most points, and tonight, if they get 2 more points, if they get just 1 point with an overtime loss, they'll have the most points in franchise history at 120, right? Or is the record 121, Dan?
I thought it was 121.
Is it 121? Would they have to win to tie there? I don't know. I think it might be a new. I think it's a new franchise record if they get it done tonight. I think Bednar said that McKinnon's not playing and Natchez isn't playing, and who else isn't playing? There was somebody else on that list too. There's like 3 or 4, and then they called up a couple of guys from the Eagles, so it'll be a fun game. Scott Wedgwood is starting tonight, I believe. Yeah, Scott Wedgwood between the pipes tonight.
Well, that's interesting.
Yeah. So I mean, they will
might give them another day off.
Yeah, because you'll get Friday and Saturday, and then I don't know, maybe you're the early. I don't know, but I mean, let's go. Like tonight, I don't even know how to feel about this Avs game tonight. Like,
you know how you feel about this game? Can we get this over with?
Yeah. Okay. There you go.
Because records are nice. No one will remember it in 8 years.
Mm-hmm.
It'll just be written down in some, program somewhere.
Yeah.
But get this over with. Get out of there. I don't need any limps. I don't need any stitches.
Right. Nobody take an unlucky puck. Nobody pull a Bednar and take a puck to the face or something, and you miss an early game. So the 119 points tied the franchise record, right? So a win or just a point tonight would break it. That would be
that's right.
The greatest regular season in Avalanche history.
Yeah. So
if they get it done.
Good.
So
did they win the championship when they had the 119 the first time?
That was the year they won the cup.
That's right.
Yeah.
21-22.
Yeah.
They also had
it works out pretty well.
They had 118 in the 01 Cup season.
Yeah, that team was a juggernaut too, man. Oh yeah.
Which team was it?
The 01 team. Yeah. The 01 team, the Ray Bork with Joe and Peter.
But they had to come back from down 3-2.
Yeah, to New Jersey. Right. They won that game in New Jersey, and it was like, we going back home for a Game 7, baby. Yeah, but you know what's the craziest thing about that Game 7? Now that the playoffs are coming up, like the Avs scored multiple goals early in it. Like it was Alex Tangay. Alex Tangay, like young. I think he might have been a rookie at the time or something. He scores and the Avs go up early by a couple of goals, and then the whole game you're just sitting there, just like, you know what I mean? Just
hurry up.
Just watching that clock go. Just like when the Avs were in Tampa and the clock was winding down, you were just like, go, let's go. So yeah, no, there's nothing I love more than the playoffs, Scotty. 50 hours away.
You do that in a lot of singular games as far as the penalty kill. Like, you got a 2-minute penalty, and you're like, watch. And then that puck gets shot across the blue line. Mm-hmm. You automatically look to the clock, and you're like thinking, okay, there's another 8-10 seconds we lost right there. There you go, that's down. But yeah, you get early leads in the Game 7. And you know what? That's probably what Denver did against Minnesota last time. You get up 20, go, okay, look at the clock. And you feel, no, you still got to play.
Man.
Players still got to play.
Yeah, the one unfortunate thing about taking on Minnesota in the first round is I keep seeing replays of that game, people talking about that game, and I have to think about that game, and that game sucked. That game was,
Well, the last 8 minutes sucked. Or the last,
You're
last
right. You know
quarter.
what? I guess at halftime, I was sitting there at halftime at Ball Arena eating a hot dog thinking we're going to the next round.
And midway through the third, you're still feeling pretty good, too.
Oh, you're right. It wasn't until, in that third, when they just started throwing up bricks. Just bricks everywhere. Just brick. Couldn't make a shot.
Second unit just killed you to start that thing, and then it was then you never got any momentum back at all.
This season, the bench is a strength, right? Would you consider it a strength for the Nuggets this season?
It started off the season and ended the season as a strength. In the middle of the season, the bench was starting, for
good call.
20 games, right?
You're right, good call. Because you're starting Tim and you're throwing Bruce in there.
Spencer Jones. Spencer Jones, I think, started. I have to look. I thought he started like 30 games.
That's a good question. I wonder how many
he was a two-way player to start the season, and I think he started like 35 games.
Right. And then there was that weird thing where he got injured, and then they were trying to convert him right to a full-time so he could be in the playoffs.
Like 3 or 4 games.
Yeah. So, the bench is going to be great. We had some fun playing games last night that we're going to get to. Matter of fact,
You know what we're doing here at the station?
How about that? The worst thing that could probably happen in the entire world. Clippers pull a Clipper.
Scotty,
let Golden State win.
They led that game for 41 plus minutes. They had the lead in that thing for 41 plus minutes. And what happened, Scotty? What happened?
Clippers make some threes, or the Golden State makes some threes.
Old dude, Scotty.
But here's
old dudes making Al Horford making three, bro.
But then all of a sudden, guess what? Did you hear that? By the Clippers losing, Oklahoma City now gets the Clippers' first round pick.
I'm so mad. It's the better of the two firsts that LA gets. The Oklahoma City Thunder could get
just got a lottery pick.
It's gonna suck if they suddenly win. If they win the lottery or hop up to like 2 or 3 in this deep draft, and they get even. Yeah, man, I'm mad at LA. I'm mad at LA. But listen, I guess. What's that Toby Keith song about? I'm not as good as I used to be.
I'm not as good as I once was, but I'm good once as I ever was.
And Steph Curry's like, here we go. I'll show you why I'm Steph Curry. And he hits that crazy 3, and he's just going off, and you're just like, man, the Clippers are going home. Clippers are going home.
Yep.
Man. So it's it'll be Suns Warriors tomorrow and Magic Hornets. So Magic and Hornets in Charlotte tomorrow. And Warriors host
Magic lost, didn't they?
Right, but they were the 8, right? So they get 2 chances. They get 2 chances.
Oh, that's
so
right.
That's right. So
right.
They have to win this one. But if they lose, if
Magic Charlotte, I'm not so sure Charlotte don't win that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they are. I bet you they do, right?
And if they do, then Jamal Moser will be fired.
But you know what's crazy?
Day after tomorrow.
Even if they do, he might get fired. I mean, they were talking about that before they even got into this whole. And
he wins tomorrow, and then they at least make a first round series out of it. Then how do you
have to? You have to. I mean, I guess like they're the 76ers. Won last night, and they're going to be the 7 seed. They're going to face the Boston Celtics. And the Sixers won that game because they had Tyrese Maxey. But, like, how much problems are the Blazers going to give the Spurs, and how many problems are the Sixers going to give the Celtics in those 2-7 matchups?
I feel like the Blazers may give the Spurs more than Philadelphia will give Boston.
Mm-hmm. It does feel like Boston's just like, we're going to shut down Maxey.
I wouldn't mind both teams winning, though.
Yeah, that would be fun, right?
Philly, right?
That'd be fun.
But Philly's got no Embiid.
Yeah, he's going to be out. I mean, VJ Edgecombe did some crazy stuff last night, and I love the young fella, but I don't know what's going to happen with Philly or where they go from here. They do. I mean, Tyrese is great. I like VJ, but you got an Embiid problem, and you in an Eastern Conference that – yeah, I mean, I don't think they can touch Jalen or Jason.
Yeah, I think Boston wins that, but I'm tell you what, and I think San Antonio wins, but I think Portland. I think Portland's going to give them an issue.
I'd love to see it.
If they win,
I'd love to see it, baby.
Portland has to win tonight, right? Or
No. They got the 7 because were they the 8 seed and they only had to win the 1 or whatever to clinch that spot.
Right,
so
right.
yeah, they're in. So they will take on San Antonio on.
So the Suns
Sunday,
taking
I
on
think.
Who the Suns playing in with?
Yes, the Suns are playing in with the Warriors have to go to Phoenix tomorrow.
Yeah, there you go.
Warriors have to go to Phoenix, and that means we're gonna get it. I'd like to get your. I want to get your opinion on Dillon Brooks and Draymond Green and players of that ilk and what Draymond did to Kawhi last night in the fourth quarter was crazy. It's crazy. I'm not sure I'm a Draymond fan, but man, and you love you some defense. But we'll get to all of it. We are giving away playoff tickets, people. We got playoff tickets to give away, and we're going to do that next because all day we're celebrating the Nuggets playoff ticket Thursday. Every show has tickets to Game 1 against Minnesota, and there's a new keyword every hour. Your next keyword is 5 minutes away. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to PhD on this Thursday. Scott Hastings, the legend, coming to you live from Baxter Shanker Studios, along with Dan Tanner and Mark Bertinoli. Tyler and DMac will be back on Monday. We've got playoff games this weekend, and we're giving away playoff tickets right now. It's a playoff ticket Thursday. We have your chance to win tickets to see Game 1 against the Minnesota Timberwolves on Saturday. Text the keyword backpack right now. Backpack to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name, and you're entered to win. The Wilhite Law Firm gives you the chance to win big on and off the court. Visit them at wilhitewins.com. Again, this hour's keyword is backpack. We'll announce our winner at 2:55. Good luck. All right, Scotty. We've got, you know what? I don't know what we're going to hear from them, but the Denver Broncos pre-draft press conference is going on right now, and we'll get some sound bites from the.
Now, what do you say? I mean, at 162, I mean, they hardly ever get what probably 20 and below right ever. I mean, lately they're usually pretty good first, Dan, 5 or 6 picks.
Mm-hmm.
Unless like no one had Bo Nix going 12 or whatever it was.
Actually, yeah, the draft pundits kind of nailed the Knicks pick at 12 to the Broncos. They did.
Well, they didn't.
Yeah, I saw so many mock drafts with Bo Nix going to the Broncos, Scott. So many.
They had Bo Nix as is coming. Yeah, the people saying that's what they need. Here you go. But early on in the situation, they didn't. So what are you going to do? 62?
Yeah, I don't know.
That's tough to sit there and try to pick who's going to be still around at 62. Because if someone drops, which always happens, that was supposed to go 40.
Yeah.
And there they go, they're going to take it.
Every player outside of the first pick in the NFL draft we had him higher on our draft. You know what I mean? Like, we got a steal.
Well,
RJ
Harvey,
much higher
we had when they drafted RJ Harvey in the second, didn't they say, well, we had him as a first round grade and everything else?
Mm-hmm. How much chaos do you expect from this draft? Do you really expect teams? Oh yeah, I saw this. Here's the crazy thing. Oh wait.
So they're going to get defensive tackle with a foot injury. Okay.
So ESPN has mocked Caleb Banks, a defensive tackle from Florida, to the Broncos.
And it's going to be something just like that if they stay at 62. Something that's not sexy, at least to me. I'm like, where's my Cecil baby? But this is probably a great pick for them at 62. It was either CBS or ESPN when they were trying to explain. They were like, here's what we think the Broncos draft strategy will be. They had the draft strategy for every team in the NFL, at least what they thought it might be. And I guess the interesting thing they said about the Broncos was they were like, where's the position in need? And they said the Broncos don't have a position in need. They don't have any holes. They have some positions that they can upgrade, but there is no position where you're like, oh, man, we got bums in there. We got nothing.
Again, if Ingram can actually, because, you went and got him for a reason. There's your guy that could have a better year and help that position that you already got in the fold. You are losing Franklin Myers, right? He signed in free agency. So maybe another D lineman somewhere along that road would make more sense.
Yeah, they're definitely doing that. Right?
I think they could use some depth at middle linebacker, and I think they could use some depth at safety, to be honest with you, too. So,
if you had to bet the mortgage on it, would you bet that the Broncos and that I say, hey, Scotty, I guarantee you the Broncos make a trade draft day. Would you bet the mortgage that they draft, or that they move up in a draft, or move back and get more picks?
More picks.
Yeah, that does seem like a George Payton
62 is not till the second day anyway.
Yeah.
Here's the bet. Do you think the Broncos, are you going to bet you'll hear the Broncos call a name on the first day of the draft?
You got to think they want to, though, right?
Of course they want to.
Well, listen, I think there's a whole lot of fans would hope to, but I don't think you hear anything from the Broncos, and it wouldn't shock me if someone comes up who somebody really wants available and says, listen, we'll swap you with 64 and give you our 75th also.
Mm-hmm.
I could see them doing something like that.
Yeah, I would be shocked if we hear the Broncos do anything on the first day of the NFL draft. But I would enjoy. Let me ask you this: what do you? So Spike Tech came out and said, "Yeah, we're getting calls about the first pick in the draft." And obviously it's lying season, so he could be full of crap. But what do you think teams are offering for the first pick in this draft?
You're probably offering a swap from your first pick, and then you probably are offering either a first-round pick in 2 years or a first-round pick next year or a high second next year. I mean, that's the only thing you could offer, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. I'm just wondering, because usually, unless you think Jeremiah Love or if there's a player that is this is the best guy, this is going to be the best player at that position, we're going to move up and take him, and we're going to have him for 5 years at a premium price, and it's going to be. But I don't know if I see that in this draft.
The only way you give up your first pick if you're the Raiders if you think the Simpson kid is better.
Right, and that's
and then you're probably going to move from 1 to 5, 1 to 4, aren't you?
Yeah, I think I've heard a lot of people talking about those teams that always do interesting stuff, maybe moving up and down, and that's the Cowboys maybe moving up into the top, 5, 6 to do whatever the Cowboys are going to do because Jerry likes to make a splash. But I mean, how much better can the Kansas City Chiefs in the division get with the number 9 pick in this draft? Enough that you're because nobody expects the Chiefs to be as bad this year as they were last year, right? They're going to bounce, but they're not going to be that bad.
But you're still probably going to miss Mahomes for the first 4 games.
Yeah, you know what? That's a good.
You got to survive that
because he keeps saying, "I'll be back, but there's no way
they could use some help at wide receiver.
Could they move up 3 or 4 spots and get Jeremiah Love? Because Love is going to go 3, 4. 5. And could Kansas City, what would it cost to move up from 9 to 5, 9 to 4 and get Jeremiah for Mahomes?
Swap picks and your number 2, swap picks and your something like that.
Well, the Jags moved up to 2 last year to get Travis Hunter,
yeah.
and they had to give up. They swapped their first-round picks and a first-round this year.
So you know what? I bet you that could get it done.
And they moved up 2 spots.
The way we're here, no one
spots?
wants to give up a first round for next season.
You're right, and Kansas City would have to move up. Man, they'd have to move up 5 spots.
But if there's any position
4,
that's kind of
6.
deep in this draft, isn't it wide receiver?
Yeah, I mean, I was saying, who's the best wide receiver in this draft? Because Jeremiah's the best running back in this draft.
Well, Carnell Tate has been mocked as the first wide receiver being taken in the draft out of Ohio State. I don't know if he's necessarily the best, but he's been mocked going first.
I've seen him mocked to Washington. Tate going to Washington at 7.
I can honestly tell you guys, I haven't read a mock draft all year.
I know you. I don't know. I can't get away from my love.
Scott,
Scotty.
DMac's read them to you.
Yeah, I'm sure he has. I'm sure that's what DMac's doing right now. He's just checking out a mock draft, one type of another. Yeah, I'm a sucker for it. I'd love to see numbers and dudes' names next to him. Ooh, is this what's gonna happen? But I mean, I have no idea. I have no idea if the Broncos are going to end up with a first-round pick or if they're just going to play it. Once again, you don't have to overreach for anything, but it almost feels like now is the time to take you don't have to bet the house, but just a little bit of a gamble, Scotty, just a little bit of a gamble, being yo, man, we could win this whole thing.
But
we just need a little bit of magic. A little bit.
Yeah, you don't have to, though.
So why would you? So just be a little bit conservative this year in the draft, you think? Or just amass as many picks as you possibly can? I don't think you want to talk about I don't think you want to do anything with any of your picks next year because I think you have more picks next year than you have this year. And I think you just, whatever position you're in, you take the best you can get. And if there's a way to move up 1 or 2 or down 1 and 2 and either get more drafts but not lose tons, then go make the pick. I mean, we'll hear from. It's Sean Payton and George Payton talking today, Dan. Who is it? It's Sean and George doing the thing.
Sean and George.
All right, so we'll hear from them soon, and I'm sure they're not going to tell us much, but I wonder. I mean, I almost appreciate the lying more. You know what I mean? Because it almost it almost feels more what expected this time of year. You know what I mean? If you feed me nonsense during the season, come on, man, just tell me what happened there out on the field. But this time of year, I get the obfuscation. You know what's that word? What's that word, Dan?
Try it again.
Obfuscation?
Scott, you know what he's trying to say?
Obfuscation?
By the way,
is that the word?
I'm looking at 2 yeah, don't you worry about it. I'm looking at 2 mock drafts from 2024, ESPN and NFL.
How close?
Dallas Turner was the ESPN's at number 12. NFL had them making a trade with Philadelphia that year, and then let's see where they drafted down lower. Oh, and then taking Bo Nix at 22.
Ooh.
No,
you know what? Maybe
they didn't have him taking him at 12.
I don't think. Yeah, 12 was pretty high for Bo. Remember, Dan? He was the sixth quarterback taken in that draft, right? Sixth.
In 12 picks.
Yeah, yeah. And the dumb thing is like half of those dudes are great, and the other half might be good. You know what I mean? So
well, listen, I know they won the national championship. I was not impressed with J.J. McCarthy in the semifinals or the finals, and yet everybody was in love with that guy. I never got it.
Right, Minnesota took a gamble on him, right? They're like,
well, yeah. I mean, he was hurt. Did he get hurt, Dan, in the training camp his rookie year?
Or did he come in hurt? You're right.
Preseason game.
Did he come in hurt?
I thought he tore something in the preseason game his rookie year, or
because did he play one game? He played one game his rookie. Yeah, I don't know until the end. I don't even remember. Yeah. But I know then they moved on from Sam to be like, yeah, we think JJ's the dude. JJ.
I mean, there's still a question, I think, on JJ. Penix is still a question. I mean, he had like 2 or 3 good moments his rookie year, and then not much after that, right?
Yeah.
JJ got hurt in a preseason game.
It was I thought it was a preseason game. Yeah.
Oh man. Michael Penix Jr. Is facing wire charges for, what was it, wire fraud or something? He's getting prosecuted for something. They're saying that somebody impersonated an NFL player to get like $20 million worth of loans, and he was part of that. Yeah, him and a couple of players. Michael Penix Jr., David Njoku, and Xavier McKinney, according to ESPN. Once again, I don't know.
They were got, or they got people?
No, they got well, they're right now. Those 3 players were used those were the players that were used. Oh, there it is. Good. So they were Alabama player got some of his buddies to help him.
Yeah, they got.
Yeah.
They got their identity
They were
stolen.
using their name to get these loans. And then they're like, wait, what? $20 million in loans? But why are they naming Penix and all these players, but not the guy who got arrested from Bama? Oh, Luther Davis. There it is. Man, why are you putting the name way down there? So Luther Davis got these dudes involved. Man, shady business.
Been going on forever. they say that's why Kareem played as much as he did. He had it was, I only remember 2 of the guys, Kareem and then Kent Benson. And there's 3 players. This one agent, financial dude represented. And, they'd call in for financials for the account. And he put all the money from the other 2 guys into one account, show this guy, yeah, you got $8 million. And then Kareem said, hey, can I see my financials? Then he rotate the money back over here.
Hey, you got.
And so I guess he just, and then fled the country. I never heard whatever happened that, but something like these guys lost like $30 million or something.
Wow. That's like your boy
and
Nene.
That's why Kareem had to play an extra, into his 40s, because the guy took all of his money.
Wasn't it Nene's interpreter that
it did something?
Took all his money too? Or invested it all in something crazy? Or what? He's like, where's all my money? Yeah. Watch who you trust, baby. Watch who you trust. We got a keyword.
And then you got a baseball player in Philly whose parents did it.
His backpack. Wait, what? Wait.
Is a bro or Brom or some dude plays for the Philadelphia Phillies, who's suing his parents for mismanagement of funds.
Oh no! Don't do that. Yeah, don't take your kids' money and spend
$5.6 million or something.
Oh no!
Do you guys remember the Jack Johnson story about his parents?
Oh,
the boxer.
Yes. I'm sure there was a mobster named Jack Johnson. The NHL.
There's Jack Johnson, the boxer. Right? There was Banana Pancakes, Jack Johnson. Right. You're talking about the Avalanche Stanley
DMac.
Cup champion,
Stanley
Jack
Cup
Johnson?
champ.
Yeah,
Jack
that's
Johnson.
tough. Because who else are you going to trust? Bought themselves some houses and stuff, right?
Yeah, they kind of screwed him over.
Look up this baseball player, Philadelphia Phillies. The baseball player, like your parents set up all these LLCs in Florida.
Alec Baum, Scott. Alec Baum. Bohm.
Yeah.
That's the dude?
Yep.
Man. Well, listen, man. Everybody's out here hustling. Everybody's hustling. Everybody's just trying to get a buck.
You got to hustle people illegally.
Well, ask Steve Ballmer, man. What's up? His team just got bounced yesterday. What did all that tree money, all that Kawhi, what did that get you? It got you bounced in the play-in tournament. Although I will say the LA Clippers turned that thing around, right?
Yeah.
They turned it around because it looked like they were going to finish with one of the worst records in the league. And then, they get bounced in the play-in.
But then Kawhi all of a sudden decided, instead of playing once every, 3 games, he decided to play all the games.
He's like, yeah,
he can still play.
He's still a really good player. Kawhi is so weird to me. He is so, I don't know how to think about his greatness.
I just wonder if he was milking some.
You might be right. You might very well be right. Ooh, oh no, this is the trade. This is the trade.
The Paul George trade is insane.
Paul George. So the Clippers got Paul George. And OKC.
You took Paul George off of OKC, and OKC got Shai Gilgeous, Danilo.
My man.
A first-round pick to turn into Trey Man. A first-round pick took to Jalen Williams. He's playing. First-round pick turned into Casey Wallace. He's playing for him. And Nikola Topic is still playing for him.
And now it's going to be Cam Moser. Something stupid like that. Because they're going to get a top 10 pick. They're going to get if they win the lottery, I'm going to lose my mind. But once again, this is the Clippers.
And you know what?
Is this a smart trade? If you're
Paul George. Paul George.
If you're the Clippers, is that a smart trade?
In the first place.
That's the worst trade in NBA history. If you're the Clippers.
Yeah.
For the Clippers, yes. It's not the worst trade in NBA.
That's worse.
But it's pretty close.
That's worse than what they gave up for Russell Wilson.
Oh, 100%, Scott.
Yeah.
That is the worst. That might be the worst trade in sports history.
No.
Yeah.
Look at what
that might be.
No, I think it's up there, but I still think the Luka trade is worse.
It's the greatest trade anybody's made also.
Right.
It's like the greatest and worst.
Yeah.
The OKC general manager is going to be eating out on this trade for life. For life, man. He's like, look, I got over on the Clippers.
But look, all them guys they got, what's going to happen is everybody's, the Piper's going to get due. But you know what? Sam Presti, who's the GM, what he does? He'll move Casey Wallace or Jalen Williams and you know what he'll get? He'll get another future first-round pick.
Yeah. Dan, look up how many first OKC has coming up. Because, okay. Because we got to go to break, but I still want to know how many first round picks. They got
18 picks in the next 3 years or 2 years.
See. They got, they got a lot of picks, it looks like, over the next couple of years. So they got 2 firsts in 2026, and they got, no, this can't be right. This can't be right. They got 3 first-round picks coming up this year? No, they're going to pick 3 times in the first round of the NBA draft this year?
They have their own.
They have the Utah
Clippers,
one.
Utah's.
And Phillies.
Clippers and the Phillies.
What?
Wait, so they have 4?
Wait, that's what I'm saying. No.
They have 3. They have 3 in this year's draft. 3 first-round picks.
But they have 3 first rounds in next year's too. How does that work? How'd they get that? What's going on? Yeah, it's that. Yeah. Give Presti all the money in the world.
A conservative estimate between this season and 2030, they'll have between 8 and 10 first-round picks, and a maximum if everything falls their way, 11 to 13.
In the next 6 years.
4 years.
In the next 4 years.
5 drafts.
If everything works out, they can have 13 first-round picks in the next 4.
And they finish with the best record in basketball. Sam Presti might be the GM of the century.
Maybe Ballmer owns part of Oklahoma City and just not telling anybody.
Your keyword is backpack. We'll be right back.
Greatest trade in the history of sports. I know we're early for no dumb questions. Is that an hour from now?
Yeah, it's an hour.
So we'll tease it.
All right.
Think about from now to now, all the people out there.
Worst trade.
Give me a worse trade and a better trade, because Tyler called the trade from Seattle the worst trade and maybe the worst trade ever
Russell
in history.
Wilson trade?
The Russell Wilson. Did he call it the worst trade ever because you gave 2 first rounds, or he called it the worst trade ever?
So that turned into Charles Cross and Devin Witherspoon for the Seahawks, by the way. 2 really good players.
2 good players.
Yeah.
What did this turn into?
Oh.
A 2-time MVP, another guy that's about ready to hit free agent is going to make money.
Yeah, teams doing dumb things. I mean, looking at that Clippers trade is just ridiculous. Like, we were talking about it in the break. Nobody knew that SGA was going to be SGA when they made that trade, but he was really good.
What pick did you say he was in that
Oh,
trade?
that's right here. I got it right here. It was 11.
Was it 11? I mean, so he thought pretty high of him. It's just the Clippers probably was CP3 still there? And so they said, well, there's no way they're going to let somebody come in here like that. I mean, where would the Clippers be now if they would have kept Shai Gilgeous?
Oh, yeah.
Go on now.
Yeah. But yeah, that whole draft was drunk because the top 2 picks were DeAndre Ayton and then Marvin Bagley. But then Luka, Jaren Jackson Jr., Trae Young came off the board. Bam, bam, bam. And then, of course, they made the Luka Trae swap.
Tell them real fast, because I know Berto was listening to you, but on that draft, DeAndre Ayton, which I still say would have been a top 10 pick, looking at his career, Dan didn't like him and then was shocked that he averaged 15, 8, and 10 for
Dan was acting like DeAndre Ayton was a bum. Just a bum.
I still believe he's a bum.
And he's averaging 15 and 10 in 450 games, bro. He's giving you a double-double.
10 years, right?
But yeah, look at this draft. DeAndre, then Marvin Bagley, because Sacramento's going to make dumb decisions. Luka, Jaren Jackson, Trae. And Trae and Luka obviously swapped. So Trae ends up in Atlanta and Luka ends up in Dallas.
Now Trae's in Washington.
Yeah. And who knows what the Wizards are
Well,
look
Wendell
like
Carter can still play, too. Wendell Carter's a good pick. And I think Colin Sexton's a good pick. I think that guy can play,
I don't
too.
hate it either. But let me ask you this, Scotty. We redraft this thing. Who goes first?
Well, we'll go the top 10. Let's go top 11 because Shai's in there.
Who's first? Is it SGA or is it Luka, number 1 overall?
Listen, Shai's... I think people would still take Luka than Shai. But if you want to go Shai and Luka, I'm good with that too. So those, they're 1 and 2. There's no argument, right?
Right.
Shai,
Yes.
Luka's
Yes.
1, 2, there's no argument.
We just need to figure out who goes first.
I'm not sure that Jaren Jackson.
That's what I'm talking about, Scotty.
Or Mikal Bridges at 10, who can ball.
Both go before DeAndre or Marvin, right?
I'm not sure that Michael Porter wouldn't be in the top 10.
You know what? He would be. He would be.
I mean, if you look at the career
right?
now.
Yeah. If looking back on it now, he definitely doesn't fall to 14.
Listen, Wendell Carter at 7, okay. I mean, that guy can still play. Colin Sexton, I think, is still a really good player. I think Porter would move up from 14 to the top 10.
Is Kevin Knox even in the league anymore?
I don't think
You think
so.
the Knicks would rather have...
I don't remember. He must be on the bench on some team somewhere,
I mean, you
right?
think the Knicks would
It's
rather
not
have
in
MPJ
New York, right?
than Kevin Knox?
Well, I mean, listen. Oh, wait.
Miles Bridges is still playing. Mikal Bridges is still playing.
Yeah, so Mike at 14, he would not have made it to Denver at 14. He dropped because, was it Chicago? Was it Chicago that put his business out in the streets? They were like, our doctors don't like his back. And
Probably.
then all the other teams heard it and got nervous, and so he fell all the way to 14 where Denver took him.
Jerome Robinson at 13 shocked everybody. Kevin Knox, I think, at 9 probably shocked people. Who went right after Michael Porter, too? Does that go down?
Troy Brown. Keep going down, Dan. So there's Zaire. Dante DiVincenzo goes 17.
The other guy I loved in that draft?
Look at Grayson.
And he's still playing, is Kevin Huerter.
Yeah, he's right.
Remember
he went
that,
19.
Scott? He can shoot.
Yeah.
You were high on him.
Anthony Simmons.
Robert Williams still playing the league.
There's the dude that Aaron Gordon ended on Christmas.
Landry Shannon but he's still in the league, right? Aaron Holiday.
So it's kind of a crazy draft, right? Like if we redrafted that thing, oh man, it'd be completely different. Oh, because I don't know how many times if we redrafted it and tried to draft the first 2 picks would not be the first 2 picks, right? You'd think at least one team would get the first 2 picks right, but that's not the play. Wagner?
Mo Wagner still
Yeah,
playing?
but that's
Wagner?
the
The
big
lesser,
brother.
yeah.
That's-
Franz is better.
Yeah, Franz is much better.
Yeah.
Mo was hurt all year this year.
What is Orlando
Mo,
going
you
to
know,
do?
Mo's a backup center.
What?
And he'll play 8, 10, 12 years as a backup center, but he's not starter.
What are the Orlando Magic going to do? What are they going to do? They don't have. They ain't got a guy. They ain't got a guy. I don't think Paolo's not a guy.
I don't
right?
think Paolo's a guy either.
So they're pretty good, but they're good enough to play.
They don't have a guy.
How do you go get a guy if you're not as bad as Utah and Washington? And like, how do you go get a guy? Like, if you're Orlando, how do you get a guy? You're not great. Matter of fact, you're not even really good,
Well,
but you're good enough.
And I don't listen. I don't know if he can raise your teams, but he can raise your attendance. Is Washington going to be staying with Trey forever?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Good.
Ooh, is Memphis moving on from Jaw in the offseason? Could you go get Jaw and try to give him new life and just be like, please don't go to shotguns and do crazy stuff and
in Orlando?
Just go down. Would Jaw Desmond Bain and Jalen Suggs and once again I don't know.
You guys don't like Paolo Banchero?
I don't.
He's averaging
I don't
over
like the way he
22 points a game in his career.
Yeah, I don't care.
Over 8 rebounds and over 5 assists in his first 4 seasons.
What did he say? What did you say? His first career's average 22.
22.2 points per game, 8.4
and he was rookie
rebounds.
of the year, but he was on a bad team.
I like Paolo Banchero.
No,
I'm surprised you guys aren't in on him.
I think he's a guy.
I don't like the way he played in that playing game against Philadelphia. I don't like you know what I mean? Like, Desmond Bain was more impactful than Paolo Banchero.
You know what he is? He's a power forward that tries to play more like a small forward. I think if he just settled in a power forward, and he's not as big as you think. He's thick as you think he is. He's not as big. Man, he's not
6'10".
quick. I mean, he puts up good numbers.
He's 6'10", 250.
Yeah, I think he would be great
and he's 6'10", he's shooting 44%.
Yeah, you can't be doing that. DeAndre Ayton laughs at his shooting percentage, Dan. DeAndre Ayton at 59% for his career laughs at Paolo's. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know the
and he's
question.
6'10", he's averaging 7 rebounds.
It's weird.
8.4.
I mean, I think I would try to make him. I think he'd look good on Denver. But
yeah, he would.
But it's the same thing.
But
Listen,
it's a third option.
I'll be honest with you. I didn't like Aaron Gordon in Orlando either.
Oh, really?
Because there's certain guys that are really, really good players, but they're not your A. If they're your A, you're not going to have a great team. And Paolo's, to me, the same thing as Aaron Gordon.
Really?
You have him on your team as your third option. Dude, come on now.
No,
I mean, you're going to be.
I guess I can see that.
Aaron Gordon now is a three option here in Denver. What has his career done?
Yeah, it's rough.
I don't know if he's averaged as many points as he once did when he was.
Sure he's not, because he was the number one option in Orlando, just like Paolo's basically the number one option.
But there's certain guys that if you put on good teams, listen. You put Draymond Green on a bad team.
Yeah.
We going to know who Draymond Green is?
No.
Draymond Green maybe even in the league?
No. He's going to go to the Hall of Fame, and he would not be – he probably wouldn't have
you put him on a really bad team, he might even be your sixth man or something. You know, I mean.
And instead
But on that team, he's kind of a heart and soul and a glue guy, believe it or not.
Let me ask you a question that I've thought about before, and I don't know. We'll get into it. We have to go to break, but I do want to ask the question. What kind of player and game do you think Jamal Murray would have if he didn't play with Joker? If he was the number one option on another team? Because Joker and Jamal are linked now forever as, the dynamic duo. But if Jamal hadn't have gone at number 7 to Denver, whatever that pick was, if he was the man, and I think Jamal could be the man for a team, but I would like to know how much different would his game look right now if that was the case, if he had to go to a team and be the number one option when he was, 20 years old.
Well, he's averaging, I don't know. This year was the most dedicated I've ever seen Jamal come into camp and ready to go.
Yeah, he was on a mission.
And was on a mission. And we got to talk about also the NBA and the Players Association got together and say that Cade Cunningham and Lucas need to be eligible.
They gave him their games back, didn't they, Scotty?
Which all that did was, if you heard that noise, that was Jamal Murray sliding down the all NBA
Pro
team.
list.
Because that's 2 guards.
Yeah, and he was going to be, man,
Dude, he could have
second
been,
all
he
team,
could have
second
been,
all.
with those two out, he could have been first.
Oh, man. But he's making all NBA. He's probably making third team all NBA, right?
Well,
if not second.
I'm telling you, he had a chance for first, and now that thing could slide to third or out.
Yeah, although it's probably the decision the NBA had to make. You can't have the awards ceremony without two of the best players in each.
Here's a conspiracy theory, and I know we got to go to break. If those guys would have been eligible, but it would have been Joker in the same situation.
Oh.
They fight for Joker's 65th game?
Oh. We'll get to it. Oh.
Inbound goes over to Jokic. Less than 4 minutes to go in this basketball game. Jokic has it up the left sideline. Hands off behind him over to Jamal Murray. Murray has it for 3. Yeah! That's a 50-piece for Jamal Murray in Indiana. Nuggets lead at 128 to 112.
The Blue Arrow. Listen, there's a lot of different Jamal Murrays out there. There's Jamal, and then there's the Blue Arrow, and there's Angry Jamal, and I like Angry Jamal. You know I like Angry Jamal. Welcome back. I guess I should say that. Matter of fact, I should probably read something here right now. The Nuggets are in the playoffs, and it's a rivalry. That's no joke. See Anthony Edwards against the Nuggets with Game 1 and 2 on Saturday, Monday. Tickets and all the information you need about the team and playoffs are available at nuggets.com/playoffs. You won't want to miss a second of this series. All right, Scotty. I mean, Jamal Murray is massively important to this Nuggets playoff run, and at the end of it all, when it's all said and done, Jamal Murray might be the second greatest player in Nuggets history, only behind Nikola Jokic. I don't know what it'd take to catch an Alex English or, somebody like that, or just the popularity of a David Thompson.
Either one of them will catch his points.
Right. But, I mean, I ask you at the end of last break coming into this one, what do you think a solo Jamal Murray career would look like? Because obviously the direction of his career and his life has been changed being linked with Nikola Jokic and winning a title here. But would they have made? I mean, would another team just made him a complete scorer and a shooter?
Don't you feel like right as now, because they played so many years together, that they're like peanut butter and jelly? They're just together. Mm-hmm. I mean, what would Stockton have been without Malone?
Right. Would he be John Stockton?
Yeah. Would Malone be the same thing without Stockton?
Scotty, speaking of which, and I've never seen this before. Then I'm about to just totally take a left turn here. I've never seen this before. Did you see? So yesterday. The NBA sent Joker his trophies for leading the NBA in assists and rebounds. Have you seen those trophies? They're dope as hell. Those things are sexy as get out. But so it's like acrylic glass, whatever. It's like this glass, like statue. But in the
obelisk.
Yeah. Obelisk of towering glass, and in the middle of it is a guy like a Jerry West figure throwing a basketball, and the other one is him grabbing a rebound or whatever. And Joker was like, this should be John Stockton. Like that, instead of just a statue of a random guy, he's like, that should be John Stockton when he got the award. And I was like, man, Joker knows what's up.
He knows history, doesn't he?
Those trophies were sexier than like the MVP trophy with the dude dribbling the ball. Like, I was like, man, I've never seen those trophies before.
I don't think I ever have either.
But yeah, the NBA didn't play around. It was the day after he clinched the record that they sent it to him. So, but yeah, no, those things are
I haven't even seen the pictures
sexy.
of them. That's kind of
cool.
cool.
You got to see that video. Yeah, those things are awesome. But anyway, okay, so now I went completely sideways. Now,
no one's ever won rebound assist in 1 year,
right? And in separate years.
But he'll be the first one to win rebound assist and not win the MVP.
Yeah, it's gonna be crazy, right? Can you think of any other player in the history of the league that could do what Joker just did? That could lead the league in rebounding and have I heard somebody make that example where they were like, he got Dennis Rodman amount of assists, average Dennis Rodman assists, and average John Stockton assists, and average Dennis Rodman's rebounding this year. What the hell? How is that man not the most valuable player?
The only guy that's close that could have done it because of his size would be Magic. If Magic was more aggressive for a rebounder.
Yeah, because Magic was like 6'8" or something.
6'9",
6'9",
So, I mean, he'd have been the closest guy maybe to do it. No, I don't. There's a reason in 75 years no one's done it. There's a reason.
How about this? Do you think people in the future will, because of Nikola? You think kids playing ball right now say to themselves, I want to do what that guy does?
Well, listen, every league is repeatable. Every league is a copycat, and I guarantee you every single team was out there or scouring Europe and maybe AAU tournaments now going, can we find a guy who's like 7 foot that can really handle the ball and pass?
Yeah, just a basketball genius. Can we find that guy? Is that guy out there?
I mean, that's a good point too. he's your top 2 or 3 smartest players in the league too, isn't he?
Like, do you think an American-born basketball player right now looks at Joker as the example of what he wants to be when he grows up, or Anthony Edwards?
I think if you're over 6'10", it's probably Joker.
Okay.
If you're 6'6", 6'4" to 6'8", maybe Ant, and everything up to 6'4", probably Shea.
Mm-hmm.
Or Luka,
Mm-hmm.
I guess.
Because there are some games that, like, I don't think anybody can be a Nikola. Nobody's ever going to be Nikola Jokic. I don't see another player being LeBron James and what he's done.
But isn't every great player? Can't you say that?
Yeah, like they're unique to themselves.
I mean, as many times, and everybody was looking for big point guards when Magic came in. Has there been anybody come in and been a Magic?
No, there's only
They
one
thought
Magic.
Ben Simmons could be that guy.
Right? How did that work out? Man, that dude got in his own head and just couldn't make a layup.
Or a free throw. He's a 50% free throw shooter.
Just got the yips in a basketball game, which is absolutely insane. All right, so I want to talk about rivalries. And so the Timberwolves game, we are now, 49 hours? 49 hours in 20 minutes? 49 hours and 20 minutes away from tip-off at Ball Arena between the Nuggets and the Timberwolves. Now, both teams have talked to the media, and both teams have been very respectful from each. I mean, the entire Timberwolves team was given Joker nothing but love. Matter of fact, what did Julius Randle said? They were like, "How are you gonna get help? How do you slow down Nikola Jokic, Dan?" And you know what Julius Randle said? You got to talk to God. You got to talk to God. We'll get that cut from Julius, where it's just like, man, I guess when they're like, "How do you slow down Joker?" He's like, "Pray, I guess," because it's one of those things where it just doesn't happen. Like that game where he went crazy against San Antonio. And you're just like, if Wemby can't guard him, nobody on the planet can guard him. If Wemby can't get it done, there ain't nobody who can get it done. Or do you think like maybe a Draymond could? Because Draymond locked down Kawhi last night in that fourth quarter, but it was like an 8-minute stretch.
I watched the video today, and Draymond said, "I ain't got no answers for him."
Yeah.
He said he's the one guy I can't figure out.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
and
crazy.
Listen, almost unanimously, who's going to win the Defensive Player of the Year? Wemby.
Yeah, it's going to be Wemby.
Last 3 games, Joker's played Wemby. He's had 41, 46, and 40.
Yeah, that's not.
And that's your Defensive Player of the Year.
Yeah,
because they think block shots is defense.
Oh, and you don't. But I mean, you think Wemby's a good defensive player?
No, I think he does 7-5 good.
Ooh, interesting.
He's not an MVP, not this year.
No, I don't.
And he shouldn't be a top 2.
I bet you he will, though.
Well, that's because everybody's looking for the next new hero.
Yes.
But he shouldn't be. He does 7-5 good.
Yeah.
I mean, there was some analytic guy came out, and if you look at games he's had to play over like 22 minutes a game, his numbers start just falling off after like 22 minutes. So that's your MVP?
I don't know. I bet he finishes ahead of Joker, though, which is ridiculous to me.
Shea Gilgeous, last time you played him, he had a 3-point bomb to win a game. I mean,
Mm-hmm. You know what? Let's
so
hear.
He's playing better at minute 48.
Yeah, he gets better as the game goes on, right? Let's hear from Julius Randle, Dan.
Probably got to call God and talk to him for a little bit and, ask him for a few favors. But it's going to be a tough matchup. He's an incredible player. He does so much on the floor for that team. So it's going to be a battle, but, we're prepared. We're ready for it.
How many players in the league that would you consider unstoppable?
I think Shea's one of those guys. I think Joker's probably one of those guys. I think Luka, when he's on, is one of those guys.
Just like guys who you need a bucket and they'll get you a bucket every time. How many guys do you think are like
get
that
you a
in the
bucket
league?
or get you a great opportunity for a bucket.
Right, or get to the line or something like that, or find the open man.
Shea, Luka, and Joker.
That's probably about
right now. Anybody else?
I don't know. Like, I don't imagine Cooper or Khan in
Not
that.
yet.
Yeah. Like when we're talking like young guys who can
not yet.
Who can get it done. How physical is this series going to be with the Timberwolves?
Well, I said it before. This is the team Tim Connelly built to beat Denver, and so you got exactly what you want. They're built to beat Denver, and you get to play Denver fresh, or as fresh as you're going to be over the next month.
Dude, I don't see the Nuggets as a team that you can get into their head. Like the Nuggets don't. They're not the kind of team that you can get off their game by trying to beat them up, right? Or do you think maybe you could?
Well, teams in the regular season, your idea to beat Denver is to be physical because Denver's never been known as a physical team, and why it's important that you have a healthy Aaron Gordon because that's, he and Joker are your two most physical players. But your guards aren't physical. Your bench guys coming in really aren't physical except for Valanciunas.
Yeah.
He'll come in there. So really, those are your three toughest guys. Who else?
You know what? Jonas is going to, I don't know how many minutes he's going to get, but I bet he gets in somebody's face in those minutes. You know what I mean? Like, he does have a little bit of dog in him.
Yeah.
Like, he does get a little angry out there on the court, which I
think
can
he'll
appreciate.
Get time because they're a little bit bigger team.
Yeah. I'm ready for it. This is going to be a good series, isn't it? I mean,
I hope it's a horrible series.
Oh, you think it's you want the Nuggets to just steamroll these turkeys?
Let's get gentlemen sweep. Get out of here.
What about the Nuggets regular season makes you think they're going to make anything easy? What about that? What during that regular season makes you think the Nuggets going to take the easy way? They love to make it hard on themselves. Wait. How many overtime games? Did they end up with 9 overtime games this season? Just because they were, and like half of those because they were lollygagging or whatever, and they were, they're like, one possession game. Oh, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but if my theory holds true, this is the moment they've been just trying to get through to get to.
Yeah.
They were trying to get through to get to. Well, guess what? You to your moment.
Yeah.
Now let's see.
You flip the switch.
Yeah.
Now.
Or they're just kind of an older, tired team, and we're going to keep doing the same thing.
Yeah. I don't. Maybe it's just because of how I think about last year's playoffs, where it was like Game 7, then Game 7, and I just expect this playoff run to be Game 7, Game 7, Game 7. So, but I would love to see them steamroll these turkeys. Just punch these chumps in the face and get out of here. That'd be great. That'd be amazing. Guess what? We're giving away playoff tickets. You can go see it. Matter of fact, we're going to give away Nugget tickets today. We're giving away Avalanche playoff tickets tomorrow because tomorrow we will know who their opponent will be. That game will be on Sunday. And guess what? We're giving away tickets right now. All day, we're celebrating a Nuggets playoff ticket Thursday. Every show has tickets to Game 1 against Minnesota, and there's a new keyword every hour. Your new keyword is 5 minutes away. Don't go anywhere. All right, people. It is a playoff ticket Thursday. We have your chance to win tickets to see Game 1, Nuggets versus the Timberwolves on Saturday. Text this keyword. The keyword is keyboard. Keyboard. Text in keyboard with your first and last name to 303-504-0925, and you're entered to win playoff tickets for Saturday. That's keyboard to 303-504-0925 with your first and last names. The Wilhite Law Firm gives you the chance to win big on and off the court. Visit them at wilhitewins.com. Again, this hour's keyword is keyboard. We'll announce our winner at 2:55. Good luck. We got a hockey game tonight here on the station, Scotty, as the NHL closes out their regular season this evening. The Colorado Avalanche will be hosting the Seattle Kraken in the very last game of the NHL regular season. This will be the last game that gets going. The Avalanche right now are set to host the LA Kings in the first round on Sunday at Ball Arena. We don't know what time yet, but that can obviously change this evening. There's three different teams.
At midnight tonight.
Yeah. Matter of fact, the Avs might know. Well, no, both those games are late, right? Both. So, yeah, it will be pretty late before you know who the Avs are going to take on in the first round. It could be the Oilers, the Ducks, or the Kings. It's very unlikely to be Edmonton. It's pretty unlikely to be Anaheim. It's almost definitely going to be the LA Kings. But yesterday, man, we just had celebrities all over the place in the station yesterday. Obviously, we talked to a couple of head coaches, Matt Wells and David Adelman, and then Tyson Barry and Nathan McKinnon came into the station to see the fellas and to promote Chili Ones. And matter of fact, you know what? Hey, you guys can go see them, right, Dan? Wait, read that for me. Where? Hold on. Yeah, head out to Bonnie Bray Liquor at University of Ohio for Chili Ones today. From 3 to 5, meet Tyson Barry and John Mitchell. Hang with Brett Kane. Sign up for your chance to win Avalanche playoff tickets. Tastings and giveaways are on site. We'll see you at Bonnie Bray later today.
That just lets you know that McKinnon ain't playing today.
Well, yeah. And then Bednar at Skate said he's not. So, yeah, McKinnon's not playing and Natchez isn't playing. And
but, I mean, if McKinnon's going to be at Bonnie Bray from 3 to 5.
No, Mac's not. It's going to be Tyson Barry and John Mitchell. And you know what? Although TB's got, like, some famous friends that are also going to be there, I think. Like, TB hangs with some famous dudes. Like,
so the lead singer from the Lumineers is going to be there.
It's the Lumineers. That's right. It's your homie from the Lumineers is going to be there because him and TB like are next door neighbors or something like that, and they've known each other for years and years and years. And there's somebody else, but I can't remember who it was. But yeah, so go and check that out. But we got on topic because Nate and Tyson were here, and Tyson and Nate are really good friends, and so Nate seems to relax just a little when he's around. So the fellas were able to get McKinnon and Tyson on the air, and McKinnon had some interesting things to say with Nate and Andy about these playoffs and the man, the myth, the legend, Cale Makar.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, he's the best defenseman in the world. You could argue he's the best player in the world.
Stole my job.
Stole Tyson's job. Got him traded. No, it's completely different. I mean, you'll never replace him. You can't. I think he's going to be the best defenseman ever to play. So, how do you replace a guy like that? And it's so much more fun when he's out there. Good to have him back.
Yeah, and that's
I would have asked both them guys since they're good friends. What was it like when for Tyson when you got traded and McKinnon, your good friend, got traded? What was going through you guys?
Yeah, Tyson would tell you because he doesn't care. He will tell you exactly how he felt and what was going through his mind at that time. But that is tough. Like I'm trying to think of somebody else. Like my man Arch Manning. Did you see Arch Manning's roommate and wide receiver transferred to Oklahoma? And that's Arch's. That's his buddy. And he's like, I'm pissed at my friend.
You say they're now arch rivals?
Dan, shut up, man. Just shut your mic off. No, but so yeah, something like that. Like, I mean, yeah, when they trade your best friend, you're like, are you taking a shot at me too? That's my dude, man. That's my homie, right?
Right.
But yeah, it's a business.
It is a business.
You can't. I mean, right? I mean, that's why the Bronny thing was so crazy because you're like, wait.
Well,
are you gonna draft Bronny because you think he's playing the NBA? You drafting Bronny?
You're drafting Bronny, so you're giving a wink to LeBron. So yeah, see, we're good to you here.
Yeah.
Stay here. And it's kind of like Antetokounmpo always having his brothers, at least one of them, on the team in Milwaukee because, hey, look, we want you here. We want you comfortable here.
Yeah. So, I mean, there's not we'll talk about the first-round matchup when we know what the first-round matchup is. But with Nate and Kale, obviously, I mean, and Nate's not wrong. You can make the argument that Kale McCarr is the best hockey player in the league because what he does is harder than – man, I always say the hardest position to play in hockey is goaltending, but it's probably on the blue line, right? It takes years. Like what Kale did when he just rolled in and was good at playing defenseman, that doesn't happen. It takes, like Eric Johnson was the number 1 overall pick on the blue line, and it took him a couple of years to get to where he wanted. You know what I mean? Like you have to learn, and you learn by getting beat. Yeah. In the worst possible, you know what I mean? And that just does, I mean, it's happening.
He didn't really come into his own until he got traded to the Avalanche.
That's true.
He became a better player once he was here than he was when he got drafted in, was it St. Louis?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, St. Louis drafted him. And
he became a better player, but you're right, he was the first pick in the draft. So,
yeah.
And everybody used to tell us when they made that trade, well, it always takes defensemen a couple years.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Kelvin McCarr scored right out of college in his first game.
His first playoff. He's like,
playoff game.
Yeah. Well, he did play 2 years in college. That helped his development.
EJ didn't play in college.
No, EJ played right away.
That may have helped him.
So we got Avs Kings this weekend, and it's good. Well, you know what? See, I did it again. We don't know. I'm just making assumptions. Just making assumptions. You could actually end up with the Edmonton Oilers. How crazy would that be? A Nathan McKinnon, Connor McDavid first-round playoff series. But what that would take Edmonton losing in regulation. Edmonton has to lose, and they can't get a point. And then both the Ducks
and Kings
have to win.
Right.
And then that would force Edmonton down to the second wild card. And then your first-round matchup would be Nathan McKinnon, Cale McCarr versus Connor McDavid.
Edmonton play? They ain't going to lose.
Yeah, no. Because I think all three of those teams are playing teams that suck. Like one of them's playing Vancouver, right? It's Edmonton that's playing. Yeah, they're going to steamroll these dudes. So, I mean... if the Kings lose to the Flames, it's Colorado versus the Kings. If the Kings get at least 1 point and the Ducks lose to Nashville, it's Colorado versus Nashville. And if the Kings and Ducks both win and the Oilers lose to Vancouver, it's Colorado versus Edmonton from Drew Livingstone. So yeah, and if all three of them win, which is probably going to happen, it's going to be Avs and the Kings. So we going to get it on.
So you got California,
on
Nashville, and Vancouver, or who those three teams are playing. So
yeah,
they should all win.
Yeah, because it's bad, super bad. Like Vancouver's super.
Yeah, that's the team to beat the Avalanche at home though.
Super
late
bad
this season. Remember?
Did they? Did Van
was
win
it
that game?
Or was it in Vancouver? Was it
No,
it was home game? Yeah.
The Canucks beat the Avs a couple weeks ago at Ball
like
Arena.
6-4 or something like that.
It was 7-6. The Avs came back and tied it.
Oh, that's right. That's right. That crazy comeback. And then right after that, as soon as they tied it up, Vancouver scored again. Yeah. See, this is how much I don't give a damn about that game. Let's go. The playoffs are here. Let's go. Like tonight's game's going to be crazy. I don't know how to think about this game. Like I just
why? Why are you thinking about it?
I'm just nervous that something's going to happen or something's going. You know what I mean? Like just take it easy, fellas. Go on out there and take it easy. But so what else we had today? So we got a little Avs, we got a little Nuggets. Sean Payton and George Payton just addressed the media in their pre-draft press conference, and we're going to play a little bit of it. Matter of fact, we got some Sean Payton right here. He was obviously, man, he talked. Dan, it looks like old Sean talked for a while here.
Shocker.
On some of this stuff. But let's start with cut number 4, Dan, on what Sean Payton thinks might happen if a player they like, or could a player they like, slide to them at 62.
Yeah, I mean, I look, the obvious answer is as the draft continues, the trajectory of the spray gets wider. And so if you're asking that question with the 2 picks in the 4th round, the range of the variables is much broader. If you're picking 17th in the draft overall, it's just, we'd probably kind of have a good feel between these 3 players. So I just think, as the draft continues, the range of that goes out. And I do think this, and George just mentioned this, when we read these players, and a lot of it is the last line is vision. So some are real good football players, and the initial vision might be we see as a situational player, special teams, feel like he's a starter within year 2 or 3. It can vary depending on what position that player plays, and they might have very similar grades, but it's the vision within this roster.
All right, so I don't know exactly what he said there. He said a lot of things.
Yeah,
but,
Sean Payton.
But
what he basically said, at 17, you're pretty sure that there's going to be 1, 2, or 3 guys available, and then if all 3 of them are available, you committee and you see which one you like best. At 62, your range is like a shotgun, basically. And
yeah.
We like about 12 guys.
Yeah, and any of them could be there. They could.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, Dan, play cut number 5 when he was asked if you have to nail this number 62 pick because you don't have as many picks as you thought coming into this draft.
I don't think there's any more pressure. We're going to go through our process. Our process has worked and it continues to evolve, and I think it's better. I feel more prepared for this draft than I was for last year's and the prior draft. We've done well in that realm. It doesn't mean anything. We still go through our process. We feel like, there's 6 players we're kind of focused on that could be there. At 62, we feel good about those players. We're going to keep working through them. We've been down in the dungeons, since the Wednesday after the owners' meetings, just watching tape, had our meetings, now going through all these different scenarios. So we feel good, about 62. We feel good about, the 4th round as well. And that's harder to predict, obviously, but we like our process. We liked how it's worked, and we feel good with where we're at.
George Payton says he's more prepared for this draft than the last couple of drafts, which is a weird statement to make.
Some people would say with what you drafted last year, yeah, we hope so.
Yeah.
You mean last year when you picked a cornerback when you had an All-Pro and a Player of the Year and you still drafted a corner that year?
Of those 6 players at 62 that he mentioned, and maybe it's 6, maybe it's not, maybe he's just picking a number out anywhere. But of those 6, how many you think are offensive players and how many are defensive? Do you think are they all in the same skill position? Like, are there 3 tight ends? No, that can't be right because there's not that kind of quality at tight end at 62 where you'd have multiple.
I bet it's D-line and linebacker type stuff.
Yeah. They got a couple of linebackers, a couple of D linemen that they like right there at 62.
I bet it's 62.
Yeah.
And I bet they've got some, I wouldn't hate this either. See, you've got an offensive lineman you really like. Well, yeah, that you really like that you think is going to go, 42, 50, and he drops down. Take an offensive lineman if you like it.
Here is
He's got to play next year, though.
One of the more interesting questions he was asked is something that we were talking about earlier, is that, would you move up? Do you have a package, or can you move up into the first round if you need to? This is number 8.
Yeah, I mean, Jeff, you never say never, but it's unlikely. It would cost quite a haul for us to get up there. Most of our draft we'd have to trade, and then obviously something next year. I would say it's unlikely, but we certainly could move up in the second.
Ooh, I did not hear that part of the cut. The first, so he's like moving up to the first might be a little hard, but we might jump into the second. And there's probably some really interesting players for the Broncos in that second round.
Well, again, if somebody you really, really like and you get to 50, and we've already said this team's kind of set this year. They told us their team is set this year because their high priority in free agency was their own.
You're right. They just re-signed their dudes.
They mentioned that we're feel pretty set for this year. So if we've got to give up a couple picks in this draft and swap 62 with whatever, can we move to 50? Can we give you I think they have, is it 3/4? I think they
had 2 and then they picked up another one.
Don't they have 3 fourth rounders?
Because did they swap when they made the trade for Jalen? Didn't they get another pick? Didn't they also get a fourth or something too?
4th or 5th.
So maybe,
but and I don't know. Could you go 62 to 50 with a swap in the 62, a 4th and 7th?
Yeah, I bet you could.
Would that be enough to get you to 50?
Ooh. That's interesting because there's going to be a player that they're eyeing, that they're like, ooh, let's go, let's do it.
So they swapped 4s with
so
Dolphins.
They just swapped. They didn't pick up
another
another one?
They actually moved up in the 4th round with the Dolphins'
Yeah,
fourth round.
I
pick.
don't know.
So here's the question again. Could you trade 62 and 117 and move you up to 50?
I don't know. I guess it depends on the team and how needy they are. But
Could you move 62, 108, and 246 and move to 50?
Yes.
Probably.
Yes.
You think?
Yes. I think so.
Probably.
Yes. I think you could. I mean, they're going to ask for both those fourths, though, right? If to get it, yeah. They'll say, yeah, we'll take number 62.
Well, you might be able to do. We'll give you 62, both are fourths, and you give us your fifth.
Man,
it'd have to be something like that.
See that Denver re-signed 17 of their 21 unrestricted, restricted, and exclusive rights free agents. Damn, they did just say, everybody, we love you so much. Come on back. So there you go. Top 3 needs: tight end, linebacker, defensive line.
And again, whoever wrote this, and God bless you, ESPN, Jeff, maybe. You went out and thought you got Evan Ingram last year, that you got a coup at tight end. Yes, Jeffy. You got a coup at tight end, right? Do we have Jeff today's?
You thought.
So,
well, no, Jeff was on with the morning guys or the after or morning sprint dudes.
He's busy writing today.
Yeah, he's doing this pre-draft.
We didn't have him
nonsense.
yesterday either. Don't we usually have him on Wednesdays? So Jeff wrote it, but I mean, Evan Ingram's the guy.
50 catches last. 50 catches. Yeah.
But say, let me ask you this. Say Evan Ingram this year goes from 50 catches that he had this year to 75. Is that better than reaching for a bad tight end?
Well,
in the draft?
Why are you assuming it's a bad tight end?
Well, because if they first of all, they say it's thin. There's only like 2 or 3 that's any good that could help you right away. And at 62, they're saying you're probably going to have to reach, right? So instead of reaching for a guy, what if you have an Ingram this year goes from 50 to 75 and catches? Is Evan Ingram the upgraded tight end you wanted?
If he goes from 50 to 75?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you got a new offensive play caller.
I mean, Trey McBride had 126 receptions last year. And,
yeah, but he's the best tight end in football.
And he had 1,200 yards.
Yeah.
So,
Bowers.
What was the rookie that we liked last year?
Well, there was 2. There was Colston Loveland.
Oh, that's right.
And Warren.
Tyler
Warren.
One of those guys had a blow up year too for a while. I don't know if he ended up getting hurt, but he had a good year.
And then
too,
and didn't Colston do some crazy stuff in the playoffs to Chicago?
Yeah, Colston came on later in the season. Tyler Warren started off really hot and kind of cooled down as the season went on.
But I would love a Trey McBride. Do the Broncos need Trey McBride to win?
You don't need anybody if you're not going to use him.
Okay, good
guess what? You probably didn't need Evan Ingram last year if you're not going to use him.
You're right. You could have done without those 50 catches.
But if you're going to use him and you think he still has anything left, I mean, you paid him and gave him 2-year guaranteed, basically. So you thought he could play. They just didn't use many tight ends last year.
All right, you know what?
You know what? They used hard. Ingram had 1 catch in the postseason. Oh, by the way, the game, I think Davis Webb was the OC for 73 yards. Right? I think that was his only catch in the preseason. So if that's any indication, guess what Davis Webb wants to do? Use the tight end.
You know what? We got to go to break, but we do have Sean Payton talking. He was asked about Evan Ingram. He was asked about the tight end position. We will get to all that.
You want the glasses?
No, I'm good. Matter of fact, let's just go to break.
When you imagine your retirement, what do you see? I bet all of us have different goals, and different goals require their own unique plan for the future. That's where Trajan Wealth's fiduciary advisors come into play. Let Trajan Wealth help you craft a plan that will meet your goals. Call Trajan Wealth today, 303-900-1189. Trajan Wealth's fiduciary advisors are committed to working collaboratively with you to optimize your investment portfolio. When it comes to wealth management plans, they know that one size does not fit all. So contact Trajan Wealth today at 303-900-1189 and discuss strategies to weather the current market turbulence. Trajan Wealth is going to help you feel calm and confident in your future. You're going to be in good hands with a tailored investment portfolio that is unique to your family and your finances. Visit them online at TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
No dumb questions. No smart answers. No, what did we say yesterday? No dumb questions, no good answers. When it comes to retirement, there are no dumb questions. Call Trajan Well today at 303-900-1189. Welcome back to PhD on this Thursday, April the 16th. It's time right now for no dumb questions. And let me ask you this. Is it a dumb question to get in Sean Payton's ear about his tight end room? Because that's what happened today.
Yeah, I think obviously we definitely view him as a key piece. And we think, I don't know, I would say this about this class, in my opinion, man, if you're looking for a blocking Y, there's a handful available that would be if you're looking for a move, maybe a little bit undersized F, they're out there. If you're so to each his own, the different type of tight ends are available. It's always a challenge with that position because sometimes you're projecting maybe in an offense that is playing them differently. But relative to Evan, he's someone that gave us a lot of big plays a year ago, and we'll continue to find ways to keep him and add to his workload.
Evan's still a big piece, Scotty, says Coach. Still a big piece.
Well, listen, again, his one catch in preseason went 73 yards, and I think Davis Webb was the OC that game, right? He was the play caller for that game. He is now the full-time play caller, so maybe and would you say, Dan, and both of you, would you not say he kind of had a bad year for the expectations you had?
Yeah.
For the expectations, sure. Yeah.
But 50 catches kind of run the mill.
But they didn't.
What were your expectations? I guess, did you expect Shannon Sharp out there? Or
I
what were your
expected like 80. I figured him and I thought him and Cortland would be your primary targets. Red zone first downs and everything else. And it was Cortland for first downs or nobody. That's why they had so many 3-and-outs. And I think if you limit yourself to one guy, listen, in the NFL, even receiver-wise, one guy is easier to shut down than 2 or 3.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
So my hope is that Davis Webb will open up this offense a little more and give you more options in critical and key times of a game.
Do you think – because it did feel like there were some times that Sean Payton just would dislike an entire position. Like he's like, I don't like this entire running back room. And then so you'd never see them anywhere in the offense or what. You think that's going to change because it's no longer Sean Payton's whatever weird stuff going on in his brain. It's going to be
Dan
Davis.
Made a great point yesterday that Sean Payton had a pretty good offense when Daniel Graham was there.
Jimmy Graham.
He wasn't on the team that won a Super Bowl, so it'd be interesting to go back and look at that Super Bowl run with that offense, who he used primarily as a receiver. It seemed like Colston was a bigger wide receiver. He had some big wide receivers. But I don't know if tight ends were big in that Super Bowl year that they won it. But, I mean, everybody's fired up. We were fired up when they signed Ingram last year. And listen, I think there's probably a lot of guys playing in the NFL like to have 50 catches. But it sure seemed like the first 6 games of the year, he wasn't targeted hardly at all.
No, you're right.
And then it seemed like kind of middle to end that there was a few more here and there. One game, I think he had 5 or 6.
Mm-hmm.
But I contend if you liked him as well as you did, Jimmy Graham, what year did they win it?
They won it in 2009, so he actually wasn't
so he wasn't on the
in
team.
2009.
But look at the targets. Does that receptions too? Second year in the league, he had 149 targets. Now, also remember this. And then he had the injury and all that stuff. He went to arbitration, and they gave a franchise tag on him. He said, and his agents put it out there and said, listen, well, franchise tag is a wide receiver. I said, no, you're a tight end. He goes, wait a minute. I lined up outside more than I lined up inside. So that would make me a tight end. And he lost it. They gave him franchise tagged him as a wide receiver, and that was kind of the downfall of him right there. But
like his 2013 season, that looks almost exactly like Trey McBride's season from last year. The 144 and the 1,200 yards and the 16 touchdowns, although I think Trey had 11 or 12 this year. So, but that, I mean.
Well, even
that's
2011, 149 targets, 99 receptions.
Yeah, he was
13,
targeted
11.
all over the place when he was in New Orleans, and then it dropped when he left. But still, I mean, can you imagine? Can you imagine Sean Payton offense throwing to a tight end here in Denver 150 times?
After we look at this second, pull up Evan Ingram, but you look at his first year in Seattle, and he was hurt. He played 16 games in 16, but only 95 targets for 65. Is that a good year? 98 targets for 57. I mean, how many targets did Ingram have compared to his 50 catches?
Oh, that's a good cut. We can certainly look. Matter of fact, let me. Well, now that I'm looking,
Dan's putting it up there.
Well, I'm looking at Trey right now. So Trey had 169 targets at 126 receptions. That was last year.
169 targets.
Can you imagine the Broncos throwing the ball 126 times? No, what I say?
169. 126 catches.
169 targets, 126 catches. Yeah.
Well, you're supposed to get 1,300 yards.
Yeah, you make it.
You're probably supposed to get 11 touchdowns.
Oh, yeah, that's a lot of balls going your way.
So look up what was Ingram's targets and catches.
All right. Well, I can look it up right now and tell you exactly. But I'm assuming it's not even half that, right? Not even close to that. Not with the. I mean,
if you had 100.
When did the Broncos offense look good last year? Let me tell you. Let me ask you that. Let's see. So he was targeted 20. No, that can't be right. 76 times, 50 receptions. So they threw him 76 balls last year, right? Is that my wait?
Yeah.
And
one touchdown.
50 receptions.
Now look what he did in 23 in Jacksonville. How many targets?
Whoa. See, this is what I'm talking about, man. That's a lot. 143 targets?
That's with a young quarterback.
Maybe, you know what? I wonder if that's exactly what they expected from him. Right? And then, but obviously because the injury last year, so he doesn't get. But do you think the Broncos look at Evan and think this is what we expected? 114 receptions, almost 1,000 yards.
Well, 19 of his 50 catches, so what, 30%? Right around of his catches were first downs.
Yeah, I guess if Evan Ingram, if you're only going to catch 50 balls, they better be the most important 50 balls, right? Like you throw them to him on fourth.
Is there any
third.
way that you could find him 24 more targets? And if he got 24 more targets, would he get?
Right.
You know, would he get 17 more catches?
Or is it more useful to send those 23 somewhere else? Like,
well, it depends.
Yeah,
you know what? If you're going to go 3 and out, and I think they led the league or one of the worst teams in 3 and outs last year, would a few more targets your tight end kept the chains moving?
Probably, yeah.
I mean, I don't know.
Right, that's what I want. I mean, you don't have a lot of Travis Kelce's,
See, my thing is this
There's
offense was so, quick step, 2 yards behind the line of scrimmage, 2 yards behind the line of scrimmage, 2 yards behind the line of scrimmage. If a guy broke a tackle, he'd pick up a big game. But if not, now it's 2nd and 9.
Yeah, I'm with you.
I mean, everything was below the target. Now, is that because that's what Sean Payton's offense looked like, or is that because that's all Bo was waiting to, he's going to get the ball out quick and throw it like that?
I don't know. It's probably Peyton's offense, right? Because late in games when things got rough and you let Bo be Bo, it seemed like he was much more free-flowing. Or also, like Sanford always says, he thinks Bo is just a slow starter. Like, Bo needs to get it. He's a second-half quarterback. He's a late-game quarterback as well.
Get him some confidence and some completions.
Yeah. Want to get the latest Avs playoff ticket info sent straight to you? Sign up for Drops and Deals and be the first to receive special deals and last-minute ticket opportunities at ColoradoAvalanche.com/drops. We'll roll on with PhD next.
All the number of times you've seen Denver over the last few years, would you call it a rivalry at this point between you and Denver?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I don't think there's anything else to call it but a rivalry.
Is that good for the league? You don't see a lot of rivals in the league anymore. Do you think that's good for the league?
I think it's a lot of rivalries in the league now.
So?
Yeah, for sure. I think me and Denver is one of them.
That's Anthony Edwards talking about this matchup with the Denver Nuggets coming up here. We're giving away tickets to that game today. We're giving away Avs tickets tomorrow with keywords on the 20s. The Avs have one more game in their President's Trophy winning regular season. You can hear it tonight on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Tune in for a special Between the Pipes at 6 and then pregame powered by Ramos Law at 7:30 right here on your home for the Avs, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Any issue with Anthony Edwards saying me and Denver have a rivalry?
Well, I read a little too much into it, but then when I heard the question again, he said the question was you in Denver, and he answered me in Denver. I don't know. What do you think? Do you think Anthony's all about Anthony, or do you think he's...
I do think Anthony's about Anthony. I don't know if I'd make anything out of it, but, I mean, he's the key. I mean, if he has a zero-sum series, I don't think Minnesota can win.
Right. Yeah, their best player not showing up would be less than ideal for them. Last night in the NBA, the Sixers beat the Magic. The Warriors took down the Clippers in a crazy game, just a crazy game. And I don't know what LA's going to... The Clippers might blow that whole thing up. Kawhi was asked after the game whether
I think Kawhi's out of contract after this year.
He was asked about it, and he was like, let me just deal with this loss before I start thinking about what I'm going to do in the offseason. But and people were like, yo, man, we think the LA Clippers broke multiple NBA bylaws to make sure you're a Clipper. Maybe you want to hook them up. But at the same time, like, it ain't my problem that they broke the law to get me here. I can go play for whoever I want. I don't know what's going on with the Kawhi situation. Or if he'll stay in LA and be a Clipper for life or move on. Who knows with Kawhi? I mean,
would you take Kawhi Leonard in 60 games next year if you're in Denver?
Sure.
Well, in place of who?
In place of anybody. It's Kawhi, man.
Place of who?
You're right, but
Who's
Kawhi,
replacing?
It does
Spencer
feel
Jones.
Well, Spencer Jones, absolutely. I mean,
Kawhi certainly seems to enjoy making a lot of money, so he's not going to come here for a vet minimum or the mid-level exception or something like that. That ain't happening, right? But you're right. He's still a great player. He's still an amazing player, despite the fact that Draymond shut him down in the fourth quarter last night. And then they both were like, Draymond's like, everybody respects Kawhi, and Kawhi's like, Draymond's a hell of a defender. And I was like, man, I need a little bit more hate in my playing game than that, man. Just giving each other love afterwards. No, you just got beat, Kawhi.
Listen, there's not the hate that there used to be. It used to be sports hate lived within teams.
Yeah.
I mean, I signed as a free agent to go play in Detroit, and that was one of the hardest things I did, even though it was 3 times more money than I'd ever made.
Really?
Because everybody hated Detroit.
Yeah. And with the bad boys.
But 3 times the money, Scott went from 150 to 450. I was like, yeah, come on now.
So we know it's Nuggets and T-Wolves on Saturday afternoon. Give me listen, this is going to sound stupid, but how important is this for getting this first game? Like, you certainly don't want to give Minnesota any type of confidence to
you
kick
lost
things off.
The first 2 home games last time you played them, and then beat them 3 and 4 there. I don't think you want to run that risk. I think you come out for game 1, send the message we're healthy, we're ready to go, and this is the level we're playing the rest of the series. Here we go.
Mm-hmm.
If you come out and feel it out and feel it around and just hang out for a while, and I think that's a scary thing. I think that's a scary moment. Are the Nuggets going to be like they were a lot of the year that you pointed out a while ago, 9 overtime games, and had to come back a handful of games against
it didn't
tough
matter.
teams?
Like if you were playing the Wizards, it would be a 2-possession game late, or if you were playing the Thunder, it'd be a 2-possession game late.
Yeah, and the level of talent and quality is night and day.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So this is quality. And they got you last time you played them in a series. How you gonna come out?
Yeah.
I'd be disappointed if they don't come out just like gangbusters.
Yeah, just
and maintain it for 48 minutes.
What are the odds that you think the Nuggets can get a sweep? The Nuggets can win 4 straight. How tough would that be?
Well, when you're 2 home games and win game 3, and then I think it's done. If you split at home, then now you have to go split on the road, and then it becomes iffy, man.
Since these two teams have seen each other so much in the regular season and in the playoffs, can you even have anything in the game plan? Like, we got a little something for them. We've studied the tape, and just be like, no, we've been studying tape for 3 years. We know exactly what. There is no hidden scheme. There is no game plan.
There will come a time when they double and off every pick and roll to make him get the ball out of his hands.
Okay.
That's a given. Don't let Randall go to his left hand. Keep him off his left hand as much as you can. And that's a given. And then you just can't let guys like Herter or
McDaniels or somebody weird,
something like that just start wearing you out from 3-point line.
How about the opposite of that? If you're Chris Finch, if you're Mike Ganori,
I pressure the hell out of which is what they've done. I pressure the hell out of him and get as physical as I can with Jamal Murray. Make it tough on Joker, just knowing Joker's Joker, but and then make sure I'm not letting Murray go off. Because if Joker and Murray both go off, I don't think you can win.
Right. Matter of fact, if just one of them goes off, you probably go, unless Ant just has a heroic 7-game series.
So they'll probably start Randall on Joker, and keep Gobert as that floater guy that can block some shots when he tries to go into the middle. Which then can free up Aaron Gordon for a lot of Aaron Gordon stuff.
How concerned should I be if Peyton Watson and Spencer Jones can't go early in this series? Like, if they can't go, how worried do I need to be if P. Watt and Spencer aren't right?
Less worried if Gordon and Porter can't go.
Okay. All right, yeah.
And I know Porter's not on the team, but that's what happened last year in Oklahoma City.
Yeah, where you just didn't have.
Yeah. Less worry at those two than if it's Gordon and Christian, in my opinion.
All right. Well, how about Fridays? Well, what is today? Thursday. So tomorrow's final play to figure out the final play-in teams tomorrow. The Hornets are in Orlando to face the Magic. And the Warriors are in the Suns. The Warriors are in Phoenix to take on the Suns. So Hornets, Magic to get the 8th seed and take on Detroit in the first round. You think it's Charlotte? You think Charlotte can go into Orlando?
I want Orlando to win because I'm a Jamal Mosley guy, but Charlotte's on a heck of a roll right now.
Yeah,
they're a scary team. They're a scary team.
Yeah, but the way they play
Orlando's
sometimes
better
make them
than
think
what they finished this year.
Yeah.
I mean, they're going to fire the coach probably if he doesn't win this for sure.
Once again, I can't believe those rumors are all over the that would happen at the end of the regular season. Like, you're about to go into the play-in, and you're just spreading rumors about firing your head coach before you even play in the play-in. That's crazy to me. That's crazy.
You're not real smart.
I mean, yeah. What does that possibly serve? Either move on from them, like the Nuggets did from Malone, or shut the hell up. Right? It serves you no good, no purpose whatsoever in that room to talk about that kind of stuff.
But we never see what's going on in the locker room, and we don't see our guys just tired of the same message. To me, it's another guy when you brought Mosley in as a young coach getting his first job, and you said, "Listen, we're gonna tank for a couple of years and try to build this thing up," and you build it up, and you build a culture, and now all of a sudden, see you later. Kind of tough. It'd be interesting.
Now, in the West here, I don't think the Warriors or the Suns could give OKC problems. But tomorrow night, Golden State and Phoenix for the 8th seed, and you got two mean dudes going head to head in that game.
And you know Golden State's 3-1 against Phoenix this year.
Are they really? Man, the Warriors are going to sneak into that 8th seed unless you think Dylan Brooks and Devin Booker can get it done.
I don't think Phoenix is that good, and they overachieved this year, in my opinion. A lot of people expect them to be in the lottery. Golden State was decimated with injuries all year. I mean, they're playing without Jimmy Butler. I mean, you would think Phoenix could win this game at home, but, Steph Curry dropped 35 last night and made 12 threes.
What do you think?
How you win that game?
As a former member of the Bad Boys, what do you think of players like Draymond, but more Dylan Brooks? Because tomorrow night, Dylan Brooks is going to have like 5-6 personal fouls. He's going to get a tech, and somebody's going to swing on him or something. You know what I mean? Like, he's going to get under somebody's He's going to freak somebody out. It's what he does. You put him out there to be a nuseance.
Problem is Golden State has a bigger,
Draymond will do the same
Brooks,
thing.
Draymond Green. He's a bigger Brooks, right?
So what do you think about, Draymond is going to make the Hall of Fame by being that kind of guy? But it's not just that. It's not just being
you know what? He's not a Hall
Dylan
of
the
Fame
villain.
player, but you're probably
But
right.
right, he's going to make he's got how many titles? And he's going to make it.
So it's just about titles.
I think with him, yes. I think that's exactly what it's going to be, right? Or do you think I'm drunk? I think Draymond's going to be a Hall of Famer.
I think you're probably right, but again, I think the NBA gets the Hall of Fame wrong. I think there's a bunch of guys in there shouldn't be in there.
I would be okay with that.
I wouldn't put Tracy McGrady in.
Would you? See, well, that's the question. Do you? He was probably the best scorer in the league for 2
If you put Draymond
seasons.
Green in because he's got all these championships, why are you putting Tracy McGrady in because he can't get out of the first round? So shouldn't it be the same yardstick?
Well, probably, but
Green
the Basketball Hall of Fame is easier to get
Well, that's
into
what I'm
than
saying.
any other.
I think they get it wrong. So Draymond Green, you put into the Hall of Fame with 4 or 5 rings, whatever it is,
and defensive ability,
and can't score, or Tracy McGrady who can score but can't win.
Yeah.
How many titles does Robert Horry have, Scott?
6.
He's not in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, and he's not going either. It's
to your point.
Well, I don't think he's. I don't
Yeah,
think
big
he's a Hall of Fame
shot
player.
Bobby. Yeah.
Well, but I don't think Draymond Green's a Hall of Fame
So
player.
is Draymond a better player than Robert Horry?
No.
Yes, I think he is.
Better defensive player, not as good a shooter.
Yeah, but Draymond can do what he did last night, where you're just like, hey, make sure Kawhi doesn't beat us. That's all you got to do. Make that dude's life miserable. And I'm just wondering, do you respect a Dylan Brooks do you respect his game?
No, not really.
Yeah. I don't think a lot of people in the league do, but he's making a lot of money doing what he's doing.
Yeah.
It's a very successful way to go about business. But that was the way Dylan handles his business is different from the way the bad boys handle their
he's
business.
He's found his niche. Problem was, if everybody back in the bad boys days had a guy, and if he acted up, then you could get the guy.
Mm-hmm.
You can't get him.
Mm-hmm.
League don't want you to do any retribution. The officials take care of it.
You're right. That's an interesting.
But, I mean,
Dylan can act the fool as much as he wants. He never really pays the price.
Dylan Brooks gets 6 fouls a game, and he probably commits 15.
Yeah.
No, listen, but he plays that role. He's a physical, tough guy. He's had a 3-point shot the last couple of years. So I mean, he's key for him. He can't be shut down. But
I find that the
that's a good
Dylan
question,
Brooks experience interesting.
Is Robert Horry better than Draymond Green?
Because Robert's not in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, I
and he's
get
got
it.
6.
I get it, but Robert's
Actually,
a
he might
role
have 7
player
titles.
his entire career, despite all those.
But isn't that what Draymond Green is?
Yeah, but he's a pivotal Robert hit those game-winning shots.
What was it?
No,
Yeah.
he was also
What was his nickname?
Yeah, Big Shot Bob. Big Shot Bob.
You get a name like that.
Sorry, Robert Horry has 7
Oh, he has
NBA
7?
titles, and he's not in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, but at that point, I
7.
think you're pretty happy with it. You're just like, I don't need the Hall. Rob, I don't know, but off the top of my head, dome, I thought Robert Horry is not a Hall of Famer, and Draymond is, despite the fact that he
Draymond
annoys
will
me.
always be known as a Golden State Warrior. What's Robert Horry known as?
Yeah, mercenary.
Is he a Spur? Is he a Laker?
mercenary.
Is he I don't even know who else he won him with.
I think Houston, right? Yeah, Houston.
He was on those Olajuwon teams.
He started with Houston.
Yeah, he won back-to-back titles with Houston to start his career.
Early in his career, right?
And then he got on those Tim Duncan Spurs teams.
And then he got on the Lakers.
And then he got on the Lakers.
No, Lakers first.
Wait, Lakers first?
2000, 01-02, Spurs 05-07.
Wow, I would have got that wrong. That's a little too much Coors Light. I would have.
But how many points did Robert Horry have?
What was Horry's career stats? Give me that. Give me his career numbers before we go to break here and give away some playoff tickets. Or don't. Here we go. All day, we're celebrating a Nuggets playoff ticket Thursday. Every show has tickets to Game 1 against Minnesota, and there's a new keyword every hour. Your next keyword is 5 minutes away. Don't go anywhere. All right, hold on to your butts. We got some playoff tickets to give away right here, right now. It's playoffs ticket Thursday. We have your chance to win tickets to see Game 1 versus Minnesota on Saturday. Text this keyword in right now. Text the keyword elevator. Elevator to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name, and you'll be entered. The Wilhite Law Firm gives you the chance to win big on and off the court. Visit them at wilhitewins.com. Again, this hour's keyword is elevator. We'll announce our winner at 2:55. Good luck. Is that just Zadorov taking strays yesterday from Tyson Barry and Nate McKinnon? Just
It sure was.
but they were teasing him like they like him, though, didn't they?
Yeah, I think everybody likes Zadorov. Yeah. Everybody likes Big Z. He's kind of a unique cat, I think. So, yeah. But, all right, Dan, let's football go, bro.
All right, guys. Sean Payton, George Payton. The Paytons had their pre-draft press conference today. I like to refer to it as the most worthless press conference of the year for all teams, not just the Broncos, because they're not going to give away their trade secrets a week before the draft. But they actually did have some good stuff today. Here is George Payton, guys. We talked about this a little bit earlier. George was asked, do the Broncos have a package or a plan to get into the first round if they would like to?
Yeah, I mean, Jeff, you never say never, but it's unlikely. It would cost quite a haul for us to get up there. Most of our draft we'd have to trade, and then obviously something next year. I would say it's unlikely, but we certainly could move up in the second.
Okay, so I think we would all agree that the Broncos are in a win now position, correct? So if that's the case, would you guys be okay or comfortable with the Broncos mortgaging part of their future draft assets to move up into the first round this year? Or would you like to see them keep those picks?
Sure. No. But I'm an idiot. You wouldn't want me running your team. I want them to mortgage the entire future for next season. I can't see further ahead than a year. But yeah, you don't want to run a team that way. But at the same time, at some point, you have to make a stand and say, we can do it. We can do it this year, and we're selling out for it. But that's not the smart way to go. Scotty, you'd handle it the opposite way.
No. I mean, your next opportunity is now, right? Your best opportunity is now. Why are you going to wait now? Now, when you're saying sell out your future, are we talking no draft picks in 28? I mean, you're not going to be stupid. You've got to figure a balance between we're going to try to win it this year. Mm-hmm. And again, I tell you, they signed, what'd you say, 17 of their 21 free agents.
17 of 21.
They think they got the team now. So what are you selling out for? Unless you can move up in a draft and you're going to get a starter, Stowers or somebody, if you actually think he's that good, drops into the 40s of this round, then sell out this year's draft. Who cares?
Yeah, I'm here for it. The Chiefs GM spoke today about the draft as well, the pre-draft stuff, and he said buckle the hell up because he thinks there's going to be massive trades in the first round. He's like, he said, I think that the fans will be in for a treat next Thursday because I think the grades on all these prospects are so close that a lot of these guys that are mocked high may go a little lower, and then a lot of teams see their guy drop and they want to hop up. So the Chiefs GM is like, we're going to see a ton of trades in the first round, and that makes me excited.
That makes you happy because that becomes chaos.
Yeah, that's chaos, and I love it. But once again, I don't think the Broncos are going to jump up in there. So
I don't think they can unless you're going to leverage next year's draft. And according to all the experts, and you never know till you see it, next year's draft is supposed to be one of the best we've seen in recent history.
Well, Scotty, to your point, let's hear from George, because that was going to be my next cut from George. He was asked, how much does a strong 2027 draft class affect whether or not the Broncos will trade any of those picks to move up in this year's draft?
I mean, you look at that, obviously, I think everyone feels like next year is going to be a strong draft, and I think that's based on the quarterbacks and the, feel like it's going to be a strong quarterback.
But you don't need a quarterback.
Draft, but we definitely look at that and we're making trades. But it's not going to dictate, we feel if we have to make a trade in this draft, we have 10 picks we think, next year, including the compensatories. And so that gives us more flexibility if we need to use one of those to help ourselves, now.
Yeah, it's not all about Arch Manning next year. They say, I think I heard that the reason that everybody's so excited about next year's draft is because there's 40 to 50 players who are in that, we might be a first rounder. You know what I mean? That's 40 or 50 guys who are mid to late first to early second round guys. So that's a lot of so they say there's a lot of depth in next year's draft. There's a bunch of dudes who are really good and they all have similar grades, so they got all play. So I mean, right, the quarter, it's not all about Arch Manning, right? And even if it was, you certainly don't need a quarterback
unless all of a sudden Bo Nix becomes who
just falls off.
Yeah, and he's just a guy next year. and then are you sitting there saying, "Oh, maybe we should have"?
How much blame is Bo Nix going to catch if the Broncos lose four more games next season compared to last?
Not as many as your new OC will.
Oh, see, I did. Yeah, if you look, is Davis Webb still the OC if you're sitting on 9 wins instead of 14 at the end of the year? How quickly does Sean Payton? How quickly does Sean Payton pull the ripcord on that nonsense?
But if that's the case, Sean Payton might be going.
You're right, because you're like, "Hey, this was your decision, Sean."
Decision, and no, George. He's going to say, "Hey, this was y'all's decision."
Oh, you think Sean will point at George and say?
I mean, 3 more years, and let's get this thing back going. And we kept our first round, so let's go get Arch.
Interesting. All right.
Isn't that funny though? What George said, you guys have slipped all over. You kind of missed it, but not really. A good draft is dictated by how good the quarterbacks are in the draft.
Yeah, the way he started
So in that essence, 2 years ago, it was a top-heavy quarterback draft, but a lot of people didn't have thoughts on the bottom 3 guys. The bottom 3 guys as good as the top 3 guys.
Mm-hmm.
So does that make that a strong draft that year?
I don't know. Once again, next year's draft is supposed to be, because you have sexy positions in quarterback and running back and wide receiver with good guys coming in. But I think you have that every year, right? Arch Manning is much more sexy than Mendoza, but we got to see what Arch does at Texas this year, right?
You got Mendoza be number 1, and then supposedly your second best quarterback in the draft, the thing we saw is projected to go 30.
Mm-hmm. Ty Simpson at 30. Yeah, just
at 30.
Huge drop
Which means you got a second-round grade.
Yeah, I bet you has a second-round grade, and I bet you he goes before 30, right? It's just it's a quarterback-hungry league, right? Somebody's going to snatch Ty before he's – anyway. All right, Dan, what's next?
All right, guys, the NFL has started onboarding potential replacement officials as the expiration of its collective bargaining agreement with the NFL Referees Association approaches. Clubs were informed yesterday in a memo. So several replacements have completed background checks with NFL security, according to the memo, and they will soon be given physical examinations. Online and in-person training sessions with league officiating supervisors are scheduled to begin on or near May 1st. The CBA between the sides expires on May 31st. So just thoughts on the replacement officials.
How do you get that job? Because you seem like you'd be a scab. How would Dan Tanner go about getting a job as a replacement official?
I'd be a terrible official.
Well, so are these guys going to be terrible officials?
Yes. So how important do you guys think it is for the NFL to get this worked out with the full-time refs, or do you not really care and not care about the possibility of having replacement officials?
I bet there's a whole lot of young guys that got their first, and I say young, late 30s, 40s. Guys that got their first gig recently in the Big Ten or Big 12 or SEC, and they're making $125,000 a year or something like that, and the NFL says, "Hey, come on over, we'll pay $200."
Mm-hmm.
They're going to jump?
Yeah.
They don't care about no scab.
Yeah.
They ain't no union.
Is this a negotiating ploy, or are they actually just like, we don't care about these?
No, they're letting the officials know that football is bigger than you.
Yeah.
Just the same way, if the players strike, I mean, what do they always eventually do there? They offer the management of the Players Association a whole lot of nothing, and they take it and get paid under the table, or they go get scabs.
Mm-hmm.
Well, let me run this by you guys. I heard Mike Florio throw out this conspiracy theory about the refs and what's going on here with the owners and the refs. He thinks that this is the NFL's way to eventually move towards full-time robo-umps in the NFL and just get rid of on-field officials and have it all be back in where are their league offices? New York?
You know in New York. But you know how far away we are from that kind of technology where you can you want AI tech? You want AI
It's already
to ref
here.
games?
What do you mean? How far? It's already here.
So you think the NFL could just be like, okay, we'll plug Chat GPT into this thing?
Whoa! You said you liked it in baseball.
No, I do. I love it in baseball. But that's the only thing they're calling is balls and strikes.
So why
you're
not?
asking me that you're going to tell me that these robo umps are going to call like, illegal hits and pass interference? What the hell? Humans don't even know what pass interference is, much less artificial intelligence. Or do you think that maybe artificial intelligence does know what a catch
that's
is?
the question, Berto. That's the question. Would robo-umps be more accurate
I think it's
than humans?
much more likely that AI takes your job than the NFL ref's job. But you know what? Man, I don't know. Once again, I'm here for chaos. And if robo-umps are going to make more chaos, then let's go robo-umps. But how's a robo-ump going to flip a
what you're
coin?
going to do is you're probably going to have a command center with one or two dudes watching.
That's right.
Any illegal content. And you got, banks of TVs.
So the way it would work is you would have robo-umps, in theory, making the calls, and then you would have actual humans back in New York at the league offices confirming the calls and doing all that.
You want total chaos?
Yeah, I do.
You're a betting guy, right?
Yeah.
AI everything. You could save literally millions and millions and millions of dollars not having any players or refs or coaches.
Just play a robo league.
Set up an AI screen type thing in all these big stadiums. Sell tickets to the stadiums they want to go and play your AI game.
Nah, America wants to see you bleed, man. They want to see.
We can see that.
We're not here for the T1000. I would watch the T1000 play football. You know what I mean? But
would you want the 1,000 or the 3,000?
Is it which one? No, it's actually
you want
which
the
one?
Arnold?
Is it the T600? Was the OG? Was that
you want the Arnold or do you want the Liquid dude?
I was about to say so the Liquid dude is the T1000, right? And Arnold's the OG, the T600? Am I crazy? I think so. I think the T1000 is the liquid metal. Yeah, I think so. But yeah, if we can get those guys playing football, I'm here for it. But I think you're crazy. You think the NFL they're thinking that far ahead. They're like, in 5 years, we don't even need humans out there. We can make more accurate calls using artificial intelligence.
Well, I don't think that. That was Florio's conspiracy theory of why he thinks the league is negotiating in bad faith.
No, you know what? Theriaul's on something kind of. Here's the bottom line. It's what I said a while ago. I can get a guy for $75,000 doing your job that you want for $350.
Mm-hmm.
We'll give you $200.
Mm-hmm.
We don't want the $200. Good. Then you go get you a bunch of $75,000 guys. And when they ain't no good, guess what? A whole bunch of another crew going to come in there. I know a guy who now is on TV. He started doing everything, and he was doing everything free. Hey, could you do this? Yeah, sure. Hey, I can do. Yeah, sure. Did all things free. Finally, I said sometimes, dog,
you got to get paid.
You're saying you want a contract. Guess what? Why are they paying you? You've done You did it free. Why would they pay you now?
Right. Squeaky wheel gets the grease. You got to let them know.
Well, so hey, you don't want this?
Do you think Greg Penner's in a room somewhere thinking, I could pay Sean Payton $18 million, or I could make the football Tron 2000 our new head coach? Do you think is there people actually having that conversation in the NFL?
Hey, the more and more everything goes down the league. Hey, listen, you had a team lost 119 games. Hey, we're going to keep the manager around.
That's true.
Because all you're going to implement what we tell you, and it's all AI, all the analytics, and we got a guy there who's going to tell the pitcher what pitch to make. What's different? Why do they need a coach on the bench calling the pitches? Why don't they have some dude in a command center back home just on a headset going, slider low, slider left corner low?
Yeah, you
why,
could.
Why? I mean, why even need a person?
Money. The answer to everything, money.
Well, you might be able
Money.
if the computer's doing all the calls for you anyway. All you got to do is skip that middle guy that you're paying $100,000
Yeah,
to.
that guy's dead to you now. You don't need that dude. Just this is freaky. I'm sure here in 5 years the whole world's going to look different. But the Avalanche play the Flames tonight, and you can hear the game on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Tune in for pregame, powered by Ramos Law at 6:30 right here at 7:30. Right? That's when pregame is tonight at 7:30 right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We'll wrap up PhD next. The Avalanche play the Flames tonight, and you hear the game on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Tune in for the pregame, powered by Ramos Law at 7:30 right here on Altitude Sports Radio. It's wait, did I say Flames? Is that what did I say Flames twice? Man, I'm doing that.
You did say Flame.
I was about to say I'm doing that Lombardi thing. I'm just reading what's on the sheet.
Kings play Flames.
Yeah, they're not playing the Flames tonight. They're playing the Kraken tonight.
I read an article on the Kraken today. You know who's I don't know if he's related. Maybe he's a son. It's a Lewicki that's running the Kraken.
And you think it's
Tim Lewicki's maybe?
I guess because there's not a whole lot of Lewicki's out there.
I don't think.
You're right. That's interesting. I don't know. Just like I'm interested. I'm fascinated by what these ownership groups are going to look like for Seattle and Vegas for the new NBA expansion teams.
Well, Seattle's in a bit of a panic because now the NBA wants to expand back into Seattle. And they're thinking, because they've already had MLS success and obviously NFL success and baseball success. And now the Kraken gets, stinks, and all of a sudden the NBA comes back in there. People are going to, how many dollars can a small community support?
What kind of, because once again, you have to have to expand in the NBA.
I think has won a couple championships in Seattle.
As somebody who watched the league all year long, and there was some crazy games this year, and we were making fun of the regular season, but it's the most the viewership was up 86%. That's a big jump, with their new TV partners. But for somebody who's watched this whole league, does it have the talent to support two more teams without having more games like this year where I'd be like, hey, guess what? The Wizards just lost by 57 points. Or, you know what I mean? Or Memphis got blown out.
Well, the answer is no, but you didn't, when you had 23 teams, that was a question when you went to 25, and then you went to 27, and then they went to 30. They always think there's a disparity, and there probably is to an extent, but, I mean, you'll be able to find them. I don't know how good they'll be. I mean, it'll be there eventually, right?
Yeah, I don't.
I mean, listen, Shea. They were willing to get rid of Shea Gilgeous in L.A. after 1 year as a rookie. Now he's the MVP. So how many Shea Gilgeuses would a team like Seattle or Las Vegas get a hold of?
Yeah, that's a good point.
Didn't play much here, and then all of a sudden they go there and they're able to just spread their wings.
Right? Are there guys in the league right now who could be superstars? They're just not getting.
They gave Shea Gilgeous a bunch of first rounders for Paul George.
Yeah. Yeah. But listen, there was an obsession with this league with Paul George for a while, but that I didn't really understand. Yeah, but
especially
really
since they already had Kawhi and Harden.
It was just 5 years ago I read a story on ESPN or whatever where they were saying young players coming up in basketball most viewed their game. They most wanted their game to look like Paul George. And I was like, how is Paul George why are these kids mentioning PG instead of LeBron or Joker or
I always
anybody?
thought Paul was a nice player.
I guess there was sense that he was a good all-around player with both ends of the I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe.
But once again, that's a once again a Hall of Fame.
I mean, if you're drafted right now, I said I got a guy who's a Paul George player, and I got a guy. This guy's a Kawhi player. Which one you taking?
Oh yeah, you're taking Kawhi.
I got a Paul George guy or a James Harden guy. Which guy are you taking?
Oh yeah. Okay, wait.
Right. I got a Paul George guy or a Donovan Mitchell guy. Which guy?
I'm taking Donovan. I'm taking Donovan. I don't know if I could trust. To have James Harden's career would be amazing, but at the same time, I think James Harden's going to end his career as one of the biggest postseason failures of all.
What's Paul George?
Same thing. Except
you got a lot more excitement out of James Harden, didn't you?
Yeah.
You got an Eastern Conference Finals out of James Harden.
I don't think Paul folded the way that James folds in the playoffs, where it's like he's just not the same player. He's not taking the same shots. He's not doing. I don't know what it is about the playoffs in James. But once again, there's another Hall of Famer. He's going to be a Hall of Famer and truly one of the great scorers.
But he's going to have 25. Yeah. But he's like a McGrady or a.
Yeah.
Although he played in an NBA final.
I mean, it's so weird. Like, if you're Anthony Edwards, your one goal in life is to win an NBA title now because otherwise you're not in that conversation. So when
I don't even think he thinks about it yet.
Oh, you think he's too young still to start thinking about that far?
He's still thinking about Fox Stoles and Rolls Royces right now.
Yeah. I'm sure that's well, he's going to be ready to go. How ready are the Nuggets? Like, I've asked you this question, but they come into the playoffs on a 12-game winning streak. But the way that I don't know how
they're ready. They're ready if they're healthy. They're ready. That's the bottom line. If AG is good to go, they're good to go. If AG is going to struggle and you're going to have to pamper him through the series, you're probably going to have to pamper through the series. I got a question for both of you guys right here. Is the Timberwolves, the Nuggets, Avalanche stars?
No. Well, no, because
the
I don't
Dallas
think
Stars to the Avalanche the same as Minnesota is to the Nuggets?
because I could see blood on the ice in Av Stars. Are we going to get blood on the hardwood? You think so? I think we might start off a game one a little chippy.
It's
right?
a big rivalry. Right,
I agree with you, Scott. The only difference I would say is the Nuggets did beat Minnesota the year they won the championship.
And the Avalanche have never beaten the Stars
at least in this era. Yeah.
Well, what era you want to go to?
Have they never beaten the Stars in the playoffs ever?
No, yes, they have. Yes, they have. They have beaten the Stars in the playoffs.
Was Joe Sakic around?
I think so.
No, because that was Minnesota.
That was, we'd have to look at the 96. They weren't around, right, for that. In 01. They didn't run into Dallas in 01. In 2022?
They didn't play him in 22.
Yeah, I didn't play him in 22. I think Dallas and Colorado really hate each other. Scotty, you really think Denver and Minnesota hate each other that much?
Well, I don't know. Listen, I don't think there's as much hate in basketball as there is in hockey.
Okay, yeah, good call. Yeah. Right. But you're right. I think it takes 5 minutes for something to spark off between the Nuggets and the Timberwolves because that's how this.
I'm saying OKC would be the Stars equivalent.
Avalanche beat the Stars, and I'm assuming it's the Stars in 2006 conference quarterfinals, 2004 conference finals, beat the Stars 4-3, 2000 Western Conference Finals. And in 99, the Western Conference Finals beat them in 7 games in 99 and 2000.
I worked almost all those games.
What was the Sakics last year?
When did you?
08.
Was it 08? Yeah, it's towards the end of the 2000s.
Because Duchesne's first year with the Avs
was 09?
The first year that Sakic retired.
Okay, so that was 09?
They've never beat him outside the Sakic era.
Right.
So Joe Sakic was 4-0 against the Stars. And this new iteration of Avalanche is 0-3 against the Stars.
Yeah, that changes this year. Well, once again, Dallas has got to get past Minnesota. It's not a granted that it's going to be Av Stars. You know what I mean? The Wild might have something for them. And guess what? Minnesota and Dallas don't like each other either.
Because Dallas stole the franchise.
Yeah, the North Stars. Shout out to the North Stars. It's old school stuff right there.
Right there, yeah.
So, no, that's going to be a great series. But you know what's weird is those two teams have known that they were going to face each other for 2 weeks now. They just been sitting around.
Let me ask this. So Minnesota North Stars go to Dallas and become the Dallas Stars. You don't think people in Minnesota hate Dallas?
I'm sure they do.
Well, I bet you. They just like, you know what? I was on a radio station in Seattle a while ago, and I was like, and they were, you know what they were complaining about? They were complaining about OKC, and I was like, damn dog, it's been a while. If you get your franchise back, if you get a Seattle Sonics, are you going to stop complaining about OKC? And they were like, hell no. We hate OKC forever.
I wonder if there's, but there's some old schoolers in Baltimore still hate the Colts.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Or there's some Cleveland people that still hate some Baltimore people.
There's probably some Brooklyn people who hate the Dodgers, right? You got to be hella old though. You got to be pretty old if you're hating.
Yeah, you got older than me. Who else has moved that'd be mad?
St. Louis Rams is the
is
LA.
San Diego mad at LA?
Actually, San Diego's probably the only one that's not, right?
Yeah,
San
they probably
Diego's
don't care.
Yeah, they're like, whatever, man. We got sun.
Yeah, we're surfing. Our Sundays, we're going to church and going to hit the beach.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, I want to announce our winner. We got our winner for the for the ticket. Ooh, if I can see Dan's text. Who's going to the playoff game on Saturday? At least one. It is Eric Parks. Eric Parks is our winner. Congratulations. You're going to go see the Nuggets take on the Timberwolves Saturday afternoon. Wait. Who was supposed to be keeping track of the time? Dan? Give me the time. How long until tip-off?
We got 46-ish hours, 46 and a half hours.
I mean, that's not very good math, but we'll take it. we'll take it, bro. Thanks, though. But yeah, we're closing in on it, man. I'm getting a little nervous. Did you get nervous before the playoffs as a player? Like, I mean, what did you do to get ready for the playoffs as a player?
You're nervous. You're nervous before the tip, and then it's gone.
As soon as it gets
going. And then if you play a game 7, the nerves come back. But games 2, 3, 4, 5, or closeout games, I don't even know if you get nervous. You kind of get desperate. You know, for a bench guy, you're like, you're down 3-1. You're like, okay, are these knuckleheads just going to, 1, 2, 3 Cancun, or are they going to actually compete today?
Yeah.
But, I remember June 7th or June 3rd, game 7, Piston Bulls, my birthday. And I don't know if I was nervous, but that might have been as fired up for a basketball game I've ever been into in my life.
Who'd you hit first in that game?
Well, I didn't play until we were blowing them out. That was.
But you were like, I'm ready, coach.
That was the Scottie Pippen migraine game.
Oh no, really? Wait. Where he left at the end of the game and didn't come back? Wait.
Well, yeah. He just listen. Dennis Rodman. Well, everybody, Bill. I mean, they literally beat the hell out of Scottie Pippen, and he called no moss.
He was like,
even in Jordan's little documentary thing during COVID.
Yeah,
kind of referred to the
migraine
that
game.
Pippen kind of bagged out of that game.
There was Bert. I think the one you're thinking of was the 1.8 seconds
when Jordan wasn't on the team anymore.
Tony Kukoc
game, right? And Scottie wanted the last shot.
And Phil said Tony's going to take it.
You're going to be a decoy.
And Scottie freaked the hell out. That's
and
right.
Scottie refused to go in the game, and Tony hit the game winner. Yeah.
I mean,
Scottie Pippen had a couple of bad moments in a Hall of Fame career.
Yeah, it's kind of it was when Jordan left.
And now he's having more because now he just basically acts like he hates Jordan, and I'm not sure we know who you were without him.
Yeah.
I think they all hate Jordan. I think what we've come to realize is none of them really liked Mike all that much. Yeah.
It'd be right if you strap Steve Kerr down to a lie detector.
You know what? I think.
Well,
Bill Cartwright or
Jordan punched Kerr in the face in practice.
Right. One of many teammates he punched, right? Did he punch? I mean, yes. And but he never punched Bill Armstrong. I mean, not Bill.
Bill Cartwright.
Bill Cartwright.
No.
Who was the? Wait, no. Who was
Cartwright? Would have killed him. Cartwright was a big boy.
Cartwright was a big, like, yeah.
But he was. I played with Bill. He was a lovable giant.
Is he? Because he looked like he was 70 years old when he was 29. You know what I mean? Cartwright just looked old.
Greg Oden face.
Yes. Yeah,
exactly. He was a good, decent man. Is what he was.
Oh, that's nice to hear.
Yeah,
that makes me happy because I always loved Bill Cartwright as a kid.
I was a rookie with Bill in New York.
Okay,
and we lived in the same apartment building. And he was just a sweetheart. I mean, a sweetheart of a guy.
He had a great voice. Very.
Well, then he had some sort of throat cancer or something that really took it to almost a gravel.
And then he had some of the funniest shooting form in the history of basketball.
Yeah. Where it was like this,
and when he pulled up, it didn't go out in front of him. It went around to the side. Was the way that he would put up his jumper.
Though, he would come up, and when it got up, then he would tap it with that left hand like 2 or 3 times before he shot. And he was probably mid-high 70s, wasn't he?
Yeah. But he was a good big. He really was. Great career. 3-time champion.
My very first meeting in the pros before training camp opened, we had Sugar Ray, Michael Ray Richardson, right? Sugar. And he was a dog. And he was, late. He's passed, not talking bad about him. But Hubie's first meeting was, we will not talk about our teammates or coaches in the press. We got issues. We're doing it in this room right here.
Yeah.
We're not airing dirty laundry. He said, you'll never read an article where we badmouth you guys in the press.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to read an article where you're badmouthing for an example. And he pulled up an article. This one I knew. Yeah. Sugar and Hubie ain't long for this. In fact, they traded before training camp was over.
Okay.
And they'd ask Michael, why'd you guys get beat in the playoffs? He goes, because we got a center. The only time he dunks is at Dunkin' Donuts. Talking about Bill Cartwright.
Okay.
And I guess Bill's also doing a Dunkin' Donut commercial in New York that time, too. They said, yeah, we got a center. The only time he's going to dunk is with a donut from Dunkin' Donuts.
Do you remember the old SI photographer, Walter Use? How did you say his name, Andy? It was like IOOSS or whatever it was. But he was like the legendary Sports Illustrated photographer, and he was doing a feature on MJ, and this would have been second three-peat. So it was Michael with Luke Longley, Bill Wennington, and Joe Klein.
Yeah.
And the quote was from Mike, like kind of talking about his bigs, and he said, "You see what they give me over there? 21 feet of bleep." was the line from Michael?
Yeah.
Yeah. Uh-huh. So
now Joe's a good friend of mine, and Joe loves Michael.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's good to know.
Yeah, but Mike got him a ring, and he's sitting on the end of the bench. So
Sure.
that probably doesn't hurt you a little bit.
Yeah.
I went and had a bunch of beers with Luke Longley one time.
How was that? New Mexico legend Luke Longley.
No, it wasn't Luke. Well, maybe I did with Luke also.
Will Purdue? Name a Bulls white center.
Yeah, I've got
Bill Wennington. What are we doing?
Air Canada?
Louis Krupp from Indiana. Remember the big 7-foot dude? I think it was from Dallas. He was playing Dallas time.
Okay.
Uwe Krupp.
I thought that was a hockey player.
Because he's the big defenseman from the Avs that won the first cup.
Are you talking about Rick Smits?
No. From the University of Indiana.
Okay.
I thought it was
Uwe Krupp played for the Avs.
And he was
never
a
been
German
more
guy.
positive of anything in my life. If I'm wrong, I'm going to let Cale Makar fire a Gabe shot at me.
Uwe Blob?
Uwe Blob.
There you go.
Blob.
What are we doing?
What
are we doing?
Uwe Blob.
We
how
landed
about
the
that
plane.
for a big stiff name from the past?
Uwe Blob. That's a great name.
I mean, how about a guy for a big 7-foot stiff and your last name is
Blob?
I mean, is that not like? Would that not be right up your alley if you were covering his team?
Where was Uwe Blob from?
Germany, I believe.
He was German. Okay. All right. So he and Detlef, were they the great German players of NBA history?
He was. I think he was even before Detlef.
Uwe Konstantin Blob.
Constantine.
That's a great name.
How you not running by that name?
That's a serious
That'd have
name
been
right
a
there.
nightmare.
Well, and Luke Longley, wasn't he from Australia?
Luke was Australian, yes.
Berto, you can go. You don't have to hang out.
I'm looking at.
So I've had beers with
Basketball
Luke, and I've
Reference.
had beers with
Uwe Blob.
Uwe. I'm buddies with Bill, and I have no idea why Bill likes me. But we talk all the time.
What's not to like?
Because I wasn't a nice person in a time of my life.
Okay.
But I got all into that Piston mystique thing.
Okay.
And Ed Neely actually was a good friend of mine. Another Bulls
legend. Ed Neely right there.
Luke or Bill Winton is down warming up with the coach. This is like his second year, and he sucked. I mean, he couldn't do anything. He was really bad.
Yeah.
He was just big.
Yeah.
And he's down there under the basket doing like the mic and drill almost, but a coach is bumping him with a little pad and stuff like that. And he's laying up. I go, "What are you doing?" And first of all, we're all warming up. We didn't have coaches, and you just shoot up on both sides. I said, "What are you doing? That ain't gonna work. This is me going up to a coach and a player working out for a game. I said, that ain't gonna get him ready." I said, "Here, go again." Hands him the ball. I blast him. This is an hour and a half before the game starts. Boom, knock him out of the ball. Ball wedges underneath the backboard.
Yeah.
I said, "See, that's how it's going to be like in a game." And then I walk off to the other end of the court. And so, but we're buddies. But I was like, God,
did he respect that?
I don't know.
Was he like, "Hey, this guy's actually doing me a favor"?
He didn't try to fight me.
He's Canadian. He's very polite.
Which I'm thinking, had someone done that to me, we're probably swinging before the game starts.
Yeah.
But I've always, it's one of those things you do in your life you kind of regret, and you think back as you get older. Well, why did I do that? Wasn't funny.
I made a point.
You thought it'd be funny, did you?
Hey, and you know what? You toughened him up, and he went on to win 3 championships.
He did win 3 championships. He didn't win one that year, but he did win 3 championships.
Yes, and you know what? He didn't spend that much time underneath the basket. The strength of his game was pull up from the mid-range.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was what Wennington did best. Hey, did you, by the way, and we were talking about this yesterday, kind of David Adelman's approach to this series. And Adelman yesterday, when he was asked about it, like, the rivalry thing, they're in our division. He kind of downplayed all of that. He's going very clinical on all of this. I think he's going, okay, I'm going to make it about tactics. What do you think is going on there, Scotty? Is he leaning on the players to say, you guys plus the home crowd plus playoff intensity, you will create your own emotion in this series?
Well, they should create their own emotion.
Yeah.
As soon as you say that, and I hadn't thought about this, but last time you played them in the postseason, bad outcome, you lose Game 7 after leading by 20. Would you say the coach was tactical, or do you think he was more emotional?
I think by that point of the series, it was all emotion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think David probably saying the guys kind of maybe even in that 20-point thing, guys are freaking, he's freaking out as much as the crowd was and we were and everything else. And so maybe he's purposely going, we've seen the emotional side not work.
Sure.
Let's bring the tactical side in. We're going to keep it professional. We ain't giving up an inch.
Yeah.
And just kind of, come at it more matter-of-factly than, listen, he said this early in the year. Were you there when he said that? I don't need that rah-rah stuff.
Right.
The rah-rah stuff is fake most of the time.
It's not how he operates, really.
Yeah.
Well, the other part about it, too, is like if you're – okay, I think if you're coaching like Portland right now, okay?
Rah-rah the hell of it up.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But with Denver, like – you're hoping to play basketball for another 2.5 months. So you can't start up here.
No.
It does have to be a ramp up because he wants to win a championship. And to a certain degree, they do have to like settle into a groove of playoff basketball, and it cannot be too cranked.
And I'll even go back to the year they won it. And this is all hindsight. We're thinking about it now.
Sure.
Did you not feel it? I mean, that when we played Lakers in West Conference, was that an emotional series for us?
Yeah.
I mean, for us and the radio and all the fans, I mean, that was well, it sure seemed like it was pretty matter of fact for them, didn't it?
It was. I tell you, the series that was more emotional than any other in that run was the Phoenix series because it was 2-2, and coming back into your place, like that Game 5 was absolutely cranking, and the Nuggets destroyed them in that game.
And then destroyed them even worse in Game 6.
In Game 6, yes.
You know why they lost those 2 games, right?
Oh, because Kevin Durant and Devin Booker made 1 billion shots.
I mean, if you're looking, that was a vacation.
Sitting by the pool.
No, Scotty said it a bunch of times. There was maybe a few too many family members coming that early.
I'm telling you, like everybody's family member, everybody's wives and girlfriend were down there. You got little kids.
Yeah.
You stayed at a resort that had paddleball and pools and and it was. I mean, I couldn't believe I went after the game back when we were allowed to eat with the team, and after a game and eat, there must have been 40 family members in there eating too. And I'm like, this is a business trip. It ain't a family. But to me, I felt like those 2 games, that 4 days they were down there was a vacation.
You know what, though? Like, think about that, though, in the context of what that playoff run was. Like, again, hindsight is everything because they won a championship. Might have helped.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree.
Yeah.
I don't disagree. Because when we went back Game 5, there wasn't no one there.
Right.
And they I think when they won 36 or 38 points or something, I mean, it just absolutely crushed them.
Uh-huh.
All right, I got a question for you. Running back to this, reliving those times that relates to this year. The reason why I don't think we saw a lot of the emotion you're talking about is they knew they were the better team every series they played in. How many times they could have that comfort this time?
You know, it's going to sound stupid because, I mean, I think they're really going to have to play well to beat Minnesota. All of them.
Even when they face OKC?
I think that's how Jokic views it. Yeah. I think that's how Jokic and Jamal view it.
I don't think they think San Antonio's better than
I'm not worried about San Antonio. I really am not. The OKC one's still interesting to me.
I think there's a respect, a high level, but I don't think there's a, oh my God, they're better than us. We're going to have to really. Listen, they shouldn't. it would be the most miracle run to a playoff that anybody's had. I don't know if you could play 3 tougher opponents.
Mm-hmm.
And then by the way, let's not forget you're going to have to get somebody in the East that's probably deserved it.
Probably play the Celtics, yeah.
But I feel we like David said, we were past the raw part, and now this is about business. And I agree with you. I think Joker and Jamal will do that. I think Aaron Gordon will do that too.
Yeah.
Now, can you get P. Watt if he comes back? Settle down, young man. This is we're now in our office space.
Hey, right now, like, where are you guys? We'll go around the room right now. I'm the way that I'm thinking about this series right now. I'm just approaching it, and I'm approaching it as an analyst, as a talk show host, everything else. I don't think Peyton Watson's playing in this series.
I
sure doesn't feel like it the way David's talked to you guys in particular.
But he was out in San Antonio working out hard.
Yeah.
It might be a game 3 play.
Okay. It's still no contact in practice.
It also might be that if you win the first 2 games, do you hold him back a little more, or do you just give him a spot of minutes in game 3 just to start getting used to it?
Yeah,
all right,
what do you
do? Are you holding him back in case you lose Gordon? And I realize one's not necessarily the perfect sub for the other, but
it's the best you can do.
If one hamstring is going to go that's playing now, I'm going to keep the other hamstring waiting until I need it. You know what I'm saying?
Can we get hamstring transfusions?
Dude,
give somebody 2 good hamstrings right now. Seriously.
Go off to Germany. By the way, you know what else happened yesterday that was kind of interesting? And this now happened about 3 times. And it made me think of you the first time it happened. Because, I was telling Nate and Tyson, we had him in yesterday. I don't like it when people, especially you got the cherub-faced Nate McKinnon. I almost said Kreckman, although he's close. Don't mess with my guy. You know how angry I get. You hurt my guy. I really, my blood boils. And now Tyson and Eric Johnson and John Mitchell have all been like, you need to calm down. And that reminds me of the time. I don't even know if you remember this.
So Tyson Barry told you the same thing?
Yeah, it's now 3 for 3.
And he needs therapy.
Yeah, they're all like, you're more.
You know what he wants? We just said no rah-rah.
Yeah.
Go do your business.
Yeah.
And he wants rah-rah from the players.
I don't want rah-rah. I want you know me. If you mess with my guy, I want revenge. That's what I want. Which is bad. But I'm whatever. But you told me one time, I don't remember it might have been the Broncos. I don't remember who it was, but I get done doing one of these like in talk show rants when I'm Scotty's producer, and Scotty just looks at me and he goes, you probably care more than they do.
Oh, there's no question you do. There's no question you do.
Anymore, but now, that was the last one I got. But I was like, man,
yeah,
that felt a little Scott Hastings-like.
I'm going to leave you two, maybe 3 things.
It upsets me nobody on that team seems to hate Jamie Benn as much as I do. That upsets me.
Well, but they probably play with him on teams off. Everything's too close anymore anyway.
They're also professionals.
Yeah.
They respect him.
I asked Jamal one time about what's the guy with Phoenix now that Brooks.
Yeah, Dylan Brooks.
I said, what do you like? He said, oh man, he's a great guy.
It's Jamal's buddy.
Yeah, they're buddies.
Yeah.
And I'm like, he's one of the least liked guys in the league.
Oh, we were talking about it the other day. That should have been a foul on Brooks. Instead, they called it on Avdia. I said Brooks fouled him with his face. And also, the officials, anytime Dylan Brooks gets elbowed in the face, the officials should just let it go.
That's probably getting that way. But I look at the Nuggets and the Avs, if they were to either one win it, because they've both won championships, but they've also both now felt heartbreak.
Yeah.
I think the best way to approach these things is businesslike. We don't need to get rah-rah.
I think
we
so,
don't
too.
need to get too emotional.
Yeah.
Even when they play Dallas, you're going to be a frothing maniac.
Oh, I hate so many of them. It helps DeBoer's going, but I still hate a lot of them.
You're going to.
I hate Jamie Benn.
But also, if you're an athlete, if you're just seeing red.
No, look, I get it because remember
you're not at your best.
Who was? It's not Brock Lesnar. I always get this MMA guy. Who was the local guy that was here? Really smart dude.
Yeah, worked for the North Greeley Water Department.
Yes,
he was
I always confuse him with Brock Lesnar.
Brendan Schaub.
No, he was Brendan Schaub's buddy. They trained together.
Okay,
dude that had Lesnar on the ropes, but then punched himself out in the championship.
Yeah, and he's like an engineer. He's like an extremely smart guy. He didn't have to do MMA, but it just was his thing.
But he could hit people.
He was also good at punching people.
But I had him in studio like we had Nate yesterday because he was buddies with one of these guys that was in one of the bands that I knew, And I asked him one time, Shane Carwin, thank you.
Shane Carwin. Yeah,
you guys, text line, I love you. Always come through for me. And Shane told me, I go, because I don't know. I've never been a professional fighter nor tried it. And I said, do you get mad? He goes, no. I go in there tactical.
Yeah,
I go
you
in
have
there
to.
calm. I go in there, and like to me, I got to be mad if I want to fight you. I'm not just going in there because this is going to be a good time. Let's try to punch each other. That's just not.
But that's
how
not
I
why
function.
they're fighting.
I
though.
get it, but
yeah.
I get it's a sport, but it's not a sport that I can mentally put myself in the place of.
Sure.
But to your greater point about the Nuggets and Avs, they have to go in there. We're ready to be tactical. We're not going to get emotional, and we're ready to dodge the punch and return the blow.
Well, Edelman
Now the funny thing, when I was with the Pistons, you know what? Joe Dumars and Isaiah Thomas were tactical, and part of their tactics was they frothed up the dogs and say,
yeah,
go soften everything up.
Yeah.
You know, they sent in the Marines first, you know.
And we'll carve them up.
And then we'll come in and carve it up at the end. And
Yeah.
that's tactical. But listen, Lambeer, I can honestly say that I think Lambeer hated every single opponent he ever played against.
They hated Patrick Watkins
and,
after
I mean,
Poole.
he brought that.
Yeah.
I mean, this
And they hated him right back.
and that fed him more.
Sure.
You should have loved on him, and he might want to not know what to do. He was, yeah. So here's my question: are the Stars to the Avalanche what the T-Wolves are to the Nuggets?
All right,
Hey,
here's a
that's a
question.
topic. Let's hit it next on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show.
Hey, this is Brett Kane. We're out here at Bonnie Bray Liquors from 3 to 5. And here's why. It's really cool. We got the Chili Ones boys here, Tyson Barry, John Mitchell. We got a whole bunch of people. Wesley Schultz, the lead singer of the Lumineers. And what they're doing, giving away tastings for Chili Ones, which is awesome, but also 2 sets of tickets for tonight's game and 1 set for Game 1 of the Avs in the playoffs for whoever they face. So come by, get a couple of tastings out here because these things are delicious. They're crushable. They're awesome. Some of the prizes we're giving away out here, a McKinnon signed Chili Ones hat. We have a bunch up for grabs. All you do is spin a wheel. You might grab them. But again, from 3 to 5, Tyson Barry, John Mitchell, Wesley Schultz, the lead singer of the Lumineers, is here. 2 sets of tickets for the game tonight and 1 for the playoff game, Game 1 on Sunday. Get here before 5 o'clock at Bonnie Bray Liquors right here off of University in Ohio. This is Brett Kane. Come by and say hi, taste a beer, get some tickets. Bonnie Bray Liquors from 3 to 5.
It is a playoff ticket Thursday. Playoff. We have your chance to win tickets to see Game 1 against Minnesota on Saturday. You want to text the keyword sandwich right now. Sandwich, Andy. Text sandwich to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name, and you are entered. The Will Hite Law Firm gives you the chance to win big on and off the court. Visit them at willhitewins.com. Again, this hour's keyword, sandwich. SANDWICH. Sandwich.
You like a good sandwich? Favorite of the sandwiches?
An Open Face Club, the sandwich. Open Face Club sandwich. We will announce our winner at 5:55. Best of luck to you. Okay, really quickly, and then I want to dive into this this Avs-Nuggets rivalry question that Scott Hastings so eloquently teased here on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. All right, so here's the situation. Avalanche first-round opponent comes down tonight. If the Flames beat the Kings in Calgary, then it is Colorado and LA.
Colorado?
If the Kings get at least 1 point and the Ducks lose in Nashville tonight, it will be Colorado and Anaheim. If the Kings and the Ducks both win, LA beats Calgary, and the Ducks win in Nashville, and the Oilers lose to Vancouver, don't forget that Oilers-Vancouver game tonight, then it will be Colorado and Edmonton. If all three teams win, it will be the Avs and the Kings. Has everybody got that?
It's likely the Kings.
It's most likely the Kings, yes. Or even second most likely to be Anaheim. I guess it could be Edmonton, but it would take quite the confluence of events to happen.
What would you root for?
I tell you what, man, on this one, like Mark Springer with magic numbers, somebody just text me after the hockey's done tonight and tell me who they're playing.
The hockey.
Okay. I'm counting on one of you guys to just inform me. How's that? Can we do that for your guy tonight?
We'll see.
Just help me out.
Maybe tomorrow.
A little bit.
Might be tomorrow. We'll wait and see. See how much I stay up late.
Thanks,
how
guys.
late are we?
Well, the Avs game is the last game.
That's true.
The Kraken and the Avalanche play tonight at 8 o'clock.
Why didn't you say that to Nate? See how that would have hit him. I was wanting you to say the Kraken so bad and just see if he caught that yesterday.
I guess I didn't even think about it because he's not playing tonight.
Yeah, he told us that.
Yeah, he's not playing.
I saw a couple people tweet out, Bednar wouldn't commit. I'm like, well, we got someone to commit.
He committed to us. Told us.
Yeah,
he's not going tonight.
Well, maybe the coach will overrule it.
So I guess I wasn't even thinking about the Kraken game.
Yeah.
Or the butt Kraken game, whichever one you want to call it.
Wow.
Pick whichever derisive term that I have sophomorically come up with for the Seattle Kraken, and you can use it. Okay, Andy, the Timberwolves, the rivalry. Okay, Ant talked about it yesterday. Christian Brown talked about it yesterday. The familiarity, the fact that you have played these guys. This is now the third playoff series against them. By the way, since 22-23. 28 games, regular season and playoffs between Denver and Minnesota. Deadlocked at 14 all.
Sheesh.
Yeah. That's the series we're about to now head into. And there is familiarity between these two teams, much like there is between the Avalanche and the Dallas Stars.
Here's why I find the Stars unique and tough to compare to any opponent.
Because of how much you hate them?
No, the Avs haven't got past them in a long time.
That's a good point.
In a long time. Like they did in the 90s or early 2000s or something. But
that doesn't count.
For this group of Avs, they haven't beat these guys.
Yeah.
The Nuggets have beat the Wolves.
That's
true. You know
true.
what I mean?
Yes.
So that's why it's hard for it to be different. Like in a way, for the Avs, much like for the Ravens and the Bills, when it comes to the Chiefs, for the Avs, it's the Stars that you've never got past that you need to get past.
Yes.
Period.
And the problem is that the Stars have given you so many issues when you play the Stars.
Ottinger, you don't seem to solve Ottinger at the key moments.
Yeah.
And that's what bothers me. So now the other guy was playing a little bit more towards the end of the year.
Mm-hmm.
But what is his name? Spring Bischel or whatever? He's the defenseman. Who's their other goalie? The Stars goalie?
Casey DeSmith, Jake Ottinger.
Now, was DeSmith the one that was in that last game? I
Yeah.
thought DeSmith was
Yeah.
playing most of the balance of the rest of the year. But yeah, I don't know. And look, Ottinger went out the very next series, couldn't get past whoever they lost to. I can't remember who it is at the time. And then they end up, DeBoer takes a shot at Ottinger, and the next thing you know, DeBoer's fired. So
He's very good at getting there and not winning.
DeBoer really is.
It's a specialty in life.
So yeah, I don't know. I do think.
Yeah, it's not fully comparable. Yeah, to your point, Andy, like you've lost both series, and by the way, your old buddy is now on their team. Like,
Not only that, remember they lost him in the bubble too.
I mean, I guess Bones Highland is on the Timberwolves, even though the Nuggets really didn't
Is it
like him.
like Bones?
Bones?
By the time he left.
Well, you know what's weird is that in something else that's tough, you just keep playing the Stars in the playoffs. You didn't play Minnesota last year. You avoided them.
The Timberwolves, yes.
So there's a little bit of there's a break in the hate. All the hate will come rushing back to me like the blood back to my head after a cold day outside.
First quarter of game one.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. I'll hate them all.
Yes.
But right now, I'm feeling chill bro with them for the moment.
Okay. I definitely don't.
Listen, I'm nervous about this. I'm not going to lie.
yeah.
To you. I'm nervous about this series.
Look, I
part of me wanted them to kind of choke the other night and get Houston.
I can concoct ways that they lose this series. Absolutely. Yeah. This Nuggets team is not infallible. I also think, here's the funny thing about this Nuggets team. This is what's so wild about it, Andy. They could lose this first round series. They could also win the NBA championship.
Yeah. Hey, listen, they play the right way. They can win this thing in 5.
Sure.
They don't ever seem to, but they could.
Yes. Yes, they could. Because don't forget, like the Timberwolves, I know, like we have spent so much time talking about Nuggets injuries and worrying about P-Watt and Spencer Jones and worrying about Aaron Gordon. Both Ant and Jaden McDaniels have knee problems. Naz Reid's got a bad shoulder. Like, it's a banged-up Timberwolves team coming into this series as well. They have not had, for a team that has been to back-to-back Western Conference Finals, they have not had the kind of season, the kind of year you would anticipate out of a group like that. Now, to be fair, the Nuggets weren't either, and then they won 12 games in a row to finish up the season. The Timberwolves have been 9-10 over their last 19 games coming into the series. So, who knows? Maybe they're the team that's just getting healthy at the right time, and they're ready to click, and they're ready to go on a run, because they've won a bunch of series in the last few years.
They got to a comfortable spot in the 6th seed, and they kind of shut some things down.
Yep.
Don't let what happened to them at the end of the year fool you.
They were trying to get healthy,
They
too.
were pulling what the Nuggets were doing.
They knew they were
like,
clear of
Let's
Phoenix.
rest up.
And that's basically what everybody in the West did. They just said, we got to get healthy.
Yeah, because Phoenix is showing you why you really don't want to end up in the play-in, right?
No, you really don't.
They were the ones that had the easiest path, just win and move on, and now they got to go face Golden State. How about that Golden State game last night? How nuts was that?
That was fun. That was a fun one last night. Yeah.
That was crazy.
Steph hit 7 threes. Al
Felt
Horford.
like 9 times that the Clippers had done enough, and then they didn't. How mad is Steve Ballmer today? Toilets! That's where your club is.
Yeah, because now he's got to deal with all that aspiration stuff. Is coming roaring back into his life now.
By the way, what is it with the San Franciscans, the whatever they are?
I think it's San Franciscans.
What is with them wanting to go down to L.A. and make L.A. teams? Because the Niner fans like to travel to SoFi and try to outnumber the Rams fans.
Sure.
And it sounded a lot like the Warriors fans did a little of that to the Clipper fans last night.
Yeah, there was good energy in there. Yeah, they're probably also just a bunch of Warriors fans in L.A.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Yeah.
There's been more to cheer for there, and Steph Curry's easy.
Yeah, Steph Curry's fun. And
you like him.
Kristaps Porzingis is fun.
Sure.
Yeah, he had a great game last night, by the way.
Ridiculous one at the end where he shot it, then threw the hands up, and
know.
the thing went in somehow.
Absolutely wild. Here's the other part of all of this. With the Clippers losing, the Thunder now have a lottery pick.
I know. What is the deal? And again, if the Suns lose, right? If the Suns lose, it gets even better.
It
moves up one spot to the 11th
chance? It moves up one
chance?
spot, correct.
Come on.
Yes.
What are we doing,
they have,
NBA?
What?
Quit trading with them, you morons. My God. Oh, you had to have Paul George again. That worked out well. He don't even play for you anymore.
The funniest thing about all this anti-tanking concern that has plagued the NBA, and the Timberwolves are just over here just being like, yeah, we did that 4 years ago, so we're good.
Yeah.
And everybody else in the league is like, well, we just want to do what those guys did. Why wouldn't we? They have a championship. They're the 1 seed right now in the West. Yeah, we want to do the exact same thing. That's again, like
and the Thunder get their pick again next year.
And the Spurs have a bunch of picks too. Like the road map is built for young, awesome teams with more high draft picks to be able to build it all up.
We're done with the super team thing in this apron era, aren't we?
Yeah,
where
pretty
you just
much.
go sign 3 guys and
it's the Nuggets were a perfect
everybody.
example of like, hey, 3 max contracts. Yeah, but look at like you what you're trading off there is that your bench is going to suck. And Calvin Booth was like, well, don't worry. I've got Jalen Pickett and Hunter Tyson to the rescue. And
De'Ron Holmes.
Michael Malone was like, no, I hate that idea. And then Josh Kroenke was like, I hate both of you. Get out of here. I'm paraphrasing. That's not exactly what happened.
He went in full 80. He's like, I think I'm done here with all of this.
I've had enough of you
You're
guys.
not a fun dinner party to have, so we're going to move on.
This is a bad time.
Okay, I got a question for everybody out there, too, since we're bringing up these things. Are you ready for the playoff stress? Because you keep asking me how I feel about this.
Yeah.
And you know what I feel? I feel like I'm going to put off stressing about it till we get to Saturday. Because then we get another round Sunday, and then we're just in that grip of Avs, Nuggets, and the emotional roller coaster, and
it's
up and down, and here we go.
Here we go. Yeah, this is...
Is football better because at least it's just one Sunday and then you get a week break? Or do you prefer the every other night angst of what the NHL and NBA do to us?
I mean, there's also the part of me that just likes watching these games.
No, I'm with you.
Like sports played at the highest level and all of that. But yes, when you have your
it's a
sphincter
blessing
in
and a
your
curse
throat
to have
the
a dog
whole
in the fight.
Yes, absolutely. Oh, there's no doubt. And especially when both teams, one of them is the title favorite and the other one is very much a title contender.
You've got the dude.
Yep.
You have got the dude.
By the way, Andy, I was reading The Ringer today, and their playoff entrance survey. They're 6 NBA writers, okay? And we poke fun at The Ringer for downgrading the Broncos on the power rankings. Four of the 6 panelists in this article are picking the Denver Nuggets to win the NBA championship.
Wow.
4 of the 6.
You like that?
Okay, number one, recent vintage of the NBA shows us it's really hard to repeat as NBA champion. Okay? So the Thunder are battling that. San Antonio, the history that they're working against is young teams that have not been through the process before, that haven't, you don't get to skip steps in winning an NBA championship. That would suggest it's too early for San Antonio. Now, I am also open to the possibility that Victor Wembanyama just makes all of that a moot point by being 19 feet tall.
Yeah.
Yeah, and being incredible, right?
A unicorn, a true unicorn.
And all of their awesome ball handling that they have, and yes.
Yeah, but I will tell you, man, just quick thought on that point. The whole can't hit a 3 at the end of the game and getting tight against the Nuggets in that overtime win where they couldn't hit a shot.
That's a thing. You haven't done it before.
You don't even know what the pressure is about to feel like here in 2 days.
So now you've got the Denver Nuggets with the best player in the world, with an all-star, all-NBA teammate, which he's never had before. Jamal Murray is playing the best basketball of his life, and a team still very much in a championship window. Yeah, I know they got their injuries, but the Denver Nuggets as a championship team, it absolutely makes sense to me.
I'm with you.
Just like it makes sense that they could lose in the first round against Minnesota. I don't think they will, but they could.
How about I put it this way, though? Maybe this is what has me struggling a little bit with the series. I think if everybody stays healthy, there's no way they lose to Minnesota. And maybe I shouldn't say those words, but if Aaron Gordon keeps it together, this series is yours.
You would think.
But if he gets hurt and he's banged up and he's we're back to Oklahoma City last year where he's a third of what he could be,
right,
you're in trouble.
You're in trouble. If he's healthy, 3 of the 4 best players in this series are on the Nuggets.
Right.
If he's healthy. That's substantial to me. That is very meaningful. And I like Julius Randle. And I like Rudy Gobert. And I like Jaden McDaniels. Not saying I want to hang out with these guys. I like them as basketball players. But when the Nuggets' big 3 is clicking and cranking the way that we know that they're possible to, then this team is much better than Minnesota and should be able to win an NBA championship. But the Nuggets have their injury issues. And, by the way, let's not excuse the part of it where we have to admit that Minnesota is tough as hell.
Well, and again, they're always tough for you.
Yep.
They love being tough for you. They don't fear you. That's the problem.
They're huge. They're athletic. They defend.
And they believe.
They have Ant. He's brash. He's confident. He's not scared of any moment that you're going to put him into. They're very well coached.
And what do they have? 5 or 6 guys that still remember coming back 20 down in your place 2 years ago?
Yep. There's plenty of dudes on this team. I mean, really, like Ant and Nas Reed and Jaden McDaniels, they're the heart and soul of that Timberwolves team, and they've been there for this whole thing.
Is it fair to say that 20-point loss 2 years ago, 3 years ago, whatever it was, 2 years ago, that's worse than the AFC Championship loss, isn't it? That's the worst playoff loss of anything around here in at least the modern 5, 6, 7 years.
That Game 7 loss is right up there with 2012 against the Ravens.
Yeah, fair enough.
For worst playoff losses
There's a good comp.
that I've ever seen, and I think it's in the conversation with 96 against Jacksonville. Yep,
you were up 20.
You were up 20
at home
in the third quarter
with your dudes
in your building
with your dudes.
With your dudes.
At least Game 7 last year in OKC, you go, well, we didn't really have Aaron Gordon because you didn't.
Right, you didn't, and you're on the road. And
right.
There was a bunch of factors working against you right there. No, it's an all-timer. Like that's where we need Nikola Jokic to make amends for all of that.
And then this is where I want the sports anger then to come in.
Yeah.
We owe you something.
Yes.
We owe you from that.
And I think they view it that way. And I think that Adelman is like, that exists whether I lean into it or not. So let's talk tactics. And that's how David Adelman is choosing to start this playoff run. Your keyword, sandwich. Text sandwich right now to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name, and you are entered to win tickets to see Game 1 against Minnesota on Saturday. It's all brought to you by the Wilhite Law Firm. This is the Kreckman and Lindahl Show on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Hey, this is Brett Kane out here at Bonnie Bray Liquors until 5 o'clock. I'm not the attraction. It is Tyson Barry. It is Wesley Schultz, the lead singer of the Lumineers.
But, Brett, are you attractive?
I'm not attractive, no. That's not the point. There's plenty of attractive people here that's not me, and that's what I'm getting at. If you have some chili ones, maybe if you have like 100 of them, I might get attractive, but it's fine because they're delicious. They're super crushable. I just had a sampling of it about 30 minutes ago. They're awesome. Low ABV, crushable beers, great for the summer as the weather's starting to turn. Plus, 2 sets of tickets for tonight's game and 1 for Game 1 on Sunday. So come by, get a tasting.
Okay, real quick, Brad. I'm just messing with you all sorts of stuff, but who cares? It's our break. Did you have the Nathan McKinnon one that you tried, or did you have the Tyson Barry cans that you tried?
From what you know of me, you take your wild.
Oh, I know it. Yeah. But judging by the way this sucker's going, I'd also say it's for sure the Tyson Barry.
You betcha. So we're going to be out here until 5 o'clock. McKinnon does have signed Chili Ones hats that are up for a raffle, by the way, along with a signed Avs jersey. So stop by before 5 o'clock. Say hi to Tyson Barry, Wesley Schultz, Kyle Quincy, and me. We're going to be here until 5 o'clock right here at Bonnie Bray Liquors. Stop by and say hi.
Guys, Andy Lindahl, as I quit bugging Brett for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. All right, let's talk low testosterone. How you feel about your body lately? First off, if you have low testosterone, probably not feeling great about your energy, probably not feeling great about your sex drive, probably not feeling great about your workouts or what the gains that you're getting in the gym, maybe some brain fog or even your sleep. Okay, at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they can help you with the low testosterone. But they also have a new series of body composition plans that can help you feel better about yourself overall. GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1, PDA, and more. So a little story for you. I'm going to post it on Instagram. You need to go check this out. You know what got me to go to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and say, hey, how about those GLP-1s? Can you help me out with that? I'm sick of looking fat. I took a picture with Alex Polcheski after Nate and I got done interviewing him last summer, And I was fatter than he was. And he's a professional offensive lineman who's paid to be a big man so he can block people. Took a picture yesterday with Nate McKinnon, and guess what? I'm about as thin as he is. Not all the way thin, and certainly not as muscular, but we are not a great difference in size. That's how big a difference the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has made for me in the past 8 months. So get in there and talk to them about this. Go to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Let them help you feel better about yourself again. First visit, $99. Includes a medical consult, a T, and a PSA test. And if you'd like to get signed up for that testosterone treatment the day of your visit, the $99 is gone. So go and talk to them about that. 4 great locations, or actually 5 great locations to serve you. Fort Collins in the Springs included, a great revamped location in Castle Rock. North Denver, I've gotten great help from the folks at Central Denver. Call them today, 720-440-7900 or RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Physiotherapy has not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
Saturday, 2:30 in Power Field at Mile High. Rapids celebrating their 30th anniversary as they will take on Inter Miami out there at Empower Field. Messi and company. Speaking of Messi, by the way, coaching change this week for that club. But joining us right now, ahead of that matchup, it is Rapids defender, center back, Lucas Harrington. Lucas, welcome to the show.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
It's great to have you here on the program, Lucas. 30 years ago is when the Rapids commenced their journey in Major League Soccer. By quick math, you would have been -12 at that time, as you are 18 years of age. Lucas, when I was 18. I was a clueless moron, even more so than I am today at the age of 45. You, on the other hand, are a world-class soccer player. You have played all 90 minutes in 7 MLS matches this year for the Rapids. Explain to us, and I know it's just your life, it's second nature to you, but how in the world have you done all of this at the age of 18 from Australia?
Yeah, obviously, I love playing soccer. So when I was given the opportunity to come play for the Rapids, I jumped at it, and I've loved every minute since. So I'm really happy that I made the move. I'm grateful for the opportunity I've been given. Yeah, I've loved every moment. Looking forward to this weekend.
All right. The fact you're from Australia opens up about 1,000 questions for me. So just bear with me a little bit here, Lucas. But, we know of a lot of great kickers that come here, whether they're punters or field goal kickers for the NFL. The Australian rules football thing. Like, what's your background? Has it always been soccer, or do we have a stronger program down there than I'm aware of? Because I'm used to it being rugby-style punters and field goal kickers coming from Australia.
Yeah, for me, it's always been soccer, but the main sport down there is rugby. To be honest, soccer's growing in Australia. We've got a lot of talent down there, so I'm sure the next few years we'll see a lot of that in the world stage. So I've always been a soccer fan. My brother plays as well, so I always watched him, and it's sort of always been in the family.
So you were playing for the Brisbane Roar.
The Roar.
Tell us how you got on the radar of these MLS clubs and the Rapids. Like, how did this all come to be?
Yeah, so the Roar was my hometown club. So I grew up supporting them from like the age of 5 until, today I still support the club.
Hold on, really quickly. From the age of 5, 13 years ago. I just want to point that out. Okay, continue, Lucas.
So I grew up supporting them, go to their games when I was young. So it was a dream come true for me to play for them. I loved every minute of that. And then I was given the opportunity after about a season and a half of playing there to sort of move over here. And, I really jumped at the opportunity. There were a couple of Australians in the league at the time, and I heard great things about the league sort of growing. And, Colorado gave me the opportunity to do that. And, I haven't really looked back since. I've loved every moment of it. And, again, this weekend's a massive moment for the club, and I can't wait to be involved.
Okay, I'm curious. What's your living situation? Are you with your parents here? Are you living with one of the actual Rapid players? We had Nathan McKinnon in yesterday, and he was telling us about how, he lived with a couple of the veteran players when he first got here. That's kind of the thing in hockey. What's your situation?
No, I'm living by myself in an apartment complex. Just by myself. It's been a big jump. I lived with my parents my whole life before. So I had to do a lot of cooking since I got here, a lot of cleaning, which I'm not used to, but it's been a good learning, and I'm loving it.
One of the Nebraska football players that talked about he got a little homesick last year. He was pretty open about that. How are you feeling? How are you doing with all that?
I've actually been all right. My parents are actually here right now for the big game this weekend, so they landed last night, so that's been nice. I saw them when I went back to Australia a couple of weeks ago as well, but apart from that, I've sort of been good. I think I was ready to move out and sort of go on to our next adventure, so I've been loving it here so far.
So Lucas, and again, we're talking to Lucas Harrington of the Rapids, center back. Don't forget they take on Inter Miami coming up on Saturday, 2:30 out there at Empower Field at Mile High in the big stadium, 30th anniversary match. You guys are 4-0-3. It's been a very strong start for the Rapids right now. I believe 6th in the West. For Matt Wells, dealing with, again, and we don't want to keep bringing it up, but an 18-year-old center back, like you're back there to anchor what the Rapids are doing on the defensive side of the field. What has he charged you with, and how do you think you've responded to it?
Yeah, obviously, Matt's coming with his own sort of philosophy and principles of how he wants to play. And I think the team's really responded well to that. It's a big change from last season for a lot of the boys, but I think hard work in preseason and lots of trainings this year have sort of prepared us for every scenario in the game. So all the boys are loving it. I'm certainly loving it, loving the opportunity. And obviously had a decent start to the season, so just want to continue that this week and keep climbing that Western Conference ladder.
Have you played against Messi before?
No, first time.
Okay, so this is your first time. You're going up against a guy that, Lucas, we're talking about in the conversation for the greatest to have ever laced them up, and he has still got some game. I know you've been watching him your entire life. What is your plan for how to deal with Messi?
Yeah, obviously, we know he's one of the best to ever play the game, so we got to respect him in that sense. But also, for us, it's just another game. It's just another game to prove how far we've come as a team. Another chance to get 3 points. So I think you got to respect him, but you can't give too much respect. You got to be on your game. You got to be switched on and just know what he's capable of. But just play our game and know that if we do that, if we apply our principles, then we should come home with the 3 points. So just be ourselves. Play how we do every week and just be aware of the fact that they got Messi on their team.
How much film have you watched of him going into this match, in addition to probably just a lifetime of having watched YouTube reels of him?
Yeah, a lot. Obviously we know he's still one of the best in the league at the moment, but I think everyone, you don't need to watch film. You know what he does every week. You know what he can do. You know what he's capable of. So I think everyone knows what's needed, and we got to be aggressive and just ready to sort of counteract what he can do for them. We got to be aggressive, win our duels, and we'll be right. So yeah, everyone's looking forward to the game. It's a massive game for the club, so we're all just focused on getting out there and getting 3 points.
All right, let's expand the conversation, though, to the whole league. You're big for your age. 6'4", 176, at least is what the bio is telling me, all right? So you're not a small guy. How have you found, though, the physicality of this league? How have you handled it? Has it been an adjustment for you?
Yeah, it's been tough. There are a lot of good attackers in the league, a lot of big attackers. So it's definitely been a great learning for me. I see I'm a young defender, so I still got heaps to learn, still got lots to improve. So coming here has been a great opportunity for me to sort of do that and develop my game. So yeah, it's been a great challenge every week coming up against top attackers, and yeah, I'm just loving that. And I'll be tested again this week, which I'm looking forward to. It's a new challenge every week, so I can't wait.
Okay, I like to be hip, all right? I'm learning in hockey and lacrosse, they talk about soaking shots and they block it. You just said win your jewels in the last answer? Is that what you said to me? Is that the term you just used?
Yeah, that's correct.
Well, what does that mean? Help me out. Help the old guy figure it out. What do you mean by win the jewels?
Just sort of win those little 1v1 battles that we come up across on the field, whether it's Messi dribbling at you, making that tackle, winning that header in the air, just being aggressive and making sure that we can do everything we can to help the team.
So get to the ball first, man. That's the job.
Where did jewels come from? Is this like a video game thing or something when you're collecting? Where'd the jewels term come from?
I don't know. It's just always been
just
a big term in football. So yeah, it's got to carry it on.
Do you, by the way, your parents are here. Did they bring over like a case of Vegemite? Are you into that stuff? What are you missing?
Is that even still a thing?
Oh, I think
that song is super old.
What are you missing the most about being back home?
Obviously just living with my parents. I was so used to that, just not having to cook my own meals, not having to clean up the whole house. So I miss that, but I'm also enjoying sort of growing as a person. I've learned a lot about myself since I moved here. So honestly, no, I'm not missing too much. I just miss my parents, miss my brother. But apart from that, I'm loving the experience.
All right, is there an American food you're psyched to have? Since we're not worried about the Vegemite, is there something cool in America you like eating? Have you had queso? How about that? Little chips and queso?
What was that?
Queso dip, cheese dip, or?
Gotta stick to my diet. I can't go trying all these, foods that'll get me in trouble. So gotta stick to my diet, stick to the healthy foods.
Kind of a grilled chicken pasta kind of guy?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, that's spoken like a true pro athlete. Lucas, man, this was a lot of fun. Thank you so much for joining us here on the show. Best of luck on Saturday and continued success going forward. 18 years of age, but you're crushing it, man, so keep it up.
Thank you, guys. Thanks for having me.
All right, there he goes. That is Lucas Harrington of the Rapids. Yeah, he's going to be marking Messi coming up here on Saturday out at Empower Field at Mile High. Very, very cool. Meanwhile, it is a Nuggets playoff ticket Thursday, and we have got tickets to Game 1 against Minnesota, and there's a new keyword every hour. Make sure you're listening at 4:20. We're talking Broncos draft with Nick Kosmider after this.
Hey, this is Brett Kane. I'm out here at Bonnie Bray Liquors until 5 o'clock. Not me. Don't come for me. Come for Tyson Barry. Come for Wesley Schultz. Come for John Mitchell. Come for Kyle Quincy. Come for Chili Ones, because that's why we're here. It's a great beer. I just had a tasting inside. 3% is what it is. And it is super crushable, especially as the weather starts to turn. Wesley Schultz, the lead singer of the Lumineers, is out here signing autographs, taking pictures, as well as Tyson Barry. We have Avs signed jerseys. We have McKinnon signed Chili One hats, tastings, plus 2 sets of tickets for tonight's game and 1 for Sunday's playoff game in round 1. If you aren't coming here, I don't know what you're doing. We're here until 5 o'clock. Bonnie Bray Liquors off of University in Ohio. Stop by and say hi. Again, Tyson Barry, Wesley Schultz, Kyle Quincy, McKinnon signed Chili Ones hats, tastings, tickets for tonight's game, as well as the first game on Sunday. Here until 5 o'clock. Stop by and say hi. This is Brett Kane. Get out to Bonnie Bray Liquors before 5. See you.
Big draft press conference today. Sean and George, the Paytons. Not related, spelled differently. But the two Paytons were out there talking about the upcoming draft for the Broncos, which obviously they do not select until number 62, just one pick in the top 100 this year for Denver. Joining us right now, getting set for the NFL draft himself, which is a mere week away, our friend Nick Kosmider of The Athletic. You haven't heard anything about The Athletic at all this week. Hi, Nick. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you guys doing?
We're doing all right, Nick. It's an interesting draft situation for the Broncos because they don't have an obvious need that just jumps off the page. There are certainly, some areas that they would like to improve, but there's not a big roster hole staring them in the face or anything else like that. And I thought George Payton's quote about, drafting high trait players that could lack a little bit of polish, I thought was an interesting comment. In all seriousness, Nick, is this board just completely wide open for the Broncos? They could legitimately do anything in this draft, right?
Yeah, they really could. I mean, I think that you noted the right thing, right? As the Broncos have sort of continued to build this, they have fine-tuned the roster to turning it into one that is of a championship type caliber. The one thing, and he mentioned traits earlier, that's one thing they're not negotiating on now. And I think as you kind of get better and you have those holes filled, like you said, it becomes a lot easier to not really, let yourself risk on guys that have some of that question mark. So
no need to compromise.
Yeah, that'll just be a continued part of their evaluation of players. And I do think from just the roster standpoint, it's pretty wide open. But there is one position that I look at and say for the future, the time to make a sustainable offensive line kind of starts now. Because when you look at the group, and I've talked a bit about it a little bit with you guys before, but you just kind of look at where some of these guys are in their careers. Garrett Bowles, Mike McGlinchey going into their 10th and 9th years respectively, both 32 or older. Ben Powers, last year of his contract, he's going to be 30 this fall. You just are going to have the need. If not, it's not pronounced now, and you re-sign the depth in guys like Alex Palczewski, Frank Crum is back, even Nick Gargiulo, a guy that got hurt in camp last year that they were high on, he's healthy and back now. So you have the depth. This is not a right now problem, but it's one of those things where when you start to talk about Bo Nix's future contract, the Broncos going into next season, guys, are paying their linemen $76 million cap dollars allotted for their offensive line next year. That's the second highest in the NFL. And you're not going to be able to do that once you're paying a quarterback $50 million a year. So again, to me, you start addressing that problem before it actually becomes one. And so if they don't do anything with the offensive line in this draft, I'll be really surprised.
Just a quick note to add to that, by the way, guys, this is not hyperbole. They have drafted 3 offensive linemen in the last 4 drafts total. And it was Luke Wattenberg in the 5th, Alex Forsythe in the 7th, and Nick Gargiulo in the 7th.
Yeah.
That's all they've along the offensive line. That's what they've drafted in the last 4 drafts combined. That's kind of nuts.
It is nuts. Yeah, it is. I mean, and really no further. In George Payton's career, he's never drafted one higher than the 3rd round. That was Quinn Miners in 21, which obviously worked out well.
Pretty good.
We say this every time the draft comes. They still have not drafted a true offensive tackle in the draft since 2017, which is just an incredible thought that, they've been able to produce one of the better offensive lines, if not, top 10 easily, I think you would say the last 2 years, without addressing it from a draft capital perspective in a meaningful way. And, but again, that can't sustain. You're not going to be able to go into free agency and say, hey, we're going to spend this kind of money. We're just going to kind of paper over it and fix it when we need to. You need to have sustainable cost-controlled depth, and that's what I think they'll be targeting on come next Friday.
All right, what do you think about some linebacker, defensive line? That's the one we keep talking about too. Again, Leggy's told us that he thinks the strength of the draft is on the defensive side of the ball yet again. I know it probably won't get the fans excited if they don't move up, and I know George Payton suggested today they possibly could at least in the 2nd round, but could you see them maybe going defense yet again if it's not that offensive line? Look, to your point, Nick, I do want to say you mentioned 2017. That's Garrett Bowles. You want to know why they've had so many swings and misses at right tackle? Because you haven't drafted any that have been worth the darn anyway in the last, decade?
Donald Stevenson and Menelik Watson didn't do it for you.
And you keep, and who was Juwan James? Remember him?
Yeah,
It's just been one after another. But anyway, could you see them also focusing on that defensive side of the ball just because of the strength?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Yeah, and I think when you look at kind of where they're going to be picking, and if they get themselves into, like, George Paton, yeah, you're right. He said today that they could certainly move up in the second round, but I think they could just as easily, move themselves back from that second round pick so that they can pick up a third and additional capital, or they could use the 2 fourth-rounders as a way to come up in the third. Because I think when you're looking at, he said today, we are really looking closely at 45 through 75 is sort of where they're viewing the potential to make their first pick, is essentially the way that George Paton said it. So I think they're going to be willing to do either. But you're right, Andy, when you look at the clump of players in that, when they're talking about that section of the draft, I think there's more defensive players than offensive players. And the defensive line, certainly, I think in my last mock draft, I gave them Lee Hunter, who's the defensive lineman out of Texas Tech, really disruptive at the line of scrimmage. They obviously the big roster change that they have outside of adding Jalen Waddle was losing John Franklin Myers. And while they certainly like who they have coming up behind him, like, it absolutely makes sense to add another defensive lineman to kind of have another bite at the apple, so to speak, in terms of trying to find a really disruptive guy on the interior of that line to pair with Zach Allen and some of those other guys that can ultimately turn into a game changer for you. So it would not surprise me at all if their second round, or be it third round selection, focused on the defensive line, or at linebacker as well, because that's another area when you're talking about C.J. Allen, Anthony Hill, Jacob Rodriguez, Josiah Trotter. There's some good bunch of inside linebackers who are in that zone that George Paton was talking about today.
All right. I don't know if you gleaned any new information from what you learned today, but here's what I can't make my mind up about, and I'm curious where you finally fall as we're a week away from the draft. How much do you think they value tight end? Have they told us with their actions how much they value tight end? I know George said, or I guess Sean said, that Evan Ingram's still a big part of the plans, and I'm just kind of, I'll see it, I'll believe it when I see it. Do you think they value one of those young tight ends, or is it just us on the outside that think they should value one of those young tight ends?
Well, it's interesting because in sort of saying today, Sean Payton, that there are kind of a lot of different flavors of tight ends that you could find. Like if you're looking for kind of the Y blocker guy, you'll have that, or an undersized F tight end that's kind of like that, Adkins type that does a little bit of everything. That you have that. As well, but then he said something to the effect of the difficult part. It's a difficult position to evaluate in terms of the fact that a lot of times what you're going to be asking guys to do at the NFL level, they're simply not doing at the college level. And I just think he has such a high sort of standard for that position. I mean, he kind of began, his career as an offensive coordinator, with Jeremy Shockey in New York, and kind of has really like put him as sort of that guy that he models that position after if you're bringing in somebody to your organization. And I think that's why you've only seen them take one tight end in the 3 years they've done together. And that was, a project basketball player in the 7th round yet last year. So I agree with you until they actually do it. This is a business that's kind of like, show us, don't tell us. And while they certainly want to get Evan Ingram more involved, like that remains to be seen. I think it's still very much a need, not only like long term, but I think they could certainly stand to upgrade the production at that position as soon as this season. So again, that's another one where that same bunch that we're talking about, from like 45 to 75, somewhere in that neighborhood, there's a lot of tight ends who could be in play, and they've had 5 tight ends visit them during this pre-draft process, be it on a top 30 visit or a local visit. So they're clearly looking closely. But to your point, Andy, like, will they actually pull the trigger on it?
Yeah, they're very much in just the best player available mode, I think, and that's what they need to be. We're talking to Nick Kosmider of The Athletic. He joins us on the Ramos Law hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney, visit ramoslaw.com. By the way, guys, your next keyword on a Nuggets playoff ticket Thursday coming up at 4:20. Nick, last thing, and kind of a big picture question, but both George and Sean talked today about how much they kind of enjoy the draft process and the grind of getting in and watching the film. It's been a few years of this partnership now, and you can't argue with the results. They've been to an AFC championship game. Why do you think it works so well between Sean Payton and George Payton, and how they sort of split up the duties of this process?
Because I think at the base level, they both really kind of do like the granular kind of fine-tooth combing the film and really just sort of like having these kind of nitty-gritty debates about personnel traits. I just think that they're kind of, they obviously have different personalities. They come from, different branches of different trees and all that kind of thing. But I think they're cut from the same cloth in terms of like, they really do like relish that part of it. And so, Sean Payton said today, it's not just that like we've grown into this. He's like, I had this feeling sort of right away, contrary to what maybe a lot of people thought when he got hired and George Payton was coming off the disaster that was 2022 and the decisions that were made, leading up to everything that happened there with Nathaniel Hackett and Russell Wilson, that like, that this was a doomed to be a short-term partnership, but instead it really has blossomed. And part of the success that the Broncos have had in building this roster stems from the work that they've been doing in that room. Like the last 3 years alone, they've drafted guys who have played a pretty significant part of them getting to where they are. So I just think there's kind of like a real shared appreciation for what they're looking for. And George Payton said this again, kind of to put a final note on it. It is like we just know what they're looking for. They have so much more of a shorthand now as to like what they won't compromise on, what a Denver Bronco looks like, and I think that's just made it not only easier, but I think more enjoyable for them because they can kind of skip through a lot of things and just get down to the stuff that they really like doing.
I mean, in so many ways, guys, this is just like not a consequential draft at all for the Broncos.
No.
They don't need to come out of this with 4 starters or 5 starters or anything else like that. Hell, they might get a starter.
Well, let's be honest, guys. We've all covered their last few drafts.
Yeah.
If they stay where they are, they got Marvin Mims and Nick Bonito around this same area. It took those guys a couple years to really get going and contribute.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's what it's going to be. I mean, the bottom line for this season is it's going to come down to things that have already happened that we have to see how they pan out. How well will Davis Webb adjust to this sizable new role? How well will he click with Bo Nix? How well will Bo Nix come back from the ankle injury that he had, and how will he adapt his game in year 3? How much of a difference will Jalen Waddle and his unique skill set transform this offense that must be better in order for them to get there? And can they avoid falling into some of the close game trap that they did a year ago because they're due to have regression in some of those games? So I think you're absolutely right. The draft is important for like how they continue to build this roster sustainably. But if you want an instant injection of like stuff that truly matters, that's not what this week is about. But it's fun nonetheless because we get to dig into these guys and kind of look forward to what it's going to look like in the future.
If you want an instant injection of Broncos knowledge, read Nick Kosmider in The Athletic. Subscribe, get his stuff right there. Best in town. Nick, excellent work. Thanks, man.
Thanks, guys. Take care.
All right, your next keyword on a Nuggets playoff ticket Thursday right after this.
Hey, it's Brett Kane out here at Bonnie Bray Liquors. Who cares about me? It's Tyson Barry. It's Wesley Schultz, the lead singer of the Lumineers. It's Kyle Quincy. We're out here with Chili Ones as they are taking over Bonnie Bray Liquors, and it is delicious. 3% ABV, super crushable, especially as the weather starts to turn here towards the summer. If nothing else, come by, get a tasting, see what you think, along with signed Avs jersey giveaways. We have McKinnon signed Chili Ones hats, a whole bunch going on out here. So stop by and say hi at Bonnie Bray Liquors. Again, we're here until 5 o'clock. You can't miss us. We got a big truck out here. We got a whole display inside, and it is awesome. So get a picture with Tyson Barry, get a picture with Wesley Schultz, get a picture with everybody. And you're not me. Skip me. Get everybody else. But we're going to be out here until 5 o'clock. Bonnie Bray Liquors up University and Ohio. Again, we're doing a whole bunch out here, not to mention 2 sets of tickets we're giving away to tonight's game, including one to Game 1 of the playoffs on Sunday. So get yourself signed up, see if you can get in the building at Ball Arena with Chili Ones. Again, Chili Ones, Tyson Barry, Wesley Schultz, stop by and say hi. This is Brett Kane. We're here until 5 o'clock at Bonnie Bray Liquors.
Playoff Ticket Thursday. Your chance to win tickets for Game 1 against Minnesota Saturday. Text the keyword right now. The keyword is uniform. Uniform. Text uniform to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name, and you are entered The Will Hite Law Firm gives you the chance to win big on and off the court. Visit them at willhitewins.com. Again, this hour's keyword on a playoff ticket Thursday, uniform. This is for tickets for Game 1 against Minnesota on Saturday. We will announce our winner at 5:55. Best of luck to all of you. You want to text the word uniform along with your name right now to 303-504-0925. Andy, let's talk about a guy that'll be wearing a uniform on Saturday at 1:30. His name is Nikola Jokic, okay? I'm taking a look at this postseason, and I'm taking a look at what Joker's got on the line. And what I'm struggling to come up with is there a player in this postseason that has more personally on the line than Nikola Jokic?
Interesting. Why do you say that?
He's 31 years of age.
Okay.
He is a 3-time MVP. He's an NBA champion. He is an NBA Finals MVP. But when you start talking about the legacy, the Count the Rings crowd is always going to be loud when it comes to those kind of conversations. And just on top of that, he sure would like to win another NBA championship. The Oklahoma City Thunder are young, and they have another friggin' lottery pick next year. The San Antonio Spurs are young and ascending, and they also have a bunch of draft capital and young guys that they're developing. You see Carter Bryant the other day? Like, that guy's a rookie. That dude's only going to get better. And he can jump out of the damn gym and plays with that kind of explosiveness and athleticism, and he's like their 8th dude. That's how good the Spurs are right now. Jokic will never have a teammate playing at a higher level than what Jamal Murray is right now, where he has a very credible, in fact, to me, downright certain shot at being second-team All-NBA. I think it's the best teammate Jokic will ever have. This is the time to do it. Like, this is the time to win a championship. And when I look around the rest of the league, I'm assuming Shea will have several more cracks, that Wemby will have several more cracks. Boston already has a championship, and Tatum is just getting healthy right now. Durant is old. LeBron is old. James Harden, now in Cleveland. Maybe Harden's a guy you would put on, okay, there's a former MVP, and this is probably his last best chance to win an NBA championship. But, like, for the legacy and for getting it done in this time window in the Western Conference, who's got more at stake this postseason than Jokic? I don't think anybody does.
Yeah, it's interesting. Here's the thing. Yes, there's a lot. See, for me, I feel like there's a lot at stake for those. And you and I think we kind of touched on this a week ago, and you don't necessarily disagree with me, or agree with me. I feel like there's a lot at stake for those that want to remain his teammate. Because, again, if this continues to go this way, with you described all the young talent that is now on these teams, on these rosters, and in particular, when you look at the young talent on San Antonio and the fact that OKC is just going to keep stocking their shelves with it as well.
Right.
The Nuggets are going to have to think about what's the next plan, what's the next cast, what's the next era, what does all that look like at some point?
I mean, Andy, to that point, okay, think of it this way, okay? The Thunder and the Spurs, right now, the top 2 seeds in the Western Conference are both young and awesome and have a bunch of draft capital, okay? Of those 3 things that I just listed off, the Nuggets are just awesome.
Yeah.
That's all that they get.
They don't have young and they don't have draft.
Right.
You know what else is interesting, though? It really kind of struck me. I didn't think about it till you said it right there. Nikola's it's not an exact parallel. It's not a mirror image. But he feels like he's in a place that I remember John Elway being in after John Elway, like Nikola's first championship 3 years ago was the drive for John Elway, if you will. Now,
Okay.
John Elway didn't go on to win a championship, obviously. Nikola did. But then after that, you're so good But with what you just described of what he's up against, you have the team around you to get it done.
Right.
John never did. John had to go through 3 miserable experiences in 4 years of trying to play in a Super Bowl where he was the only dude that really kind of got him there, along with some help from some guys on defense, right?
If healthy, I believe Nikola Jokic has the team around him to do
Well,
it.
then that's why this is exactly what you laid out. And
Big caveat, though. Big if.
Yeah, I know. And it sucks because we have no idea how that's going to roll. But listen, you brought up a good point. I'm so worried about the Nuggets' health. Man, we don't know if the T-Wolves are going to get through this unscathed. They could lose 3 guys tomorrow, or I guess Saturday.
They've got their own issues,
next
too.
Next thing you know, it's a 5-game series or something, right?
Yep.
It really is going to be. It does feel like in this playoffs, more than any other year, whoever really keeps their dudes together is probably going to be able to get it done. But no, if you want to put it all on Jokic, I don't have a problem. I think your broad point overall, I agree with. I think that's why my nerves are there. This means a lot. Because if you blow up too soon, you gotta look at everything. And to me, as crazy as it sounds, the only guy that knows he's safe is Nikola. And I think Jamal feels pretty good too, but that's it.
The reason why it's Jokic-centric is because his prime is the title window.
And if you try to rebuild after this, I don't know how long that takes, and how many dudes you're moving and how long that chemistry takes.
It is a Nuggets playoff ticket Thursday here on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Again, your keyword is uniform. Text uniform to 303-504-0925. Okay, David Adelman today was asked about preparing for Minnesota when they go small against Nikola Jokic, when the Timberwolves crowd him, when it isn't just Rudy playing him straight up. Here was David Adelman getting all tactical today after practice.
I do, and I think we worked on it last year, but I do think game reps are irreplaceable, and we found some things that we feel comfortable doing. And honestly, I could see McDaniels guarding him. You could see them do a lot of different things that teams have done. In a series like this, with how good Nikola is, I'm sure he'll see everything. Whether that's Randall trying to guard him, Nas, McDaniels. They go super small with Ant and get into his legs if they allow that, like they have throughout the year. I expect that. We've worked on it throughout the week and throughout the season. But to your point, I think just because we've seen it so many times now with different size players, that the guys have more of a comfort level. And I give the guys in Game 82 so much credit down in San Antonio. Guys that have not played for us, David Roddy, Curtis, made some very confident passes against all the fronting, and we found some structure and some formations where we could get him the ball, in good spaces. Where if you bring another defender, now you're really compromised on the weak side. So we have to take advantage of that. We know we'll see it. The guys seem comfortable with it.
Great stuff right there from Adam and Andy. I thought that was something that the Nuggets really improved on, especially over the last 10 games where the core was playing out there on the floor. I think when Jokic first came back from injury, the entry pass was a point of weakness for this team.
Led to some ugly turnovers.
Yeah, and it led to Jokic catching the ball in compromising positions, and then his turnovers being higher, trying to create catching the ball in bad spots on the floor. And I do think it has been a point of emphasis, and it's one of the areas where I'm glad that David Adelman is the head coach of this team. I think the team has done a better job of being able to get him the ball. But he's absolutely right about that. Like, it is going to be a kitchen sink approach. They're going to throw everything at Jokic. There's not going to be anything that he hasn't seen before. I think the challenge is going to become, for Minnesota, is how do you give him something that he's not expecting? And how can you – it's not about winning for a whole quarter. It's can you win for 4 possessions, 5 possessions, 6 possessions. And then if you're getting buckets at the other end, now you've got Denver trailing. Now you've got Denver pressing a little bit, knowing that Jokic is going to solve the issue. But those are the margins where I think this series gets decided is those little spurts of, okay, that's the best offense in the NBA and the Denver Nuggets, but we just strung 4 stops in a row or 4 and 5 possessions or whatever it is. And boom, can we take advantage of that?
Yeah, I just wonder how do they avoid some lulls?
Right.
You know,
Right.
that's what I think is the important thing for this Nuggets team. If you can just avoid the lulls somehow that let the other team
Well,
get back into the game.
And
or-
here's the whole key: is what are you doing on the other end, defending them,
Right.
To
well, I
then
was gonna
neutralize
ask you,
the lull.
what can they do to surprise? It's funny because we always talk about how they're going to surprise Jokic. What can the Nuggets surprise the Wolves with? You know, that's what I keep trying to figure out. And to your point, maybe it's the small ball lineup. Maybe it's some combo of Jokic and Val, but it doesn't feel like that's going to be the thing. I don't think there's a.
I think the Nuggets' best defense in this series is scoring points.
Yeah, because you know what? I was thinking about it last night, frankly, but I don't want the Nuggets to do because you see how it can kill you. The Clippers went into a complete lull where they could not hit a shot.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, I mean, Golden State, the Wolves can be a little like Golden State with like, once they get their 3-ball going, they may not go away.
Yeah.
And Golden State would not go away despite the fact that Clippers kept trying to push it back up to 10, would get it to 10, boom, boom, couple bad possessions again. The Nuggets cannot let that happen. Now, won't be a one-game series, but.
Did you also happen to catch in there already playing the podium game a little bit? If the refs are going to let Ant get in on his legs?
Yeah. Well, that's.
Got to do it. Do it now. Absolutely. Go ahead and throw those Nuggets out there before the series even begins.
Don't you kind of want him to get a little rough with somebody the way Val does? I don't want him to necessarily get all fouls, but like Scotty told us, Jokic is much more nice about the little guys trying to get into him than Val is. Val's not afraid to throw his big rear end at you or maybe have a stray elbow.
I'm always interested in this part of the game. Adelman was also talking about using Christian Braun or Aaron Gordon as a primary ball handler in this series to spell Jamal Murray. Okay, how much of a factor is that going to be in a series where you're playing Minnesota without Nickeil Alexander-Walker, whose entire life was built on making it hell for his buddy Jamal Murray, bringing the ball up the floor? David Adelman today after practice.
Yeah, it's extremely important. Not to mention if Gobert is on Nikola can bring the ball up. So you'll have 3 guys that can make a play, get us into organized offense. We've actually worked with the group on if you're pressured and I drop an ATO, sometimes screw the ATO. Just get us into our offense. Race the ball up. We got a million sets we can run, a million ways to play off the elbow, especially with Jokic. And then to your point, Aaron Gordon can put us into a bunch of action. So that's been the special part of this group over the years. And the cool thing about Jamal Murray is if I told him, bring it up against pressure for 44 minutes, he'd try to do it. But we can't do that. We have to help him out, just like he helps out his teammates, and we'll do that once we get organized with CB, Aaron, Nikola, Bruce, all those guys will bring the ball up, Cam included.
Okay, so if anyone doesn't know what he's talking about when he says screw the ATO, that means whatever he gave them to run after the timeout, if Minnesota, with their pressure, should in fact impede or blow that up, his attitude is trust my veterans, okay? I don't have to worry about it, all right? Jamal Murray and Nikola Jokic can run 2-man in their sleep, okay? Get to that if that is an easier way to get into a solid offensive set. You don't have to be married with whatever I gave you coming out of the timeout, and that's veteran trust right there. And again, that's a coach saying, I'll put my damn ego aside because, hey, I got Nikola Jokic and Jamal Murray and Aaron Gordon, and that's pretty good.
Yeah, because you don't want to force a play like we talked about that leads to those dumb turnovers. It turns the tide of the game. That leads to the momentum shift. That gets Minnesota 2 or 3 easy possessions where because again, we've talked about the 3.
Yeah.
It also doesn't help when they're running down the floor dunking. If Ant gets going and he's the one dunking and they get all fired up, that's what you don't want.
The key word is uniform. Text a uniform right now to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name, and you are entered to win tickets to see Game 1 against Minnesota on Saturday. Brought to you by the Will Height Law Firm. Gives you the chance to win big on and off the court. Visit them at willheightwins.com. Again, the keyword uniform. Text it to 303-504-0925. Right now, we will announce our winner at 5:55. Best of luck to you. One more cut that I want to hit really quick. David Adelman was asked today if he believes the Timberwolves are still built to beat the Denver Nuggets the way Tim Connolly originally constructed that group with Gobert and Cat so many years ago.
I think good teams are built to beat good teams. We just happen to play them twice. and we beat them in 5. I know they had guys out, but the level we were playing at that year was very different than 24. I thought 24, we were a very tired, exhausted team that had a really disappointing end of the season, losing in San Antonio with a chance to get the 2 seed. So this team feels very different. But I will say, to the earlier question, Carl is a real center, being backed up by another real center. And it was tough. And, Alexander Walker was very impactful. And so I said this the other day, these are totally different teams. The same main actors, but a totally different movie, in my opinion. So we'll see how it goes. You don't really know anything until game 1, but we're very confident going into the series.
Anything that you just heard in that cut, to me, like if you're still hanging on to the notion, well, Denver benched everybody against OKC and San Antonio to finish out the year to duck Minnesota, like clearly
he brought it up again.
He is telling you right now, our lesson we learned from 2 years ago was exhaustion is the wrong way to go into the postseason. And he had to try and balance that with a team that hadn't found their groove all season long because Aaron Gordon and Peyton Watson and so many other players had missed as much time as they possibly had. But what he's telling you right there is it's simply not about who we're playing. It's not about a rivalry. It's not about what is getting built up from those of us on the outside, and, we're a part of that. We're very much building it up as well. For David Adelman, no, this is a chess match, and that's the way that he is viewing this thing. Your keyword, uniform, text it to 303-504-0925. That's for tickets to Game 1 on Saturday.
Hey, this is Brett Kane out here at Bonnie Bray Liquors until 5 o'clock. Again, with the chilly ones, dudes. We got Tyson Barry here. We got Wesley Schultz, the lead singer of the Lumineers. There is Hastings. I'd come and try it. Super crushable, 3% ABV. A great beer. Come check it out for yourself. Not to mention, 2 sets of tickets for tonight's game, along with a pair of tickets for Sunday's Game 1 of the playoffs. Stop by here before 5 o'clock. You can sign up for a chance to win a signed Abs jersey. We have McKinnon signed Chili Ones hats that are still available right now if you spin a wheel, so go check it out. You can't miss it. Huge display outside. Chili Ones. There's a Zamboni out here. Seriously.
What is not out there, Brett? What are you guys doing? You've taken over all of Bonnie Bray.
There's bald eagles. I don't know what to tell you, Andy. There's everything.
How many chili ones deep are you, Brett? That's the question.
I am 3 tastings deep, we'll call it. How's that sound? Not of the McKinnon variety.
What is the measurement of tasting?
It's all in the eye of the beholder.
It's a big slug, isn't it? That's a big, fat slug of a drink, isn't it?
All you got to know, if it's a can or if it's a little cup, you can go try it for yourself out here at Bonnie Bray Liquors until 5 o'clock. Again, get yourself signed up for a chance to win some tickets. Say hi to Tyson Barry and Wesley Schultz until 5 here at Bonnie Bray Liquors.
Hey, that was Brett Kane, everybody, and this is Nate Kreckman for my friends over at Roller Auction. If you are looking for a used car, you need to check out the City of Longmont Vehicles and Equipment Auction that is available to bid right now at roller.bid. Best place to get a used car, no dealership hassle. It's all done online. These are vehicles from government service. Guys, I'm looking at the City of Longmont auction right now. They have got 2 Tacomas, 2 used Tacomas available for you to be able to bid right now. Current bids on these things are just $5. Obviously, that is going to go up over the next 5.5 days, but you still have an opportunity to get in on this right now. A 2014 Toyota Tacoma 4-wheel drive Super Cab pickup with 65,000 miles on it. You can bid on that. There's also a 2013 with 51,000 miles. If you have gone shopping shopping for Tacomas recently, you realize used Tacomas are hard to come by. This is a great opportunity for you to scoop one of those up. Go to roller.bid. Check out this City of Longmont vehicles and equipment auction. Get yourself your next daily ride right there, and make sure you sign up to bid at roller.bid/altitude. You will enter to win Rockies Diamondbacks tickets. But if you're looking for a used Tacoma that's been well maintained with low mileage, get to roller.bid right now.
Jokic has it at the point. Now he's inside the arc. He's guarded by Holiday. Gets double teamed, throws out of it. Cam three. Oh!
3-point game.
Denver's within 3 on a 17-4 run.
That was from the Portland game. Hey, something I want to note about that Portland game, okay? So Cam Johnson, 17 games since coming back from the ankle injury, Andy, is making 66% of his twos and 47% of his threes. But something else from that Portland game, do you realize he had 7 assists in that game? If he is showing his drive and kick ability, his cut and catch and pass ability to be able to open things up for teammates, that's, again, like, that's just another weapon that you have in the arsenal. And one of the ways that you were different from the last time you played this Timberwolves team is, like, Let's be honest, Mike never had that in his game. He just didn't. His handle was too loose to be a good drive and kick player. And as a cutter, again, I'm not going to act like Mike couldn't pass out of it, but he was a cut and score guy. But also the physicality of Minnesota could bother him sometimes.
See, and I'm glad you put that last part in, because I don't want to sound like I'm picking on Michael Porter Jr. He is always going to be a special member of the Denver Nuggets because he was part of the original championship team. And let's hope there's more to compare that one to, correct? But at the end of the day, you just said it right there. Cam Johnson, I think, has got a little bit of a harder-nosed game to him than what Michael had. And part of it's, like you said, part of it's not just by the fact that Cam Johnson's not 6'11" or whatever Michael was trying to dribble into the lane.
17
you know what I mean?
fewer back surgeries,
yeah, that
or whatever
too.
it is.
So, again, we'll always appreciate what MPJ was able to do. It's good that he found even more of his game in Brooklyn this year. But I am excited to see Cam Johnson's got better defense on his side. And if he can play the way he played down the stretch, that's another reason why maybe, just maybe, thinking this thing will go to 7 is kind of crazy on my part.
We asked Dempsey specifically about Cam when he was on with us yesterday, and if March and April Cam is the one that now carries over into the postseason. Chris Dempsey is as learned a basketball voice as there is in this market. Here's what Dempsey had to say about Cam Johnson.
Yeah, I expect him to play in the playoffs how he finished the regular season. I mean, it's you establish a body of work, and you establish a body of work lately. And what he has put on the court lately has been just incredibly aggressive play, obviously good three-point shooting as well. Defensively, very disruptive, been able to get steals and get out in transition and finish around the rim. And in the half court, not shying away from, you get that ball on the dribble handoff, go ahead and take, he's a big boy.
Get downhill.
Take that thing to the rim. Yeah, exactly right. So if he's not putting those things on the court, I would be surprised. I really would, because I think he's also played himself into a space of confidence where he's not just thinking about it, overthinking it out there. He's just going to take it and go. And that's exactly where you wanted Cam Johnson to be. And that's where he is now. And so no matter if he has a good game or not, I think he should keep himself in that space because, over the course of a 7-game series, very few players have 7 amazing games. You're going to ride that roller coaster up and down a little bit, but what you got to do is keep your head, continue to be aggressive, continue to do the things that made you successful, and I expect nothing less than Cam Johnson in those areas.
Okay, so what Demps just said right there, over the course of a 7-game series, almost nobody has 7 amazing games. He's absolutely right about that. But Andy, if I can emphasize a guy that I really want to see have a good game one, it is Cam. I do, because he started off timid on this team, and then he found it, okay? And does it automatically just carry over into the postseason? I hope so. It should, but also you're now going to be going up against an opponent that has done nothing but game plan for you for an entire week. Whomever is guarding you they're specifically they're trying to force you into doing things that you don't want to do, like you are game planned against right now. I want to see Cam come out and have a very good game one and just make sure there's no reverting to, oh, well, it's the postseason now. Now I have to be a playoff Nugget, the way he had to learn to be a regular season Nugget. Just go out there, stay aggressive. Again, I think a great game would be if he had 5 assists. That's awesome, that drive and kick part of his game. And then do some rebounding and knock down some threes. But I think it's important that he has a good game one.
Look, dude, I think what else could be important there? You give them one more thing to really worry about.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Has Minnesota in the 3 games this year, whatever, did it, I guess 4 games, did they have to think too much about Cam Johnson? I'm not sure. Maybe that last one for a bit. But I'm telling you, introduce yourself to this series coming up on Saturday.
The last time they played the Timberwolves on March 1st, he was 0 for 6 from the field and put up a goose egg.
Can't have that.
Probably his worst game of the season.
That might have been when everybody kind of got up and he had to start hearing the noise again, and right?
Yep.
And then he kind of came back and listen, he answered for it. He showed some of his mental toughness too.
It was a 3-game
this town hasn't been totally easy on him.
That was a part of the losing streak. that was finished off by Shea and company, and he only scored 6 points in that game. Basically, since that little rough patch of the season, he's been outstanding. But it kind of, a big part of that was putting up a goose egg on a Sunday against the Minnesota Timberwolves. Yeah, don't do that again. Make shots, dude.
Well, they can't afford to have that happen again. If he, now again, if you've got the three core guys going in Gordon, obviously Nikola and Murray, then you're going to probably be okay. But man, if he's that fourth guy again, it could just be so important what this team does. If he can help build a big enough lead, then you're a little less worried about the non-Nikola minutes, right? I mean,
You
you'll
sure
never
are.
not be fully unconcerned, but
Yeah, just be plus 10 in the first and third quarter every time, and I think we're golden. Hey, if you want to get the latest Avs playoff ticket info sent straight to you, sign up for Drops and Deals and be the first to receive special deals and last-minute ticket opportunities at coloradoavalanche.com/drops. It is a Nuggets playoff ticket Thursday. We got another keyword coming up for you at 5:20. Andy, we were hanging out last night at the Bojo's over there by DU, taking in a sixth consecutive loss from the Rocks. 3-1 last night.
Yeah, we watched a bit of it, didn't we?
In Houston, they are now 2-10 on the road. Andy, last night they struck out 15 times.
That was not, you know what? At least in game one, they took some of your advice, walked a little bit
Took
more,
some walks.
tried to see some more pitches. For those that missed it Monday, Nate had begged them, please try to walk. The
walks
Astros
this
like
week.
to give walks to people, and you took advantage. And last night, you didn't want to do that. But I can say, you know what? Good pie last night.
It
at
was
Bojo's.
good, very
really
good.
pie
Yeah,
at the
good,
DU Bojo's.
Good beers, good pizza, good dudes, good tunes, good brews, good buddies.
Yeah, I don't know about the buddies, but
20 swings and misses last night for the Rockies.
missing barrels is what they like to talk about. The Rockies let you miss a barrel here and there.
Guys, you were facing Spencer Arrighetti, not Tarek Skubal, okay? It wasn't prime Justin Verlander. It was Spencer Arrighetti.
I don't know nothing about it. I know Sven Andrighetto.
Andrighetto. The Rockies, by the way, I checked this one out today, Andy. I was looking at the old fan graphs. Rockies have two of the top 4 strikeout rates in baseball.
Isn't Jordan Beck one of them?
He's not actually.
Who are the two?
Hunter Goodman right now.
Really? Oh, that's right. You were talking about how much better he is when he doesn't DH.
Despite hitting for power, and he is, he's having like an Adam Dunn kind of year. Strikeout rate 41% right now, second highest in baseball. If he hits it, it goes a long way. He's got to hit it. And then Willie Castro, 4th in baseball right now with a 39% strikeout rate. So, not great. Charlie Condon's just hanging out there in Albuquerque, guys. You can call him up anytime you want. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. We have got the high five coming up here. 5 biggest stories of the day from around Peyton and Peyton. That's right. Big draft press conference today. We're going to hear from George. We're going to hear from Sean. We are going to...
Will we hear from Bo Nix, though? Will there be a sudden Zoom call, or did we avoid that?
well, I guess we'll find out tomorrow afternoon, huh?
Yeah. Yeah.
He's too busy, Andy,
Penning,
writing 17 chapter letters to his daughter.
It's sweet.
It was a nice sentiment. Just cut it down, Bo. Okay.
You'd like to get him an editor? You're telling me?
That thing. Just again.
It was in the Players Tribune.
Go for a little more concise. Okay. That thing could have ended 17 paragraphs earlier. Anyway.
From the guy that likes to hold hands with his wife, pretty bitter about the dude's letter to his daughter.
It was a nice sentiment.
Just too much repeated sentiment.
Again, we get it. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL next. Before we get to the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL, quick note. Andy, the Nuggets will play the Pacers November 7th in Mexico City. NBA Mexico City game coming up November 7th. So they will actually be playing higher than a mile high when they go to Mexico City. I have never been. I have a lot of friends that have been to Mexico City that say it is just about the coolest city in the world. So, hey, if you're a Nuggets fan, great opportunity to go and make that trip. Very, very cool stuff. But yes, November 7th, Nuggets Pacers, Mexico City.
Really? That statement surprised me.
What's
the
that?
Coolest city? What'd they do? What'd they have fun? What'd they enjoy?
Food, culture. They got it all, man. Nightlife. Mexico City's supposed to be great. It's what I'm told. I have never been myself.
Would you like to go do the Nuggets game there and find out?
Sí, en español.
You know, I believe, isn't that where
Can I learn enough Spanish to call that game?
Well, you don't have to call it for the Spanish audience, my friend. No, I think Mexico City's where John Elway tore his bicep tendon.
Ow.
I think that's why I got a bad
association with Mexico City
yeah.
because John Elway's arm hurt?
1997. Dude, the little thing rolled up in his arm and looked weird forever.
I could have not
Literally
that.
had the...
You know what, Andy?
You don't like the descriptors?
That's why I don't have a bicep muscle. Let's do it, Spring.
That's why.
Hey, if you're wondering what's for dinner tonight, you need to try Papa Murphy's Pizza. They make delicious pizza, and you bake it when you're ready. Order online at papamurphys.com.
The Broncos
are more of a mid-round team in the draft. They start picking in the second round, 62nd overall, 2 4s, a 5th, 3 7s. Players they've drafted in the middle rounds in recent years include players like Nick Bonito, Riley Moss, Marvin Mims. They took a little bit to develop. George Payton.
Quinn Miners was a 3rd rounder.
George Payton today was asked, are they going to have that same expectation? There's going to have to be some patience with whoever the Broncos draft here.
Mike, I think it's case by case. That's kind of been... we typically, we like to draft high trait players and maybe they're not, they lack maybe a little polish and it's going to take some development. And we've done a great job with the coaches in developing these type of players. We took Quinn Miners when he started his first year, maybe wasn't quite ready. Sure, we'd like someone to come in and start right away, but that's not always realistic for first, second, no matter where they're picked. And it's just hard. And with the way our team's built now, it's going to be hard to come in and start day one. And so I don't know if that answers your question.
But not only that, the coach doesn't love playing rookies either.
Well, no, and it's like, Andy, there's not a single starting job up for grabs.
There really isn't.
There really isn't on this team. Like maybe a tight end could play his way into it, but...
And you want to have a better, well, gosh, do they? I keep thinking about that middle/off-ball linebacker, but I'll tell you what, if you were to move
Sternad and Singleton.
Yeah, and if you were to move Ellis inside, that's very intriguing too. So maybe not even that.
Yeah, we're gonna visit that a little bit later in the high five, but this team truly can just say, we're gonna take the guy we think turns out to be the best football player.
And maybe it's for 3 years from now.
Yeah. And that's fine because there's no job technically available for that guy right now. I mean,
I would love a tight end.
How many teams in the NFL would have drafted like a Q Robinson and a Savion Jones like the Broncos did last year, and then they didn't even make an impact in the slightest bit because the team was just so damn deep, and they become this year they're hoping to play their way onto the field. It's just this is a well-constructed roster right now. Take the best player you can. Kosmider highlighted offensive line. Yeah. You do need to draft good young offensive linemen. But again, none of those jobs are going to be available for a couple of years, which maybe makes this the best situation to do that. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. Let's hear one more answer from George Payton. He was asked if the Broncos do have a package or a plan to potentially trade up into the first round should they choose to do that. Here's George Payton.
Yeah, I mean, Jeff, you never say never, but it's unlikely. It would cost quite a haul for us to get up there. Most of our draft we'd have to trade, and then obviously some next year. I would say it's unlikely, but we certainly could move up in the second.
So no Omar Cooper.
Yes, probably not.
We got to ask Leggy about that tomorrow.
But they certainly could move up in the second.
How far you think? Would Nick tell us 45? They said the pick range was 45 to 75 for the first pick, possibly.
That
And
would
they're at
probably
62 right now.
be about as high as you would want to go.
You're probably still giving up. Again, don't give up anything next year if you're just going to go up, what is that, 16 spots in the first round or second round, I should say.
That could cost you like your fourth, like 108, and I don't know, one of your sevenths or something like that.
Yeah, and if you do that this year, I don't care because allegedly everyone's not so hot on how that last day of the draft's going to look anyway.
Yeah.
And let's be honest, we'll probably be watching playoff action anyway. I'll be getting ready for Colorado Mammoth lacrosse.
Maybe two of your sevenths. Who cares? Exactly.
Have them.
Yeah.
Take them.
Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
All right, let's hear from Sean Payton now. Get your listening glasses on. Here we go.
Relative to.
Sean Payton was asked today, do they still see Evan Engram as an important part of this offense?
Yeah, I think obviously we definitely view him as a key piece. And we think, I don't know, I would say this about this class, in my opinion, man, if you're looking for a blocking Y, there's a handful available that would be if you're looking for a move, maybe a little bit undersized F, they're out there. If you're so to each his own, the different type of tight ends are available. It's always a challenge with that position because sometimes you're projecting maybe in an offense that is playing them differently. But relative to Evan, he's someone that gave us a lot of big plays a year ago, and we'll continue to find ways to keep him and add to his workload.
Where were the big plays? I need a highlight. Do we have any highlights you could play for us of the big play?
It was in the preseason, Andy.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Continue to find ways to keep him and add to his workload.
Is the undersized F Stowers? Is that who he's talking about?
Yeah, I think so. That kind of adds up for me a little bit. Yeah. He would be the undersized F. I know it's.
What do you say?
I know.
You and I kid.
I know.
See, this is where you and I feel like are a really good combo for 7 years.
I know.
And then there's moments where we're not.
Neither
of
us have the professionalism to handle the undersized F, which nobody wants to have to handle. Anyway, let's move on.
Undersized Fs can do damage too. Okay, on the field.
It's just getting worse. Read the next damn story.
Okay, hey, Sean Payton was
Do
asked.
they have good techniques?
Well,
yes.
That's what we're looking for.
Come on.
Motion. You need good motion. If you motion the undersized F,
got to put him in motion.
He can get free. He can get open.
Yeah. Not too much speed motion, though.
Yeah. Hey, Sean
right
Payton.
away, at least.
See, what I tell you,
early downs.
It is only getting worse.
Sean Payton was asked, with Jonah Ellis maybe likely playing more inside linebacker this season, does that change how they will evaluate the inside linebackers in this draft? Here's Sean.
Great question. I think it can. I think, I think there are probably a little bit more inside backers that we're used to. Probably there's certainly good videotape on a number of guys. That position's changed over the years where, you're finding guys that are moving from safety to that position or from an edge position back. There are certainly some players that are playing that position well at the college level. But that's one option. And I mentioned that because he has those traits. And it starts with being just a good football player. So we're always going to try to get our best players on the field. But does that impact how we draft, or is it vice versa? That would be the $6 million question, and I think it's a little bit of both.
Well, you don't pay $6 million for a second-round pick, Sean. But Dane Brugler's latest 7-round mock, he mocked C.J. Allen, the inside linebacker out of Georgia, to the Broncos, which, yes, they absolutely could do that, again, if that's a player that they love. But the Jonah Ellis move, shift, whatever it is that we want to call this, to me, again, Andy, it just it decreases the urgency to have to draft an inside linebacker. It's not just automatically a numbers game at that position, if that's indeed what Jonah Ellis is now.
Yeah, I would agree. And that's what you want. And who knows, if they were to get one of those linebackers they love, then maybe Jonah Ellis doesn't even move at all.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Also a possibility.
But look, I have no problem with you teaching him the inside, letting him play both positions. I think a good athletic player like that, with the health of your linebackers a year ago, you'd like more options there. Like you said, let's just get all the good football players on the field as much as we can possibly. I just want to know what triggers Sean's response to go, that's a great question. You think he was psyched to talk linebackers?
I think he was. It means it's a topic that he wants to talk about, which maybe would suggest he is watching a lot of inside linebacker tape right now. Videotape, as he called it, which is a bit of an antiquated term, but that's okay, Sean.
Or does he not want to mention the name of his undersized F because he doesn't want anybody hot to what they exactly think their guy is?
Yeah, he certainly does not want to bring that up. But
he doesn't
also,
want the name of his guy mentioned.
No, I don't
which I think is Stowers.
And
maybe it is, and I don't know.
By the way, Andy, I don't think they named anybody today. Like there was. And that's one of the kind of weird things about this draft is like when Denver has a first round pick, like you can kind of circle names to specifically ask about. Like that's what happens with teams in the top 10, top 15, top 20 of the draft. That's how
we've been living.
No, that's how we normally cover a draft around these parts. There's no name to ask about right now.
No, well, and one of my buddies in New Orleans told me he doesn't want to name.
Yeah.
He will not talk about the people. They may draft the top 30 guys that they have in. He ain't going to name any of those names when it comes time to do this presser.
And finally, Spring.
High five. Sean Payton was also asked about becoming a grandfather. His daughter, Megan Payton Anderson, and her husband, Andrew Anderson, recently welcomed into the world.
Andy Anderson?
Their son, Ace Payton Anderson.
Ace? But is he an ace?
Is Ace an ace?
And now we know.
Ace.
Huh? Yeah, you can't deny it.
Is Ace an ace, though? Is Chase an ace or is it Ace an ace?
Sean was asked.
Or is John Gray an ace?
Has becoming a grandfather softened him?
No, listen, it's a great experience, and you appreciate the little things. I think it comes with experience and aging, obviously, but tying it to football, I just think it's really more, family thing that you're excited for your siblings, or excuse me, your children. In this case, my daughter and her husband.
Who had this kid anyway?
And I don't know, maybe we all soften a little bit with age, but. We're glad everyone's home healthy, and appreciate the good wishes. They're doing well.
Oh my God! What just happened? What?
He hated that question so much.
You calling me grandpa? I mean, dude, it's a term of endearment. Now you're a grandpa.
In terms of football, though.
Yeah. What are we doing here? I'm here to talk undersized Fs, not my grandkid.
My sibling, my daughter had a child.
Someone had a kid. When the daughter, they're all home. We're fine with it. Is Ace an ace? I don't know. That damn Kreckman and Lindahl show's going to be playing the stupid ace bit with my grandkid.
You know what that honestly reminded me of? Do you remember the old sketch of Phil Hartman playing Ronald Reagan, and he has to visit with the Girl Scout and do a photo op with her with her Girl Scout cookies or whatever, and they interrupt his Iran-Contra planning meeting to bring her in, and the second she leaves the room, he's just back to work. Sean just get the grandkid out of here. Ace. Anyway, congratulations to the...
In this case, my daughter.
Andrew Anderson Payton family. And Ace.
An ace. Good luck, Ace.
Good luck, Ace. Whoever it is that had you.
I hope you're a pitcher one day so we can do the bit if we're still on here.
We hope to. We'll build the imaging now.
Yeah,
we're always prepared.
Spring's on it already.
It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show. We have got another keyword for you. It is a Nuggets playoff ticket Thursday. You want to go to game 1 on Saturday against Minnesota? We have a keyword for you to text right after this. right now.
What are we doing with this today? I cannot figure out this group of words.
The key word is password. Password. Text that right now to 303-504-0925 with your name, and you are entered. The Wilhite Law Firm gives you the chance to win big on and off the court. Visit them at wilhitewins.com. Again, this hour's keyword, password.
Remember that game show?
I do. The keyword is password. We'll announce our winner at 5:55. Is the password keyword or is the keyword password?
The keyword's password.
Keyword's password.
Password ain't getting you into nothing.
Password. 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 We'll announce our winner at 5:55.
Sandwiches uniform password. And only text, folks. The others are closed.
Yep.
No need to text all three.
Sandwich.
You're only texting password right now.
Uniform. Password.
What are we doing here?
I don't know.
No.
Getting
to the end of the season, Kevin's had enough.
Kevin's
had
random word generator is what he came up with today. Password. Password. Again, the keyword is password. David Adelman today was asked about flexibility with his bench, given the depth of this team in the postseason. Obviously, this is always injury dependent, but here's the Nuggets head coach after practice today.
I mean, it makes you make really tough decisions, but I do like the group that we have. We know we've had success going small. With Aaron playing more and more at the end of the season, you can slide him to the backup five for some minutes. We know Spence can do it. Hopefully Peyton's back soon. That gives you a lot of flexibility. We know what Jonas did at the end of the season. Teams went small against us, and he obviously ate inside, with the rebounding and the points. So I feel good about it. But again, like you said, it's the playoffs. And so if you have to play 7.5 people to get a win, you do that. But to start a series, obviously you'd love to get at least 9 guys out there, see the rotation, how it works. No different than we did with the Clippers last year in a few games, and we went down to LA. So it's you got to feel it out each game by game. But these guys are all ready to play. They're going to suit up. And they've been part of the repetition of offense and defense, and I expect them to know what they're doing and be prepared.
Andy, we talked about this a little bit yesterday, and this is one thing that I think Nuggets fans are going to need to remember is they might, I might even go so far as to say, they probably will lose the bench minutes in the second quarter, okay? And I'm sure our knee-jerk reaction will be, well, don't go back to that lineup. What you got to remember here, though, is this is a week of preparation for this series. And whether they go small, whether they use Valanciunas as the backup five or AG as the backup five, we don't know if they're going to go small or go bigger or what they're going to do. But whatever decision that they make, it is going to have been arrived at very deliberately. And even if it's a bad second quarter, I don't expect them to just go away from it at the start of the fourth quarter because they are going to trust a week of preparation versus the small sample size of 3 to 4 minutes of basketball. That's and it'll no matter what, whatever the second unit is going to be a talking point after the game. It's going to be one of the first things that we're going to be talking about in the paint on all our social channels right after the game. And just, I will say this, like, this is where the staff, this is where the front office, this is where the meeting of the minds will have come to say, nope, this is how we're attacking this series, and we're not just walking away from it right away. It kind of gets back to the point of just like, I think we overrate like halftime adjustments in the NFL.
They would tell us we do.
They always tell you do because, again, they're going to trust the
game plan, the week of prep,
the hours of work that they put into the preparation versus what they might consider anomaly of a certain set of downs or whatever it may be. It's going to be a huge talking point regardless. But again, like you want to force Minnesota to adjust first. You don't want to make the first adjustment. And Michael Malone was always really good at that. And Nikola Jokic is a very, very good piece to have for that part of the chess match of a series. And I thoroughly believe that David Adelman, with watching his dad coach as many playoff series, having coached in as many playoff series as he has, is going to know that.
Yeah, and look, at the end of the day, you got to fall back on what you are to win this sucker.
Right.
We want to concoct ways for them to become a more complete team and have the better bench. Nate, I'm not sure in any series they're going to play in the playoffs they're ever going to have the better bench, and I think we even hinted at that yesterday. Now, if Tim Hardaway Jr. can do his thing, if Bruce Brown can be the guy that he has, and your top 7 are going, you're probably going to be fine anyway, right? Whether it's Valanciunas, hopefully Peyton Watson's backs in the mix. I don't know what Peyton Watson's deal is going to be.
And I said this, by the way, to Hastings in our crosstalk earlier today. I'm operating under the assumption Peyton Watson ain't playing in this series.
I wouldn't be shocked, and
in the very least, probably not games 1 and 2.
I would not be shocked by that, and I would also say, to your point, you may want to keep him in your back pocket for future things.
Yeah.
Right? Let's see how AG's hamstring, and if he's cruising, everything's fine. We'll get everybody back in the mix.
Sure made it sound like Spence was closer than Peyton yesterday.
Yeah, that's what I took.
Yeah.
And, and it'd be great to get Spencer back, too, because his physical presence in this series would be great, but you may not see him till they go to Minnesota, right? So the reality is the Nuggets starters get it done, and the bench just finds a way. You and I said this earlier in the week. Don't give back all of the lead. You give back a little of it, okay, we can live with that, okay? Just don't give back all of it. Don't make Nikola and Jamal come back in and think to themselves, gosh, now we're even. Now we got to kill their momentum. You know what I mean? Just try to neutralize a momentum surge by Minnesota, and I think you'll be fine.
Andy, I really think this is the best first-round series of the playoffs.
Oh, I would agree.
History, how close the matchup is, star power.
I mean, who the Lakers play? Lakers and
Houston.
Rockets.
Yeah.
Look, if the Lakers don't get their guys back, that could be a quick.
Could be
meal
quick.
for the Rockets.
Absolutely could be quick. The Spurs still, still waiting to figure out exactly, what. Well, they're going to play Portland. The Spurs are going to play Portland. It's going to be a physical series, but the Spurs are going to kick the crap out of them. The Thunder await whether they're going to play Golden State or Phoenix. You look over in the East, like Cleveland, Toronto, Knicks, Atlanta. I think is going to be a good series. I don't think it again is on the level of what this series is. So yeah, we sit and we wait. Boston's going to play Philly. I think Boston's just going to smash them. Not worried about that. This is the best first-round series, and I brought this number up earlier in the show. 28 meetings since 22-23. Nuggets and Timberwolves, 14-14. That's the record between these two teams right now. All the familiarity that goes on. All right, Andy, taking a look at the players in this series, okay? Nikola Jokic is the top player in this series. I'll put Anthony Edwards number 2. I'll put Jamal 3. I'll put AG 4. After that, what would you say, Julius Randle? Probably.
Yeah.
You don't say that convincingly. You ready to put Cam Johnson or Christian Brown above Julius Randle?
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, I can't quite get there. That's where like the size of like looking at Randle, looking at Gobert, looking at McDaniel, like that's where that kind of comes into play a little bit. Christian Brown, I think this is a big defensive series for Christian. I don't think it's going to be a big offensive series for Christian. He's going to have to make his money by dealing with Anthony Edwards. That's what he gets paid to do in this series. Cam Johnson, boy, I just, again, going back to our conversation from the last hour, you get a good Cam Johnson series, I think that tilts it heavily in Denver's
Okay,
favor.
what's more important out of Cam Johnson to make it a good series? His 3-ball or his D?
3-ball.
Okay.
I will say what he does on the offensive end of the floor.
Who's he matching with, by the way? Who are you putting him on?
I think Cam will probably see, quite frankly, he'll see his fair share of Anthony Edwards.
I was going to ask you, is that a matchup you try to force there? Could he be a different look for Anthony Edwards playoff-wise than what he's seen in the past?
Yeah, I think it's largely going to be, Christian Brown getting that, but I think Cam is going to have to do a little bit of that as well. I mean, this is where you want Cam's defensive versatility to be useful. I think he's at times going to have to stop Jaden McDaniels. I think at times he's going to have to defend even maybe a little bit of a bigger player in Naz Reid. Like, I could see that being a matchup that he has to deal with in this series. He will see Dante DiVincenzo in this series. He's a little bit of a Swiss Army knife, but I think the way that this series largely begins is going to be AG probably on Rudy. Hell, maybe it's, I don't know, AG on Rudy, and you put Cam on Julius Randle, and then, I don't know, you
let me ask you this. And
hide Jokic on McDaniels.
This is probably going to shock you, and you're going to ask me why bring this player out. Who are you putting on Naz Reid when he comes in?
Yeah.
And the reason why I bring up Naz Reid, he's a guy that sometimes is a fight. He's their Bruce Brown. He sometimes shows up off the bench, especially against Denver, and just gets a little something going. Then everybody else starts feeling themselves again.
He's such a tough matchup because he's like Andy. He's a great shooter, but he's huge.
Yeah, and he gets inside and he causes problems too. Good rebounder.
Well, he's 265. He's a beast.
I wish they had Naz Reid. I wish they could steal Naz Reid from the Wolves. That's what I'd like.
Yes. Naz Reid is Timberwolves Nick Batum for me.
Yeah,
I wish that guy was on this team.
I'm with you.
Yeah. No.
And I hate him in a way, and I just love the game, and I wish Denver had a player like that.
Yeah. No, he's a great player, and Cam's gonna have to spend time on him. But if Naz bullies him inside, then again that could be a little bit of a problem. He's a tough matchup. That's where their size and physicality is just gonna give you problems. Hell, Bruce Brown is gonna see Naz Reid at times in this series.
Better get those hands ready.
We got to get this thing going, man. We got to start
Tired
this series.
of thinking about it. Let's just get going. Just give me something to break down.
It's a playoff ticket Thursday. Your chance to win tickets to see Game 1 against Minnesota on Saturday. Text the keyword password. Keyword is password. Text password right now to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name, and you are entered. Will Hite Law Firm gives you the chance to win big on and off the court. Visit them at willhitewins.com. Again, this hour's keyword password, PASSWORD. We'll announce our winner at 5:55. Best of luck. All right, Andy. We got Avalanche tonight against the Kraken. Final game of the regular season. Again, the playoff opponent will be decided upon tonight. As our friend Connor McGahee has dumbed this down for me, and I greatly appreciate it. The only way the Avalanche are going to play Edmonton is if all the California teams, that being the Kings and the Ducks, win. And then Edmonton loses in regulation.
In regulation.
Yes, and they play Vancouver tonight, who stinks.
Seems really unlikely.
The only way that the Avalanche play Anaheim is a Kings win and a Ducks loss in regulation. Everything else going to play the Kings. All right, you told me you've got weaknesses for every team in the playoff field.
Emily Kaplan. I want to make sure.
What is the Avalanche's weakness?
Well, this one might surprise you.
So it's not just power play?
This actually comes from Rachel Krishak.
Okay.
I guess I saw Kaplan's picture next to this little blurb, but figured out that it's like, hey, she is breaking news. Okay, so it's not power play. There's been the much talked about goaltending situation. Will they bring the same? Because I think I've waxed poetic about how Scott Wedgwood is, and how good I think he is, and how I think he needs to be the main guy this playoff series. And Mackenzie Blackwood is not bad, okay? And he did play last year in the playoffs. But most in the NHL, and Spit and Chicklets kind of started it, and I know PK Subban brought this up a couple weeks ago, or maybe a week ago during their day game on the ESPN networks there. I guess it was ABC last week, and everybody got upset. But he said he wonders about the goaltending. So questions about the goaltending from the national media. This is interesting, and I don't know that I could argue it. According to ESPN's article today, it's the depth of defense that has the most concern. Nick Blankenburg, is he going to be good enough to play some defensive minutes if they need it? Do they have enough defensemen? Can they match the way they need to? If Josh Manson doesn't get right, and we still don't know what the injury was that he left with last week, but he still hasn't played since. If he's not right, do you have enough physical bodies for, say, a matchup with Minnesota, for a matchup with Dallas, possibly? And Vegas has kind of got their thing going again. So could their defensive depth be a problem? Now, the last time they won the Cup, I don't know that they were I don't know, Mark, where would you compare their defensive depth now to the Cup team of 22? About the same, a little bit less?
I'd say similar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got an older player.
The Manson
Burns.
injury is the factor.
It's a concern.
There.
Yeah. You got to also make sure McCarr looked all right the other night, but you need him to be okay. But ESPN says their top concern is the defensive depth and actually not the power play and not the goaltending.
I mean, Nick Blankenberg would play, what, 8 minutes?
No, I'm with you, but you know how it is, Nate? It's the playoffs. It's the playoffs. Someone's going to get hurt. Whether we like it or not, someone is going to get hurt. Guys are going to miss time. They're going to get nicked up because this is a brutal run to a championship.
Sure.
So is Blankenberg going to be good enough if you need him? I hope. You know, we'll find out. Look, the best thing that could get going is you need a good power play. And it feels like it's trending up right now.
I'm just like, here's the thing on power play, okay? And I know the season numbers are not great. And maybe this is just naive of me. And I know he's our best friend now. But you have Nathan McKinnon, okay?
I'm with you.
You have Nathan McKinnon, you got Marty Necas, and you got Cale McCarr.
Trying to hold in my laugh as long as I could.
Yes.
Yeah. He was lovely off air. He didn't seem to hate us.
I thought he enjoyed us.
I thought he did. I thought as much as Nate does, he could.
Yes.
For
absolutely.
guys he doesn't know, I think he was fine with it.
Right. No, I thought.
We got no good looks.
Are you? No. If I was grading the visit, I'd give it a solid 2 thumbs up.
Sure.
Yeah. I mean, he didn't come back today, I noticed.
Was he invited? Maybe he didn't get the invite.
He said there's an open invitation. Nathan McKinnon stop by anytime.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah, sure.
He will bring Tyson Barry with him, though, which we enjoyed Tyson Barry.
We enjoyed Tyson Barry so much, plan on talking to him during the playoffs.
He's going to be our bro now. Yeah. He's looking to take away segment minutes from John Michael Lyles on this show. We'll see if he's capable of it or not.
I like my guy JML.
Yeah.
Let's just calm down with that statement.
You know what, Andy?
The opening was created by Eric Johnson when he only returned 1 of every 5 calls.
Both smaller defensemen, both wore number 4, both offensive minded. I think that JML and Tyson Barry should have to compete a little bit for segment minutes.
You and I, we have an
It's all about
audience.
competition, Andy. You don't just win the job automatically. You got to compete for it.
But remember, one guy has a wine cave, one guy has the beer. We got the best of both worlds.
That's true.
If it's a muck it up game, we're hitting up our guy.
Solid selection
Barry.
of cocktails.
Yeah.
Yes.
If it's one of those top shelves, let's have a brandy. We're hitting up JML.
I hadn't thought about that element of it all. The keyword is password. Text password right now to 303-504-0925. That's password. Andy, the Nuggets are in the playoffs, and it's a rivalry that's no joke. See Anthony Edwards against the Nuggets with Game 1 and 2 on Saturday and Monday. Tickets and all the information you need about the team and playoffs are available at nuggets.com/playoffs. You won't want to miss a second of this series. Big show tomorrow as we will know the Avalanche's playoff opponent. We'll talk to our friend Stormy Buonantony of ESPN at 3:20 here on the program to preview the upcoming series for the Avalanche. So we'll be doing that tomorrow on the show. Jeff Legwald is going to stop by on a Friday edition of the program to discuss what he heard today from the Peytons, George, and Sean. So we'll get Leggy's thoughts as we are now inside a week away from the first round of the NFL draft. So Jeff Legwald will stop by tomorrow on the show, plus our final chance to talk Nuggets Timberwolves before Game 1 on Saturday at 1:30. Going to be a jam-packed Friday edition of the show. Andy, we started kind of getting into this a little bit earlier in the program, and you had thrown this out there. How is everybody feeling ahead of the start of 2 playoff series for our beloved Nuggets and Avalanche?
Yeah, you know what? And it should be fun, Nate. It should be fun. That's kind of why I asked the question. Jump in if you want to. 303-504-0925 on the old text line there. Here's the thing for me. And, you know, this is where the time of year where you let your fan come out in you, right?
Sure.
You know me. I never hide the Avalanche part of this thing. But you mentioned it earlier with the Nuggets. I think it's just as true with the Avalanche. What makes me nervous about this whole little journey we're about to embark on,
the window,
it is just so huge for both these teams because both these teams, these are good teams. You can't keep wasting good teams.
Andy, the Avalanche are a point away tonight from
All
having
time.
the best season in franchise history.
A team that's won 3 cups is about to notch, likely, their highest point total.
You are the betting favorite to win the Stanley Cup. You have the betting favorite to win the Hart Trophy. This team is, we saw how aggressive they were at the deadline. The Avalanche are all in.
Yeah, you gave up a top pick for Nazem Kadri.
Yep.
That's got to pay off. Now, hopefully his hand is okay and it lets him play. You know, you went and you got Brett Kulak. I love what Brett Kulak has brought to this team.
Nick Waugh.
I think he's been fantastic. Can't wait to see more of Nick Waugh. I hope Nick Waugh is that big player they acquire at the deadline or near the deadline that is actually around in an Avalanche uniform next year. I think he will be. But again, you know, we talked about it with the Nuggets. The Avs are no different. If you don't get this thing to go right this year, you're going to have to have a couple of hard conversations about what this thing looks like and who you're going to trade and who you're going to hold on to and all that other kind of stuff. That's why it's so much fun to think that it's going to get going, because we can quit having all these nonsense conversations we basically have about, what about this? What if this happens? What if this doesn't get right? When you and I both know both these teams have been bored off their backside for the last 3 weeks of the season. You know, we can see it on Nate McKinnon's face.
Yeah.
Thank God this is done. Now we got to play some playoff action.
Yeah.
So let me ask you this. Is next weekend, I'm going to go to next weekend for one specific reason.
Okay.
Is next weekend where is it rank as far as the best weekend of the sports year? If you're in a town like we are,
Playoffs,
next weekend,
draft,
and baseball.
Yep.
You're a town with 4 sports, and all 4 sports have something that is pertinent to the team happening next weekend.
Rockies, by the way, will be in, where will the Rockies be next weekend?
Now they'll be in hell still.
Oh, they'll be in New York to play the Mets.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
So they'll be playing the Mets.
Yep.
You got, I imagine we'll have 2 playoff, right? I mean, I don't.
Yeah, both teams will be in action.
Right.
Absolutely.
Because I don't think the Avs, they possibly could be done, right?
The Nuggets will be playing Game 4 in Minnesota. The Avalanche, I mean, if they open on Sunday, no, that series will still be going. Absolutely. Yeah. So
Does the draft fact that we don't have a first rounder involved in this thing, does that dial it down a little bit this year?
But the first round of the NFL draft is always so good, right?
Sure.
Because there's going to be some wild trade that we didn't see coming, and someone's going to overdraft a quarterback in the NFL. Again, there's going to be some wild decision that was made. By the way,
did you see what the Chiefs GM said?
What'd he say?
He said today, because a lot of the teams are having their pre-draft pressers today.
Yeah.
He thinks, for whatever it's worth, he thinks there's going to be a lot of wild action because so many guys are so closely graded and teams have their guy that we could see a lot of trades and a lot of wild stuff in that first round.
Here's what's crazy with the Chiefs, though, Andy, is like as much as we have talked about, like, oh, they could go Kenyon Sadiq, or if Tate falls, they could do wide receiver. Their defense sucks.
They need a lot of good players.
Like their defense, like Chris Jones is their best player by a lot, and I know he's still really good. He's 32.
Yeah.
After
need
that,
some dudes.
you got like George Karlaftis, and then you're just like, you guys need everything
Need
right
some
now.
corners. They
Yeah.
need-
No, that team is a little bit of a mess. Did you, by the way, read the profile in The Athletic on John Gruden this week?
What was that about?
So good. About how the Raiders got to where they are today and about the Gruden era and what a friggin' mess it was with that organization and how Mark Davis is just clueless and Mike Mayock, for all of his good intent and as much as he was well-liked in the building, just really didn't know how to be an NFL GM. Good draft analyst, but like the scouting drafting part of it, that's only like that's one part of a very difficult job of being an NFL general manager. And then Gruden was so intense about the high round draft picks that if guys from the scouting department would, bang the table and say, I love this player or whatever, Gruden would then have one of his assistant coaches put together what was called a kill tape. And it was just like they would find that dude's 10 worst snaps and then like put it up in a meeting and Gruden be like, that guy sucks. What are you talking about? And then just crush it right there. Even though everybody in the room was like, you could do that with any football player. You could do that with Tom Brady. You could find the 10 worst snaps for any football player and prove they suck.
I don't know that it's this extreme, but doesn't that tell you why it's probably good that you have a George Payton in with a Sean Payton? Because that sounds like a Sean Payton personality. A strong guy that could come in and dominate the room, and I want my guy that's my guy. And
I think Sean knows ball better than Gruden.
No, I don't disagree with you there.
Sean
I'll give you that, but I do think, again, listen, look, I've got it on pretty good authority. Sean probably wanted R.J. Harvey. Yeah. I think they talked about it afterwards.
Yeah.
George said, I had to no, not here. Not here. We're going to get your guy, but work with me. And you know that Sean and George, I promise you Sean's going to have some guy, maybe in the second,
that he loves,
maybe in the fourth,
yeah,
that he's going to want no matter what. And George is going to have to be like, look, let me broker the deal. We'll get your guy, but we're not going nuts to get your guy.
This is, I think it's okay that Sean Payton does that because I think Sean Payton has a good eye. This should be a George Payton draft. For where you're picking at and with the long-term vision of what the team is, and especially when you consider, like, they could take a guy at 62, Andy, that by the time that guy is ready to be a starter, there's a good chance Sean Payton's not the coach here anymore.
Well, there's no doubt about that because, again, Nick Bonito, what did it take, three years where he really hit the gas?
Spring, before we get out of here, I do want to hear from Bedsy.
We also got to have a winner.
We got to pick a winner, but
we'll pause that.
I want to, yeah, exactly, yeah. Settle down, Eminem. I want to hear from Jared Bednar, bruised face and all, as he gets ready to coach this game tonight against the Kraken.
I've been just watching on TV, get a look at our guys. It's kind of different, obviously, but listen to some home broadcasts, mostly road broadcasts, see what they're talking about with their teams. And
they're better anyhow.
Yeah. Well, I like to get some new information, not the same old. So, but it was good. It was interesting to listen to, opposing teams broadcast talk about our team and talk about their teams as well, which I don't really get to do very often.
Did Betsy just dunk on Moj?
Well, maybe. Although I'll give him this. There is a chance. I'm trying to think. That's sometimes why I tune into national stuff, just to see what they're saying. I like to turn up the TV.
Well,
you know what I mean?
I mean, Andy, like my two favorite broadcasts in baseball are the Padres and the Giants. Kuiper and Kruko on the Giants and Orsillo and Mudgrant on the Padres. And, like, I will watch their games just because I like listening to those guys.
Yeah.
I'm a broadcasting nerd.
By the way, I'm impressed that he sounds so good.
He did sound good.
Fractured cheek and he's talking normal.
He did sound good.
Well, did you see any pictures of it? He's got a pretty good shine.
It's bruised, I would say.
What?
Bruised.
Fancy guy.
Mm-hmm. Contused. Spring, who won the tickets today? On a playoff ticket Thursday. Who's going to game one Saturday at 1:30? You've been entering all day long. You've been texting sandwich and eating sandwich. You've been texting uniform and wearing uniform. You've been texting password or keyword. Spring, who won tickets today on K&L on a Nuggets playoff ticket Thursday? Brought to you by the Wilhite Law Firm.
Anthony Armento.
Anthony!
Tony!
Mento.
We call you Tony.
We're Mento. Our Mento is Mento. Congratulations, Anthony. You're going to game 1 Saturday at 1:30. Way to go, man. Did he win on sandwich, uniform, or password, Spring? Do we know?
Uniform.
Uniform.
Oh,
all right.
an early riser.
Okay.
No, sandwich was the first one, right?
Well, sandwich was first. Uniform was sandwiched between sandwich and password. Mm-hmm. And that'll do it. Are we blitzing tonight, Spring?
We are. I think it's me and Raj.
You
I think Raj is out at Ball Arena.
Spring's about to host a show for the next couple hours. He has no idea who he's hosting with or what he's doing.
I'll take a quick look. I think Raj is in his office.
Okay.
Raj is in his office?
He's in his office?
Right there.
Oh, there he is. Okay, he's here.
I see it right there.
He's
literally walking towards the studio right here.
Let him know I'm in my
I'll tell you
office.
what, I turned my camera. You'll see him come right by the window. There you go, Twitch. He's got big things going on. He's looking at his phone. Can't be bothered. Too much happening. He's like the player walking through the autograph. I'm real busy.
Spring and Raj coming up next with the Blitz and then the Avalanche and the Crack.